In the East Blue, on a small, unknown island, a skinny black-haired boy sat on a rock at the island's shore, resting his chin on his hand as he stared at the vast ocean in front of him. His young face was full of worries far beyond his age. Growl. The boy looked down and touched his stomach, sighing deeply. Sigh. It's been 2 months since I came to this pirate world. I thought I would dominate the seas, but I can't even fill my stomach. What a pathetic life for a transmigrator like me. Sigh. The boy sighed again, unable to help himself. If only I could get a system or something. Ron, a voice sounded from behind him. He turned to look. A freckled, blonde-haired boy was waving at him. Dad's back with food. Ron's eyes lit up and he immediately jumped off the rock. Coming, he ran over to the blonde boy's side. Ron, what were you doing over there? Nothing much. By the way, Mars, did Dad bring back meat this time? Ron asked expectantly. Maybe, Mars replied uncertainly. Great. Let's hurry. The two of them ran into the woods, arriving at a small cabin. By the time they got there, a group of children had already gathered. They gazed at the food placed on the ground with glowing eyes, some even unable to resist reaching for it. But midway, a middle-aged woman swatted their hands away. No, you have to wait for everyone to arrive before we eat. But I'm so hungry, one of the children complained. Rules are rules, the woman responded firmly. A burly man with a beard sat nearby, holding a jug of wine. He laughed heartily as he watched the scene unfold. Mary, you're as strict as ever. The woman shot him a sharp look and the man immediately stopped laughing, clearing his throat. Then he sat cross-legged and looked at the eager children. All right, is everyone here? Yes, all the children except Ron shouted in unison. Good, then come up in order and get your food. Everyone gets the same, no fighting. Yes, Dad. Ron received 2 loaves of bread and a small piece of meat from Mary, thanking her before retreating to sit under a tree. The bread was hard and tasteless, the meat tough with a faint, unpleasant smell and barely salted. Despite this, Ron devoured it eagerly. The man watched the children as they ate hungrily, taking swigs from his jug and laughing. Don't rush, there's more tomorrow. That night, when Ron got up to relieve himself, he overheard a conversation between the man and woman inside the cabin. Harris, did you go help those bandits again? There was a brief silence. Didn't you swear you'd never be a bandit again? Why did you? The woman's voice trembled with emotion. Don't cry, I'm not a bandit, I just helped out a bit. I swear I didn't kill anyone, Harris said, scratching his head. I had no choice. Pirates showed up recently. The tavern I worked for got robbed and they couldn't pay me this month. I can't let these kids starve. So I promise this is the last time, damn pirates. Didn't the Navy say they'd help us? When are they coming? HMPH, the Navy won't come. They're in bed with the pirates. They don't care about us. When will this nightmare end? Ron silently returned to his bed, lying down and staring at the ceiling. Harris used to be a bandit, but he stopped. All the kids here were orphans that he took in. Mary, despite being strict, never complained about taking care of so many children. She looked after them all diligently. They were good people. Ron raised his hand and looked at his open palm, his gaze becoming resolute. I have to help them, even without a system, even if I'm just an 8-year-old kid. I can't keep thinking I'm superior just because I'm a transmigrator, as if I don't belong in this world. Since I'm here, I have to fully integrate into this world. Ron's eyes filled with determination. Ding, detecting the host's strong will, activating the strongest sign-in system. Ron froze. Then he reacted, jumping up from his bed in shock. Mars, who was sleeping nearby, woke up, rubbing his eyes and groggily sitting up. Ron, what's wrong? A nightmare. No, nothing. Ron's voice trembled. Oh, okay. Good night. Mars fell back asleep. Ron pinched his cheek, confirming the pain. He wasn't dreaming. System? Yes, it was real. Ron was overwhelmed with excitement. Suppressing his emotions, he asked in his mind, System, what can you do? The host can sign in at different eligible locations to receive rewards. Can I sign in here? Detecting. Host is located on Moses Island, East Blue. You can sign in. Overjoyed, Ron immediately said, sign in. Signing complete. Reward received, physical enhancement, vitality +10. Reward received, sun breathing technique. The moment the system spoke, a warm current surged through Ron's body. His previously frail and weak form was instantly filled with strength. At the same time, the full knowledge of the sun breathing technique appeared in his mind, and his breathing began to adjust automatically. Ron's vitality boiled within him, like fiery dragons coursing through his body, strengthening his bones and muscles. But suddenly, the process was interrupted. Ron opened his eyes, exhaled heavily, and breathed rapidly, his face pale. Did I fail? What went wrong? Ron understood immediately. I see. So I need to focus on training and strengthening my body first. Yes. Ron clenched his fists, his resolve stronger than ever. He wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he avoid hunger and eat better food. Only by becoming stronger could he help Harris and Mary, and only by becoming stronger could he survive in this brutal pirate world. Early the next morning, the sky was still dim. Ron got up and the children around him were still asleep. Mary, who was busy with breakfast in the house, heard the noise, turned her head, and was surprised to see Ron. Little Ron, Why are you up so early today? I woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. Good morning, Aunt Mary. Is there anything I can help with? Ron asked. Okay, then I'll go for a walk. Don't go too far. If you miss breakfast, I won't make any extra for you. Got it. Ron left the house. The sky was faintly white. The cool morning breeze carried a hint of the sea's salty smell, effectively dispelling his drowsiness. Ron walked into the woods and did some warm-up exercises. All right, after warming up, he started jogging through the forest trail. Harris, carrying firewood back, saw him running and was a bit surprised. Ron, good morning, Dad, Ron said as he ran past him. Harris scratched his head, looking at Ron's back. What's up with this kid? Ron ran 10 laps in a row, jogging for about 2 hours before finally stopping, dripping with sweat, but his young face was full of joy. This strengthening of my physique has really improved my stamina. I probably couldn't have even run 1 lap before, and now I can run 10 without stopping. Clenching his fists, Ron thought to himself, even though my body is still that of an 8-year-old child, my stamina and strength are probably better than before I transmigrated. System, show me my current attributes. Yes, a panel visible only to Ron appeared in front of his eyes. Host Ron, age 8 years, vitality points 18, mastery of sun-breathing technique 0 unmastered. Vitality points of 18. System, what do these vitality points mean? What's the use? Does a higher vitality point value mean someone is stronger? Ron asked curiously. Host, the vitality points only represent the strength of one's physique and vitality. Strength cannot be determined by vitality points alone. Oh, I see, it's like a person's basic stats. Important, but not directly representing strength. Ron immediately understood. So with 18 vitality points, what level would that be in this world? Host, a normal 8-year-old boy with adequate nutrition would have around 10 vitality points. A normal adult male would have around 30 vitality points. That strong man you encountered before had 50 vitality points. Dad is indeed stronger than ordinary people. Ron nodded. By the way, you said before that my physique is weak, and my vitality is insufficient to use the sun-breathing technique. What level of vitality points do I need? At least 30 vitality points are required. 30 points, huh? Ron nodded slightly, his goal now clear. The first step to becoming stronger was to train his body and raise his vitality points to 30. After training a bit longer, Ron's stomach started to rumble. Only then did he realize it was late and quickly ran back. When he returned to the mountain hut, breakfast time was long over. As Mary said, she didn't save him any food. Food is also a problem, Ron said as he rubbed his belly and left the house. Mars's voice made Ron look up. Where did you go this morning? I've been looking for you everywhere. Mars asked, looking at him. Before Ron could answer, Mars pulled out half a piece of black bread and handed it to him. Here you go. Huh? Ron was stunned. You haven't eaten, right? I saved it just for you. Eat it. The freckle-faced, yellow-haired boy grinned at him, revealing a missing tooth. Just remember to pay me back next time. Mars, Ron was touched. He took the bread and, without hesitation, devoured it in 2 or 3 bites. Mars looked at him and asked, where are we going to play today? Are we going to the beach again? Ron shook his head. I'm going to train. Train? Mars tilted his head. Yeah, do you want to join me? At noon, under the scorching sun, in the forest. 73, 74, 75. A black-haired boy was doing push-ups, sweating profusely. The yellow-haired boy beside him was lying spread eagle on the grass, his head drenched in sweat, too tired to even lift his hands. Ron, is this training? I'm exhausted. I feel like my throat is on fire, Mars gasped, his mouth wide open. Will this really make us as strong as Dad? 79, 80, 81. Hey Ron, are you even listening to me? 85, 86. 97, 98, 99, 100. Ron's arms gave way and he collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. After a long while, he rolled over and lay on his back, staring up. Through the gaps in the leaves, sunlight flickered down. Ron softly said, Mars. Mars, his eyes closed, was already drifting to sleep from the exhaustion. What do you want to do in the future? The future. I don't know, I've never thought about it. This island is small, but the sea is vast. Ron raised his hand, as if trying to grasp the flickering sunlight through the leaves. I've already decided. I will become strong, leave this small island, and travel every corner of this vast ocean, taste all kinds of food, drink all kinds of wine, and see all the sights. Beside him, Mars's soft snores indicated he had fallen asleep. Ron glanced at him, then looked back up. A bright smile spread across his sweat-streaked face. I won't become a pirate, and I won't become a marine either. I will become a traveler of this world. A gust of wind blew by. The branches swayed and leaves flew into the air. When Mars woke up, it was already evening, and the sky was filled with a red sunset. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up. Ron was holding a thick wooden stick, swinging it up and down repeatedly, practicing vertical chops. His black hair was soaked with sweat, and it was unclear how long he had been training. Mars stared at him blankly. Ron, noticing Mars from the corner of his eye, stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled at him. You're awake. Yeah, have you been training the whole time since I fell asleep? Mars asked, still a bit dazed. Yeah, pretty much. Hearing this, Mars looked at Ron with a hint of admiration, as if he was seeing his friend in a new light. I found some fruit earlier. Consider it repayment for the bread from this morning. As Ron spoke, he slicked back his wet hair to keep it from obstructing his view. Mars finally noticed a pile of fruit sitting next to him. He couldn't help but swallow, and as if on cue, his stomach growled. Immediately, he grabbed an apple and started eating it in big bites, speaking between mouthfuls. Did you pick all this fruit, Ron? Yeah. Ron continued, swinging his stick. Where did you find it? The nearby trees should have been picked clean by now. Mars asked, curious. I went a bit deeper into the forest. Mars's hand froze mid-bite, and he looked at Ron. That's the area where Dad and Aunt Mary told us not to go, right? They said there are dangerous beasts there. Ron, you went in. Ron, still swinging the stick with his back to Mars, didn't reply. If Dad and Aunt Mary find out. Mars's hand holding the apple dropped. Just don't tell them, but relax, I won't go back. It was a one-time thing. All right then. Over the next few days, Ron woke up early each morning to train in the forest. He would return briefly for breakfast, then head out with Mars, only to come back drenched in sweat by evening. After a night's rest, he'd be back at it the next morning with renewed energy. This routine continued for about 10 days. One morning, Harris called Ron aside for a chat. After hearing about his desire to get stronger, Harris didn't say much and left him to it. That morning, after finishing his basic training including 200 push-ups, Ron checked his stats. Ron, age 8, vitality points 21, breath of the sun mastery 0 unmastered. 16 days of intense training, and I've only increased my vitality by 3 points. Ron was slightly frustrated with the slow progress. But in truth, for an 8-year-old still in the early stages of physical development, this speed was quite fast. My training intensity is sufficient. Although I can't fully utilize the breath of the sun yet, just practicing a portion of it helps me recover from muscle fatigue and damage overnight. But the real problem is my body's limitations. Without proper nutrition, bread and fruit alone can't meet my needs. I need meat, lots of meat. Ron pondered to himself, but where could he find meat? The mountains were too dangerous for him at his current strength. Facing wild animals would be too risky. The sea also wasn't an option. It seemed like the river was his best bet. Ron thought quietly. He needed to quickly craft a fishing tool. Should he make a fishing rod or a net? A net seemed like a better choice. Using a rod would take too long. As for materials, maybe the junkyard would have something useful. Ron, a voice snapped Ron out of his thoughts. He turned around. A tall, rugged man with a beard and a large sack on his back stood by the road. Uncle Brian, Ron called in surprise. Brian was Harris's best friend, a fisherman from the town. What are you doing here? Is your dad home? Brian asked as he walked over. Dad's gone to town, he's not home, Ron replied, immediately catching the smell of fish as Brian approached. Uncle Brian, did you need something from Dad? Haha, not really. I just had a good catch on this trip and came by to give him a fish, Brian said with a laugh. Hearing this, Ron's eyes lit up. He walked up to Brian and looked up at him, asking Uncle Brian, do you have any old fishing nets you don't need? Old fishing nets. Brian was taken aback by the sudden question. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I've got some damaged ones in the storage shed. What do you need them for? Can I have them? Ron asked expectantly. Sure, I don't mind, but what are you going to do with broken nets? Fishing. Fishing. You won't catch anything with those old nets, but if you want them, you can come by and pick them up later. All right. After obtaining the discarded fishing nets from Uncle Brian's fish shop, Ron dashed to a pond deep within the forest. He found a long wooden stick and used wire to tie the usable parts of the net around it, creating a simple fishing tool. While this thing can't be used for sea fishing, it's perfect for this small river, Ron said, pleased with himself. He immediately started testing it in the river. Although it wasn't the most efficient tool, it worked well enough. As long as he had good aim and quick reflexes, he could catch the leisurely swimming fish. Before long, Ron had caught 5 or 6 fish. This should solve my meat problem, he thought, eating the grilled fish with a satisfied expression. With a steady supply of fish, Ron's training became even more intense. The combination of extreme exercise and ample nutrition began to show significant results. His bones started to grow, and his muscles developed quickly. In just 1 month, he had grown 10 centimeters, now taller than Mars, who was a year older than him. This routine continued for another month. One morning before dawn, Ron dressed quickly, leaped out of his window, and gracefully landed on the grass. He headed for the forest to continue his training. 51, 52, 53. He counted, doing one-handed push-ups. Even after passing 50, he looked relaxed, his movements still smooth and controlled. After finishing 150 push-ups, Ron sat cross-legged on the grass, his body radiating heat. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Reminder, host's vitality has reached 30. Already at 30, Ron thought, surprised as he opened his status panel. Host Ron, age 8. Vitality points 30. Breath of the Sun mastery 0 unmastered. Ron closed his eyes and mentally reviewed the entire Breath of the Sun technique. his breathing began to change. Exhale. It felt like he was expelling all the air in his body. Inhale. The breath seemed endless, instantly flooding him with vitality. It became a blazing inferno within, igniting his spirit and inner strength. His entire body seemed to radiate heat from within as the energy surged through his muscles, veins, and every fiber of his being. Ahran grunted, frowning from the intense pressure, but he endured. He continued to circulate the breath of the sun technique, and thick white steam began to rise from his body. Anyone nearby would have felt the intense heat radiating from him. When Ron finally opened his eyes, the world around him appeared clearer than ever before, and his body felt lighter and more energized. So this is the power of the breath of the sun, he muttered, looking at his hands. For the first time since starting his training, Ron felt like he could truly control his strength. Host Ron. Age 8. Vitality points 30. Breath of the Sun Mastery 1. Summer passed, autumn arrived, and winter followed. Aunt Mary was once again stressed about making winter clothes for the children, constantly sighing in frustration. Meanwhile, Harris started leaving earlier in the morning and coming back later at night. The children's beloved Uncle Brian also visited less frequently as the seasons changed. With winter's arrival, the island faced more frequent raids from pirates and bandits, making life difficult for everyone in town. One day, under a gloomy sky, Ron stood in a clearing in the forest, bracing against the biting cold wind. Wearing only thin clothing, he held a wooden stick in his hand, his eyes closed. Whoosh. He took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes, stepping forward. Breath of the Sun, first form, Dance of the Flame. With the stick as a blade, Ron swung it in a slashing motion. The wooden stick instantly ignited and an arc of flames erupted around him. In mere moments the flames vanished, leaving a ring of charred grass that spiraled outward, the largest circle spanning 3 meters in radius. Hew, Ron panted heavily, supporting himself on his knees. His face was pale, but his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. I finally did it, he exclaimed. It had been 5 months since he first began mastering the Breath of the Sun technique. During these 5 months he had trained relentlessly, waking up at 4 a.m. every day and returning home by dusk. Every waking moment, whether walking, eating, or even sleeping, he was constantly circulating the Breath of the Sun. Now, after months of extreme training, Ron had finally succeeded in unleashing the first form of the Breath of the Sun, Dance of the Flame. He resumed the Breath of the Sun technique and within seconds recovered all of his strength. Standing tall, Ron looked at the charred marks on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, I'm seeing some real results. System, show me my current status. Affirmative. Host Ron. Age 8. Vitality points 87. Breath of the Sun Mastery 7. In just half a year since activating the system, Ron had undergone a tremendous transformation. Ron found that combining the sun breathing technique with extreme training made his vitality growth even more impressive than expected. Before mastering the technique, 2 months of intense training only increased his vitality by 12 points, but after mastering the technique, he gained 57 vitality points in just 5 months. He could feel that the growth of his body's vitality was getting harder the further he progressed. It looks like it's going to snow, Ron said, glancing up at the dark, cloudy sky. I'd better head back early today or Aunt Mary will give me another lecture. She's been worrying about me a lot these past few months. As Ron made his way back to the mountain house, he moved through the forest swiftly and nimbly like a monkey. Soon he could see the house from a distance. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall. Uncle Brian. Ron spotted Brian rushing toward the mountain house. He knocked loudly on the door, which was soon opened. Brian urgently said something to Aunt Mary, whose face turned pale with fear as she covered her mouth in shock. Then they both hurried off toward the town. A sense of foreboding rose in Ron's chest. Could something have happened to Old Man Harris? Without hesitation, he followed them. He sprinted along the forest path, overtaking Mary and Brian, and reached the town ahead of them. As soon as he arrived, a gunshot rang out. That way, Ron quickly rushed over, squeezing through the crowd of onlookers. The sight before him made his eyes widen. An elderly man lay on the ground, clutching his wounded arm in pain. Harris and several other men glared furiously at a group of about 20 pirates. The pirate captain, who wore a pirate hat, held a smoking gun. "Ha, stupid old man. All I asked for was some money, and you had to make things difficult," sneered the pirate captain, his face twisted with arrogance. He glanced at Harris and the others. "What's this? You think you can stand up to me?" He aimed his still smoking gun at Harris. "This here is Samodi, a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 million berries. I'd think carefully if I were you," sneered a skinny pirate beside the captain. "If you piss him off, who knows what might happen to this little island." Harris clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. He wanted nothing more than to beat the pirates into the ground, but his rational mind held him back. Samodi smirked and fired a shot at the ground in front of Harris. "HMPH, you're just a bunch of cowards. How boring." All right, boys, tear down that tavern and take everything money, booze, all of it. Ha 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 ha, hee hee, I've been waiting for this, I'm going in first. A group of pirates, eager for action, stormed into the tavern, smashing and looting as they pleased. No, no. You can take everything, but please don't destroy my tavern, cried the elderly owner who lay bleeding on the ground. Desperately, he crawled toward the tavern's door, dragging his injured arm behind him. He grabbed one of the pirate's ankles, but the pirate kicked him away. Stupid old man, get lost. If you want to die, don't do it near me. Seeing this, Harris could no longer hold back his anger. He lunged forward, catching the pirate captain off guard and landing a powerful punch on his face. Get off this island, Harris roared. His punch sent Samodi, the infamous pirate with a 1.5 million berry bounty, flying several meters. Mary and Brian arrived just in time to witness the scene, their faces filled with shock. Harris, Mary cried out. What a punch, Ron thought to himself in admiration. The strength, speed, and power of Harris's punch were all impressive. Although Harris's vitality points were only 50, his strength surpassed that. The pirate Samodi was sent flying 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground. His crew finally reacted. Boss, you dared to hit the boss. Kill them all, don't let any of them escape. The pirates drew their weapons and charged at Harris and the others. The men behind Harris, who had been itching for a fight, grabbed hammers and other tools and ran forward to meet them. With a fight about to break out, the crowd quickly backed away. Mary, get back, I'm going to help Harris. Brian shouted, drawing his fish knife as he rushed into the fray. He had been eager to take down some pirates himself. Brian. Mary's face was full of worry, but there was nothing she could do. She had followed Brian here, hoping the situation wouldn't escalate, but things didn't turn out that way after all. At that moment, Mary felt a tug on her clothes. She turned around and saw a boy with short black hair, cute and innocent-looking, smiling at her from behind. Mary's eyes widened. Ron, it's me, Aunt Mary. What are you doing here? This place is dangerous. Go back immediately, Mary said anxiously. Don't worry, Aunt Mary, I'm actually pretty strong. Ron smiled at her. Though his words were true to Mary, it seemed like a joke. After all, standing in front of her was just an 8-year-old boy who barely came up to her waist, his small frame not even as thick as the arms of some of these pirates. Stop fooling around. This place is dangerous. Get back right now, Mary said sternly. Ron wanted to say more, but when he saw her anxious expression, he held his tongue. He nodded, all right, I understand. I'll head back now. Hearing this, Mary finally breathed a little easier. Good kids, listen. Now hurry back. Ron nodded and jogged down the street. Only then did Mary turn her focus back to the chaotic battle in the street. Harris blocked a pirate's iron club with his arm, his expression unchanging, and punched the pirate in the face, smashing his head so hard it caved in. Got him. A pirate leaped into the air, gripping his sword in both hands and slashed down at him. But midair, he was intercepted by Brian with his fish-slicing knife. The two friends exchanged glances, silently trusting each other as they focused on the enemies before them, watching each other's backs. Damn it, how dare you ambush me? Samodi rubbed his swollen face and glared at Harris with murderous intent. He raised his gun and aimed at Harris. Die. Mary's pupils shrank as she saw the scene unfold. Harris caught sight of the danger from the corner of his eye and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang. Even with Harris's best effort to avoid it, the bullet grazed his arm, tearing his skin. He gripped his wound tightly, but blood still flowed from it, dripping onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, a nearby pirate struck his leg with an iron rod, causing Harris to cry out in pain as he collapsed to one knee. Missed. Samodi sneered as he aimed his gun at Harris's head. This time I'll take your life. Harris, big brother. Brian and the others tried to rush to Harris's aid, but the pirates kept them locked in combat. Kekek, I'll use your death to send a message to the people of this island. Let them see what happens when they defy Samodi. Samodi grinned wickedly, tightening his grip on the trigger. No, don't. Mary, filled with despair, was in tears. Time to die. Bang, a loud noise echoed, but it wasn't the sound of gunfire. It was more like something heavy hitting the ground. Dad, I've come to save you. A young boy's voice rang out in the middle of the fight. That voice. Brian and Harris looked up sharply. What they saw shocked them. Samodi, the fearsome pirate worth 1.5 million berries, his head completely buried in the ground. Sitting on top of his buried skull was a small boy with black hair and black eyes. Brian and Harris stared at the boy, their mouths hanging open, completely dumbfounded. Their jaws practically hit the floor. Wahet Ron, Mary, who had been sobbing, looked at the small figure in utter disbelief. How was Ron standing there? Captain, boss. The pirates, looking at their leader Samodi's head buried in the ground, were enraged. Damn kid, get off the boss's head. A burly, shirtless pirate with a meaty face and wielding a large sword charged at Ron. Watch out. Mary screamed in panic. But what happened next left everyone, including Mary, speechless. The small boy lightly hopped to avoid the pirate's sword slash. In midair, he spun gracefully, delivering a powerful, swift kick to the pirate's neck. The burly pirate, his vision instantly black, heard a cracking sound from his neck. Then this massive pirate, easily over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 200 kilograms, was sent spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. The entire street fell silent. The pirates, the townspeople watching, and even Harris, Brian, and Aunt Mary stood there, eyes wide as saucers. Wow, what? Can you imagine the scene of an adorable 8-year-old boy kicking a 200-kilogram vicious pirate into the air with one foot? Aunt Mary, I told you, I'm pretty strong, Ron said with a smile toward the stunned Mary. At this moment, Mary was at a complete loss for words, her mind blank. Nearby, several pirates brandished their swords and charged at Ron. Harris was just about to rush over to help, but before he could take a few steps. Bang, 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 the pirates surrounding Ron were all sent flying. Ron was left holding one of the pirates by his collar. Spare me, the pirate begged, drenched in sweat, but Ron smashed his fist into the pirate's face, leaving a deep imprint. Monster, a nearby pirate holding his weapon, backed away in terror, trying to distance himself from the boy who still stood on their leader's head. Brian came up beside Harris, staring at the small figure. He couldn't help but ask Harris, what's going on with Ron? He's only 8 years old, right? Harris smiled bitterly. I have no idea either. All I know is that he's been training his body for the past 6 months. An 8-year-old training for 6 months can get this strong. Brian's mouth hung open, full of disbelief. Harris didn't know what to say. He too found it hard to comprehend. Harris, now's our chance. Let's wipe out these pirates once and for all, said a middle-aged man excitedly. The villagers had been suffering under the pirates for too long. Before Harris could respond, someone shouted, "Drive these pirates off our island." In an instant, the crowd surged with excitement. "Yeah, charge," the onlookers shouted in anger as they rushed towards the now hopeless pirates. They grabbed pots, pans, hose, and sticks, smashing them down on the pirates' heads. The remaining dozen pirates were instantly beaten like drowning rats, kneeling and begging for mercy. Ron stepped back from the battlefield and a hand rested on his head. He turned to see Harris smiling down at him. "You little brat, when did you get so strong? You're really something," Brian exclaimed, his face leaning in. "I've just been training and before I knew it." Ron feigned innocence. "Harris, Ron," Aunt Mary pushed through the crowd and rushed over, wrapping her arms around both of them, tears streaming down her face. "Don't make me worry like that, you two idiots." Aunt Mary. "Don't do this, everyone's watching," Harris said, blushing, as he awkwardly scratched his head with his uninjured arm. "Bring some rope, tie them up," someone shouted after a while. The pirates were all bound, with Samodi leading the pack. His face was so swollen it had doubled in size, making him unrecognizable. When he regained consciousness, he was still trying to sound tough. "Don't think this is over. You're all dead. I work for Lord Arlong. You've signed your death warrants by messing with him." Ron's eyes flickered at the mention of Arlong. Arlong, could it be? Arlong, could it really be that Arlong pirates? Someone asked, fear lacing their voice. "No way. Ka-chak-chak. Yes, it's that Arlong pirates." Samodi let out a sinister laugh. "Lord Arlong is a big name with a 20 million berry bounty. You've messed with him and now you're—" Sizzle, a stream of water hit him right in the head. "What's this? Ah, it burns. My eyes, my eyes." Samodi screamed in agony. "The pepper water gun I made with Marsho, does it taste?" Ron said, holding up his water gun, his childlike voice echoing in everyone's ears. The crowd stared at him dumbfounded. Ron aimed again and sprayed several more pirates. "Bew, bew, bew, bew. Ah, my eyes, it's burning, it's burning, it's burning. Ah, stop it, ah." The onlookers watched the pirates suffer, some feeling a shiver down their spines. "Is this child a demon?" A well-dressed man wearing glasses suddenly shouted from the crowd, "Stop it." Everyone turned to look at him, including Ron. The entire area fell silent. The spectacled man pushed his way through, appearing furious as he yelled at Ron, "Do you even understand the situation? The people you've offended are none other than the Arlong pirates, the most dangerous crew in the East Blue. Have you thought about the consequences? Our town, even our entire island, could be destroyed because of your reckless actions. You're going to get us all killed, you foolish brat." The crowd suddenly fell silent. "What now? If we offend the Arlong pirates, what are we going to do? We're doomed. I don't want to die. It's all their fault. They didn't even think about the consequences. I recognize that guy. Wasn't he a bandit before? Bandit." The crowd immediately turned their anger towards Ron and Harris, isolating them. "Now, we just need to drive them out of our island. Only then will we avoid offending the Arlong pirates and be able to live in peace here again." A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses urged the crowd. "Yeah, it was them who caused all the trouble. Get rid of them and everything will be fine. They're the ones who made this mess. Why should we suffer? Get off our island. Leave, leave." The crowd chanted in unison, their voices growing louder and more organized. Harris and the others clenched their fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Everyone. The old tavern owner tried to speak up for them, but his voice was drowned out. "Haha, see that kid? This is what happens when you cross us." Samodi, with his red, swollen eyes, laughed wildly. Bew, another stream of pepper spray hit Samodi's already wounded face, causing him to scream in agony as he writhed on the ground. "Let's just say it was all my doing," Ron said, turning his back to the crowd. Silence fell once more as everyone's attention turned to his small figure. Ron looked at the man who had been inciting the crowd. If you hand me over, that should be enough, right? Ron, Harris and Mary exclaimed in panic. Dad, Mary, Ron smiled at them. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. I've been wanting to leave this island and see the outside world anyway. This is the perfect chance. He said this, his gaze fixed on the man, narrowing his eyes slightly. Is it okay if I go alone? He asked. The man, intimidated by Ron's gaze, stammered, I think that should be okay. Ron Mary's eyes welled with tears, but Harris held her back. Mary, let's trust him, Harris said through gritted teeth. He could see the situation clearly. The pirates, having been released by the crowd, approached Ron, ropes in hand, and tightly bound him. Harris's eyes reddened and he clenched his fists. Mary was sobbing uncontrollably. Little Ron. Brian, a burly man, stood with his arm across his face, trying to hold back his tears. You think you'll come back? You won't get the chance. Samodi growled, his eyes still burning with pain, his vision blurred. Boss, that's a wooden post. The kid isn't over there. What? Damn it, I can't see with my eyes burning like this. Boss, we've got him tied up. Good, get him on the ship. Once my eyes are better, I'm going to enjoy watching his suffering. Yes. As the pirates led Ron away, Samodi issued a final threat to the townspeople. I'll let you off this time, but if you dare do this again, it won't be just me. The Arlong Pirates officers will come next time. Boss, the kid's over there. You're talking to a wall. What? After the pirates, along with Ron, left, Mary buried her face in Harris's chest, weeping uncontrollably. The entire town was silent, with only her sobs breaking the stillness. Snow began to fall heavier. At the shoreline, waves crashed against the rocks, and the pirate ship docked there. Ron, tightly bound, was thrown onto the deck. Soon after, Samodi and the other pirates boarded the ship. Set sail. Snowflakes swirled in the air as the pirate ship slowly sailed away from the island. On the pirate ship, ouch damn it, be gentler, Samodi cursed as his men applied medicine to his injured face. Ron, still bound, sat on the deck, gazing out at the vast sea as the island behind him grew smaller and smaller. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Beep, detected departure from the initial island, global map unlocked. A virtual screen appeared before his eyes, invisible to everyone else. It displayed a map of the entire pirate world, with a red dot indicating his current position, along with the names of all the islands and seas. The island he had just left, Moses Island, was marked, as well as the nearest island to the northwest, located 63 kilometers away, called the Malay Archipelago. In addition, Ron noticed some familiar names. For example, Windmill Village in the East Blue, Shimitsuki Village, and Kakasi Village. The entire world's navigation map. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. This treasure that every navigator dreamed of was now within his mind. Ron dodged swiftly as a sharp whip lashed past him, hitting the deck hard. Still trying to dodge, Samodi, seated in a chair, held the whip and looked down at Ron with a cruel grin on his disfigured face. Hold him down, I want to see how he keeps dodging now. Two pirates who had been previously beaten by Ron sneered as they approached him. Wait, Ron said. Oh, now you're begging for mercy. It's too late. Samodi laughed wickedly. Hold him down. I just have one question. Do you really know Arlong? Ron asked, looking at him. Samodi paused for a moment, then an ugly, triumphant smile spread across his disfigured face. Ha ha ha, of course I don't know Arlong. Those fools actually believe I'm one of his crew. So you're not with Arlong's crew? Ron frowned slightly. If I were with Arlong, would I be robbing such a poor island? People will do anything for their peace, ha ha ha. Just the mention of a name and they won't dare fight back, Samodi sneered at Ron. Do you see it now? This is the power of fear. This is what it means to be a pirate. Ron nodded slightly. You're right about that. The world is indeed a chaotic blend of good and evil. Finish talking. Time to die, brat. For what you did to me, I'll repay you 100-fold. First, I'll break your limbs. Attack. Samodi waved his hand and two pirates charged at Ron, grinning viciously. Oh, 100-fold repayment. Can you really do that? Ron took a deep breath, activating his full power. With a sudden burst of strength, the ropes binding him snapped instantly. The two pirates were knocked back by his small but powerful fists sent flying across the deck. What? Samodi's mouth dropped open, his cigar falling unnoticed as he stared in horror. Ron bent down and picked up a long sword nearly his height, slinging it over his shoulder. He looked up at Samodi, who was now filled with fear. Looks like you can't back up your threats, Ron said with a grin. Damned brat, all of you attack. I refuse to believe he can take us all on. Samodi's face twisted with fury. Haya, the pirates around Ron grabbed their weapons and charged at him. Moments later, Ron sat on top of a pile of more than 20 unconscious pirates holding the blood-stained sword. Want to continue? Samodi's weapon clattered to the deck as he fell to his knees, trembling in fear at the sight of Ron. A demon. Hey now, calling me a demon doesn't really suit me, does it? Ron smiled. I'm actually considered the most handsome and cute guy among the boys in our mountain cabin. He jumped down from the pile of pirates and walked over to Samodi, resting the bloodied sword on his shoulder. The pirate shivered and began sweating profusely. From now on, this ship belongs to me. Wherever I say to go, you go. Samodi, does that sound good to you? Everything is as you command, Lord Ron. Good, now take me to the treasure room. Why yes, right away. In the treasure room, Ron looked at the piles of treasure chests and clicked his tongue in appreciation. These pirates may be weak, but they've still managed to collect quite a bit of treasure. But now it all belongs to me. System, at your command. Scan all the treasure and store it in the system space. Understood. An invisible beam of light scanned over the room full of treasure. A few seconds later, the system's voice chimed in. Scan complete. The treasure vanished before Ron's eyes, now safely stored in the system's space. Ron looked at the system's treasure storage, nodding in satisfaction. The system's storage space was indeed convenient. When Ron walked out of the treasure room empty-handed, Samodi glanced inside. Seeing the completely empty room, not even a single coin remaining, Samodi's legs gave out as he collapsed in shock. Impossible. All that treasure gone. What did he do? Samodi knelt, his face blank with despair. My money. My 10 years of savings, all gone. On this day, the weather was calm. On the deck, Ron sat cross-legged in the captain's seat, sipping juice through a straw. Nearby, a formerly fierce and intimidating pirate, now submissive, stood by nervously, not daring to breathe too loudly. Where's my meat? Is it not ready yet? Ron asked. The pirate trembled all over and immediately responded, I'll go hurry them. Not long after, 2 pirates came over, carrying a large platter filled with various steaks and meat legs still steaming. Ron's eyes lit up and he immediately began eating voraciously. The pirates standing nearby watched, gulping down their saliva. After Ron had eaten his fill, he glanced at his current stats. Host, Age 8. Vitality 88. Mastery of sun breathing 7. After a few battles, my vitality has increased a bit, Ron thought to himself. He felt that this increase in vitality was related to his practice of sun breathing. During real combat, the sun breathing technique seemed to maximize the circulation of his vitality, strengthening his body in the process. Vitality is the foundation of physical strength. The further you go, the harder it is to improve. Many people hit a bottleneck and can never break through again. This bottleneck is what determines a person's limit. Only by breaking through this limit can one continue to improve and become a true powerhouse. There are very few people in the world who can break their limits on their own. In the Navy's training camps, unique extreme training methods help gifted cadets break through their limits, producing a generation of strong fighters. But Ron could feel it. The sun-breathing technique he had mastered far surpassed the Navy's training methods. Hey, Ron. Big bro, which direction are we heading next? One pirate asked in a trembling voice. It was a bearded, fierce-looking pirate, but his voice shook as he addressed the adorable 8-year-old boy as Big Bro. If anyone else saw this, they'd surely think they were dreaming. Ron snapped back to reality and glanced at the system map. The nearby islands include Mazan Island, Bargas Island, and Nea Island. Ron noticed an island with a town name that caught his interest, Shimitsuki Village. Could it be the same Shimitsuki Village where Zoro is from? The island is 127 kilometers southeast. Ron looked at the pirate and said in a childish voice, head southeast. 3 days later, Ron disembarked onto the island with a sack of food on his back. Behind him was a sunken pirate ship. 2 days later, a black-haired boy carrying a backpack arrived at Shimitsuki Village. So this is Shimitsuki Village. Ding. Current location, Shimitsuki Village. Sign in available. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Ron answered without hesitation. Sign in successful. Reward vitality plus 10. Reward one of the 21 great grade swords Raikiri. Ron instantly felt a warm current surge through his body, flooding his muscles with a sensation so intense it felt like they were being torn apart. This pain soon faded, replaced by a feeling of comfort and lightness, as though his whole body brimmed with strength. The improvement in his vitality affected everything: strength, speed, stamina, recovery ability. All of it increased with the rise of his base physicality. But what thrilled Ron even more than the boost in vitality was his other reward. A great grade sword. Ron looked at the long sword in his hand, which was almost as tall as he was, and his face lit up with excitement. The 21 great grade swords there were only 21 in existence. Some had been lost to history, and fewer than 10 still existed in the world of pirates. While they weren't as legendary as the supreme grade swords, they were still rare treasures, worth more than life itself to some swordsmen. Ron examined the long sword in his hand. It looked like a traditional Japanese katana, quite heavy, with a white scabbard adorned with golden thunder patterns. A magnificent weapon. Ron grasped the cool hilt and gently drew the sword. Zzz. The sound of the sword being drawn was like a thunderclap, the blade covered with lightning patterns, its gleaming edge surrounded by a faint electric glow that made it look incredibly sharp. Ron swung the sword. The speed was so fast it was like a bolt of lightning, gone in an instant. The air even smelled scorched, as if lightning had sliced through. Great sword, Ron said, satisfied, sheathing it again. He wanted to hang it at his waist, but after trying, he realized he wasn't tall enough to do so, so he had to carry it on his back. As for why he didn't store it in the system space, there was only one reason. Because carrying it just looked cooler. Convenience didn't matter. What mattered was style. Just as Ron finished strapping the sword to his back and was about to head to the sword dojo, a voice called out from behind him. "Hey you, can I take a look at that sword?" Ron turned around. A small boy with a messy head of green hair stood on the path, staring intently at the sword on Ron's back with a burning desire in his eyes. This guy. When Ron saw the familiar green hair, a name instantly popped into his head. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Let me see your sword for a bit," the green-haired boy repeated. "What's your name?" Ron asked. "Me, I'm Roranoa Zoro. Remember that name, because one day it's gonna shake the whole world." The green-haired boy crossed his arms, looking proud and full of himself. Note, the sword Rikiri mentioned in this chapter is inspired by concepts from an alternative universe of One Piece. In this universe, Rikiri is known for its formidable lightning-cutting abilities. Ron hadn't anticipated that the first person he'd meet upon arriving here would be the very one he had come to find. But then again, this cocky kid's personality was so different from the green-haired swordsman he would one day become. "Hey, what's your name? I don't think I've seen you before. Are you from outside?" Little Zoro asked, his attitude as arrogant as ever. "My name's Ron. I'm a traveler," Ron replied with a smile. Little Zoro covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. "A traveler, ha ha ha. You look about my age and you're calling yourself a traveler. Ha ha ha." He laughed so hard, tears came to his eyes. Ron didn't mind. After all, with the way he looked right now, claiming to be a traveler probably did seem a bit funny. When little Zoro finally stopped laughing and wiped the tears from his eyes, he asked, "If you're a traveler, then why are you carrying a sword?" "I'm a traveler, so it's only reasonable to carry a sword for protection, right?" Ron said with a smile. That makes sense," Zoro said, scratching his head. "So does that mean your sword is a real one? Can I take a look at it?" Ron shook his head. "No, why not? Because it's a hassle to put it back on after I take it off." Zoro was dumbfounded. That was his reason. Taking off a sword and putting it back on was quick. What kind of excuse was that? A few seconds later, Zoro snapped out of his confusion, only to realize that Ron was already walking away. He hurried to catch up. "You're just making excuses so I can't touch it, right? You stingy jerk." "Nope," Ron replied, but the truth was yes. He didn't want this kid touching his sword, Rikiri, just in case it got into his hands and he couldn't get it back. After all, there was a certain law of cause and effect known as the protagonist's aura. "Fine, I don't need to touch your sword. My swords will definitely be better than yours in the future and I'll have more," Zoro declared, resting his hands behind his head. "I'm gonna use 2 swords, no, 3 swords. I'll use 3 swords and become the world's greatest swordsman." Ron glanced at him. "Have you learned swordsmanship?" "No, not yet." "Why?" Zoro seemed confused. "But I've heard there's a dojo over there. I plan to go challenge it soon." Ron looked in the direction Zoro pointed. "The dojo, huh? Over there, huh? You're going now." It's little Zoro didn't get to finish his sentence as he saw Ron dash off toward the dojo, his speed astonishing. Scratching his head, Zoro muttered, "What a weird guy." Later that night, snow began to fall. The dojo was still brightly lit. A short, blue-haired girl in a white training uniform was repeatedly practicing vertical strikes with a bamboo sword. "Kuina, it's late. Let's stop for today," Kushiro said as he entered the dojo. "Father, let me finish 100 more strikes and then I'll rest." "You go ahead," Kuina replied without turning around. "All right, but don't stay up too late," Kushiro said as he left. "Got it," Kuina responded. She continued, counting each strike. 98, 99, 100. Breathing heavily, Kuina finally lowered her bamboo sword, her arms too tired to lift. Just then there was a knock at the door. "It's late, the dojo is closed. Please come back tomorrow," Kuina called out. The knocking stopped. Who would come to the dojo this late? She wondered. Curious, Kuina opened the door and peeked outside. Snow was falling heavily, and in the yard a black-haired boy sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, a white sheathed sword resting on his knees. Snow had already started to accumulate on his head and body. No way is he planning to sit there all night. Kuna's eyes widened. She stepped outside and approached the boy. "You're going to freeze to death like this." "I won't die," the boy responded without lifting his head or opening his eyes. "Why not?" Kuna asked, intrigued. The boy raised his head, opened his eyes, and smiled at her. "Because I don't want to die." Kuna didn't understand his answer. Anyone would freeze to death if they slept outside in the snow. What did his will to live have to do with it? Sighing, she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the dojo. "I don't know why you're here, but I can't just let you freeze to death at my family's dojo. You can sleep inside for the night." Ron didn't resist and followed her into the dojo. "Kuina, what's going on?" Kushiro came out to see what the commotion was and saw Kuina pulling Ron into the dojo. "Father, this guy was planning to sleep outside. I brought him in," Kuina explained. Sleeping outside in this weather, Kushiro looked at Ron in surprise. What was wrong with kids these days? "Father, can this boy stay at the dojo tonight?" Kuina asked. Before Kushiro could respond, his eyes caught sight of the white sheathed sword in Ron's hand. His eyes widened in shock. A white sheath with golden lightning patterns. "Is that Father?" Kuina asked, confused by her father's reaction. Meanwhile, Ron stepped forward, holding the sword. He looked at Kushiro and spoke words that left Kuina astonished. The sword's name is Reikiri. I would like to challenge the dojo master with this sword. Reikiri. That sword hasn't been seen in centuries. I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime, Kushiro said, his eyes filled with admiration. Looking at Ron, he asked, did you come here to challenge me? To be precise, I've come to learn. I want you to teach me how to cut through anything and become a master swordsman, Ron said earnestly. Behind him, Kuna's eyes widened at his words. Hahaha, becoming a master swordsman is no easy task. It takes a long time of dedicated practice, Kushiro said with a laugh, stroking his smooth chin. He loved seeing young people pursue the path of the sword. That was why he had opened this dojo. Since you've come to challenge me, I'll accept. But before you fight me, you'll need to face Hermie's daughter, Kuina. Don't underestimate her just because she's a girl. Her skill is already on par with adults, Kushiro said, smiling as he pointed to Kuina. The dark, cold night was accompanied by falling snow. Inside the brightly lit dojo, Ron stood opposite Kuina, holding a bamboo sword. Kushiro stood nearby with his arms crossed, his gaze mostly focused on Ron, a boy who seemed younger than Kuina, carrying a famous sword. One of the 21 great swords, Reikiri, naturally caught his attention. Kuina, gripping her sword hilt, looked at Ron's stance and asked, is this your first time using a bamboo sword? Yeah, I've handled swords before, but this is the first time with a bamboo one, Ron replied. Without another word, Kuina's eyes sharpened. Come at me, she said. Ron wasted no time, charging towards her at a lightning speed. So fast, Kuina and Kushiro were both surprised. Ron reached Kuina and swung his bamboo sword downwards in an arc toward her head. Clack, Kuina quickly raised her bamboo sword to block, but the force numbed her hands, causing her to take 2 steps back. Such strength. Kuina was shocked. Kushiro, too, widened his eyes. What speed and power. His stance and sword technique are basic, but he can still exert this much strength. What kind of training has this boy gone through to develop such a physique? Before Kuina could stabilize herself, Ron swung again. Clack! Kuina's bamboo sword flew out of her hands. Just 2 hits and I've lost, she muttered, stunned, falling to the ground in disbelief. Ron called her name a few times, but she didn't respond. Even after he and Kushiro entered the inner room, Kuina remained in a daze. After some time passed, a hand rested on her shoulder, accompanied by Kushiro's gentle voice. Kuina, her eyes began to regain their brightness. Father, she whispered, tears welling up and streaming from her eyes. Why have I worked so hard in my sword training, yet I can't get stronger? Kuina, you are already strong. Many adults can't even match you in swordsmanship, but I still lost. I couldn't even withstand 2 strikes. This isn't the strength I want. All my hard training, what was it for? Kushiro placed a hand on her head and said, seriously, Kuina, you're strong. I can promise you that all your efforts up to now have been worth it. None of it was in vain, but I still lost. That's because your opponent, Ron, is an exception, Kushiro said, his tone changing slightly. His strength is on a different level from yours. Kuina raised her tear-filled eyes toward him. A different level. Kushiro nodded gravely. Yes, after crossing swords with him, I can clearly feel his power. If your level is 10, his is 50. Even I would have to be serious facing his attacks. Kuina's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew well her father's strength. Could that boy Ron really make her father get serious? So losing to him isn't something to be ashamed of. In fact, the fact that you blocked his first strike is impressive, Kushiro said, patting her shoulder. Father. I've decided to let him stay at the dojo. I'll personally teach him swordsmanship. He will become even stronger. Kushiro stood up. Make him your goal to surpass Kuina. If you do that, I have no doubt that you'll grow even stronger. Hearing this, Kuina wiped her tears and her gaze turned determined. Father, I understand. I must defeat him. Only then can I become the world's greatest swordsman. Where is he now? I want to challenge him again. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. You can challenge him tomorrow. It's already late today and I've let him sleep in the storehouse, Kushiro said with a chuckle. The next morning, as dawn broke, Kuina grabbed 2 bamboo swords and kicked open the storehouse door. Ron, I challenge you again. The storehouse was empty, with only neatly folded blankets in sight. Where is he? After searching the dojo, she finally heard a noise from the forest behind the dojo. She found Ron doing 3-finger push-ups. 343, 344, 345. In the snowy forest, the black-haired boy, shirtless, was drenched in sweat. His body was steaming from the heat, and the snow around him had melted into water. Hey, Kuina called. Ron turned his head, glanced at her, then continued his workout. Don't scare me by calling out like that, Ron said casually. You don't seem startled at all, Kuina thought, watching him. After a while, she asked, how long have you been here? Since last night, don't you remember? Ron replied. No, I mean how long have you been working out here? Oh, that. Been here about 2 hours now, Ron said, sitting down after finishing his push-ups. With a loud thud, Kuina's bamboo sword dropped to the ground. She stared blankly at the black-haired boy sitting in the snow, his upper body bare, muscles slightly flexed, yet with incredibly defined lines. At this moment, Kuina somewhat understood why, even though Ron looked younger than her, his strength was so overwhelming. Ron, on the other hand, looked at Kuina, his face full of confusion. Did you need something from me? Kuina snapped back to reality, remembering her purpose, and quickly bent down to pick up two bamboo swords. With a firm gaze, she said to Ron, I'm here to challenge you. Ron scratched his head. Didn't we fight yesterday? That was because I was careless. Today I'll show my real strength. Oh, all right then. A moment later, Kuna's bamboo sword was sent flying. She looked at her trembling hands, gritted her teeth hard, and stared at Ron, saying, Tomorrow I'll come again. I'm always ready, Ron replied with a smile, shouldering his bamboo sword. Kuna shot him a fierce look and turned to leave. She had only taken a few steps when Ron's voice echoed behind her. Your speed is decent, but your strength is lacking. At this rate, you won't be able to defeat me. Kuna stopped in her tracks, her fists clenching slightly, biting her lower lip. The weakness in strength was her sore spot. She had cursed countless times that she was born a girl, as women's strength was naturally weaker than men's. And this difference only became more pronounced as time went on. That's why her father, Kushiru, bluntly told her that as a woman she would never become the world's greatest swordsman. I know my weakness is my lack of strength, Kuna shouted, her back still turned to Ron. No matter how hard I train, my strength can't match that of you boys. If I could, I would want to be a boy too. Her voice was full of frustration. Ron paused for a moment, then understood. It seems you've misunderstood me. I'm not mocking you. I was asking if you'd like me to teach you a method to increase your strength. Kuna's body trembled, a way to increase strength. She turned her head toward Ron. Can you really help me improve my strength? Ron nodded. I think so. Later in the day, in the forest behind the dojo, Ron handed Kuna a grilled fish. Eat this. Will eating it increase my strength? Kuna asked with suspicion. It's part of the process. Kuna quickly devoured the grilled fish, surprised by how delicious it tasted. Full, Ron asked, watching her. Kuna nodded. Good, said Ron, then began guiding her. Now close your eyes and do exactly as I say. Kuna followed his instructions and closed her eyes. From now on, you need to adjust your breathing to my rhythm. Ron's voice echoed in her ears. Take a deep breath and completely exhale all the air from your lungs. What Ron was teaching Kuna now was a simplified version of the sun breathing technique. He had discovered that after eating a full meal and using the breathing method, one could quickly absorb the energy from food. While it didn't directly increase vitality, it was highly effective in boosting strength. How do you feel? Ron asked. Kuna slowly opened her eyes. The feeling of fullness in her stomach had disappeared, replaced by a sense of hunger. She clenched her fists, it seemed like. She had indeed gained some strength. A flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes. But to make sure it wasn't just a feeling, she suddenly stood up and ran off, saying, I'll go test it out. Hey, Ron called after her, watching as she disappeared into the distance. He shook his head and smiled. A while later, Kuna returned, looking disappointed. It seems like it was just an illusion. I still can't lift that stone weight with one hand. Ron, still swinging his bamboo sword, said, Gaining strength isn't that fast. Try again in 10 days. For the next few days, it seemed Kuna was spurred on by Ron. When Ron arrived at the training ground at 4 a.m., Kuna was already there, holding her bamboo sword. The two would spar first, and then they would each focus on their own training, not bothering one another. After the sun rose and they ate breakfast at the dojo, they would both practice swordsmanship under Kushiru's guidance. This included footwork, body positioning, gripping the sword, drawing the sword, and various strikes. In the afternoon, Ron and Kushiru would spar with real swords while Kuna watched. The more she watched, the more pressured she felt, and she would often leave after a short while to practice on her own. In the winter, the dojo felt especially quiet. The children who came to learn swordsmanship stayed home because of the cold, reluctant to visit the dojo. Occasionally, some familiar villagers would stop by for a chat. Usually, it was just Kushiru, Kuna, and now Ron. It wouldn't be until spring when the place would become lively again. Half a month quickly passed. Inside the dojo, Kuna, dressed in a white training uniform with short blue hair, looked at the 60 kg stone dumbbell in front of her and took a deep breath. Then she raised her hand, grasped it, and exerted her strength. This time she finally managed to lift it with one hand. Yes, Kuna felt happier than ever at that moment. But when she saw Ron next to her easily lifting the 200 kg stone dumbbell, her joy instantly disappeared. Noticing her gaze, Ron turned his head and smiled at her while still holding the massive dumbbell that was bigger than his entire body. Kuna couldn't help but mutter under her breath, monster, at dinner that evening. As usual, there were only Ron, Kuna, and Kushiru at the table. Ron and Kuna were both busy stuffing food into their mouths. Kushiru looked at them and smiled wryly. I'm not surprised that Ron is like this, but Kuna, why are you doing it too? You weren't like this before. Even if you're trying to catch up to Ron, you don't have to copy everything he does. He seemed worried. At this rate, would they even have enough money for food? It was clear that they would need to recruit more students in the spring. That night, in the dojo, Kuna was practicing her slashing technique. Ron, wearing his white training uniform, sat cross-legged nearby, with the famous sword Raikiri resting on his knees. He closed his eyes and, following the sword meditation technique taught by Kushiru, cleared his mind. At the same time, he unconsciously began using the sun breathing technique. gradually. His mid-length black hair started to move despite the lack of wind, and Rikiri trembled slightly on his knees. This state lasted for quite some time. Suddenly, Ron's eyes snapped open, and he drew his sword in a flash. A slash accompanied by lightning and fire briefly illuminated the air. With this slash, Ron felt his internal energy surge, as if he had broken through a bottleneck. Host Ron, age 8 years old, vitality points 100, sun-breathing technique mastery 9. After spending a month in Shimitsuki Town, Ron's vitality finally reached 100, up from 98. Ron, what was that just now? Kuna asked, dumbfounded as she looked at Ron and the Reikiri in his hand. That was the 4th stage. Kushiro walked in, his gaze fixed on Ron with an expression of shock. I had high hopes for you, but I didn't expect you to reach this level so quickly. Sensei, what is the 4th stage? Ron asked curiously. The 4th stage is the first step toward becoming a true swordsman, Kuna said, her expression complicated. Indeed, Kushiro nodded and raised 3 fingers. To reach the level of a swordmaster, there are 3 stages you must go through. The 4th stage is the first. When you strike with your sword, an aura or phenomenon will appear along the blade, like the flames in your slash just now. As for the lightning, I believe that comes from the sword you're holding, Kushiro explained to Ron. The ability to generate an aura or energy wave with a slash is one of the signs of entering the 4th stage. And what about the 2nd and 3rd stages? Ron asked, his interest piqued. The 2nd stage is called the will stage, a level beyond the 4th stage. The aura in your strikes becomes more vivid and controlled. Like this, Kushiro picked up a bamboo sword and slashed the air. A strike formed into a blue dragon, which soared forward, smashing a nearby wooden rack into several pieces. After unleashing this strike, Kushiro looked at Ron and smiled. There are many swordsmen across the seas, but only a few can reach this level. The 4th stage, the will stage, and the 3rd is the iron cutting stage. The iron cutting stage, Ron's eyes widened slightly. Yes, Kushiro nodded. When you can cut through steel with a wooden stick, you've reached the iron cutting stage. A swordsman who reaches the iron cutting stage can be considered a true swordmaster. After hearing this, Ron looked down at Rikiri in his hand, lost in thought. That night, Ron couldn't sleep. He lay there with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the stages Kushiro had mentioned. The flames from that slash weren't a sign that I've reached the 4th stage. I've seen similar flames when I used flame dance before, so it's probably a result of me unconsciously using the sun-breathing technique. Kushiro must have mistaken it for my sword aura, but in truth, I haven't reached the 4th stage yet, Ron thought to himself. Coming to this dojo was definitely the right choice. Now my goal is clear. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ron's eyes. Now he had 2 objectives: continue to train his body, increase his vitality, sharpen his swordsmanship, reach the 4th stage as soon as possible. While Ron was lying awake, setting his training goals, Kuna was in another room in the dojo, speaking with Kushiro. Father, that sword Ron is holding. It's not ordinary, is it? She asked curiously. So you noticed it too, Kushiro nodded. Indeed, that sword is not ordinary. It hasn't been seen in the world for centuries. That sword, what exactly is it? Kuna asked. It's like your Wado Ikemanji. It's one of the great grade swords called Raikiri. Legend has it that its edge can tear through thunder itself. Kushiro's words left Kuna wide-eyed in shock. The winter passed quickly. Before long, spring arrived. Ron had spent 3 months in the dojo. His body had grown taller, now almost the same height as 10-year-old Kuna. His frame was strong and well-proportioned, full of vitality and energy. As Kushiro would say, a body to be envious of a monster's physique. 424, 425, 426. Ron was doing one-handed push-ups with 3 fingers in the backyard, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose. Ron, Kushiro called out as he walked down the corridor. Have you seen Kuna? She went to practice her swordsmanship by the waterfall, I think, Ron replied. Why do you ask, master? Nothing urgent, just some new students in the dojo. I thought I'd ask her to help teach them, Kushiro said. Ron thought for a moment, pressed down with his fingers, stood up and looked at him. How about I go instead? You'd be a great help, Kushiro said happily. Ron followed Kushiro to the front yard of the dojo, where a group of kids around 7 or 8 years old were making a lot of noise. Some had already picked up bamboo swords and were fooling around. Kushiro cleared his throat. The kids who noticed him immediately quieted down, shouting in unison, "Hello, master." The rest of the kids looked on curiously. "Hello, everyone," Kushiro said with a smile. "Some of you are new disciples. Welcome to Isshin Dojo. I'm the master here, Kushiro Shimitsuki. In this place, I'll teach you swordsmanship and train you to become steadfast swordsmen." While Kushiro introduced the dojo to the new students, a few children curiously looked at Ron standing beside him. After finishing his introduction, Kushiro smiled at the children and said, "Now, Ron will be your sparring partner." Ron stepped forward with his bamboo sword. His eyes scanned the children, but he didn't see the green-haired kid. Hasn't he arrived yet? He thought to himself. Huh, isn't Kuna supposed to practice with us? One of the children, Yumi, looked at Ron, sized him up, and asked with doubt in his voice, "Your name is Ron, right? I've been at this dojo for 2 years. How long have you been here?" "About 3 months, Ron replied. "What, only 3 months?" Yumi exclaimed, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Then he grinned. "You've only been here 3 months and you think you can spar with me?" The other children also looked at Ron with skepticism. Ron remained calm. "Tell you what, Yumi," Kushuru smiled and said, "you like my real sword, don't you? If you can force Ron to take one step back during the sparring, I'll give you that sword." "Really?" Yumi's face lit up with excitement. After seeing Kushuru nod with a smile, he eagerly turned to Ron and said, "All right, let's do this." Inside the dojo, Kushuru and the children knelt on the floor, watching Ron and Yumi standing in the center, each holding a bamboo sword. As Yumi looked at Ron's calm expression, he suddenly felt nervous, sweat forming in his palms. He shook his head to refocus. "It's just one step back, right? There's no way this new guy is as strong as Kuna." Pumping himself up, he charged at Ron with a loud shout, raising his bamboo sword high. In the next instant, smack. Yumi's sword was knocked out of his hand, and his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the floor. Lying there, Yumi stared blankly at the ceiling, completely bewildered. What just happened? What hit me? How did I get thrown across the room? The surrounding children were also stunned. What just happened? Did he even strike? No, I couldn't see it at all. Kushuru took a sip of tea, smiling inwardly as he thought, so clean and precise. What a beautiful strike. Come to think of it, has his speed increased? It's not over yet, Yumi shouted, refusing to accept defeat. He grabbed his bamboo sword and charged at Ron again. Smack, ouch, it's not. Smack, a few moments later, Yumi lay sprawled out on the ground, bruised and defeated with an expression of utter despair. How is he this strong? The other children, looking at Ron, who hadn't even broken a sweat, were filled with awe. "I'm heading back," Ron said to Kushuru. Kushuru smiled and nodded. As soon as Ron left, Yumi jumped up and rushed to Kushuru. "Master, did that guy really only join 3 months ago?" "Yes," Kushuru replied. "How old is he?" "I believe he's 9 this year, a year younger than Kuna," Kushuru answered after thinking for a moment. "Same age as me," Yumi muttered in despair. "Haha, don't be so down," Kushuru laughed, getting to his feet. "Even Kuna isn't a match for him." Yumi froze. Then in shock he exclaimed, "What? Even Kuna can't beat him?" His jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "That's right. When he first arrived, Kuna lost to him in 2 strikes. Even though she's got much stronger, I'd say she can barely withstand 1 or 2 of his moves now." Kushuru sipped his tea. "Nanny." Yumi and the other children were so stunned they could barely speak. "No way. Kuna, who can even defeat adults, can't beat him. Who is this guy?" After seeing Kuna challenge Ron with their own eyes and getting disarmed in 2 strikes, the children were thoroughly convinced. From that day on, the nickname Monster Ron quickly spread among the children as their private name for him. A few days later, one evening, Ron, covered in sweat, returned to the dojo after completing a 30-kilometer run. After taking a refreshing bath, he walked barefoot along the wooden corridor, wearing a thin, white training uniform. Passing by the dojo, he heard some commotion and glanced inside. Inside, a boy with green hair was holding a bamboo sword with both hands, charging at Kuna, who effortlessly held her bamboo sword with one hand. Smack. He was struck on the head, his eyes turning into spirals as he staggered back a few steps before falling flat on the ground. That looked painful. Kuna sure doesn't hold back. I thought he'd be stronger if he challenged Kuna, but he's clearly at this level. The children nearby started chattering. Someone like him claiming he'll become the world's strongest swordsman. What a joke. Kuna glanced at the boy on the ground before turning to leave. Just as she stepped outside, a voice came from beside her. "That guy is weak now, but he'll be strong one day." Kuna turned her head and saw Ron leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. "You know him? He was the first person I saw when I arrived in this village," Ron replied with a smile. "Oh," Kuna raised an eyebrow. "And you're sure he'll get stronger?" "Just a feeling," Ron said, stepping past her. "Tonight in the backyard. Let's have another match," Kuna said as he walked by. "Sure, anytime. But if you lose again, that'll make it 364-0. Ron laughed as he walked away. Kuna clenched her bamboo sword in frustration. This annoying guy. That night, Zoro woke up and formally became a student of Kushuru, joining the dojo. Kushuru arranged a place for him to stay, and from that night on, Zoro lived at the dojo. In the hallway, Zoro walked with 2 other kids, rubbing the bump on his head and grumbling, "That girl's name is Kuna, right? One day I'm going to beat her. Tomorrow I'll challenge her again." "You shouldn't. You'll just get beaten up again," Zoro, one kid advised. "Yeah, Kuna's strong enough to beat adults. You can't even hold a sword properly yet. There's no way you can win. I don't care." Zoro clenched his fists. "I'm going to be the world's strongest swordsman. If I can't beat her with 2 swords, I'll use 3. 3 swords? What's that? Never heard of a 3-sword style. How would you even hold a 3rd sword? In your mouth?" "That's just a circus trick. Ha ha ha," the 2 kids laughed. Just then a gust of wind blew past. Zoro seemed to hear something and looked in a particular direction. "Hey, did you guys hear that?" "Hear what?" "There's no sound. Maybe it was just the wind. It's getting cold. We should hurry back." "Yeah." The 2 kids wrapped their arms around themselves and ran back to their room. Did I imagine it? Zoro wondered, but he followed them. He hadn't taken more than 10 steps when. Smack, he stopped abruptly and turned his head in the direction he'd been looking. No, I definitely heard something. He immediately ran toward the sound. Under the night sky, the moonlight shone brightly. When he reached the forest behind the dojo, he saw her immediate lithe blue-haired girl, Kuina, who had fought him earlier that day. Now she was panting, covered in sweat, and her hand holding the bamboo sword was trembling. She looked completely different from her calm demeanor earlier. Who's her opponent? Zoro quickly looked around, but from where he stood, he could only see a back. The person was wearing a white training uniform, had medium-length black hair, and was about the same height as Kuina. Zoro suddenly found the figure familiar, as if he'd seen them before, as he struggled to remember. Kuina charged forward, thrusting her bamboo sword with incredible speed toward the figure facing away from Zoro. So fast, Zoro's eyes widened. He couldn't even see Kuina's movements. Smack, the sharp sound of bamboo swords clashing echoed in the silent forest. A bamboo sword spun through the air and fell to the ground. Kuina stumbled back and fell onto the grass, gasping, her face drenched in sweat. Zoro was stunned. What just happened? Did she lose? Did Kuina actually lose? You lasted 3 strikes this time. Not bad, Ron said, smiling at Kuina. That makes it 364-0. Gritting her teeth, Kuina glared at him. Next time I'll hit you for sure. Good luck, Ron said nonchalantly. With that, he slung the bamboo sword over his shoulder and turned to look behind him. When he saw the familiar green-haired boy, Ron was a bit surprised. I thought it was someone else, but it's just you. Zoro stared at Ron's young but calm and composed face, and suddenly a memory clicked. He pointed at Ron, his eyes wide in shock, and exclaimed, that weird stingy guy. Weird stingy guy. Kuina was momentarily confused by the nickname. I told you not to go around giving people weird nicknames. Under the moonlight, in the backyard corridor of the dojo, 3 small figures sat. From left to right, there were Kuina, Ron, and Zoro. The 3 had blue short hair, black short hair, and a tuft of green seaweed-like hair, respectively. Ron, I didn't know you were so strong, Zoro said in surprise. You don't even look much older than me. By the way, how old are you? Ron sat at the edge of the corridor, hands resting on the floor, legs dangling in the air. Hearing Zoro's question, he looked up at the moon and smiled. I think I should be 9 years old this year. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed since he came to this world. A lot had happened in this 1 year. 9, huh, so you're a year older than me, Zoro counted on his fingers. Kuina, resting her chin in her hands, puffed out her cheeks in frustration. You're a year younger than me. Hey Ron, where's your sword? Zoro asked curiously. It's in my room. I wouldn't carry it around in the dojo, Ron replied, laying back with his arms behind his head. He turned to Zoro and smiled. Did you join the dojo as a new student this spring? Yeah, Zoro nodded, his eyes full of fighting spirit as he looked at Kuina. I swear I will defeat her. Kuina glanced at him. You defeat me. Her dismissive attitude instantly enraged young Zoro. What did you say? He shouted, jumping up angrily. Do you want to spar right now? Kuina said with a smirk. But no matter how many times you try, you won't beat me. Zoro clenched his teeth, fists tightening in anger. The 2 locked eyes, and it seemed like sparks were flying between them. Moments later, Zoro was lying on the ground in the courtyard, his bamboo sword flung far away. HMPH, you can't even hold your sword properly, and you think you can master 2-sword style. I suggest you focus on building a solid foundation first, Kuina remarked. After saying that, she looked at Ron, who was sitting under the eaves. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning in the usual place. Without waiting for Ron's reply, she grabbed her bamboo sword and left. Ron stood up and looked down at Zoro, who was sprawled on the ground, and smiled. Kuina might be a girl, but she's really strong. She also trains very hard. If you want to catch up to her, it won't be easy. You'll need to put in great effort and train even harder if you want a chance. With those words, Ron walked away. Zoro lay on the ground alone, staring at the sky. I lost again. Kuina is so strong that I can't even see any hope of winning. But Ron, he's much stronger than her, and he's only a year older than me. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and slammed them against the ground in frustration. Damn it, why is the gap so huge? From that day on, Zoro trained harder than anyone else, quickly surpassing the new students who joined the dojo at the same time. He challenged Kuina more than 3 times every day, only to be defeated each time. But after each loss, he would train even more furiously. Within 2 months, he had already surpassed many senior students. His skills improved rapidly, far beyond the level he was at when he first joined the dojo. His determination and hard work earned him the respect of all the students, including Kuina, who began to take him more seriously. One day, as Zoro was training under a tree by lifting stones to build his arm strength, he saw Kuina walk by with her bamboo sword. Without thinking, he shouted, Kuina, let's duel. Kuina glanced at him. I don't have time right now. She was about to leave when a thought crossed her mind. She stepped back and said to him, come with me. Huh? Zoro looked confused. Where to? Are you coming or not? If you don't, you'll regret it, Kuina said with a mysterious expression. Zoro's curiosity got the better of him, and he immediately dropped the stone and walked to Kuina's side, following her towards the back of the dojo. When they reached the clearing behind the dojo, Zoro saw two figures, one large and one small, standing in the middle of the clearing. "The master and Ron," Zoro exclaimed in surprise. "Are they dueling?" Kuna nodded as she looked at the scene. "And they're using real swords." Huh. Zoro's heart skipped a beat. "This is the first time I've seen my father and Ron seriously fight. I heard it was Ron who suggested it," Kuna said, her expression serious as she watched the black-haired boy in the center. "Maybe this time we'll see his true strength." "Huh, so when he fought you before, he wasn't using his full strength?" Zoro couldn't help but ask. "Idiot, he fought me seriously, but of course it wasn't his full power," Kuna snapped. "Before today, no one, not even my father, knew how strong he really was." Zoro swallowed hard. Once again, his understanding of Ron's strength deepened. He widened his eyes, watching the fight intently, not wanting to miss a single moment. Kushiro, gripping his real sword, smiled at the black-haired boy across from him. "Ron, shall we begin?" Ron didn't respond verbally, but his eyes suddenly snapped open. With a powerful step, he vanished from sight. Vanished. Zoro was startled. "No, it's just his speed." Kuna's expression grew serious as she focused on the arena. Ron reappeared in front of Kushiro, still in his forward-charging stance. His black hair fluttered, eyes locked on Kushiro, his face showing nothing but concentration. Whoosh! Rikiri unsheathed, tracing a brilliant arc as it slashed toward Kushiro. Crackle! Flames swirled around the blade, crackling with lightning. Kushiro's sword flashed out in response, parrying the strike. Clang! A gust of wind exploded from the collision, sweeping across the arena. Both Kuna and Zoro felt their hearts tighten. After the initial clash, Ron, holding his long sword, Reikiri launched a relentless barrage of strikes at Kushiro. The flames and lightning on the blade grew more intense. Kushiro, wielding both sword and scabbard, defended seamlessly. "It's like a waterfall crashing against a boulder," Kuna murmured. Zoro, meanwhile, was completely stunned, staring at the duel with wide eyes. Ron's sword was surrounded by flames and lightning. Ron spun in the air, bringing his long sword crashing down toward Kushiro. The blow was heavy, and though Kushiro blocked it, the sheer force pushed him back several steps. As soon as Ron landed, he launched himself forward again, moving with incredible speed toward Kushiro. Flame dance. His long sword burned like a blade of fire, engulfed in fierce flames. Wherever the blade moved, flames trailed like flowing crimson ribbons, spiraling around Ron as he charged Kushiro. "This is slash-based swordsmanship." Kushiro's eyes gleamed with admiration. Then his gaze sharpened and a blue aura surrounded his sword. One-hearted slash, flowing water, he slashed out. Fire clashed fiercely against water. Violent winds erupted, shaking the nearby trees. Kuna and Zoro had to raise their arms to shield their faces from the intense gusts. When the wind subsided, they immediately looked toward the arena. Ron was kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, with Reikiri planted in the earth nearby. Kushiro's sword, however, was broken in half, with only half the blade remaining. Kuna and Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ron, he cut father's sword in half." "That was a beautiful slash," Kushiro praised, looking at Ron with pride. "In terms of swordsmanship, I don't think there's much more I can teach you." Ron, who had quickly regained his energy using the sun-breathing technique, scratched his head awkwardly. "That's mostly because you held back and also because of my sword." Kushiro shook his head, smiling. "No, my sword broke because you hit the same spot every time." He looked at Ron and stroked his chin, chuckling. "I'm guessing that wasn't just luck." Ron, embarrassed, averted his gaze. Kushiro gazed at the young black-haired boy before him, marveling inwardly. "To force me to use a momentum realm slash after only 5 months of training. What a little monster. How long will it take for him to reach the level of a swordsman?" Kushiro mused. After Ron retrieved Rikiri and sheathed it, Kushiro asked Ron, "Would you like to see a swordsman slash?" Ron was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Really?" Kushiro nodded. The two of them walked off into the forest. It was only then that Kuna and Zoro snapped out of their amazement. "So that's Ron's true strength." Kuna looked down at her trembling hands. "So powerful." Zoro's whole body trembled. "A swordsman can become this strong." Kuna, the master, and Ron, they aren't the strongest swordsmen in the world, are they? Of course not. Kuna clenched her fists. "This isn't the pinnacle of a swordsman's strength. The top is much higher than the sky itself." Higher than the sky, that's the peak of swordsmanship. At that moment, Zoro felt something stir inside him. He looked at Kuna, his gaze resolute. "Kuna, I will surpass you. I'll surpass Ron. I'll surpass the master. I'll surpass everyone and reach that peak. No, I'll be the one to reach that peak." Kuna's eyes were equally determined, their gazes locked. Looking at Zoro's serious expression, Kuna suddenly smiled. Then, to his surprise, she raised her fist. "Then let's make a promise. No matter what, one of us will surpass Ron and reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If one of us doesn't make it, the other will carry on the dream." Zoro grinned and raised his fist without hesitation, bumping it against hers. "Deal." In the forest, Kushiro demonstrated to Ron what it meant to be a sword master capable of cutting through iron. With just a wooden stick, he effortlessly sliced a boulder larger than Ron into 2 clean halves, the cut perfectly smooth. "This is the slash of a sword master," Kushiro said, smiling at Ron as always, while the boulder behind him slowly slid apart. A sword master's slash moves at will. If one wishes to cut, even a dull wooden stick can split through steel. If one does not, even a sharp sword like your Raikiri cannot cut through a sheet of paper. Back at the warehouse, Ron was still replaying Kushiru's words in his mind. A slash at will, he murmured, sitting in the moonlit warehouse while gently caressing Raikiri on his lap. It felt as though he had grasped something, but at the same time, nothing at all. I'm still far from the level of a sword master, Ron thought, but I can feel that I'm close to reaching the first stage of force. During today's battle, I felt like I brushed against it. Now all I need to do is recapture that sensation. Ron closed his eyes, allowing the sun-breathing technique to work unconsciously. This technique, the progenitor of all breathing methods, was helping Ron in ways he couldn't yet fully comprehend. He spent the entire night in deep thought. The next morning, as the sun rose, Ron opened his eyes and softly smiled. I've found it. He slowly drew Raikiri from its scabbard, and a faint, barely noticeable red glow began to envelop his body. As the sword slid free, the red aura extended from the hilt, spreading along the blade, eventually covering it entirely. This is force, Ron murmured, gazing at the sword now bathed in red light. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Spring gave way to summer, and the scorching heat made training at the dojo even more grueling. But for those who sought strength, this hardship was more than welcome. Zoro had completely turned into a training fanatic, challenging Kuina daily, pulling heavy stones under the trees, and running long distances with people on his back. Recently, in his effort to perfect the three-sword style, he even began training his jaw to hold the third sword in his mouth. He had gone from challenging Kuina 3 times a day to 5 times a day, and now up to 10 times a day. His current record stood at 10,450. He had never won a single match. After Zoro's most recent defeat in another challenge against Kuina, a dojo disciple named Yumi walked up to the fallen Zoro, smiling. Looks like it's now 1046-0. Shut up, Zoro retorted. Another disciple asked Zoro, why do you always challenge Kuina? Why not challenge Ron once? At the mention of Ron's name, Yumi shuddered, remembering a past event that still haunted him months later. Are you stupid? Zoro replied, giving the disciple a look as if he were an idiot. Even Kuina can't beat Ron, and I can't even defeat Kuina. There's no way I could win against him. I'm challenging Kuina, not volunteering for a beating, he added, leaving the disciple speechless. So Zoro said, getting back on his feet and dusting off his clothes, his eyes filled with determination. Before I challenge Ron, I have to beat Kuina at least once. On this day, Kuina retrieved her Wado Ikemanji from the warehouse and approached Ron, asking for a real sword duel. Sure, Ron agreed with a smile. After just 3 moves, Wado Ikemanji was knocked from Kuina's hand and she fell to the ground. Damn it, she cursed in frustration. Why can't I stop your attacks? Because I'm stronger, Ron replied, bending down to pick up her sword and handing it back to her. You've improved a lot. If we had dueled with real swords when I first arrived at the dojo, you probably wouldn't have even been able to block one of my strikes. But you've only been here a few months and already reached the 4th stage, while I've been practicing swordsmanship since I was a child and still haven't touched that realm, Kuina said, dejected, as she took the Wado Ikemanji and walked away, feeling downhearted. Watching her leave, an idea suddenly came to Ron's mind, and he called out, have you thought about creating your own sword techniques? Kuina turned, looking puzzled. It's just a thought, Ron explained, holding Raikiri. Maybe by creating your own techniques, you'll find your way to force. Kuina's eyes brightened at the suggestion. She nodded, saying, I get it, and hurried off, likely to test the idea. After she left, Ron was alone in the room. Swordsmanship, he muttered, looking at a distant straw dummy. He closed his eyes, grasped Raikiri's hilt, and took a deep breath. A red aura of sword energy began to radiate from his body. With each breath, the red energy gradually transformed into golden lightning, swirling around Ron and his sword. ZZT, ZZT. Still with his eyes closed, Ron bent his knees into a drawing stance, the golden lightning crackling around him and Raikiri. Thunder breathing, first form, Ron whispered, stepping forward. A flash of golden light filled the room. Thunder roared, and the air was torn apart in an instant. A streak of lightning shot through the room, and Ron appeared behind the straw dummy, slowly sheathing Raikiri. Clink, the sword made a crisp sound as it returned to its scabbard. The top half of the dummy slid to the ground. Ron opened his eyes, his face lighting up with excitement. I knew it could be done. Ron walked out of the house. It was a summer evening, the sky was filled with red clouds, and a cool breeze made it feel quite comfortable. Wearing wooden clogs and dressed in a simple, comfortable white training outfit, Ron gripped his renowned sword, Raikiri, as he walked along the long corridor. Some passing disciples noticed him and quickly stepped aside, casting looks of awe in his direction. Once Ron passed, they would even let out a long sigh of relief. Are you scared? Of course I am. Even Kuina couldn't beat him. If we make him mad, we're done for. By the way, he rarely ever comes to the front courtyard, doesn't he? With his skills, how could he train with us? Ron listened to the whispers behind him, his expression calm. He wasn't angry about being isolated by these kids. On the contrary, he thought it was fine this way. No one bothered him, so he could train by himself in peace. As he passed by a small courtyard, a shout reached his ears. Ron! Ron turned his head to see Zoro, holding two bamboo swords and drenched in sweat, standing in the clearing, looking at him. He hadn't seen Zoro in a while. He had become much more muscular, though he hadn't grown taller. Want to get some grilled fish? Ron smiled at him. Zoro blinked, then his eyes lit up. Let's go. Night soon fell and the sky grew dark. Ron expertly caught a few fish, set up a fire, and started grilling them. Zoro sat beside him, staring at the fish as his mouth watered, his stomach growling audibly. After waiting for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it ready yet?" Almost, Ron replied, chewing on something. Zoro looked at Ron, illuminated by the firelight. No matter when, Ron always seemed so calm and composed. Even though he was only a year older than Zoro, he felt like an adult. "Ron, did you come from outside?" Zoro, with his green hair, stared at Ron and asked. "Yeah, from a small island called Moses Island." Ron nodded. "Is it far from here?" "Quite far." "Did you come by boat?" "Is it fun on the sea?" "Did you run into pirates?" Zoro's curiosity was piqued, and he started asking questions. Ron scratched his head. He couldn't exactly tell him he came on a pirate ship. If the kids at the dojo found out, they'd surely gossip even more behind his back. "You'll know once you head out to sea. The world out there is much bigger than here," Ron said, changing the subject as he handed Zoro a grilled fish. "Here, try my grilling skills." The moment food was in front of him, little Zoro forgot all about his previous questions. He grabbed the fish, not caring about the heat, and took a big bite. His tan face lit up with happiness and satisfaction. "This is delicious. Even better than the grilled fish I've had at the shop." "Heh, told you, my grilling skills are top-notch." Ron's delicate face was filled with pride. It seemed that being praised for his grilling skills made him happier than being praised for his swordsmanship. After they ate their fill, night fully descended. Little Zoro lay back, rubbing his now round stomach. "I'm so full, I can't eat another bite." Ron, taking advantage of Zoro's inattention, pulled a small flask of wine from his system space and sat there drinking. Zoro, lying on the ground, saw him and asked curiously, "Ron, what are you drinking?" "Wine." "That's wine. Is it good?" Zoro sat up immediately, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the flask in Ron's hand. "It's all right. Let me have some. I've never tried it before." Zoro looked at him expectantly. Ron, being generous, handed over the flask. Zoro took it eagerly, sniffed it, then held it with both hands and took a sip. "Cough, cough, it's so bitter." Little Zoro's face turned red as he stuck out his tongue. "How is this stuff supposed to be good?" "Haha." Ron laughed as he took the flask back, stood up, and grabbed Rikiri, which was resting on the grass beside him. "Zoro, let me tell you something." "What is it?" Zoro asked, still fanning his tongue. "A swordsman needs a bold spirit to grow strong. And wine, well, it helps you build that bold spirit. So if you want to become a great swordsman, you'll need to learn how to drink." Ron spoke convincingly. His words made Zoro's eyes widen. After Ron left, Zoro stared at the fire, muttering to himself, "Drinking wine can build boldness. A swordsman needs a bold spirit to grow strong." Is Ron so strong because he drinks wine? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he had uncovered some grand secret. Later that night, Kushiro was enjoying a quiet tea time in his room when the door suddenly slid open. Zoro rushed in, shouting, "Master, do you have any wine? From today on, I want to drink wine too." Kushiro looked completely confused. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, in the early morning of a mountain forest, while Ron and Kuina were training their basic strength, Ron suddenly said, "Kuina, do you want to leave this island and go out to see the world?" Kuina was taken aback. Leave this island? She hadn't really thought about it yet, or rather, she hadn't even left this village until now. Upon hearing Ron's words, she lowered her head and thought seriously for a moment. Then she looked at Ron and nodded firmly, saying, "I want to fight strong people and become even stronger. If I don't leave this small island, I'll never become the strongest swordsman. I understand your thoughts." Ron smiled and said no more. Although he wasn't sure if his presence had already altered her fate, she definitely shouldn't die the way she did originally. "Ron, are you planning to leave this island?" Kuina couldn't help but ask. Ron shook his head. "Not yet. Not yet," Kuina muttered. "Are you going to miss me?" Ron's teasing remark immediately made Kuina's face flush red. "Idiot, of course not. I'm just worried if I'll manage to defeat you before you leave." "Haha, don't laugh." Furious and embarrassed, Kuina hurled a stone bell at him. Ron dodged it effortlessly without even looking and casually said, "Why don't you come to sea with me?" Kuna's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement, but Ron didn't notice. After some more training, the sun rose high, and the summer heat was intense. The two of them sat under a tree to cool off. Ron lay down while Kuina sat upright. From Ron's perspective, the short, blue-haired girl in front of him was gradually showing her figure, no longer looking like a tomboy. Feeling a sudden impulse, Ron asked, "By the way, Kuina, does the dojo have a whetstone? I want to use one." Kuina looked at him curiously but nodded. "Yeah, it's in the warehouse. I'll take you to get it." "All right." They headed to the warehouse together. Kuina went upstairs to retrieve the heavy whetstone. Just as she picked it up and was about to come downstairs, her foot inexplicably slipped and she suddenly tumbled down the stairs. Ah, as Kuna flew through the air, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Am I going to die? Just as she was about to hit the ground, Ron caught her firmly. Ron's serious voice echoed in her ears. Be careful. Kuna instantly snapped back to reality. Realizing that she had been caught by Ron, lying in his arms, a cold sweat broke out on her back as she turned pale, still feeling scared. Ron gently put her down. Neither of them knew what to say. The warehouse fell into silence. Kuna was the first to break the silence, her voice full of lingering fear. It was the first time she had been so close to death. Ron didn't know what to say at that moment. I'll head back. After putting down the whetstone, Kuna hurriedly left the warehouse. After she left, Ron glanced at the whetstone and thought to himself, did my suggestion cause her to face her accident earlier, altering her fate, or did it lead to this incident and her fate remains unchanged? I'll have to observe further in the following 2 months. While honing his swordsmanship and training his body, Ron kept an eye on Kuna. Since that accident, she hadn't encountered any more danger. Moreover, that near-death experience seemed to give her a new insight into her swordsmanship, and she appeared to be on the verge of mastering the concept of momentum in her blade, just one step away from the sword momentum state. One day, while passing by, Kuna was having a real sword duel with Zoro. After defeating Zoro, Kuna grinned and said, using 2 swords is heavy, right? That makes it 2002 victories for me. Damn it, Zoro was utterly frustrated. Ron walked away without drawing attention, his steps feeling a bit lighter. At night, Ron sat cross-legged in the dark warehouse with the renowned sword Reikiri and a whetstone in front of him. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly. System, show me my current stats. Understood. Host Ron, age 9, vitality 195, sun breathing technique mastery 24, swordsmanship, sword momentum initial mastery, weapon, one of the great grade swords Reikiri. I've been at the dojo for almost half a year now. My swordsmanship may not improve much further without real combat training. Once I fully master the other breathing techniques, companion sword skills, and the Ikatoryu techniques taught by the master, I'll need to think about heading to the next place. Ron thought to himself. With the system in hand, he was destined to be a traveler in this world, never staying in one place for too long. You're planning to leave? Kushiro looked at the black-haired boy sitting in front of him, a bit surprised but quickly calmed down. Stroking his chin, he nodded. It makes sense. This dojo doesn't have much left to teach you. Going out to face stronger opponents is probably the right choice for you. When do you plan to leave? In early winter. Ron replied. There were about 3 months until early winter. Early winter, Kushiro smiled. I remember you arrived at our dojo last winter, and now it's almost been a year. I'll never forget the guidance and lessons I've received this past year, Ron said sincerely. Kushiro smiled warmly. I'm glad to have had a disciple like you. Maybe soon I'll hear your name echo across the seas. Kushiro's expression turned slightly more serious as he said, Ron, I don't know what kind of person you want to become, you either a pirate or a marine. I won't interfere with that. But I want to tell you this, as a swordsman, you must have something in your heart that you firmly protect. Only with a steadfast and clear mind, never going against your own beliefs, can you unleash the full power of your sword. Your strikes will be unstoppable. Something to protect, Ron murmured. Kushiro's expression returned to his usual gentle demeanor, and he smiled. It's not easy to find what you want to protect. I also struggled and wandered for a long time before I found my purpose. You're still young, so don't rush. When you've seen the vastness of the sea and met all kinds of people, you'll naturally understand. Ron nodded thoughtfully, committing Kushiro's words to memory. The two walked outside. Kushiro suddenly remembered something and turned to Ron. By the way, if you leave in the winter, there probably won't be many ships passing by the island. Why not wait until early spring? I have a friend who should be coming to this island for supplies by then. I can ask them to take you. How does that sound? Ron thought for a moment, then nodded, all right. Time passed quickly. A few months went by and winter turned into spring. It was now the beginning of another year and Ron had turned 10. Before he left, the news of his departure somehow spread throughout the dojo. When Zoro heard, he was shocked and immediately ran to find Ron. In the backyard, where cherry blossoms were in full bloom, he found Ron lifting a massive stone dumbbell. Ron had grown taller since before, though he was still quite small. His body was well proportioned, and though the muscles under his thin white training robe weren't overly pronounced, their lines were full of vitality and strength. Only his enemies knew the terrifying power hidden within his small frame. Ron, are you really leaving? Zoro asked bluntly, staring at him intently. Yeah, Ron replied without turning around. I'm leaving tomorrow. Zoro gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Ron said nothing. Before you go, I want. Zoro trembled all over, clenching his fists tightly as he shouted at Ron's back. I want to fight you one last time. He knew that once Ron left, it would be uncertain when they would meet again on the vast sea. Ron stopped lifting the dumbbell. Turning his head, he smiled at Zoro. All right. The two of them used the dojo's regular real swords for the duel. Ron held his sword with one hand. Zoro held his with both hands and gripped another in his mouth, struggling to maintain a balanced stance. So this is your three-sword style, Ron said with a smile. Looks like you're still not quite used to it. Shut up. Zoro growled through the sword in his mouth, glaring at Ron. Come on, Ron gestured for him to make the first move. Zoro didn't hesitate. He knew his strength was inferior to Ron's, so he had to go all out from the start, or he would be quickly defeated. He dashed toward Ron with a step. Clang! As their blades met, Zoro's eyes widened in shock. It felt like he had struck an immovable wall of iron. No matter how much force he used, Ron's sword remained unshaken. Your body still needs more training, Zoro, Ron said with a smile. Then with a swift movement, he flicked his sword. Zoro's three swords flew out of his hands and mouth. His arms trembling, Zoro stood there, stunned, eyes wide and vacant. He had known their strength difference was significant. But not this much. It was like he had no chance at all. Zoro clenched his fists, biting his lip, his eyes welling up with unshed tears. We'll meet again on the sea, Zoro, Ron said, walking past him with his sword in hand. Zoro raised his arm, wiping his eyes. He wasn't ready to give up. Why am I still so weak after a whole year? As Ron was about to leave the courtyard, Zoro's voice called out behind him. Next time, when we meet again on the sea, I won't be this weak anymore. Ron, I will surpass you. Ron paused for a moment, but said nothing. The next day, a disciple rushed into the dojo, shouting as soon as he entered the door, Master, there's a person with a gigantic face at the outer gate. Kushiro, who was instructing his disciples in swordsmanship, immediately reacted and smiled. Looks like they've arrived. Yumi, go call Ron over. Oh yes, Kushiro, carrying his packed belongings and the famous sword Reikiri, walked out of the dojo with Ron. Yo, Kushiro, long time no see. Outside the dojo stood a tall person with a massive face, an enormous deep purple afro, and rather peculiar clothing. He waved at Kushiro. The moment Ron saw him, he instantly recognized who he was. One of the Revolutionary Army's leaders, the Horm fruit user, Emporio Ivankov, known as the strongest Akama king. Ron glanced at Kushiro and was surprised to find out that his friend was actually a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army. Kushiro and Ron walked up to Ivankov. And this little brat is. Ivankov looked down at Ron curiously. He's a disciple of my dojo, Ron. I'm planning to ask you to take him along on your ship this time, Kushiro said with a smile. Huh, such a little brat wants to go out to sea. Kushiro, are you joking? Ivankov widened his eyes, his expression exaggerated in disbelief. Compared to his gigantic body, Ron looked tiny, barely as tall as the diameter of Ivankov's head. Haha, I'm not joking. Despite his young age, Ron is definitely strong, Kushiro chuckled. Is that so? Ivankov looked at Ron with a face full of doubt. Well, whatever. For your sake, I'll take him along, but let me be clear, I'll drop him off at the next island. After that, it's up to him whether he lives or dies. No problem. By the way, have you prepared enough food supplies for the ship? Do you need me to? Of course I need it. What do you think I came here for? Ivankov exclaimed with wide eyes. Kushiro scratched his head and said helplessly, I'll have my disciples deliver the food after I return. After that, Kushiro left. Ivankov looked down at Ron. Kid, how old are you? There's no need for you to know, Ron said, turning his head away. The appearance of this person was somewhat revolting to him. Wahaha, quite the personality for a little brat, Ivankov laughed. Hey, wanna become an Akama? Absolutely not. The two walked on, one big and one small. Behind them, hiding behind a tree, Kuina, carrying her belongings in the Wado Ikemanji, cautiously followed them. By dusk, inside the dojo. Has all the food been delivered? Kushiro asked the disciples in front of him. It's all been sent. Kushiro nodded. Suddenly, an urgent shout came from outside the door and a disciple rushed in. Master, something's wrong. What happened? Kuina is gone. The disciple held a letter in his hand, shouting anxiously. Kushiro and the other disciples' expressions changed instantly. What did you say? At the coast. While the dojo was in chaos over Kuna's sudden disappearance, Kuna was stealthily trying to follow the large-faced Akama and Ron, planning to sneak onto the ship. Just as she was about to board, a giant face appeared in front of her. Wah, startled, Kuna almost fell into the sea, but Ivankov reached out and grabbed her, pulling her onto the deck. Ron, seeing her, was also surprised. Kuna's eyes lit up when she saw Ron, and she quickly ran to his side. Hearing the name Kuna, Ivankov seemed to remember something. I remember now. I've seen you before. You're Kushiro's daughter. Wait a minute, why is Kushiro's daughter here? Kuna looked at Ron and said, I've already decided. I'm going to sea with you. Didn't we make a promise last time? A promise? Ron was stunned and then realized. Could it be that she took his casual words last time as a serious promise? He smiled bitterly to himself. Now the dojo master was definitely going to blame him. Seeing his concern, Kuna smiled and said, Don't worry. I've left a note for my father so he won't have to worry. Just as she finished speaking, the transponder snail in Ivankov's hand began to ring. As soon as he picked it up, Kushiro's anxious voice immediately came through. Ivankov, is Kuna on your ship? Kuna's expression froze. Ivankov glanced at her and handed the transponder snail to her. Ron also spoke up, no matter what you're planning, it's best to explain it clearly to the master. Kuna took the transponder snail and walked aside to talk to Kushiro. Ivankov, why haven't we set sail yet? The leader is still waiting for us in the Goa kingdom. The tall fishman karate master, Haku, dressed in white, approached. Seeing Ron and Kuina nearby, Haku was startled. Who are these two kids? One's Kushiru's disciple, the other is his daughter. Looks like they want to sail with us, Ivankov replied. That's not acceptable. Get them off the ship immediately, Haku frowned. Ivankov shrugged and smiled. That won't do. I've already promised Kushiru to take them out to sea. Haku wanted to say something, but Ivankov winked and said with a smile, relax. I'll just take them to the next island and they'll disembark there. HMPH, Haku sighed. Fine, just make sure they don't interfere with our mission. Of course. On the other side, Kuina and Kushiru had finished their conversation. She smiled happily at Ron and said, my father agreed to let me go to sea. Kushiru agreed. Ivankov was slightly surprised and picked up the transponder snail, which hadn't been hung up yet. This is really unexpected, Kushiru. I never thought someone as protective of his daughter as you would allow her to go to sea. I had no choice. Since she's already made up her mind, I can't keep stopping her, came Kushiru's slightly helpless voice from the other side of the line. And with her traveling alongside Ron, I feel a little more at ease. Ron, that boy, Ivankov glanced at Ron. He hadn't expected Kushiru to trust this boy so much. Could there really be something special about him? Ivankov, I'm counting on you to take care of the two of them, Kushiru continued. Scratching his head, Ivankov replied, I never thought I'd be asked a favor by Kushiru, who never asks for anything. Since that's the case, I have no choice. I'll take responsibility for these two and take good care of them until we get to the next island. The beeping sound from the other side indicated the call had ended. Ivankov put away the transponder snail and shouted to the helmsman, boys, set sail. The Revolutionary Army's supply ship slowly sailed away from the island. Ron and Kuna's arrival piqued the interest of several members of the Revolutionary Army on the ship. Hey, you're Ron, right? How old are you? A young woman in a black robe crouched down in front of Ron and smiled at him. 10. Ron turned his head, a bit uncomfortable with the situation. 10. Wow, such a cute little brother. Hey, could you call me Big Sister? I'll give you candy. The young woman looked at him with anticipation. Haha, Yuri's been rejected. The people around them laughed together. The young woman named Yuri wasn't upset and laughed along with them. At this moment, a sharp-eyed man noticed the sword on Ron's back. His eyes flickered slightly as he said, Hey Ron, can I take a look at the sword on your back? Without even thinking, Ron replied, no way. Haha, Hanil got rejected too. Haha, on the nearby deck. Ivankov, wearing a black robe, stood with Haku. Do you notice anything? Haku asked, looking at Ron in the crowd. That boy's aura is unusual, Haku observed. You don't feel it? Haku glanced at Ivankov. I just feel like his life force is quite extraordinary. Although I haven't measured it precisely, it's definitely several times stronger than an ordinary person's, Ivankov said seriously. And since Kushiru trusts his strength, this boy might be even more powerful than we imagined. A 10-year-old kid, how strong could he possibly be? Let's not concern ourselves with unnecessary trouble and just focus on getting them to the next island, Haku said, folding his arms and looking away. Any news from the commander? Not yet. In any case, we should hurry and reach the Goa kingdom as soon as possible. You don't have to tell me. 2 days later. As the initial novelty of Ron and Kuna's arrival wore off, the crew on the ship returned to their respective tasks. Ron and Kuna also found time and space to practice on the ship. That day, after blocking one of Kuna's vertical slashes, Ron looked at her in surprise. Kuna, you've entered the momentum state. Hee. Kuna laughed, clearly pleased with herself. I can't let you keep leaving me behind. Take this. As Kuna pressed her advantage, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky. Ron's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, his figure flashing. He moved to the side of the deck, gripping Raikiri with his right hand. Gazing at the cannonball speeding towards them, he slashed through the air from left to right. Water-breathing first form, water surface slash. Fishman karate, true fist strike. A concentrated water blue slash and a fierce punch shot out at the same time, smashing the cannonball in midair. Boom, the cannonball exploded in the sky. Haku, still in a punching stance, turned to look at Ron, who was sheathing his sword. His eyes widened instantly. That slash just now was from that kid. The revolutionary soldiers finally reacted, shouting, we're under attack. A pirate ship was approaching from a distance on the sea, with smoke still rising from its cannon. Ron glanced at it and said to Kuna, let's go back inside. They're pirates. Shouldn't we fight them? Kuna asked in surprise. There's no need for us to step in, Ron replied as he led Kuna inside. Haku looked at Ron's retreating figure. What's wrong? Ivankov asked as he and several revolutionary soldiers ran up to the deck. A pirate ship has spotted us, a man in a black robe replied. They must have mistaken us for a fishing boat. Ivankov put his hands on his hips and smiled at the pirate ship. The pirates of the East Blue Shore are bold. Just then, another cannon shot was fired from the pirate ship. Haku leaped up and kicked the cannonball into the sea. Boom, the sea exploded with a splash of water. Ivankov looked at Haku and said, I'll leave this to you. Without saying a word, Haku jumped into the sea. Before long, chaos erupted on the pirate ship as Haku single-handedly subdued the crew. Moments later, Haku returned to the ship, sitting on the deck while wringing out his soaked clothes. Good job, Ivankov said, walking over to him. I misjudged him, Haku said suddenly. Ivankov looked at him, confused. That boy named Ron is stronger than I thought. He was the first to sense the incoming cannonball, and his slash hit it before my punch, Haku said gravely. What? Ivankov was shocked. That boy, you mean that boy shattered the cannonball midair with a slash? How is that possible? He's just a 10-year-old kid. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's true, Haku said seriously. That boy Ron is really strong. Ivankov stood there, speechless. Night, the bright moon hung in the night sky, casting a silver glow across the sea. On the deck, two small figures were leaning on the railing, gazing at the night sky and the vast ocean. Ron, how long have we been out here? Kuna asked softly, resting on the railing. About 5 days, I think, Ron said, leaning against the railing and looking up at the stars. Only 5 days, it feels much longer. I wonder how my father and Zoro are doing, Kuna murmured, gazing into the distance, missing the dojo. She turned to Ron and asked, where is your hometown, Ron? I don't know either, Ron replied, stretching out his hand toward the sky. Maybe it's somewhere as far away as the stars. Kuna stared at him for a long moment. When Ron turned his head, she quickly shifted her gaze and changed the topic. By the way, that slash you performed today, did you reach the realm of will? Ron shook his head. No, it looked like I reached that realm, but it wasn't. It was just the result of swordsmanship combined with breathing techniques. Can breathing techniques be used together with swordsmanship? Kuna was a bit surprised since she had also learned some basic breathing techniques from Ron. Ron paused for a moment and then scratched his head. Did I never tell you that? Kuna puffed her cheeks. After thinking for a moment, Ron gave her an awkward smile and said, I guess I forgot to mention it. 2 days later, the ship reached an island. As they disembarked, Ron noticed a few familiar figures. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, cloaked in black, and the towering figure of Bartholomew Kuma. Who are they? Kuna asked. Dragon cast his gaze towards Ron and Kuna. Under that gaze, Ron immediately felt an unprecedented pressure. Strong, much stronger than he was Nobi hundreds of times. Ron instantly recognized the vast difference in their power. They are Kushiru's apprentice and daughter. He asked us to. Ivankov explained the situation to Dragon. Dragon nodded. I see. We owe Kushiru a lot. There is some danger on this island. If you wish, you can join us on our ship to the next island. Danger? Ivankov was startled and then looked at Dragon with a serious expression. Has the Goa Kingdom decided on something? Dragon nodded. They've decided to burn down the entire slum district. What? The members of the Revolutionary Army, standing behind Ivankov, were shocked, their faces filled with anger. Those nobles. A young Revolutionary Army member cloaked in black clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury. We can no longer change this kingdom, but we can at least save more lives. That is our purpose this time, Dragon said in a deep voice. Kuna, holding her Wado Ikemanji, sensed the change in atmosphere. She moved closer to Ron and softly asked, It seems like something terrible is about to happen on this island. Should we get off here? Ron didn't respond immediately, stroking his chin in thought. If he remembered correctly, the fire in the slum district of the Goa Kingdom happened when Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were kids. It was the event that made Sabo give up on the nobles, leading him to run away to the sea, only to nearly be killed by the celestial dragons. The Goa Kingdom was definitely full of dangers right now. Taking Kuna with him might be risky. As he was lost in thought, Dragon, Bartholomew Kuma, and other Revolutionary Army members were learning more about the extraordinary black-haired boy with a sword on his back from Ivankov and Haku. Several curious glances were directed his way. That sword. Could it be the Wado Ikemanji, one of the 21 great grade swords passed down by the Shimitsuki family in Wano? Middle-aged swordsman from the Revolutionary Army, cloaked in black, looked at the Wado Ikemanji in Kuna's hands in surprise. That sword is worth at least 100 million berries. Isn't Kushiru worried about letting his daughter carry it on her journey? 21 great grade swords. A companion next to him was surprised and pointed at the sword on Ron's back. What about that boy's sword? The swordsman squinted, observing closely. At first glance, he couldn't make out much from the hilt. He shifted his position slightly to get a clearer look and gasped when he saw the white scabbard with golden lightning patterns. No way. His exclamation drew everyone's attention. Corv, what's wrong? Dragon asked. Nothing. It's just that the sword on that boy's back really surprised me, Corv quickly replied. Sword. Ivankov and Haku turned their eyes to Ron's sword. What's so unusual about it? If my guess is correct. Corv's eyes burned as he looked at the sword on Ron's back. That sword must be one of the 21 great grade blades, the one said to cut through thunder itself, Rikiri. The members of the Revolutionary Army were all shocked. Even Dragon and Kuma glanced at the sword on Ron's back. I didn't expect to see this sword reappear. Corv couldn't help but rub his hands, his eyes full of excitement. Ivankov stepped forward, standing between Corv and Ron, and bent down, saying, Corv, don't get any ideas about Ron Boy's sword. I just wanted to take a closer look. This sword has been lost for hundreds of years. To swordsman, it's like seeing a peerless beauty. How could I resist? Corv quickly explained. Kuna tugged on Ron's sleeve. Maybe we should get off here. Ron snapped out of his thoughts, was startled for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's get off here. He turned to Dragon and Ivankov and said, We've decided to disembark here. Ron boy. Since you've made your decision, we won't stop you, Dragon said, watching Ron. But be careful on this island. Ron nodded. As he and Kuna prepared to leave the ship, Kuma walked up to them, towering over the two. Kuna, feeling intimidated by Kuma's large frame, edged closer to Ron. Kuma bent down and opened his massive palm, revealing a few pieces of candy. Ron was taken aback. Are these for us? Kuma nodded. Such a gentle person, Ron thought to himself. But then, remembering Kuma's future fate, he fell silent. After taking the candy and thanking him, Ron and Kuna headed into the forest near the shore. Kuma raised his hand and waved at them. Ivankov, watching this scene, laughed with hands on hips. Kuma is always so fond of children. In the forest. Where are we going now? Kuna asked Ron. To the Goa Kingdom. Goa Kingdom. The moment Ron stepped into the kingdom, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected location, Goa Kingdom. Signing conditions met. Sign in now. Sign in. Signing complete. Reward obtained, vitality +10. Ron waited for a while but heard no more system prompts. His face darkened. That's it. What's wrong? Kuna asked, turning to look at him while eating a skewer of roasted meat. Nothing. Ron forced a smile. Good, Kuna said, not paying much attention as she admired the surroundings. This place is so beautiful. The streets are spotless and it smells like flowers. It's nothing like Shimitsuki village. It's just the surface, Ron said flatly. Huh, Kuna blinked in confusion. You'll understand soon enough. It didn't take long for Kuna to understand. When she asked an elegant, kind-looking old man for directions and revealed she wasn't from a noble family, his face turned dark. He coldly called the street guards to drive her away. Kuna instantly understood Ron's earlier words. This seemingly glamorous place was rotten with the stench of nobility. Do you still think this place is better than Shimitsuki village? Ron asked as they were chased by a group of heavily armored guards. Absolutely not. Kuna shouted, Shimitsuki village is 100 times better than this. As they ran through a street, Ron caught sight of a blond boy with goggles and a suit running anxiously in a certain direction. Ron immediately recognized him, one of Luffy's two brothers, the noble-born Sabo. But at that moment, a group of noble guards appeared behind and in front of Sabo, tackling him to the ground as he struggled desperately. Let me go, I have to save them, I must save them. Sabo shouted, struggling against the guards. The guards held him down without mercy. Ron's eyes narrowed as he watched, then he suddenly stopped. Kuna, wait for me outside the city, he said. Huh, what? Kuna hadn't fully processed what was happening when she saw the city guards rushing toward Ron. But they grabbed at nothing. In the next second, a powerful punch landed in the stomach of the lead guard, causing him to roll his eyes and collapse unconscious. I'll meet up with you later, Ron said to Kuna. Kuna nodded. I understand. She didn't know what Ron was going to do, but she trusted him unconditionally. After Kuna left, the remaining city guards raised their weapons and charged at Ron. You brat knocked out the captain. Ron's figure flickered, and a flurry of punches followed. In seconds, the towering guards were all unconscious, eyes rolled back. On the other side of the street, a middle-aged noble, surrounded by servants, walked up to Sabo, who was pinned down, and looked down at him, struggling desperately. Come back with me. No, I want to save Luffy and Ace, Sabo shouted. Foolish. How could I have such a foolish son? To treat two commoners as friends, you're tainting the noble blood flowing in your veins. Sabo's father, Outlook III, glared at him angrily. After today, those commoners in that filthy, trash-filled slum will cease to exist. As he spoke, flames began rising on the other side of the city. No, 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 no. Sabo's pupils shrank, and with tears streaming down his face, he struggled desperately but was held down firmly. Take him back. Outlook III turned around, leaning on his cane, and adjusted the brim of his hat. Bang, bang, bang. A few heavy thuds, accompanied by cries of pain, rang out behind him. Outlook III turned around in confusion. All of the burly guards holding Sabo down were knocked to the ground, scattered around unconscious with white eyes. A black-haired boy, wearing a white training uniform and wooden sandals, stood before Sabo, carrying a long sword on his back. Who are you? What did you do? Outlook III involuntarily took a step back. Tear-streaked Sabo was also staring blankly at Ron, who had suddenly appeared before him. Ron bent down, grabbed Sabo by the collar, and lifted him up. He smiled at the stunned Outlook III. A noble's son, huh? You should fetch a good price. With that, he lightly pushed off the ground and sped off into the distance, carrying Sabo, disappearing at the end of the street in an instant. It was only then that Outlook III realized what had happened. Wasn't this kidnapping? How brazen. A kidnapper had the audacity to take his son right in front of him. Outlook III trembled with rage, not because Sabo was taken, but because his son being kidnapped in front of him was a severe blow to his noble pride. When Ron and Sabo arrived outside the city, Sabo, upon being let down, immediately ran to the side and vomited violently. Kuna walked over, looking at Sabo curiously, and asked, "Who is he?" "A noble's son. I kidnapped him." Ron chuckled. Kuna was taken aback. "Huh." After finishing vomiting, Sabo finally calmed down, still shaken. "I almost thought I was going to die." Sabo was smart enough to realize Ron had helped him. Kuna, upon hearing this, became even more confused. "He kidnapped you and you're thanking him. Is this what nobles are like? No need to thank me, but don't you have something else you need to do?" Ron reminded him. Sabo suddenly remembered, and looking at the flames in the distance became extremely anxious. Luffy Ace. After hurriedly thanking Ron again, Sabo ran off toward the fire. "Let's go too," Ron said to Kuna. Kuna nodded. Ron and Kuna walked off in the opposite direction from Sabo. Even though Ron knew that Ace and Luffy were in great danger, he had no plans to help them. They wouldn't die anyway. Helping Sabo was just something he did on a whim, changing the plot slightly to see what would happen. "Where are we heading now?" Kuna asked. "We're going to Fuchsia Village," Ron replied. After all, it was the hero's hometown. He planned to check it out and see if he could trigger another sign and condition. "Have you been here before, Ron? You seem familiar with the place." Ron couldn't exactly tell her that he had a map in his head. By the time they arrived in Fuchsia Village, it had started to rain. The flames in the distance were slowly being extinguished by the rain, signaling that the events over there were coming to an end. Kuna was unaware of what was happening, but Ron knew all too well. Conflict between nobles and commoners, the trampling of life, and the intertwining of justice and evil all formed this seemingly beautiful, bright country that was filthy behind the scenes. This country was a microcosm of the entire pirate world. Even Dragon couldn't change it right now. "So this is Fuchsia Village?" Kuna asked as she saw the giant windmills ahead. Ron nodded, just as a system notification sounded in his mind. "Beep, detecting host's presence in Fuchsia Village. Sign in condition met." "Do you want to sign in?" Ron's eyes lit up in delight. Sign in successful. Reward plus 10 vitality. Permanent buff, true essence of tempering. A permanent buff. Ron was stunned. Before he could examine it further, the rain started pouring down heavily. He quickly led Kuna to find shelter from the rain. On a rainy night in Fuchsia Village, Ron and Kuna found a tavern with a welcoming glow in the window, a cozy inn that promised warmth and shelter from the cold drizzle outside. As they stepped in, they were quickly greeted by a stocky server who didn't seem thrilled by their arrival. "Welcome to our humble establishment." Wait a minute, Tetwo kids. Hey, we don't serve children here." "Off you go," he barked, his expression hardening. Ron responded with a calm smile, drawing a small pouch from his pocket. He casually tossed a few golden coins onto the counter, making them clink loudly. "We'll just stay the night. This should cover it," Ron said nonchalantly. The server's eyes widened at the sight of the genuine gold coins. Immediately, his expression transformed into one of eager friendliness, practically glowing with delight. "Why, of course, that's no problem at all," he said, pocketing the coins quickly. With that settled, he directed them to a quiet corner of the tavern. Ron and Kuna took their seats, and soon the server brought them plates of food and glasses filled with fresh juice. Ron took a sip, savoring the rare moment of peace. "Ron, where did you get that gold?" Kuna asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She had never seen Ron carry anything like that before, and his thin white training robe seemed to lack any pockets large enough to hide such a pouch. "Did you steal it?" Ron laughed and shook his head. "Of course not. Then how did you get it?" Kuna pressed, looking at him suspiciously. "It's mine, of course," he replied, giving her a nonchalant shrug. "I just kept it somewhere you wouldn't have seen." Kuna looked away, cheeks tinged red as if she had guessed something she found embarrassing. Quickly, she changed the topic, sipping her juice in silence. Meanwhile, Ron's mind turned inward as he delved into the information about the permanent buff he had recently acquired. True essence of 10,000 tempers. Anything done with focus and dedication will yield twice the result. So it'll accelerate my progress as long as I put my heart into it, Ron mused to himself, already considering how this buff would benefit his swordsmanship. For example, if he trained his sword techniques for an entire day, he would normally gain 10 points toward his sword proficiency. But with this buff activated, he would gain 20 points in half the time, exponentially increasing his growth. A grin spread across his face as he imagined how much faster he'd grow. Ron, Kuna's soft voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "What is it?" Ron asked, looking up. "Don't look now, but there's a table of people over there who seem to be staring at us," Kuna whispered, her voice barely audible. Ron's gaze subtly drifted to where she indicated. Sure enough, 4 burly men with tattoos snaking across their shoulders and faces were seated across the tavern, their heads huddled close as they exchanged whispers and smirks while occasionally casting furtive glances at Ron and Kuna. The expression in their eyes was unsettling, as though they viewed the 2 young travelers as easy prey. Ron's eyes narrowed, his friendly demeanor fading into something colder. Apparently noticing Ron's sharp gaze, the men shared an amused look. Then the largest of them, a bald, heavily muscled brute, pushed back his chair and stomped toward them, every step heavy with arrogance. He stopped at their table, his tattooed hand slapping down on the wooden surface as he loomed over Ron, sneering. "What are you looking at, brat? You got a problem." His voice was a low growl as he leaned in, menacingly close. "Do you even know who I am? I could rip your eyes out if I wanted to." Nearby, a few patrons whispered anxiously, "That kid's in big trouble." Didn't he realize who that thug is? That's Loot. He used to be with the Higuma bandit group. Seems a little extremois in it just a glance, someone else muttered, sounding a bit pitying. Ron remained calm, turning to Kuna with an impish grin. "Wanna practice your sword skills?" he asked her. Kuna's face lit up as she nodded enthusiastically, her blue eyes sparkling. Loot's face flushed with anger. His three companions, still seated, jeered at him impatiently. "Hurry it up, Loot. They're just kids, how long is this gonna take? Just grab their money and be done with it." Another complained, rolling his eyes. "Shut up." Loot barked over his shoulder before he returned his glare to Ron, reaching out with one beefy hand to grab the boy. "I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget, punk." Seeing things escalate, the server approached nervously. Loot, sir, could we maybe avoid any fighting in here? If the boss finds out, I'll get yelled at for sure." "Buzz off," Loot snarled, brushing the man aside before lunging at Ron. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, freezing Loot's hand mid-air. Loot's hand froze mid-air, stopping just short of his target. All eyes turned toward the scene, where a glinting, razor-sharp blade was now pressed against Loot's neck, its cold sheen reflecting the tavern's dim light. The blade was held by none other than Kuna, her slim form radiating a quiet, deadly resolve as she stared down the would-be attacker. Her eyes were fierce as she spoke in a calm, steely voice. "Take one more step, and you'll regret it." A bead of sweat rolled down Loot's forehead as he glanced down at the sword, swallowing hard. Slowly, he took a step back, his face losing its bravado as he retreated. Once they moved out of the blade's attack range, Loot wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then his expression instantly turned fierce. "Brothers, get your weapons," he shouted. The three people sitting by the table kicked it over, pulled out their weapons, and gathered around Loot. "How dare you go against me, Blade Loot? You're quite bold. Fine, if I don't teach you two kids a lesson today, I'll reverse my name. Attack." Loot lifted a large sword and swung it toward Kuna. Kuna, feeling a bit excited, told Ron, "Don't interfere," before lifting her sword Wado Ikamanji to face the four men. The other patrons in the tavern either fled in panic or stepped back, fearing they'd be caught in the fight. Some watched with malicious glee. "Blade Loot is serious now. Those two kids are finished," one onlooker commented. The tavern's attendant looked at the wrecked tables and chairs, his face full of despair. "This is bad. My Kino is going to kill me. If I knew, I wouldn't have let those two in." Moments later, to everyone's surprise, the short, blue-haired girl, facing four grown men much larger than her, showed no signs of struggle. In fact, she easily struck them down with the back of her sword. One man down, two men down. Loot, who took a vertical strike head-on, was trembling, barely able to hold onto his weapon. "Are you kidding me?" he muttered, drenched in sweat. "How can a little girl be this strong?" "Ah!" screamed the third man as he collapsed beside Loot. "You're the only one left," Kuna said calmly, her breathing steady as she stared at Loot. Loot, terrified, took several steps back. His eyes darted to his left, where he spotted the black-haired boy who had come in with Kuna, sitting at a table, calmly sipping juice and eating as if nothing was happening. An idea flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Loot dashed towards the boy. "He's going after her companion," one bystander cried. "That girl might be strong, but once her companion is captured, she won't dare to act. Such a cowardly move. This is Loot from the Higuma bandit group. Has always been a scoundrel. They're in trouble now." Amidst the murmurs, one person noticed Kuna sheathing her sword. "Wait, why is she putting her sword away? She must be giving up." Hearing the commotion, Ron turned his head. "Now you realize it, but it's too late. I've got you." Loot stretched out his large hand to grab him. In the next second, a small fist appeared before his eyes, rapidly enlarging until it filled his vision. Bam! Loot's entire face was smashed in by the tiny fist, sending his large body flying across the tavern, crashing into the wall with a heavy thud. Whether he was alive or dead was unclear. "What?" Everyone in the tavern stood frozen, their mouths agape and eyes wide in shock. He knocked Loot out with a single punch. Ron casually withdrew his fist, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. In the tavern, everyone stared in stunned silence at the two kids at the table. Just moments ago, the blue-haired girl, wielding a real sword, had taken on four armed men and easily defeated three of them. And the black-haired boy, who looked no older than 9 or 10, had sent a man several times his size flying with a single punch. The sheer visual impact of Ron's punch was even more shocking than Kuna's fight against four men. What terrifying kids. Where did they come from? Someone muttered, swallowing nervously as they looked at Loot and his companions, now sprawled across the floor. The tavern attendant, staring at the cracked wall where Loot had landed, was close to tears. "I'm done for. Makino is definitely going to fire me for this." With trembling steps, he approached Ron's table, speaking humbly. "Dear guests, how about I refund your money and you find another tavern, please?" "No," Ron replied without looking up. "You're right, I guess." The tavern attendant, tears in his eyes, retreated. Time passed. The rain outside gradually subsided. One by one, the other patrons left the tavern. With the dim lights of the tavern flickering, the silence of the night became even more apparent. Kuna yawned, her eyelids growing heavy, and soon fell asleep on the table. Ron took out a soft, warm fur blanket from his system backpack and gently covered her with it. System, show me my stats, he whispered. Certainly, host Ron. Age 10. Vitality 327. Mastery of sun breathing technique 32. Swordsmanship level proficient. Weapon great grade sword Raikiri. Permanent buff essence of 10,000 tempering status bound. Ron closed his eyes, focusing on activating the permanent buff. If he could activate it, he wanted to test its effects. Training every day had become a habit. Almost immediately, Ron fell into the rhythm of sun breathing, focusing on using his vitality to strengthen his body. As he immersed himself in this state, his attribute list began to change. Permanent buff essence of 10,000 tempering status activated. At that moment, Ron's understanding of the sun breathing technique became clearer than ever before. Countless details, previously overlooked, surfaced in his mind. I need to speed up here. A pause here will help gather energy. I see now. And this part. In no time, the night passed by. At dawn, Ron slowly opened his eyes, his spirit brimming with energy and excitement. In just one night of training, his mastery of the sun breathing technique had increased from 32 to 33. The buff had clearly accelerated his progress by several times. After experiencing it firsthand, Ron realized how powerful this permanent buff was. It was practically a cheat for training. However, the exact extent of its power was still uncertain. Ding! The door of the tavern was pushed open. The drowsy tavern attendant behind the counter instantly woke up. Welcome, Sister Makino. He saw the young woman who had entered the tavern, and with a jolt, he quickly stood up, wide awake. Makino, with her deep green hair and a scarf wrapped around her head, looked around the tavern, her eyes twitching slightly at the sight. She couldn't help but rub her forehead and said helplessly, I was only gone for a day. What on earth happened here? The upright tavern attendant nervously swallowed. After he recounted the events of the previous night in detail, Makino was somewhat shocked. She couldn't help but glance at the table where Ron and Kuna were sitting. Those two kids defeated Blade Lute and his gang. Yeah, they stunned everyone in the tavern, especially that boy. Can you believe it? With his small body, he punched Blade Lute right out the door. The tavern attendant exaggeratedly described the scene. Makino, having met strong people like Shanks, calmed down quickly after the initial shock. She put her hands on her hips, looked at the unconscious Blade Lute and his gang slumped against the wall and said, in any case, they started it, right? Kemi, tie them up. The damage to the tavern is on them. Understood. The attendant Kemi immediately began following her orders. Makino then walked over to Ron and Kuna's table and placed the gold coins Kemi had collected the previous night on the table. Ron looked up at her. What is this for? Makino smiled at him and said, if you were just staying here for the night, you don't need to pay this much. Please take the money back. Consider the juice and food as a complimentary treat for our young visitors. And don't worry about the damaged furniture and walls. I'll make sure they compensate for it. It wasn't your fault after all. Makino gave Ron a warm smile. If I'm not mistaken, this must be your first time in Fuchsia Village, right? Ron nodded. As I thought, Makino's eyes curved into a gentle smile, her demeanor like a kind big sister. She really is a kind and cheerful person, Ron thought to himself. I'm the owner of this tavern, Makino. What's your name? She asked. Ron, and she's Kuna, he replied. Ron, Kuna, Makino repeated, nodding and smiling. I know 3 kids about your age, but they're much more mischievous than you. They run wild all day, and it's such a headache to take care of them. Ron's heart stirred. She must be talking about Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Did you come to Fuchsia Village by yourselves or with an adult? Why are you here and do you have a place to stay? Makino asked curiously. After all, seeing 2 10-year-olds spending the night in a tavern was enough to make her worry, even though they were strong. We came to this island on our own without any particular purpose. We're just traveling, seeing the world. As for a place to stay, we haven't figured that out yet, Ron answered. Really? You 2 came to this island all by yourselves? Makino was genuinely shocked. She had thought they came from another town, but it turned out they came from overseas. Kids these days are really bold. Across from Ron, Kuna slowly woke up. She rubbed her eyes, and when she felt the fur covering her back, she was startled. What is this? As she was still confused, she suddenly heard the voice of a gentle young woman. If you haven't found a place to stay yet, why not stay here? We have a few rooms available on the 2nd floor of the tavern. Kuna immediately became alert. Before Ron could react to Makino's offer, Kuna quickly raised her head and looked at her with a hint of caution, like a little wildcat guarding its food. Kuna, you're awake, Ron said, turning to her. This is the owner of the tavern, Makino. She said we could stay here. What do you think? Hearing his words, Kuna realized she had misunderstood and quickly looked away, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Sure, that's fine, she mumbled. Makino noticed Kuna's reaction and smiled knowingly at the girl who was now avoiding eye contact. So that's what it is. Oblivious to what had just transpired, Ron said, then we'll take you up on your offer. And so, from that day on, Ron and Kuna temporarily stayed at the tavern. Makino's kind and cheerful nature quickly endeared her to Kuina, and after only 2 days they became close friends. Kuina affectionately called her sister Makino. A few days later, "Makino, we're here to play." A cheerful, childish voice rang out from the entrance. A black-haired boy wearing a straw hat and a short-sleeved shirt stood at the tavern's door, his face and arms bandaged. Two other small figures soon appeared behind him. There was little Ace with freckles on his cheeks, and Sabo with short blonde hair, a large top hat with goggles, and a missing tooth. "Luffy, Ace, Sabo," Makino said in surprise when she saw them. "Yo, Makino, long time no see," Ace greeted with a smile, raising his hand. "Hello," Sabo greeted politely. "Why did you come today? Are your injuries all right?" Makino stood behind the counter, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the three with a big smile. "It's fine. It doesn't hurt at all anymore, haha." The now 7-year-old Luffy grinned widely at her, showing off his teeth. Children really do heal quickly. Such serious injuries can recover so fast. Makino looked at him gently with a smile. That night when she saw the three little ones at Dadden's bandit hideout, all of them were badly hurt, especially Luffy. Seeing him then had shocked her and she couldn't help but shed a lot of tears. "But don't exert yourself too much, okay?" Makino warned little Luffy. "I know." Luffy still had that naive and adorable expression. "Dadden sent us to tell you that we're fine now, so don't worry," Ace said to Makino. "Now that we're done, let's go." He smiled at Luffy and Sabo beside him. "Shall we? Okay." Luffy exclaimed joyfully. "Haha." Sabo also laughed as he ran out with the two. "Be careful on the way." Makino urged the three, her eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and affection. Then she couldn't help but think of that black-haired boy. Why is there such a big difference, even though he's around the same age as them? On the road, where are we going to play today? Luffy looked at Ace and asked. Ace, hands behind his head, said, "I'm not sure. Since the end destination is burned down, we should play in the mountains instead. Are we going to catch stag beetles?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sabo listened with a smile as they talked. Suddenly, he saw a black-haired boy and a girl with short blue hair walking towards them. Upon seeing their faces, Sabo's eyes widened slightly. Ron, who was returning with Kuina after buying something, looked up and saw Sabo's surprised face, along with Ace and Luffy beside him. "It's you." Ron was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to run into the three of them here. "Sabo, who's this guy? Do you know him?" Luffy pointed at Ron, asking curiously. "He's the benefactor I told you about. He helped me escape from the city, which is how I was able to find you guys then," Sabo said excitedly, looking at Ron. Upon hearing this, Ace's gaze toward Ron changed. He stepped forward and with a serious expression bowed slightly to Ron and said, "Luffy, you should thank him too." He pushed little Luffy's head down. Little Luffy obediently said to Ron, "Don't mention it." Ron accepted their gratitude, then turned to Sabo and asked, "Have you decided not to go back to that home anymore?" Sabo's expression instantly froze with a smile. He lowered his head. I haven't thought it through yet." Ron didn't say much more. Sabo watched as Ron and the girl with the short blue hair who carried the sword entered Makino's bar. Ace couldn't help but ask Sabo, "Are you sure this is the benefactor you said defeated several noble guards in an instant?" "Absolutely." Sabo nodded. "But he looks about our age. How could he defeat several adult noble guards in an instant?" Ace still found it hard to believe. Little Luffy, while digging his nose, said, "I think he's taller than you by quite a bit." "Shut up, Luffy." Sabo turned to look at the bar and said, "Ron might indeed be about our age, but he's definitely much stronger than us. I'm sure of that. Really that strong." Ace rubbed his chin, pondering, then his eyes lit up. "Then how about we ask him to teach us how to get stronger?" Inside Makino's bar, "Teach you to get stronger." Ron looked at the three brothers bending down before him, a bit surprised. The three nodded eagerly. "Ron, you're really strong, right? We heard you sent loot flying with one punch. We want to be like you," Ace said. Sabo and Luffy looked at him with wide eyes full of expectation. Ron took a sip of juice and said slowly, "I can't directly help you get stronger." The three brothers showed disappointed expressions. "But since it's for Makino's sake, I can let you train with me." The three instantly perked up again. "Training with you means we can get stronger," Sabo said excitedly. "At least stronger than you are now. But my training is quite tough. Are you sure you want to join me?" The three brothers exchanged glances and grinned. "Definitely." After experiencing that big fire, they finally understood their own weakness and truly wanted to become stronger. "All right, then tomorrow morning at 5, let's meet at the foot of Mt. Kalubo, 5 o'clock. Luffy was taken aback. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, then nodded firmly to Ron, saying, "Got it." The next morning, around 5 o'clock, the sky was still dark. Ace and Sabo took the drowsy Luffy and left the bandits' home, heading to the foot of the mountain where they had arranged to meet Ron. When they arrived, Ron and Kuina had just finished a match, surrounded by felled trees. "Let's get started," Ron said, carrying Raikiri as he looked at the three. "The first exercise is to run from the foot of the mountain to the top and back 3 times. Three times," Sabo and Ace exclaimed, their mouths agape. "This is the most basic physical training. If you can't do this, you won't get stronger," Ron said, and he and Kuina took off toward the summit. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances. What's wrong? We can only run. They nodded and hurriedly pulled the sleepy Luffy along. It wasn't long before the two were panting. Ron and Kuina had long since disappeared from view. This isn't working. We need to wake Luffy up, or we won't even make it once, Ace said. Sabo, also gasping for breath, shouted at the leaning Luffy, Luffy, wake up. You're useless. You can't wake him up. Let me try, Ace said, getting closer to Luffy's ear and shouted, Luffy, Grandpa's here. Grandpa. Luffy jolted awake. Where's Grandpa? Huh, where am I? Still sleeping. Don't you remember what we talked about with Ron yesterday? Ace punched him on the head. Right, I need to train with Ron today, Luffy said, rubbing his head as he finally woke up. Good, now hurry up and run. It's too exhausting to carry you, Ace urged. By the time the three brothers reached the top of the mountain, the sun was already high. I'm so hungry, Luffy lay on the ground, sprawled out, panting with his tongue out. I want to eat meat. Ace and Sabo were also exhausted, panting and dry. You guys are too slow. I was about to fall asleep waiting. Ron jumped down from a tree and walked over to them, kicking Luffy, no lying down. The next exercise is one you'll like. If you win, you get meat. Luffy's eyes lit up and he sprang up. Where's the meat? Ron smiled at the three. You three can team up. If you can hit me even once, you'll get meat. You better keep your word. Ace clapped his fists and grinned. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Sabo adjusted his hat. Let's go. But by noon, the three still hadn't managed to hit Ron even once. Looking at the three brothers lying on the ground, panting with their tongues out, Ron said, that's enough for today, and left. On the way back to the tavern, Kuina looked at the smiling Ron and curiously asked, you seem to be enjoying this. What's so special about those three? Even though they're weak now, they'll definitely become strong in the future, Ron replied. How do you know? Just a feeling, Ron said with a smile. In the following days, the scenes were similar. The three trained with Ron doing massive amounts of physical training, followed by 1-on-3 combat with the same result. Ron's clothes didn't even get touched. But their perseverance in getting stronger made Kuina glance at them with slight admiration. One day, in the tavern behind the house, Kuina was learning to mix drinks with Makino behind the counter. 4 boys of similar age were sitting at a nearby table. Hey, Luffy, that's my meat. Ace angrily grabbed Luffy's face and pulled it to the sides. Spit it out. No, what's in my mouth is mine. Luffy didn't let go, even as Ace stretched his rubber-like face, puffing out his cheeks as he continued chewing like a hamster. You guy, Ron, is that a real sword you have? Sabo asked curiously, looking at Raikiri set aside by Ron. Of course, awesome, can I take a look? Sabo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sure, but be careful. That sword is very sharp. Ron smiled as he handed it to him while sipping his fruit beer. Sabo reverently reached out with both hands to take it. It's so heavy. Is this a real sword? Ron, do you carry something this heavy all the time? Heavy? I don't think it's heavy, Ron replied. As expected of you, can I draw it out and take a look? Sure, just be careful not to cut yourself, Ron nodded. The next moment, he swung his fist, knocking Luffy, who was trying to sneak away with the roasted chicken in front of him, away. Awesome, Sabo looked at the drawn Raikiri with sparkling eyes. Ace came over excitedly. What a beautiful sword. Does it have a name? Raikiri. So cool. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo all had shining eyes. Behind the counter, is this how it's done? Kuina followed Makino's instructions and successfully mixed a bubbling fruit beer. Yes, just like that. Makino glanced back at her and said. Then she raised her eyes to the noisy table, a warm smile in her eyes. As time passed, their relationships grew increasingly close and familiar. Ron and Kuina would sometimes pause their sword training to go up the mountain and have fun with Ace and the others, diving into the water, catching stag beetles, competing against a boxing monkey. Luffy couldn't even defeat one, while Ron took down the entire monkey troop, earning the admiration of Ace and the others. During this time, the old bears and giant tigers of the mountain were consecutively defeated and tamed by Ron. Sometimes he would take Luffy and the others to ride the giant tigers, laughing joyfully as they traversed the mountains. For Luffy and the others, the strong, calm, and mature Ron had become the goal they aspired to. One day, a heavy rain fell on the mountain. The 5 hurriedly looked for a place to shelter from the rain and finally found a tree hole. They all squeezed in together, gazing at the rain curtain in front of them. It was unclear who laughed first. Then all 5 started laughing together. Ron, who had been tense in his pursuit of strength, rarely felt completely relaxed. Having fully integrated into this youthful body, he felt closer to this world. Ha ha ha, Ron, Kuina, I've decided, Luffy said cheerfully, when I become the Pirate King, I want you guys to be my crew members just like Ace and Sabo. No way, Kuina directly refused him. Why? Little Luffy looked at her in confusion. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman, not to be a pirate, Kuina said firmly. Oh well, what about you, Ron? Will you become my crew member? Luffy looked at Ron, Ace, Sabo, and Kuina all focused their gazes on him. Looking at the rain curtain outside, Ron turned to the 4 and smiled. I won't either. Sabo curiously asked, Ron, you're so strong yet you still train so hard. Are you aiming to be the strongest in the world like Kuina? No, I'm training to enjoy life better. The 4 looked at him, bewildered. Think about it: if you're not strong enough, can you eat good food, drink fine wine, go wherever you want, and do whatever you feel like doing? Ron said seriously to the four. So my goal is to become a traveler with absolute strength, aiming to enjoy life. What's the difference from being a pirate? Of course. Ron replied without hesitation. I'm not interested in that great treasure. I don't plan to steal from others, and I have no intention of dominating the seas or ruling over an area. How can that be considered a pirate? Ace, Sabo, and Kuina were left speechless by his words. So that's the reason you train so hard. That's quite a unique perspective. Luffy scratched his head. So being a traveler is even freer than being the pirate king. Then I don't want to be the pirate king anymore. I want to be a traveler too. Little Luffy, you can talk about becoming a traveler when you can hit me once, Ron said, raising his hand to flick his forehead playfully. Little Luffy rubbed his forehead and grinned at him, laughing foolishly. Ace looked at him fondly, saying, "You fool, Luffy." In that moment, everyone burst into laughter. These joyful and harmonious days did not last long. The concern Sabo had always felt eventually came to pass. His father, the noble Outlook III, issued a missing person notice, plastered all over Goa Kingdom, to search for his whereabouts. Late at night, he looked at the missing person notice in his hand, glanced at Ace and Luffy, who were still fast asleep beside him, and made a decision. That day, after finishing their training, Sabo called Ron aside to talk to him privately. 2 days later, Sabo vanished from MT Gorbo without a word. While Ace and Luffy frantically searched the mountains for him, Ron arrived at the bandit house. Inside the bandit house, Daden was chewing on a cigarette, gazing thoughtfully at a missing person notice in her hand. "Hey boss, there's a kid outside looking for you," someone said. "Huh, a kid?" Daden stood up. "I'll go take a look." She walked out of the house. A black-haired boy with a long sword strapped to his back stood in front of the house. Despite the fierce-looking bandits around him, his demeanor was surprisingly calm. "Who's this little brat?" Daden approached him and asked. "What do you want?" "Before leaving, Sabo asked me to find an opportunity to give this letter to you," the black-haired boy said, causing Daden's expression to change slightly. She took the letter he handed her but did not rush to open it. Instead, she looked at him and said, "I heard that Ace, Sabo, and Luffy are training with a boy around their age. That boy should be you, right?" Ron did not confirm or deny it. "Did Sabo say anything else to you?" Ron glanced at the missing person notice in her hand and spoke to the fierce-looking yet kind-hearted woman before him. He said he's going back to settle things with that family. If everything goes well, he will return soon. Daden's grip on the missing person notice loosened slightly. "Then why didn't he say this to us face to face? I asked him that too." "He said if he told you face to face, he might not have the courage to go through with it." Ron said softly, "That foolish kid." Daden wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. "It's just going back home. Is it necessary to be so dramatic? Now everyone's worried about him." Ron didn't say anything, but he knew very well how much Sabo hated that family. Choosing to return and resolve everything alone took immense courage. "Well, I'll take my leave now." Ron nodded to her and turned to leave. Ace and Luffy returned. After hearing from Daden about the situation, their panic eased and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, Ace and Luffy appeared before Ron once again. Ace spoke to him seriously. "Even though Sabo has left for now, Luffy and I have decided to continue training with you. Next time Sabo returns, we'll definitely beat him up." Luffy laughed foolishly alongside him. From that day on, the number of people training with Ron went from 3 to 2. Another half-month passed. Sabo still hadn't returned. One day, Ron came back to the tavern and heard shocking news. Sabo was taken away. Hearing the news from a tearful Makino, Ron was stunned. "What happened?" he asked. "I'm not entirely sure. Word is after Sabo returned home, his parents locked him up. He fought the guards and ran away, but he accidentally offended the celestial dragons and was taken away," Makino said through her sobs. "Makino, don't cry. He was just taken away, so maybe he can still come back," Kuina consoled her. But the tavern staff shook his head, his voice somber. "That's the celestial dragons we're talking about. Even if someone's from a noble family, offending them might be." Sabo Makino covered her face in her hands. Kuina, unable to bear seeing her so upset, turned to Ron for help. Ron remained silent, his expression heavy. Even he hadn't expected the story to take this turn after his involvement. Now, even he didn't know if Sabo was alive or dead. The next morning, Ron met Ace and Luffy again at their usual spot. The two boys' eyes were red and swollen and their spirits were low. "Are you guys all right?" Ron asked. As soon as Luffy heard Ron's words, tears started flowing again. He raised his arm to cover his eyes. "Don't cry, Luffy." Ace scolded him, then forced a very awkward smile at Ron. "We're fine. Sabo is smart. Even if the celestial dragons took him, he'll find a way to escape. Even though it might be a long time before we see him again, I'm sure we'll meet on the seas someday. Definitely we'll meet again." Luffy cried, sniffling and wiping his tears and snot, then turned to Ron. "I'm going to get stronger, even stronger than you, Ron, and then I'll knock out anyone who took Sabo." "All right. From today, we double the training," Ron said, his tone resolute. Sabo's sudden departure ignited a burning desire in both Ace and Luffy to become stronger. Their training intensified and their progress became faster and faster. One day after training was over, Ace lay on the grass staring up at the sky and suddenly said, "Luffy, Ron, I've made a decision." Ron, standing nearby and Luffy lying beside Ace, turned to look at him. "I'm going to set sail when I turn 17 and start my adventure on the wide open sea," Ace declared, full of determination. "Why 17? Luffy asked curiously. "Don't you remember? Sabo wrote in his letter that he's from a noble family, and when he turns 18, he'll officially become a noble. So he planned to set sail at 17. That's why I'm going to do the same." "Then I'll do it too," Luffy exclaimed. "Haha, then you'll be 3 years behind me. By the time you set sail, I'll already be a notorious pirate." Ace laughed, his eyes filled with longing. "When that happens, I'll find Sabo and the three of us will reunite. And I'll be the pirate king who beats up those celestial dragons and brings Sabo back." Luffy added with a grin, his mood lifted. "Ron, when we meet again out on the seas, I won't be this weak anymore. We'll have a real match." Ace stood up, looking at Ron with fiery determination. "Sounds good, but if you lose, you'll owe me a drink, the finest one," Ron replied with a smile. During his time at the tavern, Ron had fully embraced his love for drinks, especially the fruit beer personally brewed by Makino. "No problem," Ace laughed. Days passed like this for a while. Ron and Kuina had already been in Fuchsia Village for almost 2 months. One evening, after bidding farewell to Luffy and Ace, Ron returned to the tavern with Rikiri strapped to his back. As soon as he entered, the tavern door opened again. A tall, broad-chested old man with white hair and a white beard, wearing shorts and a floral shirt, walked in, raising a hand and smiling at Makino. "Yo, Makino, how have you been?" he greeted. Ron glanced at him and was momentarily stunned. "Ah, Garp-san," Makino exclaimed with surprise. "What brings you here?" "Haha, I took a month off to come see my 2 grandsons," Garp replied with a hearty laugh as he walked up to the counter. "Give me a beer, make it cold." Makino handed him a cold beer, which he gulped down in one go. "Garp-san, what about Sabo?" Makino began. "Ah, I've heard about that," Garp said, his mood sinking. "That fool Sabo, how could he get himself mixed up with those people?" Makino silently refilled his glass. "What happened to Sabo after he was taken?" a voice asked from beside Garp. He turned to see a clean-cut boy with black hair, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and white shorts, standing calmly next to him with a long sword on his back. "And who are you?" Garp asked with a curious glint in his eyes. "Ron," the boy replied. "Are you a friend of Sabo's?" Garp asked. "You could say that," Ron said, maintaining eye contact with the famous marine hero. "I've answered your question, but you haven't answered mine." "Haha, interesting kid. All right, since you're a friend of Sabo's, I'll answer," Garp chuckled. He then picked up his beer again, his face growing solemn as he spoke. "After I got the news, I immediately asked a friend who was on the escort ship to find out what happened that day. Sabo did offend the celestial dragons, but the reason was that he tried to save a little girl who had fallen and found herself in their path," Garp explained grimly. "After he was taken aboard the celestial dragon's ship, they placed him and other slaves on a small boat and blew it up with cannon fire." "What?" Makino gasped, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with shock. Garp downed the rest of his beer in silence. Ron said nothing and turned to leave. "Don't tell Luffy and Ace about this," Garp instructed Makino. "I understand," she replied, wiping her tears. Garp turned to glance at Ron's small figure as he walked away. "That boy Ron, is he from Fuchsia Village?" Garp asked. "No, he came from an island far away," Makino explained. "He came here with a girl. They've been in the village for nearly 2 months now. He's very close to Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Garp-san, even though Ron is young, he's incredibly strong." "Oh," Garp raised an eyebrow in surprise. He stroked his chin, now quite intrigued. "I'd like to see that for myself." The next morning when Ron arrived at the foot of the mountain, Ace and Luffy were already there, and with them was Garp. "Ron, this is my old grandpa," Luffy said, pointing at Garp. The next moment, a massive fist slammed into Luffy's head. "Who are you calling old, you brat? Show some respect and call me just Grandpa," Garp yelled. "Ouch, that hurts so much. Grandpa's fists are the worst," Luffy wailed, clutching the growing bump on his head. Ron watched the scene, his eyes flashing. "Was that hacky?" Garp, while picking his nose, looked at Ron and said, "Ron, just do your usual training. No need to mind me." "No one was going to mind you anyway," Ace muttered under his breath. The next second, he was sent flying by a punch. With fresh, red lumps on their heads, Luffy and Ace followed Ron and began their training for the day. Garp sat cross-legged on a rock, munching on senbei, watching the three of them closely. "They've both improved a lot in terms of stamina since the last time I saw them," Garp thought, his gaze shifting to Ron. "That boy Ron. His training method might be a bit crude, but it effectively works out his entire body," Garp mused. But still, Garp's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on Ron. What's with this abnormal amount of vitality? How could a boy of around 10 like Ace grow this strong with just these training methods? After a grueling round of physical training, Ace and Luffy collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. However, Ron still looked perfectly fine. Garp thought for a moment, then walked over. "Ron, how about sparring with me for a bit, huh?" Ace and Luffy were both taken aback by the suggestion. "Grandpa wants to spar with Ron." "Sure," Ron agreed without hesitation. Right now, he desperately needed a powerful opponent Somyeon who could push him to fully unleash his strength. Ace and Luffy moved aside, their eyes fixed on the arena, watching the two figures, one large and one small. Gramps versus Ron. Ace swallowed hard. To him, these two were the strongest people he knew. Ron, go for it. Beat up that old man, Luffy shouted into the arena. Luffy, don't call me an old man, Garp roared back at him. On the other side, Ron closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Sun breathing, total concentration. With his mastery of sun breathing reaching 46, Ron could now fully utilize its technique. The immense, fiery energy within his body began to boil, his hair fluttering without wind, and an invisible pressure rose from his body. He intended to use this test to go all out and see just how strong he had become. Oh, Garp couldn't help but be surprised, his heart shaken. This kid has such control over his energy. In an instant, Ron stepped forward, disappearing from Ace and Luffy's sight. Vanished, they exclaimed, eyes wide. The next moment, Ron appeared in front of Garp, sending a powerful whip kick toward his neck. Garp raised his arm to block the attack. A violent shockwave spread outward, knocking the seated Luffy off his feet and sending him rolling backward. This speed and the strength, Garp was shocked as he blocked the blow. But before he could think any further, Ron, still midair, twisted his body and delivered a fierce knee strike toward Garp's face. In this no-nonsense, ruthless fighting style, Garp jumped back, dodging the strike, which left a small crater in the ground where he had just stood. The average adult's vitality was around 30 points. Ron's current vitality had reached 414 points. With such immense strength packed into a small fist, his attacks were truly terrifying. Under the full power of his sun-breathing technique, facing an opponent as formidable as Garp, Ron completely entered combat mode, unleashing his power without restraint. His speed reached its peak as he launched a barrage of relentless attacks at Garp. Ace and Luffy could only see faint afterimages around Garp as each resounding impact sent violent shockwaves sweeping through the area. Bang, bang, bang. Ron had never felt so invigorated. The overwhelming power he had accumulated within him seemed to cheer in excitement. The permanent buff essence of 10,000 tempering activated, making Ron fight even more fiercely. His speed increased, his strength grew heavier. Finally, a punch landed on Garp's face, making him stagger. Then a downward axe kick smashed onto Garp's head. The ground trembled. Garp's feet sank deeper into the ground, cracks spreading outward. Despite taking Ron's full force attacks twice in a row, Garp remained standing firm. Good job, kid, Garp laughed heartily, throwing a punch at Ron. Ron met him with his own fist. The two vastly different-sized fists collided. Boom, a wave of force, far stronger than before, blew through the area, sending Ace and Luffy tumbling. Ron was sent flying from the impact. Mid-air, he adjusted his posture and landed, leaving a long skid mark on the ground as he came to rest beside his sheathed Raikiri. He stood up, grabbing the hilt of Raikiri. Thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. A golden lightning bolt cut through the clearing with a crack of thunder. Haha, bring it on, Garp roared with laughter, punching forward. Boom, the entire clearing trembled. Dust and grass flew into the air. Ace and Luffy, watching from a distance under a tree, were utterly dumbfounded. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. Bang. Moon-breathing, second form, pearl flower moongazing. Bang. Sun-breathing, second form, clear blue sky. Bang. As Ron wielded Raikiri, he displayed swordsmanship infused with various breathing techniques. Each slash was powerful and unpredictable, mercilessly striking toward Garp. Garp, using only his iron fists, blocked each strike, enduring the barrage without even using armament haki, relying solely on the Marine's Tech-Eye technique. To Ron, facing Garp was like standing before an insurmountable mountain, one he could only look up to. After a punch from Garp landed on Raikiri, the force traveled through the blade, causing Ron's arms to tremble uncontrollably. His energy value must be at least 10 times mine, Ron thought as he endured the blow. Garp, too, was growing more astonished with each exchange. Such immense energy and an incredible physique. Just using basic physical techniques, this kid can generate such power, and his swordsmanship is at an astounding level. Not to mention that blade of his is something special. This kid is really only 10 years old. No, it seems like he's still getting stronger. What a monster. Sun-breathing, third form, raging sun. Ron unleashed his strongest slash. A deep crimson arc cut through the air, slashing toward Garp. Beautiful slash. Garp praised, countering with an upward punch that deflected the attack into the sky. He then looked at Ron, who stood with Raikiri in hand, arms trembling, face pale and panting heavily. Is that your current limit? Garp asked with a laugh. Ron nodded, a complex expression on his face. As expected, he was still far from being a match for this legendary naval hero. All right, let's call it a day, Garp said, stepping forward. The ground around them was a complete mess, wrecked from their battle. Garp crouched down, placing a hand on Ron's shoulder, causing him to almost collapse from the weight of the gesture. Garp looked at him seriously and said, Ron, come and join the Marines. I'll teach you everything I know. I promise you, you'll become the strongest Marine in history. Ron looked at the Marine hero in front of him and said without hesitation, "I will not become a Marine." Garp's eyes narrowed. "Why? What's wrong with becoming a Marine? Or do you want to be a pirate like Ace and the others?" He felt a little nervous. At only 10 years old, Ron already had such power. What would happen if he had more time? If a monster like this became a pirate, Sengoku would tear him apart. "I won't be a Marine, and I won't be a pirate either," Ron said, sheathing Raikiri. Hearing this, Garp let out a small sigh of relief. Even though it was a pity that Ron wouldn't join the Marines, as long as he didn't become a pirate, it was fine. Garp could live with that, unlike his grandson, who kept talking about becoming the Pirate King, something that almost drove him crazy. "If you don't want to be a Marine, then I can't teach you," Garp said regretfully as he stood up and looked at Ron. Otherwise, Garp was confident he could train Ron to become the strongest Marine in history. "No need, I can become stronger on my own," Ron said bluntly. With a system that allows him to get stronger through sign-ins and a permanent buff that drastically shortens training time, Ron was confident in his growth. Fighting Garp with all his strength this time had also yielded great benefits. Once he fully digested and absorbed it, his strength would rise to another level. "Old Garp, I just want to know one thing. What is it?" Garp raised an eyebrow, a bit annoyed by being called Old Garp, but since Ron wasn't aiming to be a pirate, he let it slide. "What level is my current strength on the sea?" Garp crossed his arms and thought for a moment. "Although you're not a devil fruit user and can't use haki, your physical strength and swordsmanship are far above others. From my perspective, you're about as strong as a pirate with a bounty of 20 to 30 million berries. In our Marines, you'd be around the level of a headquarters colonel. I know a Logia devil fruit user named Smoker who just graduated from the Marine School of Justice. You're not far behind him in terms of strength, but if you two really fought, you'd probably lose, so I still lack haki," Ron thought to himself. He glanced at Garp, hoping he might teach him haki. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Garp grinned and said, "If you want me to teach you, you have to become my disciple and join the Marines." Ron turned and walked away, gripping Raikiri tightly. For the next few days, whenever Ron trained with Ace and Luffy, Garp would show up. Ron still wanted to fight him a few more times, but Garp insisted on only teaching him if he joined the Marines, which annoyed Ron to no end. Occasionally, Garp would give pointers on Kuna's swordsmanship and footwork in front of Ron, sparking a subtle rivalry between the two over the issue of joining the Marines. Despite their differences, Garp and Ron would sometimes drink together at Makino's tavern. The sight of the two, one old and one young, sitting side by side at the bar drew attention. Makino couldn't help but chuckle every time she saw the two, arms around each other's shoulders, drunkenly calling each other brothers. One evening, after finishing training with Ace and Luffy, Garp called Ron over. Ron sat beside him. "What do you want?" Garp, wearing a floral shirt, sat cross-legged next to him, his usual smile replaced with a serious expression. "Ron, I want to know why you don't want to become a Marine. Is it because of Sabo?" "That's part of it," Ron said quietly. "To me, the so-called justice of the Marines is nothing but a heavy shackle. In this world, justice and evil are no longer clearly defined by Marines and pirates." "Well said. I didn't expect you to understand this at such a young age," Garp said, pulling out a rice cracker from his pocket. "Want one?" Ron held out his hand. Reluctantly, Garp handed him one. As they ate, Garp said, "Every Marine has their own sense of justice. Some are stubborn, some are rigid, but overall it's good. Pirates, on the other hand, are mostly filled with wicked, vile criminals." Crunch, crunch. Garp munched on his rice cracker, then looked at Ron. "I'm just as furious about what happened to Sabo. Those celestial dragons are scum, but there's nothing I can do. They represent order. If that order is broken, the entire world will fall into chaos, and even small places like Fuchsia Village won't be spared. But I hope the future will bring change brought by the young Marines, not by pirates disrupting order and causing chaos." Garp's gaze grew serious as he looked at Ron. "Ron, you have enormous potential, more than anyone I've ever met. Your future is limitless. I sincerely hope you will be the one to push the world toward change. So join the Marines." Ron ate his rice cracker in silence for a long time. "I'll decide whether to join the Marines based on what I see with my own eyes." "What do you mean?" Ron looked up at Garp with a grin that left him stunned. "Do the Marines take interns?" A month later, Marines headquarters, Marineford, an intern. For the Marines, Sengoku was stunned. "Do we even have interns in the Marines? Pirate ships have interns, so why can't the Marines?" Garp, sitting nearby and draped in his Marine's justice coat, said while munching on a donut. "That's what the kid said anyway. Nonsense. How can the Marines be compared to pirates?" Sengoku replied, clearly annoyed. "Sengoku, are you saying you disagree?" Garp squinted his eyes at Sengoku. Sengoku stared at Garp as if he were an idiot. "Of course I disagree. How could the Marines possibly create a special internship program for a 10-year-old kid? Have you eaten too many donuts, Garp?" Garp stuffed another donut into his mouth and glanced at Sengoku from the side of his eye. "I spoke so highly of the Marines in front of that kid. If he doesn't join us now, Sengoku, you'll regret it. Regret it. As Fleet Admiral of the Marines, do you think I've ever regretted a decision I made?" Sengoku stood up, slamming his hand on the table, visibly furious. "You, on the other hand, do nothing all day. Instead of hunting pirates, you took a 10-day leave and spent a whole month with your grandson. And now, you want to change Marines rules for some random brat by setting up an internship program like pirates do. Garp picked his nose casually. Nothing major happened while I was gone, right? Sengoku, fuming, stormed around the table, grabbed Garp's donut bag and shoved all the donuts into his mouth. My donuts, Sengoku, you bastard. Garp, staring at his now empty bag, clenched his fists in anger. Go catch some pirates, Vice Admiral Garp, Sengoku sneered. Using ranks against me, huh? Problem. The two locked eyes and Garp let out a cold snort, striding toward the door. Just before leaving, Garp paused, glancing back at Sengoku. I fought with that kid, Ron. Oh, and Sengoku didn't bother looking up, so I know his strength. Garp picked his nose again. He's not a devil fruit user, but his strength rivals that of Smoker, the Logia user who just graduated from the Marines Academy this year. Sengoku, who was about to deal with some paperwork, stood up in shock. What did you just say? Didn't you hear me? Garp chuckled, glancing over his shoulder. What, going deaf in your old age? You're telling me that kid's strength is comparable to Smoker's? Sengoku, abandoning their banter, urgently questioned. That's right. Garp flicked some nose gunk off his finger and smiled slyly at Sengoku. And the kid is only 10 years old. You understand what that means, don't you, Sengoku? Sengoku's eyes widened, heart pounding. Smoker, a Logia user and a disciple of Zephyr, was the most outstanding student of his class at the Marines Academy. And now, a 10-year-old child with a clean record and not even a devil fruit user had power that could rival Smoker's. If this were true, Garp, are you absolutely sure about what you're saying? Sengoku asked, his tone serious. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Standing by the door, Garp glanced back, his expression serious. I didn't think so. Sengoku took a deep breath, calming his shock. He then gazed at Garp and said gravely, what's the kid's name? Ron. All right, Sengoku said with a serious expression. As Fleet Admiral of the Marines, I approve him as an intern. Gehahaha, weren't you just saying there's no way you'd change Marines rules for a 10-year-old brat? Garp turned, laughing loudly at Sengoku. Shut up. It's your fault for not explaining it properly. Embarrassed, Sengoku hurled a file at Garp, which Garp effortlessly caught. Sengoku sat down, then asked one last question. When is he coming? Probably next spring. I just taught him how to train in Haki, and he said he'd come after mastering it. Garp pulled out another bag of donuts from somewhere and continued eating. You're too impatient. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his forehead. If the kid doesn't want to join the Marines a year from now and ends up becoming a pirate instead, won't your Haki training just make him even stronger? Hahaha, relax, Sengoku. I asked him straight up. Even if Ron doesn't become a Marine, he definitely won't become a pirate, Garp said through a mouthful of donut. I can guarantee that, otherwise I wouldn't have taught him. Let's hope you're right. 3 months later, in the Goa Kingdom within Fuchsia Village, Ron stood in a forest, throwing a punch at a large boulder in front of him. His fist sank into the stone, causing cracks to spread across its surface. It's still not enough. I can only wrap it around, but I can't enhance my armament Haki. Looking at the stone, Ron sighed. He had learned armament Haki a month after Garp left, but so far he could only wrap his body in it, unable to strengthen it. Armament Haki was a power that everyone possessed from birth and could grow stronger through training. It was connected to two things, vitality and willpower. If either of these was insufficient, one couldn't sense Haki. Training in armament Haki meant controlling vitality with willpower and blending in elements like aura, killing intent, and a fighting spirit to turn it into a weapon. Once Ron had grasped the basics, he continued strengthening his body and increasing his vitality, working on his aura and willpower to make his Haki stronger. This was the training method passed down by the legendary Marine hero, Garp, one of the world's top Haki users. The highest level of observation Haki was innate, known as the ability to hear the voices of all things, achievable only through talent. Although Garp had taught Ron how to train for observation Haki, Ron hadn't sensed it yet. As for Conqueror's Haki, that was still far off. Ron had only traveled to 3 islands, never leaving the East Blue, and had encountered only a few strong opponents. He was like a newborn bird, still lacking the aura of a king. System, show me my current stats. Understood. Host Ron, age 10, vitality 506, mastery of sun breathing 53, swordsmanship, stage of force grade accomplishment, weapon, great grade sword Reikiri. Permanent buff, the essence of 10,000 tempering, bound, armament Haki, level 1. My current strength might be almost enough for the East Blue, but in the Marines I'd still be nothing. Ron contemplated the stats displayed on the virtual screen. Before becoming a Marine trainee, I need to get stronger or at least advance my swordsmanship to the stage of will. There are a few islands nearby. Maybe I can explore and activate more missions. Over the next 5 or 6 months, Ron often left Fuchsia Village with Kuina, traveling for short periods, sometimes 7 days, sometimes half a month. Kuina's swordsmanship improved rapidly as they faced mountain bandits, pirates, and criminals kidnapping children. The most dangerous encounter was against a Paramecia-type stinger fruit user. Unaware of the enemy's powers, Kuina was pierced through the shoulder and immobilized. Two spikes erupted from the ground, pinning her hands and leaving her defenseless. If not for Ron's timely intervention, she might have died. This experience made Kuna far more cautious, and she never underestimated any opponent again, no matter how weak they seemed. During these months, Ace and Luffy also trained hard, though they spent less time with Ron. They focused on basic physical training day in and day out. By the time Ron returned, the two brothers could work together to take down a large bear. Ron's progress was even more remarkable. As Kuna put it, no one knows how strong he is now. She witnessed Ron single-handedly defeat a pirate crew of over 50 members, including a captain with a bounty of 17 million berries, using just one slash of his sword. Ron tied up the pirate captain and delivered him to the Marines stationed in the Goa Kingdom, earning a hefty reward. When they returned with bags full of money, Makino and the bar staff were stunned. And that was only what Kuna knew. Secretly, Ron had collected treasure from the bandits and pirates he defeated and stored it in his system space. He even stumbled upon an ancient pirate treasure on an island, filled with gold artifacts. Ron estimated the treasure alone could fetch 300 million berries. For now, Ron had no worries about money. In the remaining months of that year, Ron and Kuna occasionally traveled to other islands by merchant ships. During these trips, they often dealt with unruly pirates and bandits. By the end of the year, stories of the traveler Ron and the blue-haired swordswoman began circulating among the islands in the East Blue and the Goa Kingdom. One snowy day in Fuchsia Village, Makino hosted a lively party at her tavern, inviting Daden, her bandit family, Ace, Luffy, Ron, and Kuna. It was a festive affair. Luffy, who had never seen so much meat, devoured food until he was too full to move, mumbling about how much he loved banquets and how good the meat tasted. Ace sat by the window, smiling at Luffy before turning to watch the snow fall outside, a wistful look in his eyes. "Sabo, are you doing well?" After the party on the second-floor balcony, Kuna and Ron leaned against the railing, watching the snow cover the village. "Has it been a year already?" Ron said with a touch of sentiment. "Yeah, it feels like just yesterday we arrived." Kuna rested her chin on her arms, smiling at Ron. "I'm so glad I decided to leave the dojo and come here with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met Makino, Kemi, Ace, or Luffy." Her smile dimmed slightly. "But we'll have to part ways soon, won't we?" Ron gazed at the falling snow and smiled. "We'll meet again. Parting to pursue our goals will only make our reunion sweeter." "You're right," Kuna smiled again. She turned to Ron and asked, "You've decided to go with Garp to the Marines, haven't you?" Ron hesitated briefly before nodding. "Yeah, then we'll be parting ways for now." Kuna smiled, surprising Ron as she suddenly hugged him. In the snowy night on the brightly lit balcony of the tavern, the blue-haired girl embraced the black-haired boy, leaving Ron at a loss for words. Scratching his cheek, he mumbled, "I won't join the Marines. I'm just going to be a trainee for a while. It shouldn't be long." "I know," Kuna whispered in his ear. "You've always trained so hard just like me because you have a big goal. So I'm not surprised by any of your decisions. Don't worry about me and don't let my father's words affect you. Even if we part ways, I'll keep moving forward toward my ambition." Kuna let go of Ron, her eyes glistening with tears as she smiled. "When we meet again, I'll be a swordswoman who will amaze you with my strength." "I'll be looking forward to that day," Ron smiled. "When the time comes, let's set out on an adventure together." Wiping her tears, Kuna nodded with a smile. "It's a promise." Very soon, spring arrived. Ron was now 11 years old. It had been nearly 3 years since he came to the world of pirates. Before the snow had fully melted, Garp, wearing his dog-head hat and draped in his justice cloak, arrived on a warship to pick up Ron. "Well, I'll be off then." Carrying his long sword in a pack, Ron stood beside Garp and waved goodbye to Kuna, Ace, Luffy, Makino, and the others. "Yeah, I'll be setting sail in a few more years as well." Ace grinned. "See you out on the ocean, Ron." Little Luffy also waved vigorously at Ron, laughing broadly. "Ron, don't forget to come back and visit. And if you see Sabo, make sure to write me a letter and let me know." "Got it." Ron smiled at the two of them. "Even after I leave, don't slack off, okay? Next time we meet, I don't want you two to be so weak that you can't even land a punch on me." "Don't worry, next time I'll be strong enough to knock you flying. This is some new wine I brewed, you'll probably like it. Take it with you." Makino came forward, handing Ron a wooden box with bottles of wine inside. Ron thanked her. Makino wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Ron with her usual gentle smile. "I look forward to hearing your name out on the seas soon, Ron." Ron glanced at Kuna one last time. She said nothing, only smiled and extended her fist toward him. Ron understood her meaning. "Don't forget our promise." "Right, all set to go." Garp, with arms folded, looked over and asked, "Yeah, then let's get moving." Ron nodded, waved goodbye to the group, then turned and walked down the road with Garp, slowly disappearing from sight. Kuna stood in place, watching for a long time. "Kuna, let's head back." Makino placed her hand on Kuna's shoulder and said softly, "Makino, am I weak?" "No, you're already very strong." Kuna shook her head. "Still not enough. I can feel it, the gap between him and me is growing. This isn't what I wanted." Makino didn't know what to say. "If I keep going like this, I won't even be able to see his back anymore, let alone stand by his side." Hyuna's eyes were filled with determination. I need to become much stronger. On the warship. After placing his luggage and long sword in the cabin, Ron stood alone by the railing, watching as the island grew smaller and smaller. Behind him, several Marines were whispering as they looked at the small figure. That's the Marine recruit the rumors talk about, the one specially recruited by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He just looks like an ordinary boy. What's so special about him? Is he a devil fruit user? No idea. Hey you guys. Garp, dressed in his white suit, wearing his dog head hat and justice cloak, walked over and yelled at the Marines, "Don't talk behind people's backs. Don't you know that's rude?" "Why yes, sir." After chasing away the Marines, Garp walked over to Ron, smiling. "How's your hacky training coming along?" "Not great. Without suitable opponents, my progress is slow." Ron leaned on the railing, staring out at the sea. "Ha ha ha, once we get to Marineford, you'll have as many opponents as you want." Garp laughed heartily. "Let me make one thing clear. I'm only a special recruit, not someone who's going to help the Marines catch pirates. The Marines not so short-staffed that they need an 11-year-old to lead troops to catch pirates," Garp said while scratching his nose. "I've already spoken to Sengoku. You'll be able to visit and study at the Marine Academy. After honing your skills against stronger opponents, you'll become much stronger." Ron glanced at Garp, surprised. "The Marines trust me that much." They mostly just want to recruit you." Garp flicked at his nose. Sengoku's been stressing himself gray these past few years, trying to strengthen the younger generation of the Marines. A little monster like you, if properly trained, could carry the Marines into the next era. A 3-year internship. Even if you don't want to join the Marines after that, as long as you don't help pirates or oppose the Marines, you can keep the title of special recruit. Except for commanding troops or weapons, you'll still enjoy quite a few privileges, which should be useful to you. But if you show any signs of siding with pirates or turning against the Marines. Garp paused and looked at Ron. Ron understood the meaning in his eyes. "They'll eliminate me before I become a threat, right?" Garp laughed, more or less. There were a few things Garp didn't say. Ron's appointment as a special Marine recruit had caused some controversy within the Marines. Some were opposed to changing the Marines' rules for a child. It was Sengoku who used his authority as Fleet Admiral to suppress the dissent. If Ron were to betray the Marines, Sengoku would be the one primarily responsible. But Sengoku had made this decision not because he trusted a boy he had never met, but because he trusted his old friend Garp. For the future of the Marines, he was willing to gamble his position as Fleet Admiral. 10 days later, the warship left the East Blue and entered the Calm Belt. Because the bottom of the warship was coated with sea stone, it wouldn't be attacked by the massive sea kings in the Calm Belt. As they reached the Calm Belt, a mist rose over the sea. Suddenly, a pirate ship slowly appeared from within the mist. Its flag displayed a skull wrapped by 9 snakes, shaped like the sun. The pirate ship was being pulled by 2 massive sea snakes. How is this possible? Apart from Marines' warships, there are pirate ships capable of entering the Calm Belt. A young Marine was astonished to see the ship passing in front of them. "Should we attack?" Vice Admiral Garp, the snoring, bubble-blowing Garp, was shaken awake. He glanced at the ship, waved his hand, and said, "No need, no need. That's the Kuja pirates, not on the wanted list." He continued snoring after saying this. The young Marines were stunned. Kuja pirates, never heard of them. "Why aren't we capturing them if they're a pirate crew?" One Marine scratched his head, watching the pirate ship slowly drift away. Ron was also slightly surprised. Do these Marines not know about the Kuja pirates or the Pirate Empress? Then he quickly realized. The current timeline should be 6 years before Ace sets sail, and 9 years before Luffy does. Boa Hancock should be around 20 years old by now. She probably hasn't gone on expeditions yet and hasn't earned the title of Pirate Empress. That explains their confusion. After crossing the Calm Belt, they entered the Grand Line. By now, Garp had woken up. "Vice Admiral Garp, we need to refuel." "Which is the nearest island?" "The closest one is Water 7. All right, let's head there." 3 days later, the warship arrived in Water 7. Garp approached Ron, who was practicing with his sword, and grinned mischievously. "Hey, Ron, it'll take about half a day to refuel. Want to head ashore with me?" "We haven't had a good drinking contest in a while." "Sure, but my drinking skills have improved a lot since last time," Ron said as he sheathed his sword. "Old man, don't pass out after just a few drinks again. I don't want to have to carry you back." "Ha ha ha, as if I'm Garp. I was drinking before you were even born." Garp flashed a grin, showing his sharp white teeth. "Oh, and who was the one calling me Big Brother after getting drunk in Makino's bar last time? That time doesn't count." Garp waved dismissively. That was an exception. The two of Themon Large, one small, walked off the warship, leaving the young Marines who overheard their conversation completely dumbfounded. "Ding, the system has detected that the host location meets the sign-in requirements. Would you like to sign in?" The familiar system prompt echoed in Ron's mind. He answered mentally, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Rewards, vitality plus 10. Mechanical mastery acquired." Suddenly, a flood of mechanical knowledge surged into Ron's mind, so overwhelming that he felt his head might explode. What's wrong?" Garp glanced at Ron, noticing his odd expression. "Nothing." Ron wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh, Garp didn't question it further. How about that tavern over there? Looks good, but I didn't bring any money. That place looks pretty upscale. Got any cash, old man? Ron, after using his breath of the sun technique, had already regained his composure. Nope, Garp said nonchalantly. Don't worry, we'll just make the local Marines foot the bill later. Stop thinking so much, let's go. Garp threw his arm around Ron's neck, dragging him toward the fancy tavern. After downing several bottles of high-end liquor, Garp collapsed drunk onto the table. Though Ron's face was flushed from the alcohol, his mind remained clear. Excusing himself to the restroom, he slipped out of the tavern, leaving Garp behind. If I remember correctly, the Pluton blueprint is in Frankie's hands now. His face still rosy from the alcohol, Ron thought to himself. Previously, he hadn't been interested in the Pluton blueprint, but after acquiring mechanical mastery and gaining a wealth of mechanical knowledge, his curiosity had been piqued. After asking around, he found the location of Frankie House. Donning a fox mask he bought from a roadside stall, Ron moved like a shadow, sneaking into Frankie House. Frankie was working with a few of his underlings, repairing a ship. You guys put in extra effort today. Let's get this ship done by the day after tomorrow, Frankie ordered. Yes, big bro Frankie, they responded in unison. Frankie, focused on the repair work, sensed someone approaching but assumed it was one of his underlings. Without turning, he extended his hand. Is that you, Missai? Great, pass me the wrench. The next second, a swift chop landed on the back of his neck. Frankie's vision went black as he collapsed. Ron, still wearing his fox mask, crouched and activated the switch on Frankie's abdomen, retrieving the Pluton blueprint hidden within. Without making a sound, he vanished from the scene. By the time Ron returned to the warship, Garp was already back. As soon as Garp saw him, he bellowed angrily. Ron, you little brat, you left me behind and ran off on your own. I had no money to pay and you passed out drunk. There were some burly guys at the tavern door watching me. I couldn't take them to the Marines to get money, so I had to run first, Ron said, walking leisurely past Garp, his hands behind his head. Besides, you're Vice Admiral Garp. I knew you'd be fine. Then why didn't you help me find someone? Where did you run off to? I had to explain to them for a long time. They almost didn't let me leave. Garp growled. I thought for sure they'd recognize you, Vice Admiral Garp, don't they? Ron asked, feigning surprise. Garp gritted his teeth in frustration. But as soon as Ron returned to the cabin on the warship, Garp's angry expression instantly faded, replaced by a small, relieved smile. This scene left the surrounding young Marines confused, unsure of what their hero, Vice Admiral Garp, was thinking. Only Garp himself knew. He donned his justice coat and dog-head hat, crossed his arms, and stood at the bow of the ship, issuing orders, set sail. We're heading to Marineford. The warship set off toward the Marines' headquarters at Marineford. Meanwhile, in Water 7 at Frankie's place, Frankie awoke to find that his most important secret, the blueprints for Pluton, were missing. He was struck with disbelief, and confusion filled his heart. How could the person who knocked him out and took the Pluton blueprints have known they were with him? How did they know he had hidden them here? No one else should have known such a thing. Could it be some kind of devil fruit power? Frankie speculated. But no matter how much he guessed, the blueprints, which could shake the world, were gone, and he didn't even know who took them. At Marineford. Have you heard? Heard what? The rumored special recruit is supposed to arrive today. You mean the one selected by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp? Yeah, several Marines standing at the dock whispered among themselves. Hey, you guys, no chatting while on duty. A Marine officer with a cigar in her mouth and a smile on her face reprimanded them. Yes, Lieutenant Hina. Vice Admiral Garp is back, someone shouted. All eyes turned toward the bay. A warship slowly sailed in, bearing the emblem of a dog at the front, Garp's signature ship. Further inland in the headquarters building, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood by the window, watching as the warship approached the shore. On a nearby rooftop, Vice Admiral Kyuzen Aokiji lay lazily, propping his head up with one hand and looking toward the ship. Suddenly, he spoke to the person beside him. No missions today, Borsellino. As soon as the words left his mouth, small golden lights appeared beside him, gradually forming into a humanoid shape. Yer, I'm not like Sakazuki. I don't enjoy chasing pirates so much, said Vice Admiral Borsellino Kizaru, wearing sunglasses, a yellow shirt, and a white justice coat, his hands in his pockets as he gazed toward the bay. A person recognized by Vice Admiral Garp. Kyuzen, what kind of guy do you think they'll be? Who knows? Kyuzen, wearing sunglasses and casual clothes, yawned. At the bay, the warship docked. Garp stepped off, followed by a black-haired boy carrying a long sword and a bundle. Nearly all the Marines around the bay focused their gazes on the boy, whose appearance was refined and calm. Is that him, the special recruit? He looks like an ordinary kid, but would a normal 10-year-old face all these stares without flinching? Yeah, good point. Hina, still smiling with a cigar in her mouth, approached Garp and Ron. She addressed Garp, Vice Admiral Garp. The Fleet Admiral wants to see you as soon as you return. I know, Garp replied with a nod. Then he turned to Ron and said, follow Hina. She'll take you to your quarters. Go and put your things away first. Ron nodded. As Garp headed toward the headquarters building, Hina extended her hand to Ron and said, I'm Lieutenant Hina. You must be the special recruit. Ron, welcome to Marineford. Ron shook her large hand. Ron followed Hina toward the place assigned for him to stay. Once he arrived at his quarters, Ron placed his famous sword Rikiri and his bundle of clothes down. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, detecting current location Marineford Marine's headquarters. Conditions met for signing in. Sign in to receive rewards. Sign in now. Sign in successful. You have received the following rewards: Vitality plus 10. Armament Haki level increased. Ron instantly felt changes in his body. What he couldn't do before using Armament Haki to harden his Bodino seemed within his reach. System, show me my current stats. Certainly. Host Ron, age 11, Vitality 623. Swordsmanship, stage of will beginner, mastery of sun-breathing technique 67, weapon, great grade sword Reikiri, permanent buff, true essence of 10,000 tempering binding in progress, armament Haki level 3, observation Haki level 0, conqueror's Haki level 0, skills, mechanical mastery. Level 3 in armament Haki, Ron raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and with a thought his entire arm turned jet black as hard as steel. So this is hardening. Ron clenched his arm, now reinforced with armament Haki, feeling the strength within. Compared to when he hadn't used armament Haki, both his defense and attack power were several times stronger, and this was only the beginning of his mastery over hardening. It was hard to imagine what it would be like for someone who had mastered armament Haki to its peak, like Garp. If someone like him, with his monstrous vitality, combined that with peak-level armament Haki, what kind of devastating power would his full-force punch have? Destroying a small island might not even be a problem. Ron tried again and realized that his current armament Haki at level 3 could only harden one arm. He couldn't yet strengthen both arms simultaneously. Strengthening his limbs and eventually his whole body was still a distant goal. I'm still far from becoming a true powerhouse. I need to keep training. Ron looked out the window and clenched his fist. Let it begin here in Marineford. Having just graduated from the Marine School of Justice, Smoker, a young lieutenant, had returned from a mission. Before he even had a chance to rest, a fellow Marine from his class approached him. Smoker, the Admiral wants to see you. What for? I don't know, but you better get going. Vice Admiral Garp is there too. Smoker, chewing on a cigar, ran a hand through his slicked-back silver hair, a bit annoyed, but replied, got it. Is it in the main building? No, it's at the Marine School of Justice. The Marine School of Justice? Smoker asked, puzzled. With confusion in his heart, Smoker arrived at the Marine School of Justice. In the underground arena, a place built specifically for Marine students to train and spar, Smoker saw Admiral Sengoku, Garp, Admiral Tsuru, and Admiral Zephyr, who had been his instructor at the school. The four of them, draped in their justice coats, exuded an overwhelming presence just by standing together. It was a pressure that few could withstand. This vast underground arena, aside from these four Marine legends, there was also an 11 or 12-year-old boy with black hair, wearing a black t-shirt and white shorts, a kid he had never seen before. Smoker glanced at the black-haired boy in confusion before turning to Sengoku. Admiral, what do you need me for? Smoker, I have a task for you, Sengoku said, looking at him. Smoker's expression became more serious. What kind of task could require the presence of these four top Marines? Sengoku pointed at the black-haired boy standing nearby and said to Smoker, your task is to fight him with all your strength. Smoker was stunned, unable to process what he'd just heard. A task involving all four of these great Marines was just to fight that kid. Was this a joke, Lieutenant Smoker? Admiral Tsuru's voice broke Smoker's daze, bringing him back to reality. He looked at Tsuru and saw her calm, wise eyes. Don't question it. We'll explain everything later. For now, just follow orders and carry out the task. Smoker's eyes flickered slightly. He scratched his head, then turned to the black-haired boy. All right. So I just need to fight this kid, right? Yes, Sengoku nodded. Garp crossed his arms and grinned. Smoker, don't underestimate him or you'll regret it. Smoker said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on the black-haired boy in the arena. Though Smoker wasn't Zephyr's best student, he was one of the few who had survived Zephyr's hellish training, earning his recognition as a rising Marine force. But Garp had somehow found this kid and claimed his strength was on par with Smoker's, despite not having a devil fruit ability. HMPH, what kind of joke is that? Smoker stepped into the arena, looking down at the boy who barely reached his waist with thighs not as thick as his arms. His eye twitched slightly. This kid, they seriously expected him to go all out against this kid. Was Garp really not joking, or was he trying to get him killed? Ready? The black-haired boy asked, looking up at him. Smoker exhaled, brushing aside his thoughts. Whatever, the sooner this pointless match ended, the better. Come at me, Smoker said to the boy. The moment the words left his mouth, the tiles beneath the boy's feet shattered and his figure disappeared in an instant. So fast, Smoker's pupils shrank. This speed. Not far away, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Tsuru's eyes widened slightly. Garp laughed loudly. The kid's even faster than he was a year ago. Smoker sensed the incoming force from his left side and quickly raised his arm. In the next second, a leg whipped down with a sharp gust of wind. Smoker instantly felt an overwhelming force from the kick. Not good. Just as Smoker was about to be sent flying by the massive force, he transformed into smoke using his Logia ability, dispersing the blow harmlessly. He forced Smoker to use his smoke form with just one strike. How can such a small body hold that kind of power? Zephyr's eyes widened in shock, staring at the scene. Impressive, the always calm and composed Vice Admiral Tsuru was slightly moved. Hahaha Sengoku, what do you think? Garp laughed loudly at Sengoku. It's still too early. Smoker's strength is much more than that, Sengoku said, looking at the two in the field. Smoker, after enduring that blow, completely changed his attitude of underestimating his opponent. This black-haired brat in front of him, high strength, was formidable. Kid, what's your name? Ron. Ron, I'll remember that. Smoker became fully serious, and part of his body turned into white smoke, constantly shifting. I'm a Logia-type smoke fruit user, Lieutenant of the Marines, Smoker. Ron didn't waste words with him. He stomped the ground and rushed forward, throwing a straight punch. Boom, the air seemed to explode, and a large hole appeared in Smoker's chest, but there was no blood. It's useless. Right now, I'm a smoke man. No matter how strong your punch is, it won't work against smoke. The hole in Smoker's chest quickly filled with smoke, and he raised his fist, punching toward Ron White Fist. Ron dodged, but Smoker's arm instantly turned into smoke, extending and curving. His fist chased Ron like a homing missile. Ron spun around and threw another punch. Smoker's fist was instantly pierced through, dissipating into wisps of smoke, only to reform into a large hand tightly gripping Ron's arm. Got you. Cloud of smoke appeared in front of Ron and condensed into Smoker's tall figure. Zephyr, seeing this scene, said, the battle is decided. That brat may be absurdly strong in speed and power, but he's no match for Smoker. Haha, Garp laughed loudly. What are you laughing at, Garp? Zephyr turned his head, annoyed. That brat has no way to deal with the elemental abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit user, so he can't possibly beat Smoker. That's true, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. But what if he's holding a weapon made of sea stone? Zephyr's expression stiffened. No need. Who said that brat doesn't have a way to deal with a Logia user's intangibility? Garp waved his hand dismissively. The only things that can counter a Logia user's intangibility are Haki, sea stone, or another devil fruit power. Is that brat a devil fruit user? Zephyr asked, frowning at Garp. No, he's not, Garp shook his head. Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to realize something. He turned to Garp, his eyes showing a hint of shock. Garp, don't tell me that, kid. Garp didn't answer, only grinned, revealing his large white teeth. In the field, Smoker had grabbed Ron's wrist, but he couldn't move him at all. The power emanating from that wrist shocked Smoker as he realized a fact. The black-haired boy named Ron before him possessed strength greater than his own. Smoker was utterly astonished. At that moment, the small wrist began to exert force. Smoker's eyes narrowed and smoke billowed from his body. Brat, just give up now. White bind. White smoke like snakes shot from Smoker's body, coiling around Ron. In no time, the flowing white smoke turned into thick ropes, binding Ron tightly. You've lost, Smoker said, looking at Ron. But just as he was about to turn away, a calm boy's voice came from behind him. Is this all the strength you have? Feeling the sudden surge of energy behind him, Smoker whipped around. The ropes made of white smoke had been torn apart, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The black-haired boy named Ron stood there, his hair billowing as if blown by an invisible wind. His body seemed to be surrounded by an invisible force that made Smoker's heart pound. Impossible. Zephyr was completely shocked, eyes wide and mouth agape, as if witnessing something unimaginable. Vice Admiral Tsuru also stared blankly at the black-haired boy in the field, waves of emotion surging in her heart like never before. It's Haki. He mastered armament Haki in just 1 year. Sengoku's gaze was fixed on the black-haired boy in the field, his voice trembling. I told you, he's a little monster, Garp laughed heartily. Ron, now wrapped in invisible armament Haki, stomped the ground, his speed turning him into a blur as he appeared in front of Smoker. Useless. Smoker's words weren't even finished before Ron's Haki-coated fist slammed into his abdomen. Smoker's eyes widened in shock, and in the next second his entire body was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall, embedding deeply, cracks spreading all around. How is this possible? Smoker, trapped in the wall and bleeding from the mouth, struggled to open his eyes, staring in shock at the small figure in the distance. Haki, it's Haki, the thing I haven't even mastered yet, that brat. Envy, jealousy, and frustration, an indescribable mix of emotions filled Smoker's heart as he roared, using the smoke to propel his upper body and charge at Ron. Ron, watching Smoker charge toward him, raised his arm and clenched his fist. Armament Haki hardening. With a sound that echoed like substance being formed, Ron's arm and fist turned pitch black. This scene left Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru even more shocked. Even Garp was momentarily stunned. That kid, he's already reached the level of armament Haki hardening. Hayarg. With bloodshot eyes, Smoker pushed his devil fruit ability to the limit, charging at Ron and throwing a punch. Ron's pitch-black, Haki-hardened fist met Smoker's in midair. The large and small fists collided. Boom! A powerful shockwave accompanied by dense white smoke exploded in all directions, blowing back the coats of Garp, Sengoku, and the others. A figure was sent flying from the white smoke. The wall, which had already been smashed through by Smoker, now had an even larger, inwardly collapsing hole. Smoker lay within it, unconscious. That was quite the harsh blow. That kid really doesn't hold back, as always, Garp remarked with a click of his tongue, his arms crossed as he observed. Meanwhile, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru all kept their eyes fixed on the black-haired boy gradually emerging from the dissipating white smoke. He was unscathed, though the sleeve on his right arm had been torn off, revealing a muscular and well-defined arm. Sengoku shifted his gaze to Zephyr and asked, "Zephyr, do you still have any objections?" Zephyr took a deep breath, looking at the black-haired boy in the arena, and replied gravely, "If it's this kid, I have no objections. I agree to recruit him as a Marines trainee." After speaking, Zephyr turned to Sengoku with a serious expression and said, "Sengoku, can you entrust this kid to me for training? I can guarantee that he'll become an even more terrifying monster than Kyuzen, Borsalino, or Sakazuki." Before Sengoku could respond, Tsuru spoke up that might not be possible. Zephyr frowned. "Why not?" "Because he's not officially part of the Marines yet, just a special recruit trainee," Tsuru said, glancing at him. "Have you considered what would happen if he chose not to join the Marines?" Zephyr's expression hardened. "Tsuru, what do you suggest we do?" Sengoku asked, looking toward her. The gray-haired Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at the black-haired boy in the distance, thought for a moment, and then turned back to Sengoku. "Give him the freedom to act within the Marines, allow him to voluntarily participate in capturing pirates and other missions. His position and salary should be equivalent to that of a captain, but he should not have access to core matters, and no one is allowed to teach him the 6 powers of the Marines. All confidential Marines information should only be revealed to him once he formally joins the Marines and passes the corresponding tests," Tsuru said decisively. "Give him freedom and limits, let him experience everything firsthand, and then decide for himself." Sengoku nodded. "I agree with Tsuru." Garp yawned. "I have no objections." Zephyr, now a bit more composed, still posed a question. "What about the school? Will he be allowed in? He can participate in the school's training, but neither you, Zephyr, nor any of the instructors are allowed to teach him anything," Tsuru replied, crossing her arms. Zephyr nodded. "Understood." The decision was to essentially let this special recruit trainee learn on his own until he officially became part of the Marines. "Also, Garp, you're not allowed to teach him anything either," Sengoku added. "All right," Garp grinned at Sengoku. "Besides, I've already taught him everything I can." The news of the Marines recruiting an 11-year-old trainee couldn't be kept entirely under wraps and soon spread. An 11-year-old trainee recruited by the Marines. Whitebeard laughed heartily as he read the newspaper. Who would have thought that stubborn old Sengoku would do something like this? He chuckled, lifting his massive cup and taking a swig. On the shore of a small island, a pirate ship and a small coffin-shaped boat were docked. Suddenly, the sky darkened as 2 enormous slashes collided, splitting the sky into 4 sections above the island. "The captain's duel with Hawkeye is as awe-inspiring as ever," said Lucky Roo, a rotund man wearing small sunglasses, as he sat on a rock eating. "Yasop, who do you think will win this time?" Lucky Roo asked. "They've never had a decisive winner before, have they?" Yasop replied, cleaning his long rifle. Above their heads, waves of black sword energy from Mihawk's supreme-grade black blade, Yoro, spread out in rings, causing the sea around the island to churn violently. But the crew was already used to this sight. Nearby, Ben Beckman, the gray-haired vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, who wore a spiral-patterned cloak and had a cigar in his mouth, lay on a rock, calmly reading the newspaper. However, when he came across a certain piece of information, a rare look of surprise crossed his usually calm face. Lucky Roo noticed and asked curiously, "Vice Captain, did something catch your eye?" "The Marines recruited a trainee," Beckman replied. "A trainee? The Marines has trainees now." Yasop was surprised. Trainees were common in pirate crews, especially larger ones. Both Shanks and Buggy had been trainees in Roger's crew, but a Marines trainee was unheard of. "Is there something special about this trainee to be specially recruited?" Yasop asked. "Very special," Beckman replied. "He's a kid named Ron, only 11 years old. An 11-year-old kid." Yasop and Lucky Roo exchanged glances. Beckman looked back at the newspaper, a contemplative expression on his face. An 11-year-old kid, yet strict and inflexible. Sengoku broke protocol to recruit him as a trainee. Just how extraordinary was this kid? Due to the Marines' unexpected and unconventional move to recruit a trainee, the name Ron made its first appearance on the seas. However, he was just an 11-year-old boy. A few individuals paid attention, but most dismissed it, thinking it was just another one of the Marines' gimmicks. The news and his name were quickly overshadowed by other events in the vast ocean. Like a fleeting flower, the name soon faded from people's memories. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Smoker lay in the hospital ward by the window, a cigar in his mouth, with heavy bandages wrapped around his head, abdomen, and right arm. How unsightly. "I can't believe someone like you, who graduated alongside me, would get beaten up this badly." Hina is very disappointed. Hina, with her long, light pink hair, dressed in a red suit and draped in a justice coat, stood with her arms crossed in front of Smoker's hospital bed. She had a slender, attractive figure and a striking, cold beauty. A thin cigarette rested between her lips. Who exactly did this to you? Hina is curious, she asked, her gaze lingering on him. As a user of the smoke fruit with powers as strong, if not stronger, than hers, she was surprised Smoker had ended up in such a state. Moreover, the injuries hadn't been from a mission, it had happened right in Marineford. She was keen to know who had inflicted them. None of your business. Just get out of here, Smoker replied coldly, staring out the window. HMPH. Hina snorted and turned to leave the ward. On her way back, she caught sight of a black-haired boy wearing a white training uniform. He walked barefoot along the long hospital wall, arms spread wide, eyes closed. Surprisingly, he maintained perfect balance. So that's the new special recruit trainee. He's really young, Hina observed with interest as she watched Ron. What are you doing? She asked him. Training, he answered, eyes still closed. And what exactly is this training supposed to accomplish? Hina asked curiously. She walked alongside him, with Ron on the wall and her below. Training my senses, Ron replied, focusing on observation hacky by practicing walking blind. Unaware of his true intentions, Hina smiled, thinking he was just messing around like a child. Your name is Ron, right? Yes, I'm Hina, she introduced herself. Ron was taken aback by the name. Black Cage Hina, so it was her. Is there anything you particularly enjoy eating? Hina asked, her hands clasped behind her as they walked. I like anything tasty. Well then, how about coming along with Hina to the marketplace? I'll treat you to some good food. Back in his hospital room, Smoker glanced out the window and spotted Hina walking with Ron. His gaze narrowed. Hina, why is she with him? Could she already know? Smoker's eyes widened. If Hina knew, then it meant that all of Marineford likely knew that he, Smoker, was beaten by an 11-year-old and ended up hospitalized. In truth, Hina didn't know any of this. She had simply taken a liking to the young recruit and wanted to take him out for a stroll, especially since a new dessert she wanted to try was being launched at a nearby restaurant. The details of Smoker's fight with Ron were only known to a few. Sengoku and the others wouldn't embarrass Smoker by spreading the word. As long as Smoker and Ron kept quiet, no one else would know, and by the time Smoker recovered, it would be as if nothing had happened. But misunderstanding the situation, Smoker assumed everyone already knew. Lying in bed with his cigar, he stared blankly out the window. After a long silence, he made a decision. Once I recover, I'll leave Marineford. No, I'll leave the Grand Line entirely. I'll find a place to be stationed elsewhere. Meanwhile, on a nearby island, Hina and Ron strolled around, sampling food and drinks. Ron temporarily set aside his training, enjoying the experience as a traveler, savoring local delicacies and unique beverages. The two had a great time. Little did they know, Smoker was now prepared to leave the Grand Line entirely. Back on the Marine's warship loaded with all sorts of treats and souvenirs, Hina bent down and smiled at Ron. Hina likes you a lot, little Ron. Why not join me on my ship? Despite only spending half a day together, she had grown fond of Ron, treating him almost like a younger brother. Her fellow Marines would certainly be surprised to see Hina, usually so proud and confident, behaving so warmly towards someone. Ron shook his head. Hina, I'm not a Marine yet. I can't become your subordinate. Is that so? Hina is disappointed. While she was slightly let down, she respected Ron's decision. Ron smiled and nodded. If I get the chance, I'll go to sea with you next time, Hina. Standing over 180 centimeters tall, Hina leaned down and patted his head with a smile. All right. At sunset after docking, they parted ways. Draped in her justice coat, Hina stood on the deck, watching the small figure disappear into the distance. A soft smile graced her face. Now a Marine lieutenant, Hina often had assignments to hunt down pirates, so today had been a rare break. She had initially planned to visit Smoker after hearing about his injuries. Unexpectedly, she'd encountered the rumored new trainee, who was so amusing and endearing, standing out completely from the solemn, stoic atmosphere of Marineford. It was like a splash of vibrant green amidst a dull, gray background full of life, naturally drawing the attention of someone as independent and bold as Hina. Lieutenant Hina, should we set off now? Her assistant called from behind her. Yes, let's go, Hina replied. Goodbye for now, little Ron. Ron, unaware of Hina's thoughts, encountered another familiar face on his way back to his lodging. It was Dalmatian, a vice admiral. Dalmatian noticed him as well, giving him only a passing glance before continuing with the Marines following behind him. Ron turned to look at that tall, slender figure and thought, no doubt about it. His swordsmanship has reached the sword master level that Director Kushiro mentioned, with both armament hacky and observation hacky under his belt. I'm no match for him at all, Ron mused as he continued on his way. In the days that followed, Hina was busy on her assignments, while Smoker, once he recovered, immediately submitted a transfer request. Ron, for his part, either trained his sensory abilities by walking barefoot along walls or wandered through the Marineford headquarters and the Marine School of Justice. As long as he stayed clear of restricted areas, no one stopped him. The officers and soldiers were generally friendly, although some ignored him entirely, a reaction he hardly cared about. Discovering a wealth of training equipment and the occasional sight of Marine cadets practicing the six powers, Ron began spending more and more time at the Marine School of Justice. Before long, a month had passed. At the Marineford headquarters, is leaving him like this really enough? Kizaru sat at his desk, fidgeting with his fingers. What are you talking about? Sengoku, absorbed in paperwork, didn't look up. The kid that Garp brought back, he replied lazily. You mean Ron, hasn't he settled in quite well at Marineford lately? Yes, but letting him stay here like this, is that really enough for him to understand the Marine's sense of justice? Kizaru murmured. If the goal is for him to join us, shouldn't we offer him more than just an intern's role? Sengoku glanced up. What are you suggesting? Kizaru stood up, hands in his pockets, peering at Sengoku with a slight smile behind his sunglasses. I just think he should get a closer look at the evils of pirates. After the conversation with Sengoku, Kizaru exited the office, stopping briefly. Will that be enough, Zephyr? He asked. Why didn't you just tell Sengoku yourself? Kizaru asked, sighed, glancing at Zephyr. He knows my hatred toward pirates runs deep. If I pushed the matter, he'd weigh his decision more heavily, Zephyr replied in a grave tone. It's rare to see you so invested. This intern must mean something to you. Kizaru eyed him. So what's so special about this, Ron? Or is there something that happened we don't know about? Borsellino, Zephyr interrupted, turning his back. Whether he joins or not doesn't matter to me, but if he ever starts leaning toward the pirates. He turned his head, casting a sharp look at Kizaru. Then I hope you'll end him without hesitation. Kizaru gave his signature smile, a playful glint in his eye. Zephyr, you were as fearsome as ever. Following Kizaru's suggestion, Sengoku called Vice Admiral Tsuru, along with the recently returned Akinu Sakazuki and the idle Garp, for a discussion. Put Ron on Zephyr's ship, Garp asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, that's Kizaru's idea. I called you all here to discuss if it's feasible, Sengoku explained. This is pointless. You dragged me here for this trivial matter. Akinu scoffed, clearly uninterested. Letting him witness the evils of pirates firsthand, Tsuru considered the idea. Kizaru's suggestion does make sense. If he can see the darker side of piracy early on, it might expedite his commitment to the Marines, she continued. It would also allow Zephyr to start training him, accelerating his growth into a reliable asset for us. Sengoku nodded, looking at Garp. What do you think? I have no objections. But have you asked him if he's even willing to board Zephyr's ship? Garp replied, folding his arms. You all agreed he wouldn't be forced into anything. Fine, Garp, you go ask him. Always me, huh? Do you want me to go on Zephyr's ship? Ron looked at Garp in surprise upon hearing this suggestion. Sengoku wanted me to ask if you'd be interested in going, Garp said, scratching his head. If you don't want to, you can choose not to go. Ron thought for a moment and then looked at Garp. Old man, what do you think I should do? Well, if you ask me, Garp replied, nodding at Ron, if you want to get stronger, you should go. Zephyr loves training talented youngsters. His teaching methods are brutal, but he's top tier. Once you're on his ship and away from Marineford, he won't be able to resist teaching you. It's a perfect chance to improve your strength. Garp continued, plus with him, you'll encounter plenty of powerful pirates, which will give you real battle experience and sharpen your abilities. After listening to Garp, Ron's eyes flickered slightly. Finally, he nodded. All right, I'll go. 3 days later. Zephyr arrived with Ron, who was carrying the famed sword Rikiri, aboard his battleship. On board were new recruits from the latest batch of Marines. This is Ron, Zephyr introduced him to the group. So this is the specially recruited trainee. A young girl with smooth, wavy blue hair, a slender build, and a sword at her waist looked at Ron curiously. Seeing him look her way, she smiled. My name is Ain, and I'm one of Zephyr Sensei's disciples. I'm Bintz, said the figure beside her, dressed like a ninja. Ron recognized them both. Even after Zephyr defected from the Marines, Ain and Bintz had stayed loyal to him. You're a swordsman, right? Ain asked, looking at the Raikiri on Ron's back. Ron nodded. Not far away, a Marine recruit with crossed arms sneered. So he's just a kid, as rumored. Why would Zephyr Sensei let the so-called special recruit join us? Shuji, maybe don't say that out loud, warned his companion nervously. If Zephyr Sensei hears you, you know what'll happen. But I'm not wrong, am I? Shuji replied indignantly. We're heading out to take down dangerous pirates. We don't have time to babysit a kid who probably only got on board through connections. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Sounds like you're not happy with my decision, Shuji. Shuji stiffened, and his friend broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the tall, imposing figure behind them. Zephyr Sensei. Shuji, though terrified, clenched his fists and turned to face Zephyr, his most respected and feared instructor. Yes, Zephyr Sensei, I believe that allowing someone like him to join us is a mistake. When we're fighting pirates to the death, he'll only drag us down. Zephyr, wearing his signature sunglasses and purple hair, crossed his arms and looked at Shuji impassively. A burden? Don't kid yourself. He's far stronger than you. Shuji stared blankly, disbelief clouding his face. You're saying that kid is stronger than me? That's impossible. Feel free to find out for yourself, Zephyr replied calmly. Gritting his teeth, Shuji ignored his friend's warning and stepped forward. You're Ron, right? Shuji asked, looming over him with a determined stare. Fight me. Ain frowned. Shuji, what are you doing? Ain, this has nothing to do with you, Shuji replied, eyes still fixed on Ron. Everyone on this ship is risking their lives against pirates. I won't tolerate a burden. I see. Ron nodded. Then let's fight. Moments later. Among the new recruits, Shuji was considered an elite, already proficient in Marine 6 Powers technique. Yet here he was, lying on the deck in disbelief, having been easily bested by Ron. The other recruits stared open-mouthed at Ron's calm, collected figure. Shuji lost? That was so fast. He's mastered Marine 6 Powers. Without a devil fruit, he beat Shuji in under 10 moves. Incredible. So that's why Ron was specially recruited, one of the recruits murmured. As Ain shook off her own shock, she looked at Ron with a newfound competitive gleam in her eyes. Zephyr-sensei, she asked, may I spar with him? You can, Zephyr replied, glancing at her, but no devil fruit powers. Understood. Ain's expression was determined as she stepped forward. Shave in a flash, she appeared in front of Ron, lifting her foot to kick him. Ron raised his arm, catching the kick head-on. So much power, from such a small body. Ain felt a bit shocked, but she didn't pause. With a twist in midair, she brought a fierce downward kick toward Ron's head. Ron narrowed his eyes and lifted his right leg, countering her kick directly. Ain's slender figure was pushed upward by the powerful impact. The wooden planks beneath Ron's feet splintered. Ain used Moonwalk from the Marine 6 Powers to remain in midair, then lifted her leg and struck downward. Tempest kick. With a sharp slicing sound, a powerful white slash surged toward Ron below. Ain truly is the strongest of our clashes, already mastered the 6 Powers this well, someone commented. And her swordsmanship is also the best among us. Don't forget, she's also a devil fruit user. Even if that rookie's strong, there's no way he could beat her, right? The watching Marine recruits murmured amongst themselves, but in the next instant, a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded, facing the descending white slash. The black-haired boy Ron also lifted his leg, delivering a sweeping kick in midair. A slash wave, even longer and wider than Ain's, shot out. It shredded Ain's tempest kick, barreling toward her. What? Ain was startled. She didn't have time to dodge and could only raise her arms to guard herself. Iron Body. Using Iron Body, she blocked the attack without getting injured but was forced back, nearly flying off the edge of the battleship into the sea. Bince, wielding his thrust fruit ability, quickly extended a vine to catch Ain, pulling her back to safety. Several Marine recruits exhaled in relief, but most of them stared at Ron, now lowering his leg with astonished eyes. That move, that was a tempest kick, right? He actually knows the 6 Powers too. Zephyr fixed his gaze on Ron, his heart equally shaken. That was definitely a tempest kick. Didn't Sengoku forbid anyone from teaching him the 6 Powers? Then how did he manage to learn it? Was it Garp's doing? No, Garp may be carefree, but he wouldn't cross the line like that. Zephyr remembered a small figure often watching from afar when he was training the recruits at the Marine School of Justice. A surprising thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? He learned it, just by watching. Zephyr approached Ron and said, Ron, come with me. The tall and short figures left the deck, leaving the stunned Marine recruits behind, inside the battleship. In Zephyr's quarters, the room was simple aside from some documents on the desk. There was only a den mushi and a photo, with the bed neatly made. Zephyr, wearing his sunglasses, sat on a chair, arms crossed as he looked at Ron, who was carrying Reikiri on his back. What you used earlier was undoubtedly the tempest kick from the 6 Powers. Can you tell me how you learned it? Zephyr asked curiously. Ron saw no reason to hide it and replied, I learned it while watching your training at the Marine School of Justice. Once you understand the principles, it's actually pretty simple. Simple. Zephyr's eye twitched. How long did it take him to learn the 6 Powers? 5 or 6 years, perhaps. Not even the monsters like Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akinu ever called it simple. But considering the little guy's monstrous strength and speed, and the fact that he had already mastered Haki. For him to say the 6 Powers were simple, that he could master the Tempest Kick from watching alone, maybe it wasn't so far-fetched after all. How many of the 6 Powers have you learned? Just Tempest Kick and Shave. Shave's a bit harder than Tempest Kick, so I haven't mastered it yet, Ron admitted. He'd even learned Shave. This kid hadn't been at Marineford for even 2 months, right? Zephyr took a sip of water to calm himself. Reflecting carefully, he realized that it did make sense. The 6 Powers require a strong physique as a foundation. Mastering Tempest Kick depends on strength and speed, while Shave relies solely on speed. This kid's strength and speed were already there. Once he grasped the principles and practiced enough, achieving mastery quickly wasn't impossible. He glanced at Ron. To this kid, the 6 Powers probably were simple. Do you want to learn all of the 6 Powers? Zephyr asked, setting down his cup. To his surprise, Ron shook his head. No. Trying to learn too much won't help me. I only want to master Tempest Kick, Shave, and Moonwalk. Focus. That's the essence, Zephyr said, growing even more impressed with the black-haired boy before him. As for Moonwalk, you just need to shift your strength into your legs and release it in a burst. With your current strength, you should be able to do it. Zephyr casually explained the principle and technique of Moonwalk. Ron's eyes flickered, just as Garp said. Zephyr couldn't help but teach those he saw potential in. Have you learned observation hacky? No, not yet. All right. Zephyr nodded. Observation hacky differs from armament hacky. Most people awaken it after experiencing an intense emotional trigger. You're still young, so there's no need to rush it. I understand, Ron replied. That's good, Zephyr nodded at him, looking at Ron's young face. Gazing into Ron's clear, calm eyes, Zephyr glanced over at a photograph on the desk. In the photo, a woman held an infant in swaddling clothes, smiling brightly. Ron, have you ever killed someone? Zephyr suddenly asked. Ron nodded slightly. They call me Zephyr the non-killer, even though I've fought countless pirates in my life. Ironically, my family was killed by pirates, Zephyr said in a low voice. I despise pirates. Ron remained silent. I'm not as young as I used to be, and taking down pirates has become more of a struggle. Nowadays, the seas are overrun with pirates who are more powerful and ruthless than ever. Their crimes could fill the ocean. Zephyr clenched his fists, his voice full of hatred toward pirates and bitterness toward his own aging. He took off his sunglasses, fixing Ron with a serious look. Ron, your potential is unmatched by anyone I've seen, Zephyr said gravely. If you choose to join the Marines, I'd teach you everything I know. Within 5 years, you could become 10 times stronger than you are now. In 10 years, you might even become the youngest admiral in Marine history. Ron shook his head. I'm not ready to think about that right now. Zephyr's face darkened as he abruptly stood up. He put his sunglasses back on and looked down at Ron. Immediately, a powerful pressure bore down on Ron's shoulders. Then I'll make sure you fully understand the evil of pirates and you can decide later. Zephyr strode out of the room. Before long, the battleship left the harbor, setting sail from Marineford. In the Marine headquarters building, Sengoku and Tsuru stood by the railing, watching the departing battleship. Zephyr's methods toward pirates have become too extreme these past years. I hope it doesn't cause any trouble, Tsuru said with some concern. Zephyr may be older and not as strong as he once was, but he's still Black Arm Zephyr, the former admiral of the Marines. No pirate would dare challenge him, I hope, Sengoku said, folding his arms. Hopefully. Zephyr's battleship sailed away from Marineford, traversing the vast sea. The Marine recruits performed their duties, maintaining order. Some of them trained on the deck, sparring with each other. After her loss, Aang sought Ron out for a rematch. Ron, eager to continue practicing shave, moonwalk, and tempest kick, welcomed the opportunity to train with a skilled and attractive sparring partner. 7 days later, Ron had fully mastered shave and tempest kick and even began to grasp moonwalk. Soon after, the battleship arrived at an island dominated by a pirate crew. This is the Devil's Hand pirate crew. The captain, Devil's Hand, is a devil fruit user with a bounty of 37 million berries. Zephyr addressed the gathered Marine recruits, including Aang, Bince, and Shuji. Your mission is to completely eradicate the Devil's Hand pirate crew. Don't let a single pirate escape. Understood? Yes, Instructor Zephyr. The recruits responded sternly. Good, move out. Ron, you're coming too. Aang and the Marine recruits, armed and ready, disembarked first. Zephyr followed with Ron and several lieutenants. A garrison of soldiers stayed behind on the battleship. System alert detected host location, Segral Island. Sign impossible. Proceed with sign in, sign in. Sign in successful, received reward vitality +10. With Aang and the others' combat skills and weaponry, dealing with a 37 million blee pirate crew was hardly a challenge. Zephyr led Ron into the heart of the island under the pirates' control without needing to lift a finger. There, countless impoverished, emaciated civilians labored in the mines. The women were treated like livestock, some of them no older than teenage girls, their skin bruised and lifeless. This is what you wanted me to see. Ron's cold voice sounded behind Zephyr. This is only part of it, Zephyr replied, gesturing further ahead. The pirates, realizing they were cornered, launched a frenzied attack. Captain Devil's Hand used his devil fruit powers, his hands transforming into demonic claws. After Aang's tempest kick slashed him, he seized a nearby comrade, ignoring the man's desperate pleas, plunging his claws into him and draining his blood to heal himself. Betrayal, cruelty, cold-bloodedness, madness, this is what pirates are. This is the evil in this world, Zephyr said icily, his voice filled with contempt. Ron observed the battlefield, then glanced around at the hopeless, numb civilians. His gaze settled on Zephyr's tall, imposing figure as he said in a detached tone, I've indeed seen the pirates' evil, but I've also seen the Marines' incompetence. Zephyr slowly turned to stare at Ron. Incompetence of the Marines. If the Marines weren't incompetent, why would pirates like these be able to run amok on this island for so long? Ron replied bluntly. Don't the Marines call themselves the world's justice? So why do these people suffer in despair and numbness? Isn't it because they've been let down time and time again? Don't give me any excuses about not knowing the situation. If the Marines can't even protect the basic lives of common people on a small island, what else would you call it but incompetence? Or did the Marines know about this and simply turned a blind eye, deeming this small island and its few hundred civilians unworthy of mobilizing ships and soldiers? Ron rarely felt anger. It was anger toward these vile pirates and frustration with the incompetent Marines. He remembered the small island where he'd first arrived in this world. The two islands were similar, with small towns of only a few hundred people. If that island had ended up like this, with his close friends suffering the same fate. Just imagining it filled Ron with fury. Zephyr listened to Ron's words in silence. The Marines may indeed have their flaws, and I cannot argue with that, but I can guarantee that the Marines would never ignore a situation, nor refuse to send reinforcements. We learned of this island's state because someone risked their life to escape and bring us this news. Ron brushed past him, saying, "You don't need to explain this to me. I only believe what I see with my own eyes." As he walked toward the battlefield, he slowly drew Reikiri from his back. His inner fury lay dormant. Ihahaha, as long as I have blood, I'll never lose. Devil's Hand, with his twisted, devilish hands dripping with black-red blood, tossed aside a lifeless corpse and grinned menacingly at Ain. Ain leapt back to avoid his attack. "Grow, grow," Bince chanted, using his devil fruit power to grow vines that shot toward Devil's Hand, but the monstrous hands ripped them apart with ease. Tempest Kick. Ain unleashed another Tempest Kick, but Devil's Hand shielded himself, the white slash cutting into his hand before the wound was swiftly repaired with blood. Ihahaha, useless. Devil's Hand sneered at Ain. "Your attacks don't work, but I just need one touch to drain you dry. I've never tasted a Marine's blood before." Ain tightened her grip on her sword, recognizing the challenge before her. Her devil fruit ability required direct contact with his body. But if she got close, his demon hands would touch her, draining her blood, and her power could only turn him back 3 years per hit. It would take multiple strikes to make him lose his strength. Could he really be worth only 37 million berries? Die. Devil's Hand swung his right hand, laden with bloodlust, toward Ain. Ain gritted her teeth, gripping her sword and preparing to fight him head-on. "Step back," a calm voice sounded beside her. Then she saw a small figure walking past her, Reikiri glowing with lightning, as he approached Devil's Hand head-on. "Ron," Ain's eyes widened, and she shouted, "Watch out for his hand stunt, let them touch." Armament Haki Imbue, Sun Breathing, Form 9 Setting Sun Transformation. With a soft whisper, Ron's figure appeared in mid-air, upside down, his sword wreathed in armament Haki like blazing sunlight. He slashed through the air with Reikiri. Ain saw a golden arc slice the air before her. The next moment, a wave of searing heat brushed her hair. Boom, Devil's Hand's monstrous hands crashed to the ground. Ain stared in shock. My hands, my hands." Devil's Hand screamed in agony, looking down to see both arms severed at the base, flames licking the stumps and searing them in a pain he could barely stand. Without looking back at Devil's Hand's suffering, Ron sheathed his sword and, expressionless, walked back toward the Marine's ship. With the capture of Devil's Hand and his crew, the Marines soothed the tormented townsfolk and recorded the island's position before sailing away. In Zephyr's cabin, Ain reported the situation. Zephyr listened, frowning slightly at her description of Devil's Hand's powers. "If what you say is true, Devil's Hand's strength far surpasses his 37 million berry bounty. Sir, I checked, and his bounty is from 4 years ago. It hasn't been updated," Ain explained. 4 years to develop his devil fruit powers, no wonder, Zephyr said, removing his glasses with a slight scowl. To think the Marines overlooked his crew's actions for 4 years. Ron's right, the Marines are losing their edge. "Sir, with his current power, what would Devil's Hand's bounty be?" Ain asked. "Based on your description, at least 60 million berries." 60 million, Ain was shocked. 60 million berry pirate commander defeated in a single strike by Ron. It's hard to believe his strongest skill is swordsmanship. Zephyr couldn't help but admire. Ain, still stunned, recalled Ron's astonishing slash. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed such a feat could come from an 11-year-old. "What's he doing now?" Zephyr asked. "When I last saw him, he was practicing shave on the deck. How's he doing?" "About the same as before." Zephyr nodded. "I see. Dismissed then." "Yes, sir." After Ain left, Zephyr took out a Den Mushi and connected to Marine HQ. "Sengoku, it's Zephyr." "Zephyr, what's going on?" Sengoku replied. Zephyr explained the situation. After a brief silence, Sengoku replied, "It was indeed our mistake, but since the pirates have been captured, there's no need to deploy additional troops." "Is that so? A mistake that lost the Marines their trust. Shouldn't we act now to restore it?" Sengoku's voice grew colder. "Zephyr, we don't have the manpower to station Marines on every remote island. How could we possibly uphold justice across the seas with such demands?" "I know, Sengoku. There are still spare troops stationed in Mary GOIs. "Zephyr, enough. The forces at the World Government Service are not to be moved. The training is over. Bring your team back." "Is that all you see now, Sengoku? The world government, not the people we protect." Zephyr slammed a fist on his desk, splintering its corner. He heard Ron's words echo once more in his mind. "I saw the pirates' evil, but I also saw the Marines' failure." "Power stones, please." In the following days, the Marine ship took an alternative route back to Marineford, passing by 3 different islands. Ron logged each of them along the way, finally reaching a vitality level of 700 points. He successfully performed the moon step for the first time. Moreover, Ron received an additional reward from the system, a silver revolver with unlimited ammo. Though he loved it, he temporarily stored it in the system space. The space held not only treasures and money, but also clothes, furs, and various wines. He still hadn't brought himself to open the bottles of wine that Makino had gifted him. Thank goodness the system space is large enough otherwise. Storing and carrying these items would be a challenge. Leaning against the rail, Ron withdrew his mind from the system space. Before him stretched the boundless blue sea, and as he gazed at it, a rare touch of loneliness appeared in his eyes. I wonder how Makino, Ace, and Luffy are doing. Are they all right? Has Kuina grown stronger? A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Ron turned to see Ain, who had her blue hair tied back, approaching in her black cloak. Nothing, he replied, averting his gaze. Ain leaned on the railing beside him and looked at him playfully. Liar, you seemed deep in thought just now. Could it be? You're missing a girl back home. Of course not. Ron replied, I didn't exactly help. I was just in a bad mood and needed something to cut down. Ain chuckled. What a whimsical reason. I bet the guy you cut down would be furious if he heard that. Ron sneered. He should consider himself lucky I didn't take his head off in one strike. Agreed. Ain rested her chin on her hand as she leaned against the railing, turning to Ron with interest. Where did you learn swordsmanship? A dojo called Isshin Dojo, on a small island in the East Blue. Meanwhile, Shuji and a fellow Marine were checking on the cell holding the members of the Devil's Hand pirates. As they passed the cell of Devil's Hand, bound in chains and missing both arms, the man sneered at them. You fools dare to capture me? Do you even know who I serve? You've disrupted the business of someone very important. Shuji's brow furrowed. So you have a superior. Who are they? Very soon you'll find out, sneered Devil's Hand. Feeling uneasy, Shuji immediately went to report the incident to Zephyr. The Devil's Hand pirates must be receiving orders from someone, Zephyr murmured. He recalled reports from the island locals the Devil's Hand pirates hadn't left for 4 years, enforcing iron mining operations. After piecing it together, Zephyr concluded that the pirates had been commanded by someone higher up to block communications and mine a rare iron ore for 4 years. Shuji, inform everyone to prepare for maximum speed. We're heading back to Marineford immediately. Yes, sir. The marine ship picked up speed, but little did they know a figure was approaching fast from several hundred miles behind, flying through the clouds. The next day, Ain invited Ron for a sword duel. Although Ain knew she couldn't defeat him, she hoped to learn from the match. As Ain left, Ron stayed on deck, looking out over the sea before turning back toward his quarters. At that moment, a chilling sense of danger washed over him. Is this killing intent? Ron spun around and spotted a figure in the sky rapidly closing in on them. He drew his sword Reikiri as the figure landed on the ship's stern. Zephyr appeared beside Ron, his formidable presence joining Ron's as they both faced the intruder. Dressed in a pink feathered coat and wearing sunglasses, the man stood arrogantly atop the railing. Long time no see, Zephyr, the man sneered. Don Quixote da Flamingo, Zephyr addressed him coldly. What's your purpose here? Ain Bintz and other Marines rushed to the scene, shocked to see the imposing figure. That's Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Bintz murmured, sweat beading on his forehead. Ain tightened her grip on her sword, sensing Doflamingo's intense malice. Hand over Devil's Hand and my cargo, Doflamingo demanded, eyes narrowed on Zephyr. He referred to the rare iron ore that the Marines had seized. Zephyr rolled up his sleeves, his eyes fixed on Doflamingo. Your Devil's Hand's superior, then. Think you can abuse your warlord status and get away with this? Doflamingo smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. You plan to stop me with your precious students around. Note, events have been altered slightly to account for the protagonist's impact, diverging from the original One Piece storyline. Bang, a Marine couldn't hold back, and under an overwhelming wave of fear, he fired a shot at Doflamingo. Doflamingo snapped his fingers. The bullet split in mid-air instantly. The Marine student's neck was pierced by an unseen force, causing blood to spurt out. As the Marine collapsed to the ground, Zephyr's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and he roared furiously, Doflamingo, you're asking for death. Zephyr disappeared from his spot, reappearing before Doflamingo, his armament hacky-hardened fist swinging straight at him. Haha, he attacked me first, Zephyr, Doflamingo sneered, raising his hands. Spider's web. Doflamingo wove countless threads into a web that intercepted Zephyr's rage-filled punch. Their auras collided. A gust of wind rippled outward, shaking the Marine ship and causing the seawater to churn around them. Zephyr's fist soon broke through the web, prompting Doflamingo to jump into the air to avoid the blow. Haha, even at this age, you've still got some strength left, Black Arm Zephyr. You're quite the legend, Doflamingo taunted from above, smirking. But you still can't protect these students you care so much about. He spread his fingers, directing his hand toward the Marines below. Ron's eyes narrowed, and he shouted to Ain and the others behind him, get back, but it was too late. Sharp, deadly white threads fell from Doflamingo's fingers above. In an instant, several Marine students who hadn't realized what was happening were pierced and sliced. blood spattered everywhere. Ron swung his thunder-clad sword, slicing through some of the threads aimed at densely packed groups. That boy Doflamingo noticed, narrowing his eyes at Ron from beneath his sunglasses. Doflamingo, you're asking for death. Zephyr's rage-filled voice echoed as he used Moonwalk to appear before Doflamingo, slamming him back down onto the marine ship. Tempest, Kick, Grow. Ain and Bince attacked simultaneously. Several threads sliced through the air. Their attacks were instantly broken through, the white threads racing toward them. Zephyr dropped down in time, stepping in front of them, tearing through the threads with his armament hacky-hardened hand. Doflamingo emerged from the rubble, his face filled with dark arrogance. Zephyr, you've angered me. Doflamingo spread his fingers again, looking at Zephyr and the group of Marines with a wicked smile. I've decided I'll kill all these beloved students of yours. Zephyr was done talking and prepared to strike, but just as he was about to, gunshots and the sound of swords slashing came from behind him. Zephyr let out a groan of pain. The gunshots and slashes hadn't been aimed at Doflamingo, they had all landed on his back. Sensei, Ain and Bince's expressions changed drastically. Ron's brow furrowed. Shuji shouted angrily at those who had attacked Zephyr, what are you doing? The Marines who attacked Zephyr wore expressions of terror and panic. I'm sorry, Sensei. I can't control myself. Stop. Stay away from me. Get away. No, please. The Marine students cried and screamed, attacking their own comrades without control. Ha ha ha, what a delightful sight, Zephyr. How does it feel to be attacked by your beloved students? Doflamingo sneered at Zephyr. Wounded by 4 bullets and 3 sword strikes, Zephyr stared at him, teeth clenched in fury. Die. Doflamingo raised his hand, sending more threads slashing toward the wounded Zephyr. Although Zephyr raised his armament hacky-hardened arm to block, he was still pushed back several meters. Doflamingo extended his fingers again, wrapping more threads around the remaining Marine students, forcing them to fight each other. This is truly a masterpiece of carnage. Doflamingo savored the scene. Stop it. Zephyr, unable to endure it any longer, dragged his old, wounded body forward to attack Doflamingo. But soon, several Marines controlled by Doflamingo stood in his way. Some attacked him, while others turned their weapons on themselves. Is it okay if all your beloved students die, Zephyr? Doflamingo's sinister voice echoed in Zephyr's ears. Looking at the terrified, familiar faces of his students, Zephyr trembled all over. He couldn't bear to see them die. Doflamingo's mouth curved into a cold, cruel smile as he appeared in front of Zephyr, aiming a kick at him. Foot string, thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. With a thunderous crack, golden lightning flashed across the deck of the Marine ship. Doflamingo's razor-sharp threads directed at Zephyr's leg were sliced in an instant. A longsword wrapped in golden lightning blocked Doflamingo's kick aimed at Zephyr. Doflamingo glanced at the black-haired boy holding the sword in front of him, his hair fluttering in the wind as he blocked the attack, his eyes narrowing. Oh. Ron's black hair and bangs swayed gently across his forehead as he looked up, fixing his gaze intently on Doflamingo in front of him. The opponent before him was definitely the strongest he had faced to date. I heard the Marines recently recruited a very young intern. That must be you, right, kid? What's your name again? Doflamingo withdrew his leg and looked down at Ron with a slight smirk. Ron said nothing. He only glanced around, noticing the Marines' trainees around him being controlled by Doflamingo's strings. Swiftly, he swung his sword, slicing through each strand of thread, freeing the students from Doflamingo's control. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the sword in Ron's hand. Kid, that's a pretty decent blade you have there. Mind if I take a look? He sneered, extending his hand toward Ron. Several thin, nearly invisible threads began weaving around Ron, as Doflamingo prepared to capture the surprisingly strong young man before him. Being specially recruited by the Marines and personally trained by Zephyr, Ron possessed a rare and remarkable sword and skill. Such a talented youth would surely be highly valued by the Marines. If Doflamingo could capture him, he could use him as a bargaining chip to negotiate with them. As the thought crossed his mind, a glint appeared in Doflamingo's eyes beneath his sunglasses, and his hand suddenly shot toward Ron with increased speed. Hacky hardened, Ron gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, his gaze becoming razor-sharp. Despite the formidable enemy in front of him, Ron's mind was incredibly calm, absorbing every sound and detail around him with absolute clarity. Sun-breathing technique, full focus. Ron swung his sword, releasing a massive slash that resembled a burning tiger, fiercely surging toward Doflamingo's approaching hand. In an instant, all of the tiny, nearly invisible threads surrounding Ron were incinerated. Doflamingo felt the power and haki infused into the slash, his expression shifting subtly. He realized his hand was about to be severed by the fiery strike. Doflamingo's fingers extended into claws, channeling armament haki into them as he slashed forward. 5 color string, 5 threads of various colors collided with Ron's giant flaming tiger slash. They held in a deadlock for only a few seconds before Ron's slash was torn apart, and the 5 color strings continued on their path toward Ron. The difference in their current strength was evident. But in Ron's eyes at that moment, the 5 threads slicing toward him appeared to slow down, revealing their details in his mind's sharpness, resilience, speed, and the sheer killing intent and malice contained within each thread. In that moment of heightened perception, Ron's eyes flickered with a faint glow. He raised Raikiri in his hand, and crimson flames, like the scorching sun, slowly coiled up the hilt and spiraled along the blade. Just as he was about to unleash this strike, a pitch-black iron fist shattered the 5 color strings that were aimed at Ron. Seizing the moment that Ron created by occupying Doflamingo, Zephyr used Soru to dash in front of Ron, neutralizing all the Marines trainees who had been immobilized by Doflamingo. With his short purple hair and sunglasses removed, Zephyr stood covered in blood from numerous wounds, but his aura was intense, his gaze locked on Doflamingo with murderous intent like a tiger poised to strike. "Stand back, Ron, leave the rest to me," Zephyr commanded, raising his pitch-black arms and positioning himself as a shield in front of Ron. Ron looked at the injuries on Zephyr's back, wanting to say something, but Zephyr's voice was low and firm. "I'm not so old that I need the help of a kid like you. Get out of my way." With that, he stomped heavily, using his mastery of sorrow, and instantly closed the distance to Doflamingo, launching a powerful punch. The entire warship trembled. Faced with this rage-fueled punch infused with armament haki, Doflamingo was sent flying from one end of the ship to the other, smashing through multiple layers of iron plates. Cough, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted from Doflamingo's mouth. He looked up as a shadow loomed over him. Beneath his typically cocky sunglasses, Doflamingo's pupils contracted rapidly. Boom! Zephyr came crashing down from above with a powerful kick. The warship dipped under the weight and tilted heavily, causing the surrounding seawater to churn. Doflamingo barely avoided the strike, landing unsteadily on the swaying deck, blood dripping from his mouth, his gaze fixed on the slowly rising Zephyr. So this is the strength of a Marine Admiral, the legendary Black Arm Zephyr. His reputation truly isn't undeserved. Zephyr, his thick, muscular arms coated in haki, said nothing, letting his killing intent and aura lock onto Doflamingo. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Doflamingo's forehead. Heh heh heh, it seems I've managed to anger a fierce tiger today. The warship shook once more. Zephyr vanished from where he stood. Before Doflamingo could react, a kick struck him from the side, sending him flying again and breaking through the warship once more. Just as he was about to plunge into the sea, Doflamingo gritted his teeth, using a thread to connect to the ship's railing, pulling himself back up to avoid falling into the ocean. The moment he returned to the deck, Doflamingo unleashed his strongest attack, Overheat. In an instant, as he moved his 10 fingers, countless razor-sharp white threads sliced out in all directions. Zephyr appeared mid-air in front of him, his terrifyingly powerful pitch-black fist poised to strike. Doflamingo laughed with his usual arrogance. "Fufufufu Zephyr, I'll let you choose me life, or the lives of those students you care so much about." Zephyr's pupils shrank, and with observation haki, he quickly sensed the situation nearby. If he struck, he could kill this heavenly yaksha right here and now, but it was highly likely that the other trainees would be killed. Without a second's hesitation, Zephyr made his choice. He abandoned the idea of finishing Doflamingo and rushed back to save his students. Watching this unfold, the heavily injured Doflamingo laughed even more wildly, filled with pride. "Fufufufu Zephyr, even a powerful man like you gets entangled by such trivial emotions. Letting worthless weaklings become your weakness is downright pathetic." On the deck where Ron, Ain, and other surviving Marines stood, Ron watched the razor-sharp white threads slicing toward them from all sides, sensing the danger within them. He tightened his grip on Raikiri, his armament haki hardening as it wrapped around his blade. Doflamingo's all-out attack, even he wasn't confident he could fully counter it. Ain was the first to act. Tempest Kick. However, her Tempest Kick failed to sever the threads and was instead shredded. With a pale face, Ain gritted her teeth, standing before the other Marine recruits. She drew her sword, slashing at the white threads heading toward them. Azure Wolf. A burst of Azure Sword energy surged forward, but it was instantly sliced apart. Ain's sword was also shattered into pieces. Her eyes widened as the white threads grew larger in her pupils. "Ain, get out of the way," Bintz shouted urgently. But Ain was too close to evade now, at that moment. Breath of Wind, third form, Clear Storm Wind Tree. A fierce shout resounded from behind Ain. 3 powerful green slashes surged forth with a violent gust of wind, colliding with the deadly white threads that were like scythes wielded by death. The two forces held in a deadlock for an instant, just as the white threads started to slice through again. A pair of massive pitch-black fists, radiating a force powerful enough to shatter mountains, came crashing down. In an instant, the white, razor-sharp threads were obliterated. "Well done, Ron, my boy." Zephyr's towering figure appeared beside Ain. "Master Zephyr." Bintz's eyes welled with tears. Ain, having narrowly escaped death, fell to her knees, her legs giving way. Ron, standing behind her, also let out a sigh of relief. But in that moment, a chill crept up in his heart. Where is it? Ron turned, his vigilance heightened, scanning the surroundings. A blood-tinted thread snaked out from the body of a deceased Marine recruit, silently springing to life like a serpent, darting toward the surviving Marines from behind. If this attack landed, the Marine recruits would be skewered like fruit on a skewer. Zephyr's pupils shrank as his observation hacky sensed the insidious strike. His towering figure flashed, appearing behind the stunned Marine recruits just in time, though it was too late to mount a precise defense using armament hacky. Whoosh, the nearly invisible, stealthy thread zipped through, carrying a trail of blood droplets as it pierced through Zephyr's right shoulder. As it aimed toward the heart of one of the recruits, Zephyr's pitch-black hand grabbed it, stopping its deadly path. Fuffufufu. Doflamingo's arrogant laughter echoed from the warship's highest point. Dressed in his signature pink feathered coat, he looked down on Zephyr and the recruits below, sneering. Just as I expected, Zephyr. Letting your emotions guide you is your weakness. He raised both hands, connecting to every thread scattered across the deck. Off-white strike, countless threads crisscrossed, slicing toward Zephyr and the Marine recruits he was protecting. Zephyr could break through this attack, but shielding everyone was a different matter. Gritting his teeth, Zephyr clenched his right arm, snapping the blood-red thread embedded in his shoulder. Then, he raised his pitch-black fist, smashing down hard on the deck below. The deck shattered instantly. Ain and the other Marines plummeted downwards in shock. Without a solid surface, Doflamingo's threads couldn't tighten into a lethal formation. No wonder you're an admiral. Doflamingo squinted. With a forceful step, Zephyr rocketed towards him like a cannonball, injured arm clenched into a fist. A swirling gale wrapped around his devastating punch. Thread waves. Doflamingo manipulated all the threads on the warship, sending them surging toward Zephyr like white waves, coiling around his fist. Despite the threads binding him, Zephyr's punch was still fearsome. He smashed through Doflamingo's spider's web defense, his fist penetrating straight through his abdomen. Cough, Doflamingo spat blood, but his face was still twisted into a crazed grin as he looked at Zephyr. Fuffufufu so close. Threads from his wound started creeping up Zephyr's arm and torso. Zephyr was about to shake them off when he felt his right arm go numb. His strength dissipated. He frowned. Fuffufu, you finally noticed. Doflamingo sneered. Too late. A sharp line sliced through Zephyr's right arm where his hacky had already faded. Blood spurted from the wound instantly. Gritting his teeth, Zephyr's eyes locked on Doflamingo, his right arm still embedded in the warlord's abdomen. Doflamingo, what did you do? Fuffufufu. Doflamingo's sinister laugh erupted as he reveled in Zephyr's helplessness. I told you, your attachment to your students is your weakness, Zephyr. That blood-red thread that pierced your shoulder. It was laced with a bit of poison. Zephyr's eyes widened. Fuffufu, even after being poisoned, you've held out this long. That physique of yours is truly impressive, Black Arm Admiral. With a twisted smile, Doflamingo pulled Zephyr's arm from his abdomen. From the gaping wound, countless threads emerged, swiftly mending his internal organs. Watching this, Zephyr's pupils narrowed. Ignoring the pain from his missing arm, he tightened his left fist, hardened with armament hacky, and struck Doflamingo again. Thread wave, reinforced spider web. Doflamingo strengthened his web, barely blocking Zephyr's punch, but was still sent flying into the air. Just as Zephyr was about to leap after him for another strike, Doflamingo, mid-air, connected a thread to a cloud above, yanking himself up higher. It's been quite an experience witnessing an admiral's strength hand snagging an admiral's arm is a decent haul. Let's call it a day. I'll leave the rest of these recruits to you, Zephyr. Unable to catch up even using moonwalk, Zephyr roared in fury. Doflamingo, fuffufufufu. Doflamingo's deranged laughter echoed among the clouds as his figure disappeared. The warship was silent, broken and battered, debris scattered everywhere. The deck was strewn with blood and severed limbs. Of the 60 Marine recruits, 11 had died at Doflamingo's hands, while 17 had been manipulated into killing each other. Master Zephyr, your arm. Ain and Bint stood among the bodies of their fallen comrades, tear-streaked and sobbing as they gazed at Zephyr, who walked back slowly with one arm missing. The malice had come too suddenly. Those who had been laughing and talking beside them just moments ago had been erased from existence. Zephyr knelt before the fallen trainees, tears flowing uncontrollably. In that moment, thunder rumbled across the cloudy sky, and a torrential rain began to pour down. Ron, gripping his Rikiri sword, stood in a corner, his shoulder-length black hair drenched by the rain, hanging over his face. Underneath his dark, rain-dampened bangs, his gaze was calm, as still as water. To him, he could not fully share in the pain that Zephyr and the others were feeling at this moment. In his mind, he was wondering. In the original storyline, it was Edward Weevil, who had cut off Zephyr's arm and killed all the Marine recruits except for Ain and Bintz. Now, it had been Doflamingo instead, so it was his presence that had altered the original plot. The day the incident occurred. Marine Headquarters. Marineford, what did you say? You mean the warship leading for a training exercise with new recruits was attacked by Doflamingo? Sengoku was visibly shocked. Yes, I don't have all the details yet, but Doflamingo killed more than 20 new Marine recruits and even severed Admiral Zephyr's right arm. Sengoku's gaze sharpened, his fists slowly clenching as he leaned on the desk. Even after becoming a warlord, it's not enough for him, Doflamingo. He looked up at the officer and said, "Where are Zephyr and the others now? They're still en route back to Marineford, but they're expected to arrive in 3 days. Inform everyone, call all admirals and vice admirals present in Marineford to this office immediately." "Yes, sir." The next day, late at night, Zephyr, now missing an arm, found Ron practicing his sword swings on the deck. Ron stopped and turned toward him. "Admiral Zephyr, shouldn't you be resting and recovering from your injury?" "It's just an arm, nothing to worry about." Zephyr lifted a bottle with his left hand, motioning toward Ron. "I heard from Garp that you can handle your liquor. Come, join me for a drink." Under the night sky, the two, one old and one young, sat together on the deck of the damaged warship. "Getting you on this ship to join the exercise was something I requested from Kizaru through Sengoku." Zephyr poured a drink into Ron's cup as he spoke. "I wanted you to see the dark side of piracy, to help you resolve to join the Marines. I didn't expect to drag you into such danger. I'm sorry." Ron didn't respond. He simply picked up his drink and downed it in one gulp. Zephyr glanced at him, then drank from his own cup. After a few drinks, Ron set down his empty cup and looked at Zephyr, sitting cross-legged across from him. "So what do you plan to do now? I will never forgive Doflamingo for what he's done. When we get back to Marineford, I will ask Sengoku to let me lead an operation to capture him." Zephyr's voice was low, filled with intense anger. Ron, however, shook his head at Zephyr's words. "I don't think Fleet Admiral Sengoku will approve." Zephyr frowned. "How is that possible? Sengoku may be stubborn, but he's never been soft when it comes to dealing with pirates. Doflamingo has committed such heinous acts, even as a warlord." "Doflamingo is not just any pirate," Ron interrupted, meeting Zephyr's gaze. "He has another hidden identity besides being a warlord. Because of that, I believe the Marines won't make a move against him." "Ron," Zephyr said, his expression solemn, "the Marines may be flawed, but they uphold justice. I refuse to believe that the Marines would turn a blind eye to his crimes just because of some hidden status." "Then we'll see," Ron replied, unwilling to argue further. Time would reveal who was right. The two continued to drink in silence, with the ocean breeze and the sound of waves adding to the quietness of the night. Eventually, Zephyr broke the silence. "In Marineford, Vice Admiral Yamakaji has reached the level of a true swordsman. I've already spoken to him out of respect for me. He's agreed to help you. Once you're back in Marineford, you can spar with him. It'll be a great way to improve your swordsmanship. Your mastery of Shave Saru, Moonwalk Jeppo, and Tempest Kikrenkyaku is solid, and I have nothing more to teach you. Just remember, these are techniques derived from physical foundations, so building a strong body is the key to improving them." Zephyr, drinking steadily, seemed ready to share all the advice he had in one go. "Since you haven't eaten a devil fruit, I think it's a blessing. Too many devil fruit users become overly dependent on their powers, ignoring the basics. Even if they grow strong, they inevitably develop weaknesses. I can sense that your observation haki has awakened. Unlike armament haki, to strengthen observation haki, you need to push yourself into life or death situations. Only then can your instincts sharpen and elevate your observation haki to a higher level." Using the alcohol as fuel, Zephyr shared his insights and advice on becoming stronger, talking non-stop for about an hour. Throughout, Ron listened in silence, occasionally reflecting on what was said. When the drinks were finished and Zephyr had said everything he wanted, he struggled to his feet, swaying slightly. "You don't need to go to the Marine School anymore. At your level, it would be a waste of time. If you truly want to grow stronger, fight with powerful opponents and learn from their experience in battle." Turning his back to Ron, Zephyr's large frame looked somewhat like a hero past his prime, especially with one less arm. As he left, he gave Ron one final piece of advice. "As long as you hold on to the justice you believe in, it doesn't matter if you join the Marines or not. I won't object." The next morning, a yellow flash appeared over the sea, instantly landing on the warship and forming a tall, slender figure of a man in a justice coat. It was none other than Marine Vice Admiral Kizaru, otherwise known as Borsellino. Well, so Doflamingo actually took Zephyr's arm, huh? What a terrifying power he has," Kizaru commented, hands in his pockets, looking straight at Zephyr with that familiar, annoying tone. Ain and the other surviving Marine recruits couldn't help but clench their jaws, fists tightening as they glared at him. "What are you doing here, Kizaru?" Zephyr asked, his gaze steady on him. "The Fleet Admiral sent me to escort you all safely back, Zephyr-sensei," Kizaru replied, glancing at his right hand and speaking with his trademark leisurely, taunting tone. "Having a Marine Admiral attacked by a pirate is already a disgrace. If anything were to happen to you, our esteemed, no-kill Admiral, the Marine's reputation would be utterly ruined." Listening to him, Ain couldn't hold back any longer and angrily retorted, "What do you know? Zephyr-sensei was only trying to—" Ain, Zephyr interrupted, "But sensei." "No more words," Zephyr said, fixing his gaze back on Kizaru. Borsalino, that goes for you too. Yes, yes, Zephyr-sensei, Kizaru replied, stepping past him and looking around under the scrutinizing gaze of the new Marines. Quite the battle here, huh, he muttered. Oh, seems the special recruit survived too. The situation here might be a bit better than I thought. He was looking at Ron, who stood quietly holding his sword Raikiri in a corner. Ron returned Kizaru's gaze. He was facing a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, the Glint Fruit ability user, and one of the future Marine Admirals, a top-tier force on the sea. Though Kizaru was currently still a Vice Admiral, his strength surpassed even Zephyr's. Ron knew he had a long way to go to reach such heights. Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly beneath his sunglasses as he looked at Ron. Oh my, quite the little monster. Under Kizaru's escort, the warship safely returned to Marineford. Zephyr and Ain were summoned elsewhere, while Ron, as a special recruit, was left alone to return to his quarters. Lying on his bed, Ron closed his eyes, entering the system space to review his recent progress. Aside from increasing his vitality points, he had fully mastered Shave, Moonwalk, and Tempest Kick. However, his biggest gain was awakening Observation Haki during his clash with Doflamingo. Despite the danger, it was a worthwhile outcome. The pointers Zephyr gave me about my training were valuable too, Ron thought as he opened his eyes. I now have a clearer path to follow without wasting time on unnecessary detours. This encounter with Doflamingo, such a powerful foe, made Ron painfully aware of his limitations, rekindling his drive to grow stronger. After all, enemies wouldn't wait for him to mature. Danger was always sudden. Building a solid physique is crucial. If I get the chance, I should travel more with the Marines and gain vitality points by signing in at various islands to accelerate my growth. My swordsmanship is still in the early stages of will, so I'll have to focus more on that. I'll seek out Mamanga for advice later. Ron had a strong feeling that reaching 100 mastery in sun-breathing technique would unlock another power, the transparent world. While Ron was laying out his training path, Zephyr was seeking permission from Sengoku to launch a strike against Doflamingo to avenge the fallen Marine recruits. Sengoku's response was unwavering, attacking a Marine admiral and slaughtering new Recruit 7 as a warlord of the sea. I won't tolerate this crime, he said. However, the matter is significant and requires approval from the world government. Zephyr, go rest for now. Once I report to them, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Zephyr returned, and after conducting the funeral and compensation arrangements for the fallen recruits, another 5 days had passed. Yet there was no word from Sengoku. Unable to wait any longer, Zephyr went back to the Marine headquarters building to see Sengoku. When he confronted him, Sengoku fell silent for a long while. I'm sorry, Zephyr, sorry. What do you mean sorry? We the Marines can't go after Doflamingo or hold him accountable. Let's pretend this never happened. Hearing those words, Zephyr's eyes narrowed, the pain in his severed arm flaring up, but none of it hurt more than the heartbreak he felt at that moment. Clenching his fists, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Sengoku, he asked Sengoku, do you even realize what you're saying? I'm sorry, but these are the world government's orders, Sengoku replied, voice heavy. Zephyr gritted his teeth in anger. Is it because of Doflamingo's other identity? What could possibly make the world government protect him like this? Sengoku didn't answer. He merely looked at Zephyr and said, Zephyr, don't ask anymore. Since the world government has already given the order, let's leave it at that. Against the government, neither you nor I have any say in the matter. And what about my dead students? Zephyr roared. They were all young, new Marines. Are they just supposed to die for nothing? Sengoku clenched his fist, remaining silent. With an expression of rage, Zephyr, wearing his justice coat, stepped forward, grabbing Sengoku's collar and staring at him furiously. Pirates who murder innocent Marines get away with it just because of their identity. Is this really justice? Tell me, Sengoku. Zephyr. Sengoku was also losing patience. I know you're furious, and I am too, but the justice of the Marines isn't for you to question. You should understand the relationship between the Marines and the world government. The moment the world government issued the order, this matter was already decided. To you, does the world government's word mean everything, Sengoku? Zephyr released Sengoku's collar, taking a step back. Does justice and fairness mean nothing in the face of the world government? He asked bitterly. The world government is the ultimate justice in this world. Sengoku declared, his eyes narrowing as he coldly met Zephyr's gaze. Their orders are absolute. Even you, Zephyr, will face consequences if you question the government. Zephyr let out a cold laugh. You're just as stubborn as you were in your youth. Your high rank and blind loyalty to the world government make you blind to everything beyond it. Zephyr, you're mistaken. Being in this position allows me to see more than you realize, Sengoku replied gravely. Zephyr glared at him, but Sengoku stood his ground, and the tension between them was icy. Outside, listening for a long time, Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed and entered the room. Let this matter rest, Zephyr. We will honor those lost new recruits as heroes and care for their families. Families. Zephyr's anger only grew. Ignoring the criminal who killed them, do you really think these gestures will console their broken families? He thought of his own family, destroyed by pirates. Do you know why there are more and more pirates out there? and why the revolutionary army is growing stronger, Sengoku, he demanded. Sengoku narrowed his eyes at Zephyr, a hint of anger in his tone. What are you trying to say, Zephyr? When the flames of anger burn within people and find no release, no amount of suppression can keep it down, Zephyr said, turning to leave. One day these flames will inevitably reach the world government. Zephyr, enough. Sengoku finally lost his composure. Zephyr stopped at the doorway, facing away from Sengoku and Tsuru, and removed the justice coat from his shoulders. As the coat fell slowly, his cold voice reached Sengoku's ears. The Marines of today hold no justice or fairness, he declared. From today I resign from all my positions. I am no longer an instructor at the Marine School of Justice, nor a Marine Admiral. News of Zephyr's resignation quickly spread through Marineford, causing a stir. Ron, who had already guessed the outcome, wasn't particularly surprised, just as he anticipated. Later that day, Vice Admiral Momonga returned from a patrol and happened to run into Ron, who was carrying Reikiri on his back. So you're Vice Admiral Momonga, Ron observed, looking at the man with a mohawk haircut. I'm Ron. I know who you are, Momonga nodded, adjusting the deep blue pinstripe suit and katana at his waist. Zephyr-sensei told me you're here to refine your swordsmanship with me. Ron nodded, glancing at Reikiri on Ron's back. Momonga thought for a moment. I have a few things to attend to, but meet me at Dock 4 at 9 tonight. At 9 that evening, Ron arrived at the quiet Dock 4 where Momonga was already waiting. Seeing Ron, Momonga put out the burning cigarette in his hand, stepping on it. Just to be clear, I can only spare half an hour for this. Understood, Ron replied, unsheathing Reikiri from his back. Let's see what you've got, Momonga said, drawing his sword, his powerful swordsmanship aura radiating around him. Feeling the pressure, Ron squinted, fully releasing his own sword intent. Momonga looked momentarily surprised. Seizing the instant, Ron used Shave to appear directly in front of him. Moon breathing, third form loathsome moon, chains, he muttered, unleashing a series of crescent-shaped slashes from tricky angles toward Momonga. Right from the start, Ron held nothing back, treating Momonga as a real enemy and attacking with killing intent. What a deceptive strike. Momonga felt a surge of surprise, but as a powerful swordsman with proficient observation haki, he found it manageable. With a single, swift swing, he cleaved through Ron's slashes. Ron could barely see the slash, yet each crescent slash aimed at Momonga was instantly deflected. All of a sudden, Ron sensed danger with his observation haki. Eyes narrowing, he pivoted without hesitation, and Reikiri traced a perfect arc. Moon-breathing fifth form moon spirit calamitous eddy, he murmured, executing a defensive move. Several massive swirling blades formed around Ron, colliding with a slash that had abruptly appeared in front of him, producing a sharp, scraping noise. SSSKKK, fierce winds emanated from the clash of their blades, scattering around. Momonga grew more and more surprised. This kid could actually block his slash. Although it was a casual strike, it came from a swordsman who had reached the level of cutting iron. Ordinary swordsmen at the intent realm would never be able to handle it so effortlessly. Moreover, he had awakened observation haki. Wasn't he only 11 years old? What a monster. Momonga pushed aside his shock. Moon breathing, sixth form perpetual night, lonely moon incessant. Ron gripped Reikiri with both hands, unleashing a rapid series of intersecting slashes at Momonga. In an instant, a dozen razor-sharp blade winds accompanied by countless crescent moon-shaped slashes rushed towards Momonga. Momonga squinted his eyes, held his sword with both hands, and swung forward. A fierce and domineering slash tore through the winds and crescent moon-shaped slashes, forcing its way toward Ron. What? Ron's eyes widened, quickly lifting his sword to block. However, the fierce slash still pushed him back a dozen meters. When Ron looked up again, Momonga had already sheathed his sword. Your aura and killing intent are impressive, and that sneaky sword style is among the best I've seen. You've mastered it well, but... Momonga glanced at Ron. Relying solely on such moves, you'll never reach the level of cutting iron. Ron's eyes widened slightly. Momonga turned his back on him and lit a cigarette. Has anyone ever told you that to reach the realm of cutting steel, your heart must be strong enough, so strong that even with a wooden stick, you could slash through steel with poise and confidence? And to possess that confidence and poise, relying solely on sword techniques won't cut it. Those moves will only make you blind. With his back still turned, Momonga blew out a ring of smoke. Ron seemed to understand to some degree. So what should I do? The mohawked Momonga turned and glanced at him. Starting tomorrow, abandon those sword techniques. He left after saying only tomorrow night at 9, be here. The following evening, Ron arrived early. When Momonga showed up, neither of them wasted words. They began fighting immediately. Ron held back his urge to use sword techniques, simply slashing with raw power. This time, Momonga made sure to give him a thorough lesson. After the battle, Momonga asked the barely moving Ron, who lay in a large crater, how he felt. When I master this, I'll make sure you feel it too. Ron gritted his teeth, glaring up at Momonga standing at the edge of the crater. Momonga calmly exhaled a ring of smoke. That's right, keep that feeling inside. will continue tomorrow, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. This continued for an entire month, under the condition of not using any sword techniques or other means against a swordsman at the level of cutting steel. Ron found himself on the receiving end. Fortunately, he could quickly recover his stamina and heal his wounds using sun-breathing techniques otherwise. It was uncertain whether he could endure. After every session, Ron's chest would be filled with unresolved anger, which only intensified each time it went unvented. During his next bout with Momonga, he aimed to release this pent-up fury with each strike, yet each time he came close, Momonga would suddenly stop, leaving him to stifle it once again. This constant repression felt like an inflating balloon in his chest, expanding with each unspent rage. Under the weight of this negative emotion, Ron grew obsessed, swinging Rikiri day and night. Each swing brought forth the image of Momonga's infuriating face and that mohawk hairstyle. He longed to slice him to pieces. Even without techniques, I will cut down that guy. As he recalled Momonga's taunts, a faint red glint appeared in Ron's eyes. He hadn't noticed that during this month of relentless practice, his sword intent had unknowingly advanced from the initial stage of will to the small accomplishment stage, with his permanent buff activated for most of the time. During this month, news of Momonga guiding Ron's swordsmanship reached the upper ranks of the Marines. In the Fleet Admiral's office, only Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were present as they discussed the matter. "Tsuru, do you think this should be stopped? If it were up to me alone, I would stop it." The white-haired Vice Admiral Tsuru sat calmly in her chair. "Momonga knowingly violated orders to teach that boy swordsmanship and deserves punishment, but..." She sighed softly. "If we consider Zephyr, we could turn a blind eye to this, Sengoku. Think of it as a small consolation for him." Sengoku was silent for a moment before nodding. Soon another month passed. That night, Admiral Jin, known as Pink Rabbit, returned from a 2-year undercover mission. Several officers who graduated from the Marine School of Justice, at the suggestion of Chatten, organized a small gathering to welcome her. Momonga's friend Yamakeji dragged him over. "I heard you've been training that intern kid in swordsmanship every night." Chatten, drunk, leaned toward Momonga. "Is that so?" Jin, curious, looked at Momonga. Seeing Jin's flushed, pretty face, Momonga averted his gaze, nodding. "Yeah, that intern's name is Ron, right? On my way back, I ran into Hina, who said he's an interesting kid." Jin looked at Momonga with interest. "Are you training him tonight? Can I come watch?" "Well, what's the big deal? I just want to see." Chatten, swaying, wrapped an arm around Momonga's shoulder. "If you refuse, Jin, Momonga's eye twitched. "Hey, you idiot, don't throw up." "Haha, Chatten's tolerance is still as bad as ever." Yamakeji chuckled. "Quit standing there and help pull him off me." Around 9 in the evening, Momonga arrived at Dock 4. Not far off, Vice Admirals Jin, Chatten, and Strawberry were positioned atop the courtyard walls under the night sky. Jin took a quick look. Despite the night setting, Marineford was still lit up, so the area wasn't too dark. In the midst of the crater-laden Dock 4, a black-haired boy stood, holding a long sword almost as tall as himself. His eyes were focused, his demeanor calm and composed. "That boy is Ron," Jin remarked, eyeing him with intrigue. The last time she met with Hina, all the young Marine had spoken about was this boy. Just what kind of child could so quickly capture the attention of the confident, prideful Hina after only half a day together? Chatten, who had just sobered up, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as he caught Jin staring intently at the black-haired boy. "So that's the special recruit, huh? Doesn't look like much to me. Stop talking and just watch quietly." With Jin's command, Chatten immediately fell silent. Over at Dock 4, as Momonga approached, Ron's eyes snapped open, his dark hair lifting with an unseen force as a powerful sword aura radiated from him. "Can you cut me down today?" Momonga slowly drew his sword. As the blade left its sheath, his overwhelming sword aura swiftly suppressed Ron's, forcing it back within the boy. Before each sparring match, Momonga would meticulously suppress Ron's sword aura, causing him significant discomfort. "Begin." Momonga raised his longsword, pointing it at Ron. Ron fixed his gaze on Momonga, saying nothing. Planting his foot, he charged forward, gripping Raikiri with his right hand and swinging it like he was chopping wood, completely devoid of any technique. Momonga lifted his blade. Clang! The blades collided, producing a crisp sound. Ron's first strike was blocked, and he instantly launched into a second one. Both his movements and strikes were crude and simple, easily deflected by Momonga. For a time, Dock 4 resounded with the continuous clang of clashing swords. Clang, clang, clang. "This is way too crude, full of openings. Can this guy even handle a sword?" Chatten averted his gaze, unable to bear watching. And Momonga too, what's he doing playing along with this kid's antics? His gaze drifted over Strawberry and landed on Jin, who was still watching Dock 4. Her profile was flawless, smooth skin, high nose, delicate lips. Beautiful, if only she could be my wife. It's already the 63rd time I've tried to confess to her. If I were to confess again now, it would be the 64th time, wouldn't it? Just as Chatten was eyeing Jin and debating his next confession attempt, Strawberry suddenly leaned forward, blocking his line of sight. Irritated, Chatton muttered, "Hey, Strawberry, what are you doing? Move, hey, what's got you so shocked?" Chatton looked at Strawberry, whose eyes were fixed on Doc 4, shock evident in his expression. Chatton couldn't help but follow his line of sight. He saw the long slash mark extending 10 meters in front of Mamanga, who was standing with his sword raised. At the end of that gash stood Ron, both hands gripping his long sword, breathing heavily. "What happened?" That was a swordsman's slash," Strawberry murmured, his voice trembling. Chatton's eyes gradually widened. Jin stood in stunned silence, gazing at the black-haired boy gripping his sword in the distance, utterly shaken. She had seen it clearly just now. That slash was undoubtedly at the level of a swordsman. Nothing else could have forced Mamanga back, sending him skidding back several meters, or left such a mark on the solid ground of the port. An 11-year-old swordsman. If she hadn't witnessed it herself, Jin would never have believed it. So this is why Hina is so fond of him. Ron controlled his breathing, finally managing to steady it as he maintained the sun-breathing technique. Slowly, he loosened his grip on the sword, noticing both his hands were trembling not from exhaustion, but from excitement. How did that slash feel? Mamanga, not far off, looked at him with a complex expression. Ron glanced at his trembling left hand, recalling the sensation of that strike moments ago. Good, really good. It felt like I was releasing something pent up inside. It felt like I could cut through anything. Remember that feeling well. That's the iron-cutting realm of a true swordsman. Mamanga sheathed his sword, his words leaving Ron momentarily stunned. Haha, what? Mamanga lit a cigarette. Sword aura, sword will, and even the iron-cutting techniquethi are all just ways of experiencing the sword. To reach the iron-cutting realm, a swordsman needs unwavering spirit and willpower. Even if I held a wooden stick, if I wanted to cut, I could slice through iron. That's the spirit of a swordsman. Those who reach this level are known as swordsmen of the sea. Of course, it's no easy feat. Achieving this level requires extensive training and considerable talent. Mamanga exhaled a puff of smoke. Ron held his composure as Mamanga looked at him with a complex expression and said, "Your talent and aptitude are more than adequate. You've even grasped the essence of sword intent. You're just missing the spirit needed to step into the realm of a swordmaster. I was purposefully suppressing your emotions, letting them accumulate until they erupted. My goal was to let you feel firsthand what it means to be a swordmaster and to grasp the iron-cutting realm through that slash." Mamanga looked at Ron with a mixture of awe and surprise. "I didn't expect you to master it so quickly. Does this mean I've already reached the realm of a swordmaster?" Mamanga shook his head. "Not so fast. The feeling only lasted a fleeting moment. You just touched the iron-cutting realm temporarily." To truly, he trailed off. Just then, a slash passed right before him. The cigarette hanging from his mouth split in two and fell, while a 10-meter-long crack formed in the ground in front of him. Like this. Mamanga's mouth dropped open and his jaw almost hit the floor. Impossible. Chatton, witnessing the scene, was wide-eyed, nearly popping out in disbelief. Jin and Strawberry, though having seen it once, were still stunned beyond words. That kid, he's truly entered the realm of a swordmaster. Mamanga was now entirely flabbergasted as he stared at Ron, his voice trembling. How did you do that?" "Just like you said, remember that intense feeling, release it all in a single burst and let it out through a slash." Ron tilted his head at him. "No, that's impossible. The emotional outburst I suppressed for 2 months has already been unleashed. How could you summon it again?" Mamanga was incredulous. At his words, Ron grinned at him. "If it's anger we're talking about, I can conjure as much as I want, especially whenever I see your face and that hairstyle of yours, Mamanga. Just seeing you makes me furious." Mamanga's eyes widened slowly as he listened. Under the dim moonlight, Ron stood there holding Reikiri, head tilted slightly, eyes glowing red, exuding a dark crimson aura. He grinned at Mamanga. "We've still got time. Let's practice a few more rounds, Mamanga." Seeing Ron's red-tinged eyes and his oddly unsettling smile sent a chill down Mamanga's spine, leaving him goosebumps all over. Could it be his relentless 2-month suppression had created some kind of monster? In a flash, Ron's form blurred as he appeared in front of Mamanga, swinging his blade. Though simple, the slash was crisp and decisive, devoid of any excess movement. After all, over the past 2 months, Ron had practiced this basic slash no fewer than 100,000 times. He'd realized something. This simplest, most open slash allowed him to release his full aura and strength in one strike. Reliance on elaborate sword techniques only steered him further from the core of swordsmanship, leading him down a path of superficiality. Mamanga's guidance over these past 2 months had realigned him, pointing him back to the true path of a swordmaster. Although Ron understood that Mamanga had done him a great favor, he wasn't planning to let it go. At the very least, he intended to make Mamanga fall a few times too. Die. Rikiri cut a clean arc, a perfect slash that descended onto Mamanga's raised blade. Clang! A crisp sound resonated from the clash of their blades. The force of their clashing sword auras created a fierce wind that spread outward, scattering the dust on the ground. Watching the two figures continuously flicker, exchanging blows on dock number 4, Chatton stood stunned, mouth agape. "Am I dreaming? That kid is keeping up with Mamanga blow for blow." Strawberry scratched his head with a wry smile. This is truly astonishing. The shock began to subside, and Jin's alluring eyes were fixed on Ron, who was darting around, recklessly attacking Momonga without any concern for defense, unleashing a storm of strikes. As she saw Momonga becoming increasingly disheveled, forced on the defensive, Jin couldn't help but smile. Ron, what a surprising kid. The duel continued for around 10 minutes before Momonga seized an opportunity to use shave and left, leaving only one parting remark. I have nothing more to teach you. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come anymore. Huff, huff. Ron, with Reikiri in his right hand, lay spread on the battered ground of dock number 4, his small face alight with a satisfied grin. Ha ha ha, finally managed to land a hit on that guy, on the other side. Momonga, your hair, ha ha ha. Chatten couldn't help but laugh when he saw that half of Momonga's mohawk had been cut off. Chatten let out a hearty laugh. Seems like that kid sure holds a grudge against you for something. Shut up. Momonga's face darkened like coal. Don't bring up that kid. If I'd known he was this vengeful, I wouldn't have taught him, even if Zephyr himself asked me to. At the mention of Zephyr, a somber look passed over the group. Is it true that Zephyr has resigned from all his posts? Asked Hina, covering her mouth to stifle a chuckle. Yes, she muttered after a pause. Where is he now? Chatten, puffing out a cloud of smoke, replied, I heard that some scientists from the mechanics department might have gone to him, probably to set him up with a mechanical arm. I see. Hina's voice softened. As a Marine School of Justice graduate, she too had once been mentored by Zephyr. It was hard to believe that a man with such steadfast dedication to justice would voluntarily step down. Don't mention tonight's events to anyone, Momonga suddenly stated. Chatten glanced over, shrugging. Doesn't really matter, the higher-ups probably already know. Then why haven't they called Momonga in for a talk? Didn't Vice Admiral Tsuru strictly forbid anyone from mentoring that kid? Asked Chatten, clearly puzzled. Maybe it's because of Zephyr, Hina speculated. Possibly, Momonga mused, scratching his head. What I meant was, don't tell them that kid managed to pull off a swordsman slash. Why not? Even though he unleashed several swordsman-level strikes on me tonight, his actual skill hasn't fully reached that level, Momonga replied, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. Hina's eyes sparkled. So he's just touched upon itis, that what you mean? Exactly. Truthfully, he still has a long way to go to reach true swordsman proficiency. Momonga continued, but with a monster like him, who knows if he might just wake up tomorrow and step over that threshold. In any case, from here on, I'm done sparring with him. Whatever he does, it's none of my business, Momonga added resolutely. Chatten scratched his head, clearly troubled. We already have 3 monsters up top, and now there's another one. Chatten chuckled. Isn't it good to see the new generation rising up? Sure, but he's still just a Marine intern, not a full-fledged Marine, if he strays from the path of justice. Chatten sighed. I can see why Vice Admiral Tsuru's concerned. This kid really could be a troublesome force. The 4 of them continued walking along the dimly lit path. Meanwhile, Ron, finally free from his frustrations, returned to his quarters with a lightness in his step. Immersed in a hot bath, he felt the exhaustion of the past 2 months ease away. I've already glimpsed the iron-cutting realm now. It's about fully mastering and internalizing that feeling, he thought to himself. Ron's mind lingered on the word spirit. When he faced Momonga, his strikes at the swordsman's level were fueled by the pent-up anger he'd been holding back. But this wasn't the true path. To reach the iron-cutting level, a swordsman needed an inner wellspring of spirit. A heart full of boundless spirit, a will as firm as iron no obstacle can withstand it. Nothing is uncuttable, Ron mused, closing his eyes. His master Kushiru's words echoed in his mind. Ron, as a swordsman, you must have something to hold dear in your heart. When your mind is pure and unshaken, the spirit of a true swordsman will flow within you, as solid as a rock amidst the rapids. Only then will your strikes be unbreakable. Ron now understood Kushiru's advice. With unwavering resolve, like a rock in a river, facing all without fear, enduring all trials without bitterness, and never retreating. The strongest strikes are born from within. This is the path to the iron-cutting realm. Ron's gaze grew clearer and more determined. As his understanding of swordsmanship deepened, his entire presence seemed to radiate with sharp intent. He envisioned the breathing styles emerging from his sun-breathing technique, their various sword forms taking shape within his mind. Water breathing flowing from the first form all the way to the 10th, moon breathing. When he finally opened his eyes, Ron had mastered all but the final ultimate sword moves of each breathing style. System, show me my current stats. Status, host, Ron. Age 11. Vitality 734. Swordsmanship, realm of intent mastered. Sun-breathing mastery 98. Weapon, great grade sword Raikiri. Permanent buff, true intent of 10,000 temperings, binding in progress. Armament Haki, LV3. Observation Haki, LV1. Conqueror's Haki, LV0. Shave, LV1. Moonwalk, LV1. Tempest Kick LV2. Special skill, mechanical proficiency. Sun breathing's mastery is at 98 huh. Ron's eyes lit up. For the next few days, he resolved to focus on perfecting the sun breathing technique, aiming to push it to a full 100. 5 days later. Ron's relentless training brought his mastery of the sun breathing technique to an astonishing 99. Each day was grueling, filled with unyielding determination and countless hours of practice. In the next 10 days, Ron's training took on an almost inhuman pace. In the day, he practiced his sword techniques under the sun, feeling every strike burn into his muscles like fire. His hands blistered from gripping his sword, and his breathing became sharper, more refined with every inhale. At night, he meditated in the stillness, visualizing the flow of the sun breathing patterns in his mind. Finally, on the 10th night, as the moon hung high in the sky, Ron executed the final sequence of the sun breathing technique. His body moved like a fluid extension of the sun's radiant energy, each strike illuminated by a golden glow. The air around him seemed to shimmer, bending to the sheer intensity of his willpower. And then it happened. The system's voice echoed in his mind just as his blade came to a halt, perfectly still. Sun breathing technique mastery at 100. The host has acquired a special ability, transparent world. In that moment, Ron's vision sharpened beyond what he thought possible. He could feel the energy coursing through his body, each pulse of his heart resonating with the world around him. It wasn't just the mastery of a techniquate, it was the culmination of his unwavering determination, countless sacrifices, and a spirit that refused to break. An indescribably fascinating sensation surged through Ron's mind. So this is the transparent world. It's somewhat similar to observation hacky, but different. With transparent world activated, Ron carefully felt the unique power within. The world around him became crystal clear, unveiling countless details: the flow of air, floating dust particles, temperature, humidity, various scents, the blood flow of people passing by. Even the distant breaths were all vividly perceptible. The range extended to about 10 meters around him. Let's see what happens when I add observation hacky. Ron closed his eyes. An invisible wave of observation hacky spread out, instantly covering the 10-meter radius around him. Transparent world and observation hacky. The two powers combined. Instantly, Ron felt as if everything within the 10-meter radius slowed down. Countless details appeared as if from the pages of an open book, displayed vividly in front of him. Incredible! Ron opened his eyes, unable to contain his excitement. The combination of transparent world and observation hacky wasn't just an addition, it was a substantial upgrade. This ability to sense every detail would be invaluable in battle. The only drawback: right now, Ron's range was limited to about 10 meters, not enough to counter large area attacks. If I enhance my observation hacky, my sensory range should expand, which would likely increase this zone as well, he thought as he opened his eyes. Suddenly, Ron instinctively sensed someone's gaze on him. He narrowed his eyes, withdrawing his observation hacky, but kept the transparent world active. Focusing his mind, the area of transparent world shifted from a circular zone around him to an elongated path stretching toward the source of the gaze. Observation hacky might be detectable to skilled users, but transparent world isn't. As the extended field reached that point, a pleasant fragrance hit his senses. A vivid image formed in his mind. Inside a building 100 meters away, a slender woman draped in a marine justice coat, with long, shapely legs and an air of cool elegance, stood at a third-floor window, gazing toward him with a faint smile. A long sword hung from her waist, adding to her striking presence. That's Ron's mind filled with a name: Jin, marine beauty swordswoman and a future admiral candidate. From the faint, controlled sword aura emanating from her, she was definitely on par with manga in the realm of swordsmanship. But what puzzled Ron was, and didn't exude any hostility towards him. Instead, she seemed curious, even somewhat friendly. Even though he didn't know her why, Ron scratched his head in confusion. Unaware that Ron had detected her, Jin leaned against the railing, gazing at the small figure in the distance, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. "What are you looking at?" Vice Admiral Tsuru approached her, following her gaze. She immediately spotted Ron, standing in an open area near the harbor with a sword on his back. "That kid, huh? He's interesting." Jin rested her chin on her arms on the railing, smiling as she looked at Ron's distant figure. Just like Hina said, he's like a fresh sprout of green on the dreary, serious Marine headquarters. Watching him reminds me a little of my own early days. Gaze softened with nostalgia. Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at her, arms crossed, and snorted, "You're hardly old yourself. And Hinahats with all this, celebrating youth. Must be I'm not giving you enough work. Haha, maybe you're right." Jin chuckled, then turned to Tsuru beside her. "He still hasn't decided to join the Marines." Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. "After the incident with Zephyr, I doubt he'd be keen on joining just yet. Think you'll convince him?" Jin looked at her with a raised eyebrow. With her justice coat on and arms crossed, Tsuru gazed at Ron's small figure in the distance. Judging from his actions and personality, I'd say he's unlikely to join the Marines. He might stick with his original path, neither joining the Marines nor becoming a pirate. Hearing this, Ron's eyes flickered slightly. So that's Vice Admiral Tsuru. Just from observing his personality and actions, she could almost predict his goals and decisions. Since you think he won't join the Marines, why keep him here? Jin asked, puzzled. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at her with a smile. That boy will grow powerful whether he's here or not. Letting him stay around the Marines is better than him befriending pirates. Even if he never joins, just leaning our way in crucial moments could be a great help. Of course, that's only my view. Others have differing opinions, so whether he stays might not be decided until a couple more years pass. Listening to Tsuru, Jin nodded slightly, still gazing at the distant figure. 3 days after Ron comprehended the transparent world and eavesdropped on the conversation between Jin and Tsuru, he retrieved a silver pistol with infinite bullets from his system space. Guns and swords both are a man's passion. Ron was no exception. The silver pistol looked remarkably similar to the revolvers from his previous world. Entirely silver and incredibly stylish, it radiated a powerful aura. The bullets, also silver, were more powerful and faster than the lead bullets of this world. Although the gun was labeled as having infinite bullets, it wasn't quite as Ron imagined. Each day, he could only fire 6 rounds, which would refresh the following day. Ron, having mastered mechanical proficiency, immediately understood how to use the pistol the moment he touched it, becoming a firearms expert. With observation haki and the transparent world ability, he was confident he could achieve pinpoint accuracy. If he could coat the bullets with haki, the power would likely be even more devastating, potentially becoming a lethal weapon against certain devil fruit users. Ron was eager to test the gun's power. However, being in Marineford, any experiments would cause too much of a commotion and possibly lead to unnecessary trouble, so he decided to hold off for now. Perhaps mechanical proficiency has other uses, he thought. Without any immediate training objectives, Ron turned his focus to the mechanical proficiency skill. A multitude of ideas filled his mind. With sufficient materials and tools, he was confident he could create a variety of things. It was at that moment that Garp, who had been away on a capture mission, returned to Marineford and appeared before him. You want to go to the mechanics lab? Garp stared at Ron, his mouth agape as if he were trying to swallow a fist. Yes, Ron nodded, unless it's prohibited. Wait, tell me first, what do you want to do in the mechanics lab? There are only scientific instruments and scientists with glasses in there, no strong fighters to help you train. Garp's voice held a trace of unease. I know all that. Ron replied with a natural look. I want to go to the lab to make things you. Garp bent down, scrutinizing Ron with suspicion, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha, what's so funny? I'm not joking, Ron replied seriously. Ha, Garp laughed even harder at Ron's deadpan expression, tears streaming from his eyes. Ha, I thought you were a serious kid, Ron, but you really know how to joke. Seeing Garp's reaction, Ron felt slightly irritated, but after thinking it through, he calmed down. Although he wanted to delve into mechanics, this was the Marine headquarters. Showing too much skill here might not be wise. If the Marines noticed his potential and value in this field, it might be difficult for him to leave in the future. He decided to save it for later, once he left Marineford. With that resolved, he leaned back on his bed. Fine, just consider it a joke. Lying down, he glanced at Garp. Old man, have you been back to Fuchsia Village recently? Having laughed enough, Garp pulled out a bag of donuts, took a seat and responded, nope. Just caught a notorious pirate, and tomorrow I'll escort him to Impel Down. I just stopped by to check on you. As for Fuchsia Village, I had a call with Dad and everything's fine there, but what, about a month and a half ago, that little girl Kuina also left. Garp took a bite of a donut. Seems she set out to sea and her whereabouts are currently unknown. Ron was stunned. Kuina, you've set sail too. I heard about what happened with Zephyr. I can't believe Doflamingo was bold enough to attack a marine ship like that. Garp spoke while munching on his donut. Did you encounter him this time? Ron snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. How was it? A matter of life and death. Haha, well said, Garp laughed heartily. With your current strength, facing him alone would indeed be a dangerous venture. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he feels the same way. Ron's voice was calm. Well said, Garp laughed, nodding approvingly. To grow stronger, you have to meet and surpass powerful opponents, I know that. Ron stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. How is Admiral Zephyr now? He's no longer an admiral. Crunch. Garp took another bite of his donut. He's all right, though. He's with the Special Science Group now. It seems they're planning to craft a mechanical arm for him, and he actually requested it himself. An old man like him isn't going to stop, even in retirement. Is that so? Ron said nothing more. After sitting with Ron for a while, Garp prepared to leave. As Garp's figure moved away, Ron called out, Old man, you're headed to Impel Down, right? Yeah, why? Take me with you. The next day, Ron departed from Marineford with Garp on his warship, bound for Impel Down. To travel from Marineford to Impel Down, they first needed to reach Anai's lobby, cross the Gate of Justice behind it, and finally arrive at the underwater prison Impel Down. As the warship reached Anai's lobby, Ron followed Garp down the bridge. Waiting to greet them was Spandine, the current chief of CP9, the world government's secret intelligence agency. Beside him stood two individuals, one in his early 20s and the other slightly older, perhaps in his 30s. Ron's gaze settled on the younger of the two, a tall, dark-haired man wearing a black top hat with a white pigeon perched on his shoulder. If his guess was right, this was Rob Luchith, future CP9 captain, government's top assassin, and a weapon of unparalleled lethality. As Ron studied him, Lucci also looked back, his expression a blend of scrutiny and mild curiosity. This kid, could he be the rumored Marine intern from HQ? Their eyes met, briefly exchanging a silent acknowledgement. Ron, with Raikiri strapped across his back, shifted his gaze to the pigeon on Lucci's shoulder. "That's one plump pigeon," he murmured, half to himself, half in jest. "I wonder how it'd taste roasted." Lucci's eyes narrowed slightly, catching his words. He didn't react outwardly, but Ron noticed the slight tightening around Lucci's mouth. Clearly, the comment had struck a nerve. Just then, several Marines moved a massive iron cage off the warship. Inside was a figure bound tightly with sea stone shackles, his powerful limbs further restrained by thick chains. The prisoner's head was topped with sharp horns, and his massive, muscular body seemed barely contained within his restraints. This is Spandine's son, stared in shock, the corrupt king Avalo Pizarro. Hearing Spandam's astonished voice, Lucci turned slightly, casting an indifferent glance at the prisoner. "Spandine, he's all yours now," Garp called out, addressing the cigarette-puffing CP9 chief. Ron watched the interaction closely. This man, with his thin, triangle-shaped eyebrows and smug expression, was none other than the infamous Spandineth man who'd wielded the golden Den Mushi to authorize the Buster Call that annihilated the scholars of O'Hara. "Ha ha ha, a bounty of 160 million. Spandine laughed, almost in disbelief, as he regarded the chained Avalo Pizarro. To think Vice Admiral Garp managed to capture him. As expected from the Marine hero, we'll proceed with the sentencing soon, Spandine continued, chuckling. Until then, Vice Admiral Garp, please feel free to relax here on Anai's lobby. Lucci, escort him to the court, Spandine ordered, nodding toward the captured Avalo Pizarro. Lucci gave a quick nod, his gaze once again meeting Ron's before he turned and led his team to move the prisoner. "Is that young man Rob Lucci?" Garp murmured, glancing at Lucci's retreating figure. "I hear he's highly valued by the world government." Garp chuckled and continued, "You've got a skilled subordinate there, Spandine. You flatter me, Vice Admiral Garp." Spandine's gaze shifted to Ron, eyeing the sword on his back. He grinned and asked, "And this young man must be the famed intern from HQ, perhaps even your disciple, ha ha ha." "Not at all," Garp laughed heartily, amused by the idea. "I'm not his teacher." I see Spandine eyed Ron with a smirk. "Well, Vice Admiral Garp, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave you to enjoy your time here." Not a problem, Garp waved him off. "I know my way around Anai's lobby by now. I'll be waiting for you at the Bridge of Hesitation." With a nod, Spandine turned to leave, accompanied by his son, Spandam, who was not yet a member of CP5. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Ron's mind. Detected current location, Anai's lobby. "Signing conditions met. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in," Ron answered mentally. "Signing complete. Reward acquired, Vitality plus 10. Bonus reward, Senzu Bean X1. A Senzu Bean." Ron's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Could it be the miraculous bean from Dragon Ball? Before he could inspect it further, Garp's voice brought him back to the present. "Ron, did you recognize that young man beside Spandine? The one with the pigeon?" Ron turned, noticing Garp's thoughtful gaze. "That's Rob Lucci," Garp explained. "Joined CP9 at 13, he's 20 now. Executed countless criminals, known as CP9's deadliest weapon, the coldest and strongest assassin in 800 years of CP history." Ron raised an eyebrow, glancing at Garp. "So what are you trying to say?" "I'm saying it's best not to provoke him," Garp chuckled. "Both the government and Lucci himself can be quite complicated. With your current strength, well, how confident are you in beating him?" 10 out of 10, Ron replied coolly. Garp blinked, momentarily speechless. Was this kid really that confident? Ron's assurance wasn't just talk. His observation abilities had allowed him to gauge Lucci's strength accurately. Though powerful, Lucci was far from a match for Ron's current capabilities. With observation hacky, armament hacky, and the ability to perceive the transparent world, Ron's strength likely surpassed that of Luffy during his fight with Lucci 9 years later in the original story. If he didn't even need to draw Raikiri, defeating this version of Lucci would be a mere warm-up. Finally, they reached the Bridge of Hesitation. This immense structure was usually retracted, opening only to allow prisoner transfers through the Gate of Justice. At its end, the warship waited, ready to sail once the corrupt king was brought aboard. About 4 hours later, the bridge opened and Lucci appeared, leading the prisoner Avalo Pizarro, now heavily shackled and subdued. As the Marines took over and prepared for departure, the gate of justice loomed ahead, its massive doors slowly beginning to open. From the bridge's edge, Lucci watched the warship as it pulled away, his eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation. As the ship passed through the colossal gates, a familiar message rang in Ron's mind. Detected current location, gate of justice. Signing conditions met. Would you like to sign in? Ron felt a surge of satisfaction. This journey was proving to be more rewarding than he'd anticipated. Sign in. Signing complete. Sign-in reward acquired. Vitality +10. Ron felt a rush of warmth flowing through his body, along with a tingling sensation that seemed to tear at his muscles, invigorating every fiber. Curious, he examined the senzu bean he'd just acquired. No matter how severe the injury, it fully restores you to peak condition. Just as I thought, it's the legendary senzu bean from Dragon Ball. He chuckled to himself, pleasantly surprised. I've already managed to sign in twice here at Anai's lobby. Next up is Impel Down, the underwater prison. I wonder what kind of reward awaits me there, he mused with growing excitement. All in all, this journey was turning out to be a huge gain, in front of the towering gates of Impel Down. As Garp's warship docked, the prison warden Magellan and the deputy warden Hannibal were already there, waiting to receive them. Vice Admiral Garp. Magellan, the massive poison man who wielded the powers of the venom fruit, stood tall, his demonic horns and large black wings casting an imposing shadow. He greeted Garp with a crisp salute, his gravelly voice resonating with a certain weight. Next to him, Hannibal stood stiffly at attention, throwing up a trembling salute. Vice Admiral Garp, I'm Hannibal, the new deputy warden. Becoming warden is my ultimate dream. Oh no, I said it out loud again, he muttered, berating himself. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Garp laughed heartily, waving a hand in amusement before gesturing toward the prisoner. Here, this guy's all yours. Magellan nodded in understanding and turned to Hannibal. Hannibal, take the corrupt king, Avalo Pizarro, down to level 6, the eternal hell. Why, yes, sir. Eager to make a good impression, Hannibal quickly motioned for the jailer beasts to move in. Together, they took custody of Avalo Pizarro, the infamous prisoner still locked tightly within his cage. However, just as the handover was about to conclude, a strange expression crossed Magellan's face. Pressing a hand to his stomach, he looked toward Garp with an apologetic smile. Vice Admiral Garp, I apologize. I have some urgent business to attend to. I'll be on my way now. Not a problem, go take care of it, Garp said, nodding understandingly. With no further delay, Magellan spun around and made a hasty retreat back inside Impel Down. Hannibal let out a stifled laugh, barely containing his amusement. That guy must be off to the restroom again. It's always like this for Magellan. The venom fruit certainly comes with its own challenges, Garp remarked, nodding sympathetically. He knew about Magellan's predicament, though the fruit granted him extraordinary power. The side effects were equally intense, forcing him to spend hours in the restroom releasing toxins. Well, he's all yours now, Garp said, turning to leave. There's nothing left for us here, so let's head back. But as he turned, Garp noticed something peculiar. He was suddenly alone. Looking around, he saw no sign of Ron. When did that brat disappear? He muttered, scanning the area before spotting a small figure slipping through the gates of Impel Down. Huh, since when? Meanwhile, just as Ron stepped through the imposing entrance of Impel Down, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Detected current location, Impel Down. Signing conditions met. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Signing complete. Reward acquired, vitality +10. Bonus reward, observation hacky level up. Current observation hacky level 2. Swish. Suddenly a hand shot out of thin air, reaching toward him with surprising speed. Ron, whose observation hacky had just been enhanced, sensed the incoming attack and prepared to dodge. Yet before he could fully react, the hand's speed increased sharply. What? Ron's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, the hand caught him by the back of his collar, lifting him clean off the ground. I told you to stop running around, a voice thundered behind him. Garp, wearing his iconic dog-head hat, was glaring at Ron with mock fury, holding him effortlessly. Thought you could dodge. You're still a long way off, kid. Ron gritted his teeth in frustration. This damn old man. But he couldn't deny it. Garp's strength was terrifying. Even with his enhanced perception, Ron couldn't escape. Observing Garp closely, Ron could almost see and hear the intense life force coursing through his body like a roaring river. His bones were like tempered steel, and his muscles were remarkably resilient. Compared to Lucci, whom he'd encountered at Anai's lobby, Garp's presence was a whole different level of intimidation. To reach this kind of physical power, how many years of grueling training would it take? Garp's armament hacky was undoubtedly among the most formidable in the pirate world, possibly even unmatched. His observation hacky was equally impressive, far surpassing Ron's own skills. That single grab from Garp had been unavoidable, even with Ron's observation hacky and transparent world activated. He could sense the attack and even anticipate its trajectory, yet he couldn't dodge it. Finally grasping the vast difference between their abilities, Ron wisely decided to let it go for now. There was no point challenging Garp at this moment. Instead, he resolved to remember this experience and bide his time until he could surpass him. As they headed back, a small crowd gathered, watching Garp carry Ron by his collar like a disobedient kitten. Hannibal stifled a laugh, unable to resist the humorous sight of the usually calm Ron being hauled around. But as Ron passed him, Hannibal caught a chilling glare from the young Marine intern. Beneath his messy bangs, Ron's eyes were sharp, piercing Hannibal with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. Cold sweat broke out across Hannibal's forehead as he shifted nervously. Only when Garp returned to the warship with Ron in tow did Hannibal feel the suffocating pressure lift, finally allowing himself to exhale in relief. Who is that kid, anyway? With the warship departing from Impel Down, they began their journey back through the calm belt to Marineford. After disembarking at Marineford, Ron returned to his usual routine. He resumed his daily life, occasionally joining marine patrols and embarking on small missions with various warships. Half a month later, Hina returned to Marineford, freshly promoted from ensign to lieutenant. Her first task upon arrival was to track down Ron. "I'm back," she declared cheerfully, grabbing Ron and dragging him along. "You owe me a shopping trip." 2 years flew by swiftly. Ron was now 14 years old. He had been in Marineford for 3 years, and the time was drawing near to finally conclude his internship as a Marine recruit and make a firm decision about his future. One day, Lieutenant Hina, wearing her justice coat over a tailored suit, her tall figure highlighted by her long, straight legs, came to Ron's room and knocked on the door. When the door opened, Ron appeared before her. He was wearing a black t-shirt and white knee-length shorts, his lean and athletic frame, half-length black hair, and messy bangs giving him a clean, fresh look. He had grown significantly in the last 2.5 years, and although Hina was still taller at about 6 feet, he was now close to her height. "Are they calling for me already?" Ron asked, glancing up at her. With her signature pink hair flowing to her shoulders and sunglasses perched on her forehead, Hina crossed her arms and nodded. "All right, let's go." Ron grabbed Reikiri, his sword leaning against the wall, holding its scabbard in his left hand as he stepped out of his room. The two of them walked side by side outside the building. In the sunlight, Hina stole a glance at Ron's profile and asked, "Are you absolutely sure about your decision? No last-minute changes?" "I'm sure," Ron replied calmly. Hina's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment, but she quickly concealed it. Noticing her expression, Ron smiled and said, "Even if I can't come back to Marineford, we'll still meet on the open sea. We can go on another adventure together then." Outside Marineford's headquarters building, Hina dropped him off and waited outside while Ron followed a Marine officer through the hallways. They passed by numerous Marine officers of various ranks, some of whom he recognized, though many were unfamiliar. Their gazes held various emotions as they watched him pass, but Ron maintained his composed demeanor. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk, flanked by Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Candidate Aokiji Kyuzan, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Admiral Candidate Akinu. As Ron entered, all eyes turned to him, and the immense pressure from their presence bore down on him. Yet he remained poised and unshaken. Sengoku spoke up, looking at Ron standing calmly at the door, his sword Reikiri by his side. "Ron, your time as a specially recruited intern has concluded. Now it's time for you to make your final decision." Meanwhile, outside the building, Vice Admiral Jin arrived, her justice coat and sword Heartbreaker at her side. Her long, slender legs carried her gracefully to where Hina was standing against a wall, smoking and looking up at the sky. "You missed the meeting, Jin," she greeted her with a smile. "It seems he still hasn't changed his mind, has he?" Jin asked softly. Hina exhaled a cloud of smoke and nodded. "That's truly unfortunate," Jin said, glancing up toward the Fleet Admiral's office. Over the past 2.5 years, Ron had become like a younger brother to both her and Hina. They had grown close, often visiting him after returning from missions and watching him mature. And now he was leaving. After making his choice in Sengoku's office with a determined attitude, Ron left without a backward glance. "Zephyr's incident affected his view of the Marines more than we thought," Vice Admiral Tsuru noted calmly. Sengoku clenched his fists slightly on the table. Garp sighed deeply while Aknu scoffed in disdain. "I've said it from the start, this intern program is a complete waste. If he had any sense of justice, he would have joined the Marines already instead of hesitating." Aknu sneered, adding, "If he ever turns pirate, I'll be the first to put him down." "Enough, Akinu," Sengoku snapped. "He hasn't gained anything significant from the Marines, so whether he leaves or stays doesn't change much for us," Aokiji pointed out. "Kyuzan's right," Tsuru agreed. "When we agreed to this special internship, we considered the possibility that he might choose to leave. If he's decided to forego his role as an intern, let's leave it at that. Only if he shows signs of becoming a pirate." "I'm the one who invited him into the Marines," Garp said in a low voice. and it was my suggestion to create this intern program. If he ends up causing trouble on the seas, I'll take full responsibility for it." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Akinu stood, adjusting his cap as he looked sideways at Garp. "Let's hope you're prepared to act, Garp, and not go easy on him." A few days later, a marine ship arrived at the Sabyati archipelago and Ron disembarked. Dressed in black pants and a white t-shirt, he wore a military green hooded coat and an orange travel hat, carrying his bag over one shoulder and Rikiri in hand. Turning back to Hina and Jin, who stood on the ship, he smiled and waved at them. "This is far enough. Jin, Hina, let's meet again out on the sea. Weren't you supposed to call me Sister Hina, you brat, Ron?" Hina is very upset. Hina shouted at him in frustration. Jin simply smiled warmly and waved back. "Take care, and if you change your mind, you're welcome back anytime." Leaning against the railing, Hina looked at Ron, who was turning away, cigarette between her lips and sunglasses perched on her forehead. "Just make sure to think about the consequences of your actions, so I don't end up having to see you in cuffs next time." "I get it. All right, see you," Ron replied, waving goodbye as he walked away. Hina rubbed her forehead in exasperation, her cool, striking face showing a hint of helplessness. "That guy never listens to anyone completely. I am so frustrated." "Jin, do you know Ron's current strength?" asked Hina, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Jin was startled by Hina's question, then thought about it. "I sparred with him half a year ago, and we were about evenly matched. I think he's gotten a bit stronger since then, but he should still be around my level." Jin's beautiful face held a soft smile. "What's going on?" Hina asked, puzzled. "Oh, nothing," Jin replied, watching Ron's retreating figure with a faint smile. "The next time we meet, I wonder what he'll be like. It shouldn't be too long, that strong little guy." Her hand lightly touched her lips, and her cheeks tinged with a slight blush as she thought of something. Detected host location, Sabyati Archipelago. Conditions met for sign-in. Sign in now? Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward obtained, vitality +10. Special reward, language mastery. Ron was leaving the Marines and starting his journey from Sabyati Archipelago, on the Grand Line in the Revolutionary Forces stronghold. On the white soil island, Baltigo, in the midst of windswept yellow sands, a tall and a short figure, both cloaked in black, walked forward, followed by others in similar attire. "Is Sabo really here?" a clear female voice asked in doubt. "He is, but his situation is a bit complicated," replied a voice that was neither masculine nor feminine, belonging to the taller figure. "Look, the city is just ahead." The two figures at the forefront reached the gates of the city, where a group of people was waiting, including the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Beside him stood a blonde boy with a hat and a girl with short orange hair. Upon seeing the blonde boy, the girl in the black cloak widened her eyes slightly. "Sabo." Hearing his name, Sabo looked at her in surprise. "See, I wasn't lying," the tall figure beside her said, pulling back his cloak to reveal a huge face, the Revolutionary Army officer, Emporio Ivankov. "Guess who's here?" Ivankov said to Dragon and the others with a grin. Their eyes focused on the slender figure, her twin swords hanging at her waist. As she pulled back her cloak, her face emerged with a gentle smile, and Dragon and the others recognized her. "It's Kuina," murmured Hack, another Revolutionary Army member. "It's been years she's changed so much." Indeed, she had. Now 15 years old, Kuina had grown taller, reaching over 175 centimeters. Her once short blue hair had grown into a long, high ponytail, and her figure had developed elegantly, with long, toned legs exuding power. She wore a black cloak that perfectly complemented her composed, striking demeanor as a swordswoman. "Kuina." Sabo murmured, staring at her as if trying to recall something, but a sudden, intense pain in his head stopped him. "Ah," he clutched his head in agony, crouching down. "Sabo," shouted Koala, the orange-haired girl beside him, her face full of worry. Seeing this, Kuina looked at Ivankov in confusion. "As I said, there's something wrong with him," Ivankov explained. "He lost all his memories after we rescued him, but I didn't expect him to be your and Ron's friend." I see. Kuina nodded in understanding. "Koala, take Sabo back," Dragon instructed. Koala nodded, leading Sabo back into the city. Dragon turned to Kuina. "And that boy Ron, he's not with you." "Ron and I went separate ways 3 years ago," Kuina replied, gently touching the hilt of Wado Ikamanji at her waist. "We agreed to grow stronger and meet again on the seas." "Is that so?" Dragon nodded thoughtfully. "Do you have any particular place you plan to go?" "A place?" Kuina shook her head. "Not really. I'll go wherever I can find strong opponents who can help me improve my swordsmanship." "If that's the case, why don't you stay here for a while? There are quite a few strong people here," Dragon suggested, "and whenever you feel ready, you're free to go." Ron arrived at the Sabyati archipelago. "Is it here?" he murmured as he walked up to a bar with a sign that read Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, his military green trench coat billowing as his hands rested in its pockets. Pushing open the door, a light bell chimed, catching the attention of the woman at the bar. "Oh my, we've got a handsome little guest here." Shaki, cigarette in hand, set down her newspaper and looked at Ron with a curious smile. "Here for a drink or looking for some information?" Any kind of information, Ron replied with a grin, including how to get to Raftel Laugh-Tail for the right price, sure. Shaki blew out a stream of smoke, chuckling, as long as you can afford it. Never mind then, I'm not interested in that. Ron took a seat at the bar and looked over the bottles behind her. Is there a local specialty from the Sabyati archipelago? Of course. Sabyati is known for its fine liquor, especially the famous Sabyati wine, one of the most popular across the Grand Line. Shaki reached behind her, pulling out a bottle and setting it before him. But it's a bit pricey berries for this one. No problem. Ron pulled out a hefty pouch and set it on the bar. Shaki took the pouch and peered inside, seeing stacks of gold coins worth well over 200,000 berries. Ron poured himself a glass from the bottle and took a sip. The bubbles in this drink were far more effervescent than what he'd had before, and the aroma was incredibly rich. Now, this is good wine. Taking a sip, the taste lingered on his tongue. Shaki leaned on the bar, holding her cigarette and resting her chin on her hand. Surprising that such a young guy would have such a refined taste. You and my husband would probably get along. You mean Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King? Ron asked, glancing up as he poured another glass. Is he around today? Shaki's eyebrows raised in slight surprise before her eyes narrowed a bit. So you're not just here for a drink, huh? Ron looked at his glass, still bubbling with Sabyati wine. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm. I'm just passing through Sabyati and happened to hear the legend that the Dark King Rayleigh was here. I thought it'd be interesting to meet him. He lifted his glass, smiling at Shaki. Consider the extra money I paid as payment for that information. Shaki looked at him with a hint of surprise, then straightened up, exhaling a plume of smoke. Before I answer, mind telling me your name? I'm Ron. The name stirred something in her memory, but nothing specific came to mind. It wasn't surprising. Ron's name had only briefly made waves 3 years ago. He'd only made a single noteworthy appearance in the sea, and after that, he'd never stirred up any major event. There was no photograph either. Even the sharpest information brokers couldn't link this mysterious youth before her to the 11-year-old Marines trainee who had once made headlines. She let the thought go and returned her attention to him. Rayleigh's at the casino today. He might be back by evening, or maybe not for a few days. Ron nodded and replied, then I'll wait until the evening. You got any more of this wine? Ron was in luck. That evening, Rayleigh returned with a bag slung over his shoulder and a bottle in hand, taking a swig as he entered the bar. Shaki, look how much I won today, Rayleigh said proudly, placing the bag on the counter. Shaki glanced over unimpressed. Doesn't matter. You'll lose it all again in a couple of days. Rayleigh, with his long silver hair, rugged beard, scar running down his right eye, and glasses, laughed heartily at her comment. Haha, you're probably right. As he laughed, Ron rose from his seat at the counter, drawing Rayleigh's attention. Oh, got company? Rayleigh asked. He's here to see you, Shaki said. Me? Rayleigh looked back at Ron, an amused grin forming on his face. What is it? Come to admire the Dark King? Not exactly, Rayleigh, Ron replied. In a flash, he moved across several meters, standing right before Rayleigh. Shaki's eyes narrowed slightly, and even the drunken Rayleigh's gaze sharpened. Hands still in his trench coat pockets, Ron lifted his sharp eyes to meet Rayleigh's calm, yet powerful gaze. I'm here to challenge you. To challenge me? Rayleigh paused, then laughed heartily. It's been a long time since I've heard that. His glasses glinted as he took in the black-haired youth before him, his gaze focused. In that instant, Ron felt an immense, overwhelming presence radiate from the older man. It was like standing beneath a mountain. It wasn't conqueror's hack, just pure, powerful intimidation from a seasoned warrior. Ron's eyes narrowed, a flicker of red flashing within them. In a heartbeat, his black hair rippled as an equally intense aura emanated from him. Their energies clashed, creating waves that reverberated through the bar. Rayleigh's eyes flickered with surprise. Both of you, cut it out. Shaki's irritated voice broke through the tension. If you want to fight, do it outside. Don't wreck my bar. Both men withdrew their energies almost simultaneously. The intense atmosphere in the bar returned to calm stillness. Ron glanced around, noting that some bottles and glasses had been knocked over by the clash, with a few even shattered. He scratched his head, then walked over to the bar and placed another heavy pouch of gold coins on the counter, smiling apologetically at Shaki. Sorry about that. Consider this compensation. Shaki looked at him with a hint of surprise and appreciation. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, Ron had already turned and followed Rayleigh out of the bar. Do you know a good novel which you want to get translated? Let me know in the comments. Rayleigh, clad in an old white coat, stood on the open ground outside the tavern, staring at Ron in front of him. Kid, tell me your name. Ron. The name didn't ring any bells for Rayleigh, but after their earlier exchange of presents, he knew one thing: this young man before him, who looked around 14 or 15 years old, had astonishing strength beyond his years. You used shave from the Marines' 6 powers, didn't you? What's your connection with the Marines? Why are you looking for me? Rayleigh's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, fixed on Ron. No real connection, Ron replied with a smile. I just spent a few years as an intern with the Marines. As for challenging you, Rayleigh, you could say it's convenient timing or that I just want to test my current strength. Rayleigh chuckled at that. Testing your strength, huh, interesting. All right, I'll accept your challenge. Bring it on. But instead of making a move, Ron looked around at the surroundings. While this tavern was a bit secluded, there were still residents not far off. Rayleigh quickly caught on after scanning the area himself. Want to go somewhere else? Ron nodded. There's no extra space on the Sabyeti archipelago. If we're changing locations, we'll have to head to another island. Rayleigh glanced up at the sky and scratched his head. It's a bit late tonight. How about tomorrow? Sure. Time passed quickly and the next day arrived. Ron followed Rayleigh as they left the Sabyeti archipelago and headed to a deserted island, populated only by massive beasts. As the two walked through the island, not a single beast dared to approach. Their instincts warned them of the overwhelming danger these two beings posed, more than any creature on the island. It was as if approaching them meant certain death. Ron followed Rayleigh to the heart of the island. In the clearing amidst towering trees, Ron and Rayleigh stood facing each other, separated by over 20 meters. Come on, let me see your strength, Rayleigh said, looking at Ron. Without hesitation, Ron sprang forward, vanishing from his spot. A deep dent formed where he'd stood just moments before. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. In the next moment, with a powerful whoosh cutting through the air, a ferocious kick sliced toward Rayleigh from the side, leaving afterimages in its wake. With his observation hacky active, Rayleigh leaned back, narrowly dodging the fierce attack that slashed past his nose. He looked more serious now. Before the next move came, Rayleigh lifted a fist and punched toward where the attack was coming from. Boom, their fists collided. The clash of their aura was palpable. In an instant, electricity crackled in the air, and wind spiraled around them like a sudden hurricane. With the two of them at the center, the dirt on the ground was blown outward in layers, while massive trees in the surrounding area shook violently, with leaves and debris flying everywhere. The entire forest was stirred by their battle, and this was only the beginning. Each subsequent clash was more intense than the last. The two moved swiftly through the giant forest formed by the towering trees. Each collision shook the forest, causing one tree after another to fall in the wake of their blows. The massive beasts in the forest fled in terror, desperate to get far from the center of the commotion. Boom! Rayleigh, now without his coat, punched Ron, sending him flying 100 meters, crashing through countless giant trees before finally embedding him into a cliffside. To reach this level with pure physical strength as expected of the Dark King, Rayleigh, Ron muttered as he extricated himself from the cliff. He touched his chest, then grinned at the figure speeding toward him. His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. With a stomp, he launched himself to meet Rayleigh. The warm-up is over. Now it's time for the real deal, armament. With the sound of armament hacky hardening, Ron's right arm instantly turned pitch black like steel. Now at level 5 in armament hacky, Ron's punch had nearly 10 times the power. You've even mastered armament hacky. Rayleigh's eyes flashed with surprise. But as Ron's hacky-imbued fist drew closer, Rayleigh didn't hesitate. He summoned a fearsome aura, his armament hacky even more potent than Ron's level 5, yet he didn't fully harden it. Bang! A hardened, blackened fist clashed with one wrapped only in armament hacky. Crack! The ground beneath them shattered instantly, with the surrounding trees splintering and snapping within a 100-meter radius. A wave of pressure, 10 times more powerful than before, surged out from their clashing hacky, creating a heat wave that swept outward. Boom! One tree after another snapped in succession, while the earth beneath the trees closest to them was stripped away, exposing the roots before they too were blown off. As the residual shockwaves faded, a clearing appeared within the dense forest, with a circular pit several meters deep and tens of meters wide at its center. Rayleigh stood in the center, with Ron about 10 meters away, leaving 2 long trails where he'd been pushed back. Ron's right arm trembled, but he didn't care. His gaze remained fixed on Rayleigh, filled with unrestrained, fiery excitement. Let's go again. With another stomp, Ron broke the ground beneath him, reappearing in front of Rayleigh in a flash. Armament hacky surged, strengthening his sweeping kick. Rayleigh, with observation hacky active, prepared to counter, but suddenly felt as if he were being watched. His eyes narrowed as he dodged the attack, creating distance between them once more. That strange feeling. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Ron. What was that unsettling sensation, as if he had been completely seen through just now? It didn't feel like observation hacky. Could it be a devil fruit ability? Rayleigh didn't know that Ron possessed the power of transparent world, yet he still sensed a faint aura around him. So this is the instinct of a top-tier fighter. Ron grinned. He no longer held back and unleashed his observation hacky, along with his transparent world ability, fully revealing their level. A domain-like space seemed to extend from him, silently enveloping the surroundings. Every tiny detail within the area appeared in slow motion before Ron's eyes. He could see Rayleigh's movements clearly, down to the blood flow within his body, the beat of his heart, and the subtle shifts of his muscles. This strange sensation again, so it's really a devil fruit ability. Rayleigh squinted, instinctively feeling as though he were being watched. Watching Ron from a distance, Rayleigh closed his eyes and fully unleashed his own advanced observation hacky. are you there? A smirk formed on Rayleigh's lips. He shifted his stance just as Ron launched an attack from above. Ron's foot smashed down, narrowly missing as the ground shook beneath them. The area collapsed in a wide radius, sending debris scattering. Amidst the smoke and dust in the massive crater, the two figures moved at high speed, flashing in and out of sight. One tried to land a hit, but the other evaded, leaving the attack to strike empty ground repeatedly. The earth trembled as the crater grew deeper and wider, unable to withstand the relentless barrage of strikes. When Ron's last strike missed, Rayleigh's voice rang out beside him. "Is that all you've got, kid?" Ron's eyes narrowed as details from his transparent world sight flooded his mind. Without hesitation, he swung his fist to the side. But Rayleigh was a step ahead, having anticipated Ron's move with his advanced observation haki. He countered at lightning speed, kicking Ron from below in the abdomen, sending him flying upward. Ron choked, coughing up a mouthful of spit, before plummeting down like a meteor, crashing into the ground. Rayleigh lowered his leg, his eyes filled with curiosity and surprise as he watched the boy stand up, brushing off the dust as if it were nothing. A young man like him, with such strength, possessing both armament and observation haki at this level, Rayleigh couldn't understand it. This boy's physique and talent were beyond anything he'd ever seen, not even comparable to the famed natural monster Big Mom at this age. Could this kid be a similar natural anomaly? Ron took a deep breath as he stood, then dashed forward, skimming along the ground, rapidly closing the distance between himself and Rayleigh. He aimed a punch at Rayleigh's face, but stopped just short, the force of his blow stirring Rayleigh's silver hair back. "Not fighting anymore?" Ron asked, frowning. "Nope," Rayleigh replied, eyeing Ron's dust-covered, tattered clothes. "I'm not as lively as you youngsters." Rayleigh turned and headed toward the edge of the crater. Though Ron wasn't fully satisfied, he let it go since Rayleigh had no intention of continuing. He dispersed his armament haki, following Rayleigh out of the crater. While retrieving their outer jackets that had blown away in the chaos, Ron asked Mr. Rayleigh, "How much of your strength were you using against me? Was it even 10%? He could sense that Rayleigh's power, both physically and in haki, was more than double his own. Even though he hadn't yet used his sword skills, he suspected that Rayleigh's swordsmanship might surpass his own. Rayleigh's eyebrow twitched. 10%. Kid, are you overestimating me or underestimating yourself? Rayleigh didn't realize Ron's uncertainty about his own strength was why he had sought this challenge. Back at Marineford, he had seen Garp only a handful of times, but they had never sparred. Even other officers avoided engaging him. Only Hina had sparred with him a few times, though she was still too weak to hold his interest. The only meaningful match he'd ever had was against Jin, which had been an unusual encounter. Rayleigh found his white coat, bent down to pick it up, and asked, "Kid, who taught you haki?" "Garp," Ron replied honestly. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. "So you're Garp's disciple?" "No, he just taught me the basics of armament haki as part of an agreement," Ron replied. Rayleigh nodded, not pressing the matter further. On the way back to the Sabyati archipelago, as Rayleigh rowed the small boat, he looked at Ron and asked, "What do you plan to do next? Since you're not aiming to become a marine, are you thinking of becoming a pirate?" "I think I'll probably be more like a traveler, wandering across the seas," Ron replied casually, lying on the small boat with his hands behind his head, eyes closed, enjoying the ocean breeze. A traveler, how Rayleigh looked at the relaxed Ron, and a distant memory appeared in his eyes. Back when he first set sail with that guy Roger, wasn't it also a bit like being a traveler? Returning to the present, Rayleigh smiled at Ron and said, "Whether it's as a pirate, an adventurer, or a traveler, it all comes down to pursuing freedom on this vast ocean. But right now, these seas are not truly free," Rayleigh continued. "If you want freedom, you'll have to break the things that bind this ocean." Ron's heart stirred as he opened his eyes to look at Rayleigh. If you truly wish to be a traveler, sooner or later, you'll find yourself opposing those who create these chains. This era doesn't let everyone who longs for freedom be just a traveler. Those who resist the chains and defy the rules get branded as pirates. Rowing the boat, Rayleigh laughed heartily and said, "If your goal is to travel freely across this sea, I'll be waiting on Sabyati Island for the day your name resonates throughout the ocean." Back on the Sabyati archipelago, Ron and Rayleigh shared a drink at a tavern. Ron used the opportunity to ask him some questions about haki. While sipping the Sabyati brew that Ron had treated him to, Rayleigh answered him cheerfully. "When it comes to haki, whether it's armament haki, observation haki, or conqueror's haki, I believe there are roughly 4 levels. Right now, your armament haki is likely at the 2nd stage, while your observation haki is still at the 1st stage. For armament haki, the 1st stage is basic enhancement, and the 2nd stage is hardening. To reach the 3rd stage, you need to be able to let the haki flow freely within your body. I once heard a comrade from Wano country on our ship refer to this technique as Ryu. Although calling haki Ryu doesn't quite capture its essence, it's a fitting name for the 3rd stage," Rayleigh explained while sipping his drink. "There aren't many people across the seas who have achieved the level of Ryu. As for the 4th stage, there are only a handful who have ever reached it." "Rayleigh, did you reach the 4th stage?" Ron asked curiously. Rayleigh shook his head. No, but I know of one person who did. Who? The one who taught you how to train in haki. Garp, Rayleigh nodded. Yes, at his peak he most likely reached that level. Not even the Pirate King Roger reached it. Ron was surprised. Rayleigh shook his head. Roger and Garp clashed many times. Roger excelled in observation haki, but Garp was stronger in armament haki. I see. Ron nodded slightly and downed his drink, then turned to Rayleigh with curiosity. Has anyone reached the 4th level of observation haki? I don't know, Rayleigh replied as he poured more sabyati brew into his glass. I've never heard of it, nor have I witnessed it. Even reaching the 3rd level, where you can glimpse a fragment of the future, is rare. A 4th level, I can't even imagine it. But if Roger were still alive, he might have had the potential to reach that stage, Rayleigh said softly, gazing at the bubbles in his drink with a faint smile. After all, his observation haki was truly exceptional. Ron understood the meaning behind Rayleigh's words. The Pirate King, Gul D. Roger, possessed the highest level of observation haki, with the unique ability to hear the voice of all things. Most people's observation haki leans toward either depth, like the Grand Fleet Commander Katakuri's ability to foresee the future, or breadth, like Enel's ability on Sky Island to monitor the entire island. For nearly everyone who awakens observation haki, it manifests with either of these specific attributes. For Ron, his observation haki had also awakened with a focus on depth, but he was still far from reaching Katakuri's level. The highest level of observation haki, however, combines these two traits and grants the ability to hear the voice of all things. Only a rare few in the entire world possess this skill, far rarer than those who master Conqueror's haki. Ron couldn't help but wonder, how did his transparent world compare to the voice of all things in strength? After parting ways with Rayleigh, Ron boarded a merchant ship, leaving the Sabyeti archipelago. Standing by the railing, his olive-green coat billowing around him, Ron watched the seabirds in flight and couldn't help but recall Rayleigh's words. Those who long for freedom and resist constraints in this era, they're labeled as pirates. He pondered this. Until now, his plan was simply to grow stronger within this chaotic world of pirates, avoid getting entangled in conflicts, and enjoy a free and beautiful life in this marvelous pirate world. But now this goal seemed a bit too simple. Resting his chin on his arms on the railing, Ron gazed thoughtfully out at the vast sea, the slightly salty breeze lifting his soft black hair. It seems I really need to understand this world better. Suddenly, he felt someone watching him. Turning his head, he saw a noblewoman wearing a hat nearby, accompanied by 2 girls with short orange hair, dressed in lovely princess dresses. The adorable twin girls were shyly peeking at him. When Ron looked at them, they quickly averted their gaze, their cheeks flushed, and they shyly hid behind the noblewoman's skirt. Ron smiled gently at them. This pirate world truly has many wonderful things. In Shaki's bar. Rayleigh picked up his glass, listening to the clear clink of ice cubes against the glass. Shaki, smoking a cigarette, looked at him and asked, "What did you say to him before he left?" "Oh, nothing much. Just asked if he'd given it his all when he challenged me." And Shaki's curiosity was piqued. He just shook his head. Rayleigh looked at the bubbles in his drink, his expression filled with admiration. Shaki exhaled smoke. He's a tough one to read. Haven't seen a young man like him in a long time. Rayleigh laughed heartily, downing his Sabyati rum. This sea is about to get lively again. That kid will stir up quite the storm out there. Shaki, the next time we see him, his name will be known across the seas. He might even become a legendary pirate. Haha, Shaki gave Rayleigh a sidelong glance. You seem eager for him to become a pirate. Rayleigh poured another drink, gently shaking his head. It's not that I want him to. It's just that in this era, there's no room left for pure adventurers who seek freedom. Shaki took a drag on her cigarette, falling silent. Host Ron. Age 14. Vitality 1536. Sun breathing technique mastery 100. Transparent world level 3. Swordsmanship iron cutting realm beginner. Weapon great sword Raikiri. Permanent buff essence of tempering binding in progress. Armament haki level 5. Observation haki level 3. Conqueror's haki level 0. Shave level 6. Moonwalk level 5s. Tempest Kick level 5. Special skills mechanical mastery, navigation mastery, language mastery, healing technique. Special treasures King's Treasury. In the past 2.5 years, Ron has traveled to dozens of islands aboard the Marine's warship. Most of his rewards were an additional 10 points of vitality, with only a few other rewards, most of which were of little use. Among the rewards, King's Treasury and healing technique were the ones he was most satisfied with. Sitting in his room, Ron slowly opened his eyes, and with a thought, his renowned sword, Raikiri, emerged from the void behind him, hovering with its tip down at his side. With another thought, it slowly sank back into the mirror like void from which it came. Ron's king's treasury wasn't a physical trove of golden treasures, but rather a personal system space. While this treasure's ability was unnecessary due to his system, its impressive appearance was satisfying enough. Ron gazed out the window at the harmony of white clouds, blue skies, and the vast ocean. According to Rayleigh, my strength is reasonably good for the first half of the Grand Line, provided I don't encounter particularly troublesome devil fruit abilities. Ron thought quietly. As for the New World, best not to consider that yet. I'll explore the Grand Line and search for information on Sabo. While he was stationed at Marineford, he had tried to find some clues about Sabo but came up empty-handed. Now, where exactly is this ship headed? He gazed out the window, contemplating. With a thought, a screen visible only to him appeared, displaying a map of the sea with a red dot marking his current location. The Sabyeti archipelago marks the end of the first half of the Grand Line. To proceed to the New World, one must either journey through the Fishman Island undersea route or cross the Red Line via Marijiwais. Observing the slowly advancing red dot on the map, Ron estimated that this merchant ship was heading in the opposite direction of the New World. Not far ahead lay the infamous Florian Triangle. The white fog blanketing the sea gave it an aura of mystique, like a shroud of secrets draped over the ocean. Legend has it that over 100 pirate ships vanish in this mist-laden region every year, with stories of mysterious, colossal creatures lurking within a domain fraught with peril. As he studied the map, Ron noticed a familiar name, Thriller Bark, home to Moria's infamous ghost ship. Southwest, roughly 360 nautical miles away, and moving. Ron mused, rubbing his chin with interest. Ron's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced out the window. The next moment, the sound of an explosion echoed. The glass of his cabin window shattered and the ship shook slightly. Outside, he could hear panicked voices. After a moment's thought, Ron picked up his green overcoat and opened the door. On the deck, Marines protecting the ship were facing off with a band of fierce-looking pirates, while frightened passengers cowered behind them. Among them were the twin girls he had noticed earlier, huddled with fearful eyes in their mother's arms. They're the Dissat pirates. A passenger cried in alarm. Their captain, Dissat Shields, has a bounty of 45 million berries. Why would pirates like that target a merchant ship? It's because our boss found a devil fruit on the Sabyeti archipelago and just needs a bit more money to buy it, sneered a pirate, known as Bloodblade Masser, licking his lips with a sinister smile after overhearing the passenger's remark. A pirate stepped forward, hoisting a massive 2-meter-long sword over his shoulder. It's the first mate of the Dissat pirates, Bloodblade Masser. Someone whispered, trembling. Bounty 27 million berries. Our captain is still waiting for us back on the island. We can't keep him waiting. Get in there and grab everything of value from everyone on board. Understood, cackled the pirates, grinning wickedly as they advanced on the terrified passengers. Standing before the Marines, a lieutenant in a justice coat and marine hat clenched his fists and stared down Bloodblade Masser. Bloodblade Masser, you won't get away with this today. Raise your guns. At his command, the Marines raised their long-barreled rifles, aiming at Masser and his unflinching crew. That won't stop me, Masser sneered, lunging forward. Fire, bullets flew, but with a swing of his sword, Masser deflected each one, closing in on the lieutenant. In one swift move, he slashed down, breaking the Marine's rifles in half. Damn it, the lieutenant gritted his teeth, holding his ground. Too slow. Is this really the Marines? Masser taunted, dodging the lieutenant's attack effortlessly. Die. His blood-stained blade gleamed as it sliced past the lieutenant, who collapsed as blood sprayed from his back. Horror spread across the faces of the onlookers. Some women covered their mouths, stifling their screams. Pathetic, Masser sneered, stomping on the downed lieutenant's head. He turned to his vicious crew, grinning wickedly. Get moving. Take every valuable thing off this ship before the Marines' reinforcements arrive. Heh, got it, I'm on it. Ha, can we kill these Marines? A pirate asked, laughing cruelly. Do as you please, Masser replied. The pirates charged forward, cackling wildly. Some targeted the remaining Marines, while others advanced on the terrified passengers with malicious grins. Chaos erupted across the ship. As the Marines were overpowered and slain by the pirates, despair settled on the passengers' faces. Bloodblade Masser took a perverse pleasure in their helpless expressions. Despair inferred proper response of the weak in the presence of the strong. Oh, look at this fine lady, sneered a pirate as he leered at a dignified noblewoman with 2 young girls by her side. Mother. The twin girls clung to their mother, tears welling up in their eyes. A mother and 2 daughters. Heh, today's my lucky day. The pirate licked his lips, reaching out toward them. The noblewoman shielded her daughters as she backed up, but soon found herself cornered. Desperately, she looked around and cried out, someone, please help us, please save us, but no one could come to her aid. Everyone else was too busy trying to survive. Her face fell as her hope waned, just as the pirate's greedy hand was about to grab her. Bang, a gunshot rang out, cutting through the chaos on the ship. What? The pirate froze, eyes wide, blood trickling down his forehead. The gunshot echoed across the ship, silencing everyone. The noblewoman stared in disbelief as the man with a gaping hole in his forehead collapsed. She couldn't quite grasp what had just happened. Who did that? Who? Masser frowned, scanning the area around him. The other pirates also paused, looking around cautiously. Soon, everyone's eyes fell on a young man with black hair, dressed in a military green trench coat, standing by the railing. His left hand was in his pocket, and in his right he held a silver revolver, smoke trailing from its barrel. Ah, Ashley, look, it's that older brother. The older of the twin girls, eyes brimming with tears, brightened up and excitedly whispered to her sister. The younger twin, with a rounder, slightly baby-faced appearance, wiped her tears and looked over. Her eyes sparkled as she recognized the figure. You're dead. Two pirates not far from Ron raised their weapons and rushed him from behind. Ron didn't even glance their way, raising his gun and pulling the trigger twice. Bang, bang, the weapons clattered to the ground as the two pirates, each with a bullet hole in their foreheads, swayed and fell, lifeless. Blood Blade Masser squinted, hoisting his massive blade as he approached Ron. Kid, what's your name? Ron didn't answer. He simply raised the smoking silver revolver, aiming it directly at Masser. You think that weapon scares me? Masser sneered, stomping forward with murderous intent toward the black-haired boy. With a calm expression, Ron pulled the trigger. Bang! A silver bullet sliced through the air like a streak of light, hurtling toward Masser's forehead in unavoidable strike. Masser's eyes widened, a flash of fear crossing his gaze. But as a pirate with a 27 million berry bounty, he had faced death many times. In a practiced move, he raised his steel blade to deflect the bullet. This tactic had always worked against the Marines' lead bullets, but the moment his blade met Ron's bullet, Masser realized his mistake. The silver bullet, imbued with haki, pierced right through the iron sword and in a single shocking instant, drilled into Masser's forehead. Thud, his sword, now with a neat hole, slipped from his hand. In the stunned silence of the onlookers, Blood Blade Masser, the fearsome first mate of the Dissat pirates with his 27 million bounty, swayed and collapsed, blood pooling around him. In no way the first mate, he's dead. The remaining pirates paled, their voices trembling. Passengers and the noblewoman stared at the young black-haired man in shock. In their gaze, Ron released his hold on the silver revolver, letting it fall. But it didn't hit the deck as expected. Instead, it slowly vanished, as if sinking into water. What kind of sorcery is this? A pirate stammered in fear. The other pirates also backed away, wanting to distance themselves from the mysterious, dangerous young man. Ron bent down and picked up the 2-meter-long greatsword that had belonged to Masser. Now that the former owner was lying dead, borrowing it didn't seem disrespectful. As they watched the slender, black-haired young man effortlessly lift the massive steel blade, the passengers grew even more awestruck, while the remaining Dissat pirates were petrified. Run for your lives. We're no match for this guy. In a frenzy, they abandoned their stolen loot and weapons, scrambling back to their pirate ship. Leaving now are we. With a swift step, Ron closed the distance between himself and the fleeing pirates. In their horrified eyes, he raised the enormous sword and casually swung it. Thin, azure slashes sliced through the air, cutting down every last pirate. 2 seconds passed. The 20 or so pirates stood rigid, their weapons simultaneously shattering as blood sprayed from their bodies. The sight was gruesome yet strangely breathtaking. The noblewoman snapped back to her senses and quickly covered her daughter's eyes. Passengers and the remaining Marines stood in a daze, watching the black-haired young man wielding the massive blade as he walked toward the pirate ship, awe and respect filling their hearts. Beyond awe, they felt reverence. Ron stepped onto the pirate ship as the remaining pirates looked on in terror, clutching their weapons and shaking uncontrollably, torn between fighting and fleeing. Ron swung the greatsword lightly. A thin blue slash shot through the air, severing the flag bearing the Dissat pirate's emblem. This ship is mine now. Holding the sword, Ron began to advance on the pirates. As he approached, the pirates' mental defenses shattered. In a panic, they made a final, desperate choice. Kill him. The pirates raised their guns, firing frantically at the mysterious youth in the green coat, but Ron barely moved. With slight turns of his head and shifts of his body, he dodged every bullet with ease. The black-haired young man raised his massive blade in front of their despairing eyes. Why can't we hit him? One pirate dropped his smoking gun, shouting in anguish. No one could answer him. No, please, With a few swift slashes, the pirates were flung overboard, their bodies arcing through the air before crashing into the sea. Mother, was it that big brother who saved us? Yes, he's our savior. The noblewoman looked after the departing ship, her gaze filled with gratitude. Mother, what's his name? Will we see him again? The noblewoman knelt, embracing her daughters with a gentle smile. Yes, dear. I'm sure we will. A powerful, kind soul like his won't remain unknown forever on the seas. 2 weeks later, Ron sailed alone on the pirate ship, venturing into the fog-covered waters of the Florian Triangle. The area was shrouded in thick mist, making it impossible to navigate, a challenging task for an average navigator. But for Ron, it posed no real difficulty. Through the map display in his vision, he could easily track the movements of the massive ship that resembled a floating island. At the speed of this pirate ship, it shouldn't take too long to catch up with the eerie-looking ghost ship, the thriller bark. On this particular day, the ship drifted through the fog with no discernible direction. Ron reclined on a deck chair, sipping fruit juice while reading a book. He had eliminated all the pirates on this ship, so the treasures and resources the crew had amassed, including food, weapons, and gold, intended to buy a devil fruit for their captain, Dissour, now in his possession. Amidst the trove of loot, Ron found some interesting items, including the devil fruit encyclopedia in his hands. Within its pages, he recognized many familiar devil fruits. There was the gum fruit, the string fruit, the flame fruit, and the smoke fruit, among others. Devil fruits, huh? Ron thought to himself as he gazed at the entries. If a powerful enough fruit comes my way, should I consider eating one? He looked off to his left. Yo-ho-ho-ho. A haunting but cheerful melody wafted through the mist, accompanied by the silhouette of a large ship. It was a ghostly, decrepit vessel. On the ship's deck, a skeleton with a large afro was singing with fervor, playing a violin. Ron's eyes lit up with surprise. Who would have thought I'd actually meet him, the wielder of the revive fruit, a future member of the protagonist crew, Brooke the musician. He closed the devil fruit encyclopedia, smiling as he watched the ghost ship draw near. Since fate had brought them together, he might as well go say hello. Ron set the devil fruit encyclopedia aside, letting the thick, leather-bound book disappear into thin air. With a light step, he launched himself into the air, using moonwalk to swiftly approach and land aboard the ghost ship. Hearing the sound of boots touching the deck behind him, Brooke paused his performance and turned around. Standing there was a young man with black hair, hands in the pockets of his white hoodie, looking at him with a cheerful smile. "Hello, eh?" Brooke blinked in surprise before his empty eye sockets widened with delight. "A living person, an actual living person. Yo-ho-ho-ho, you gave me quite a scare." Ron looked at the skeleton with the afro, still talking and moving, marveling once more at the incredible power and mystery of devil fruits. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, handsome young man, care for some tea?" Brooke offered with a grin. "No need, I brought some wine. Care to join me? By all means." In the mist-shrouded waters on the deck of this eerie ghost ship, a young black-haired man and a skeleton with an afro sat across from each other, drinking and chatting, bursting into laughter from time to time. The scene, no matter how one looked at it, was far from ordinary. "So, Ron, you're here looking for that ghostly island ship?" Brooke asked, pausing with his cup. "That's right." Ron picked up the bottle, pouring himself another drink. Brooke set his glass down, his dark eye sockets gazing seriously at Ron. "I advise you not to go. Gecko Moria is incredibly strong. I'd hate to see a young man like you lose his life in vain." "No worries, I'm actually pretty strong myself." Ron downed his glass, smiling at Brooke. "Besides, I've already made up my mind." "Is that so? Well then," Brooke chuckled. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, this wine is truly marvelous. I haven't tasted such a fine drink in decades." Ron laughed. "Well then, drink as much as you like." "Yo-ho-ho-ho, in that case I won't hold back. Even though I don't have a mouth anymore, I still have a great tolerance for alcohol. Yo-ho-ho-ho." Brooke lifted his glass to his mouth, though there was no visible liquid passing through his skeletal frame. In theory, the drink should have leaked right through his bones, but it didn't. Even when Ron used his heightened senses, he couldn't figure out where the liquid went. And somehow, Brooke could even get drunk despite being a skeleton. The powers of devil fruits in this world truly defied logic, bending the laws of nature. As they sipped the fine wine Ron had brought from the Sabyati archipelago, they chatted about the outside world. When the mood struck, Brooke picked up his violin and began playing Bink's Sake. "We're off to deliver Bink's Sake. Sailing round the oceans, waves at our command. Sunsets on the tide, and the evening calls. High above the sea, birds sing us on." As Brooke's haunting melody filled the air, they both enjoyed the camaraderie over good wine and song. When the song ended and the last drop of wine was drunk, Ron stood up to bid farewell. Already leaving, Brooke's tone held a trace of reluctance. Ron noticed Brooke's wistful expression and smiled. "In my homeland, we have a saying, all good things must come to an end. We also have another, true friends will meet again someday. Not too long from now, I believe you'll find the companions who are meant for you, Brooke. When that day comes, let's share a drink again on the open sea." As Ron's ship sailed off into the mist, Brooke, standing on the deck with his violin, watched him go. A soft glimmer, almost like a glow from his soul, flickered within his eye sockets. Even in his very soul, he yearned for that word. A few days later, Ron had found the terrifying three-masted ship known as the Thriller Bark Island. As he approached the massive vessel shrouded in mist, someone aboard noticed him. A small ghost silently floated onto the ship, watching Ron from the shadows. Lying back in a chair, Ron was absorbed in reviewing his devil fruit encyclopedia and merely cast a sidelong glance, ignoring the ghostly presence. On the terrifying three-masted ship, a girl with pink twin tails, wearing a crown and holding a burgundy umbrella, stared curiously at the approaching pirate ship. Is it just one person? She had gathered this information through her ghostly avatar. Never mind, let's eat first. Soon, the ship's mouth opened silently, ready to devour whatever it could. Ding, detecting host location Thriller Bark Island. Conditions met for sign-in. Would you like to sign in? Ron closed the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia in his hands. Sign in. Sign in successful. Rewards received. Vitality plus 10. Sign in reward. Ultimate Kick Sublimated Nuclear Blast Kick. Current level IV. Ron was momentarily taken aback by the rewards he received. However, a surge of overwhelming and fiery power rushed into his right leg, rapidly enhancing the muscles and bones. If Ron could internally observe himself at that moment, he would see the bones in his calf turning to a golden hue at an observable rate, as if forged from gold unbreakable. A vast amount of information regarding this ultimate skill flooded Ron's mind. After enduring the searing pain in his right leg and a sudden headache, Ron finally opened his eyes. He looked down at his right leg, which sparkled with golden lightning, his expression filled with excitement and joy. Sublimated Nuclear Blast Kick, ultimate kick that can concentrate all body power into the right foot, capable of falling from a great height like a meteor, unleashing extreme destructive power. Current level, IV, Destructive Power Enhancement, 100. Just IV 1 and it can double my destructive power. Ron's gaze shifted to the terrifying three-masted ship, which resembled an island, a mix of excitement and curiosity in his eyes. What kind of extent could his current double destructive power reach? Let's test it out here. Before the pirate ship could dock, Ron took off, his body soaring into the sky like an arrow. He moved so quickly that he became nothing more than a dark shadow. Before he stopped, he stomped in midair with his reinforced right leg, using moonwalk. The astounding power propelled him even higher, moving at an astonishing speed. That guy, he can fly. Perona, observing through her ghostly avatar, was momentarily stunned by the sight. What does he want to do? Though she didn't understand his intentions, Perona felt an ominous premonition rising within her. She quickly recalled her ghostly avatar and floated off to find Moria. High above the ship, Ron focused his mind. Golden lightning flickered around his right leg, and all his vitality surged into it. Sun-breathing full concentration. Combined with armament haki, he hardened his leg. Immediately, a visible wave of scorching energy radiated from beneath his right foot, spreading out in all directions. In that moment, Ron could hover in midair without using moonwalk, a testament to the strength contained within this kick. He found himself at an extreme height, gazing down through the fog at the terrifying three-masted ship, which now appeared as tiny as a grain of rice, excitement flashing in his eyes. Could this strike truly shake the enormous ship? Meanwhile, in the eerie fortress of Thriller Bark Island, Moria was watching Hogback transform a corpse he had sent back into a zombie. Heh, at this rate, I'll soon have a large and immortal zombie army. Moria laughed triumphantly. Kaido, just wait for me. I will definitely take my revenge. Hehehe. Moria-sama. Perona flew into the room, her eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing Moria. It's you, Perona, what's the matter? Moria still held a fondness for Perona, whom he had raised since she was a child. It seems something's happening outside. Someone has flown over our island from the outside. Should we check it out? Perona said. Huh, someone flew over us. What nonsense are you talking about? Moria replied, confused. Before Perona could explain further, suddenly an overwhelming weight descended from the sky. The air thickened instantly, and Perona, who was suspended in the air, felt herself sinking. What's going on? Hogback, who was in the middle of turning a corpse into a zombie, couldn't help but look up. Moria's expression grew serious. He dashed out of the room, with Perona close behind him. When they looked up, they saw a golden meteor streaking through the sky, trailing a line of fire as it tilted toward Thriller Bark Island. Perona's eyes widened in shock. What is that? Moria had no answer for her, because he wasn't sure himself. All he knew was one thing, that attack he absolutely couldn't withstand. Fortunately, the golden meteor was falling a little away from them. As Moria and Perona watched, the golden meteor, igniting flames through friction with the air, sliced through the thick mist, plummeting at high speed toward the southeastern region of the ship. The air turned heavy and thick. Under the pressure of the immense weight, the zombie bodies on Thriller Bark Island creaked as if they were about to be crushed. Moria stared fixedly at the rapidly descending golden meteor, his tall, strange body trembling slightly, a hint of dread crossing his face. This feeling. So familiar, it was just like the time he faced that monster Kaido in Wano. Under Perona's shocked gaze, the golden meteor tore through the sky, hurtling down with a terrifying momentum toward the southeastern area of the ship. As the golden meteor struck the ground, there was a moment of stillness. Then, boom, the massive ship, floating on the sea like a small island, shook violently. The southeastern section dipped down, causing the entire ship to tilt, and huge waves crashed around it. At the same time, an incredibly terrifying shockwave spread from the center, and the ground in the southeastern area began to crack and crumble. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The ground of Thriller Bark rolled as if stirred by an earth dragon. Buildings swayed violently, collapsing and sinking as the ground split apart. Seawater surged into the southeastern region, and the massive sails above the island were shredded by the ferocious shockwave. The surrounding forests were flattened, and numerous zombies were swept away. The central fortress shook under the force of the shockwave, cracking and crumbling as debris fell in all directions. Huge fissures radiated from the southeastern point, causing the ground and forest to break off and fall into the sea, sending waves crashing against the island's walls and triggering another tremor. It was as if the end of days had come for the entire island. What should we do, Lord Moria? Perona, dodging bits of debris midair, shouted in panic. Moria stood motionless, staring at the southeast. What should they do? How would he know what to do? He didn't even understand what had just happened. When the tremors subsided, the southeastern region of Thrillerbark was no more. The island had lost a quarter of its total area, with massive fissures threatening to split it into several sections. The central fortress was half destroyed, and the flattened forest along with the outer walls were battered and broken by the relentless waves and shockwave. The entire Thrillerbark was in ruins from that single attack. Moria, accompanied by Perona, Absalom, and a group of general zombies including Swordmaster Ryuma, arrived at the edge of the destroyed southeastern area. There they saw a young man with black hair, wearing black pants and a white hooded sweatshirt, walking slowly out of the massive, seawater-flooded crater. Golden sparks still crackled on his right leg. Did it miss the mark slightly? Ron muttered to himself. The power was too concentrated, and it was my first time trying this move, which made it hard to control. I'll adjust next time. Was this terrifying attack really caused by this boy? Moria found it hard to believe. It's him, Lord Moria. He's the one I saw fly into the sky earlier. Perona pointed at Ron and shouted. Moria had no choice but to believe it now. You, who are you? Moria stared intently at the black-haired boy. Why are you attacking us? Ron didn't look at him, but instead fixed his gaze on Swordmaster Ryuma among the general zombies. It was just a test. It has nothing to do with you. Moria was stunned for a moment, then yelled, just because of that, you're destroying my ship. You wrecked my ship and say it's not related to me. Ron glanced at him, replying, Moria, don't you hunt pirate ships that come your way? Moria paused, caught off guard by the question. Ron's calm gaze swept over them and their zombies before landing back on Moria. If you have an issue with it, feel free to come at me. Hearing such arrogant words, Moria couldn't hold back. Unforgivable. He let out a shrill roar, attack him. Absalom vanished using his invisibility. Several colossal animal zombies lunged at Ron, their jaws open. Perona used her devil fruit ability, sending several ghostly projections flying towards Ron. General Zombie Jigoro and Swordmaster Ryuma attacked simultaneously, unleashing 2 flying slashes at Ron. Ron reached out and drew the famed blade Raikiri from the void. Crackle. Golden lightning coursed along Raikiri's blade. Thunder breathing, 6th form rumble and flash. Ron executed the technique with the mastery of a swordsman who had surpassed the realm of cutting iron. The power was magnitudes greater than before. In an instant, countless arcs of golden lightning radiated outward from him, slicing everything in their path. Jigoro's and Ryuma's slashes were overpowered and shattered. The massive animal zombies were instantly cut into countless pieces. Absalom, who had approached invisibly, retreated in shock, but it was too late. A blade of energy struck him, slicing his shoulder open and sending a spray of blood into the air. Perona's ghostly projections, immune to physical attacks, couldn't ignore the haki-infused slashes that threatened her. She recoiled and floated back, barely dodging the strikes, her face pale and sweating in fear. Damn it! Moria, massive and grotesque, roared and activated his ability. Bat Tornado. His shadow split into countless bats that swarmed toward Ron, aiming to entrap him. Ron moved with a blur, vanishing from his spot and reappearing before Moria. What? Moria's eyes widened. Ron's expression remained calm as he swung Raikiri, but the slash passed through Moria's body without impact. Shadow substitute. Heh heh heh. Moria sneered as he swapped places with his shadow. Your attacks can't touch me, now take him down, he shouted. Jigoro and Ryuma attacked from opposite sides, launching simultaneous strikes at Ron. A glint of excitement flashed in Ron's eyes. Good. Clutching Raikiri, he engaged the 2 formidable zombie swordsmen in fierce combat. Raikiri's edge clashed against Ryuma and Jigoro's sword, both of which were also of the same distinguished grade. The clear sound of metal rang out repeatedly. Flying slashes scattered from their clashes, sending waves of sword energy outward. Any zombie beast that dared approach was cut into pieces. Perona, hovering above, tried to use her devil fruit power to trap Ron in a negative state. But even while battling the 2 powerful zombie swordsmen, Ron managed to evade her ghostly projections. When the black-haired youth glanced at her, Perona felt a chill run down her spine, as if one more move would be the end of her. She froze, terrified, unable to move. 3-verse humming, arrow notch slash. Ryuma, wielding Brook's shadow, performed one of Brook's techniques. It was far from the true strength of the legendary swordsman, so that's how it is. Having gauged the limits of their power, Ron decided to stop holding back. He wielded Raikiri with increasingly fluid and powerful strokes. Each strike was imbued with the essence of cutting steel. Raikiri clashed again with Ryuma and Jigoro's sword. Clang, a fierce sword light flashed. The ground around them was carved into a cross-shaped pattern, and a building in front of them, struck by the sword energy, slowly slid apart at its upper half. Along with the building, half of Jigoro's body and Ryuma's arm fell. Yo-ho-ho-ho, magnificent swordplay. Ryuma spoke with Brook's voice, blue flames flickering at his wound, consuming him until he vanished entirely, leaving only the dark shadows that fled into the distance. Shusui, the sword remained on the ground. Ron bent down and picked up the heavy, sturdy black blade. Looks like I snagged Zoro's future weapon and experience, he said with a grin. Holding Shusui in one hand and Rikiri in the other, Ron turned to look at Moria. Do you still want to fight? Moria gritted his teeth, a bead of cold sweat dripping down his brow. Under the pleading eyes of Perona and the terrified zombies around them, he took a step back, a wise choice. Ron nodded, and with Moria and Perona watching in fear, he sheathed both great blades and turned to leave. When Ron's ship left the island's entrance, all that remained was a nearly ruined thriller bark. In the end, I don't even know who that guy is or his name, not even a target for revenge. What humiliation. Moria clenched his fists, his face twisted with rage. Even if he used his devil fruit to its fullest and marshaled every person and zombie on the island, they would be no match for that monster. I have to finish turning ores into a zombie soon. I need that power no matter what, Moria snarled. Meanwhile, on the ghost ship, Brook stared at his shadow on the ground and scratched his afro in confusion. Huh, my shadow, it's back. Ron, now armed with the ultimate kick and the great sword Shusui, departed the fog-laden Florian Triangle. His next destination was Water 7, a place he had visited before. He planned to purchase a new and better ship, along with various furnishings and mechanical equipment, intending to modify it himself. Upon arriving in Water 7, Ron spent 2 days exploring the city, buying a large supply of the island's specialty planwini as well as local delicacies, clothes, and shoes. His behavior of lavish spending drew the attention of some greedy thugs. One day, as he stepped out of a store carrying 2 large bags, a group of troublemakers blocked his path. Hey kid, you look pretty wealthy, why don't you lend us some cash? Sneered the leader, a tattooed man with hands in his pockets and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His gang members, smirking and cracking their knuckles, glared at the black-haired youth who appeared much leaner than them. What if I say no? Ron replied, smiling faintly. You can try, said the leader, exhaling a puff of smoke. Boss, why waste words? Let me take care of him, grinned a burly man wielding a spiked club. Ron's eyes narrowed slightly. What's going on here? A displeased male voice rang out from behind. The thugs turned to look, and their eyes widened when they recognized the 2 figures. The cigarette fell from the tattooed leader's mouth. Be Bari, he stammered. Bari, a blond man with stubble and goggles on his head, a cigar clenched between his teeth, glared at the tattooed man. You really don't learn, do you? Didn't last time teach you enough? The leader of the thugs broke out in a cold sweat. It did. Then get lost, Bari commanded. The gang fled, the burly man casting Ron a venomous glare as he passed. Ron chuckled inwardly. Such boldness, yet such foolishness to waste a chance to escape unscathed. Ron turned to the man beside Bari, dressed in a mechanic's jumpsuit, a black top hat perched on his head and a pigeon on his shoulder. It was none other than Rob Lucci, who had come to Water 7 for a covert mission related to the Pluton blueprints. Lucci's gaze fixed on Ron, clearly recognizing him. Ron gave him a slight smile. Lucci's eyes narrowed in response. He turned to Bari. Bari, I just remembered there's something else I need to buy. Head back without me, I'll catch up later. All right, Bari nodded. Lucci walked off, but not before pausing mid-step. He moved toward Ron's direction, passing him and muttering, next time avoid troublemakers like those. Ron said nothing, continuing forward with his bags. At the entrance of an alleyway, as he expected, Rob Lucci stood waiting, arms crossed and leaning against the wall. Ron, former special recruitment trainee for the Marines. Why are you here? Lucci asked directly. I'm no longer affiliated with the Marines Special Recruitment. What? Lucci's eyes widened. Before I answer, let's go find those guys from earlier, Ron said, stepping past Lucci. Lucci frowned but followed. The alley stretched long, with Ron walking ahead and Lucci keeping a cautious 6 steps behind. You said you're no longer a Marine recruit. Does that mean you deserted the Marines? Lucci's eyes were sharp as he spoke. Deserted? I never officially joined the Marines, so deserted isn't the right word. Close enough, Lucci countered. You haven't answered me. What brings you here? Are you looking for me? Ron said calmly. Put away your killing intent. As they spoke, Ron's eyes spotted the group of thugs from earlier. There they are. The tattooed leader was squatting against the wall, smoking. One of his lackeys nudged him. Boss, look at what? Don't bother me, I'm in a foul mood, the tattooed man snapped. It's that kid from before. Huh, he turned his head and saw the black-haired youth from earlier approaching, still dressed in his military green coat and carrying 2 large bags. The leader blinked in surprise. It really was that kid. The burly man picked up his spiked club, staring eagerly at the approaching figure with excitement. Didn't expect the prey to come right to us. Lucky. No one's going to step in for him this time, he sneered, hefting the club as he advanced. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over the tattooed leader. Wait. Before he could finish, a thin, sharp blade of wind slashed across the burly man's neck. The tattooed leader hadn't even processed what happened. His subordinate's head fell to the ground like a ball, blood spurting everywhere. The body wobbled before collapsing forward, witnessed by the wide, terrified eyes of the remaining thugs. The black-haired youth, his expression unchanged, sent out a few more wind blades with a flick of his leg. Amid the cries of despair, silence soon fell. Ron's actions caught Lucci's attention, his eyes narrowing with a hint of seriousness. This was Tempest Kick, one of the 6 powers, and Ron had mastered it to a high degree. After eliminating the reckless gang, Ron turned to Lucci and asked, "I need a good ship. Do you have any connections? Preferably yes. And what if I say no?" Lucci's eyes narrowed. "Then I can't guarantee that your identity won't slip out," Ron replied, a hint of a smile forming as he glanced at the pigeon on Lucci's shoulder, known as Hattori. "Last time we met, I thought it might taste good roasted." Lucci's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden step, his figure blurred as he appeared before Ron, launching a swift roundhouse kick. It struck empty space. "Saru." Lucci's eyes widened slightly. Ron, who had used Saru to reposition himself, stood with his back to Lucci, holding his 2 shopping bags. "I'd advise against fighting me. If you do, it will be you who dies." Lucci slowly turned around, focusing on Ron's back. "Oh, is that so?" His form began to grow, his clothes tearing as he transformed. Ron sighed, resigned. Why is it that people never heed kind warnings? In his hybrid form, empowered by the Nico no Mi, Lucci lunged, claws slashing at Ron. But Ron met him with a spinning kick, unleashing a shockwave that rippled outward. Several minutes later, Ron, with only a few tears in his clothing, calmly bent down to retrieve his shopping bags. He looked over at Lucci, who was sprawled against the wall, back in his human form, battered, barely conscious, and unable to move. "I'll be around Water 7 for a while. Meet me at the tavern in the Central Street in 7 days, Ron said. 7 days later, Lucci, bandaged up and scowling, appeared before Ron. "Impressive recovery rate, as expected from a Zoan fruit user," Ron remarked with a grin, sipping juice while staring at Lucci's grim face under his signature black hat. "Can you get what I need in a month? 2 months, and it'll cost an additional 100 million berries." "No," Ron shook his head. A flash of anger crossed Lucci's eyes. "Impossible. Where am I supposed to find such a high-spec ship in that time frame? Hard for you. I assumed it would be a simple task for someone like you, Lucci," Ron said with feigned surprise. Lucci's eyes turned murderous. Ron chuckled, leaning back in his chair and taking another sip of juice. "A month and a half, 50 million berries. I'll forget your identity and leave this place, ensuring your mission remains undisturbed." He had the money, but why not extort a bit from Lucci while he could? Though Lucci was infuriated at being blackmailed, he weighed his options, and for the sake of his mission and acknowledging Ron's capabilities to the deal. With this arrangement, Ron no longer had to worry about finding a ship. After selling off his old pirate ship, Ron spent the next month and a half purchasing high-end furniture, kitchenware, entertainment systems, steel, and toolsmithing of top quality. He spent money like water. A month and a half later, after spending millions of berries, Ron stood before his new ship. Its main structure was made from the famed Atom wood, meeting all his specifications. The ship's worth was easily over 300 million berries. Ron wondered where Lucci had sourced it, but one thing was clear: it must have cost him dearly. With the new ship in hand, Ron dedicated 2 weeks to retrofitting it with mechanical upgrades and arranging his purchases. After spending 2 more days shopping for final provisions in Water 7, Ron christened his grand vessel, the Traveler, and set sail from the city. The Traveler was equipped with an entertainment room, library, aquarium, training room, kitchen with a massive refrigerator, pantry, bathroom, garden, and fish tank, among other amenities. Using his navigation skills and system knowledge of currents and winds, Ron set the course as he sailed away from Water 7, embarking on his next adventure. Ron disappeared into the mechanical room, eager to bring his ideas to life. With mastery in mechanics and all the tools and materials now at his disposal, it was time to create. 5 days later, Ron completed an intricately designed mechanical arm. Controlled by his thoughts, it could assist him seamlessly with various tasks. 10 days later, he succeeded in building a water-powered jet bike. This machine wasn't just for speed, it could launch cannonballs and lasers. 15 days later, Ron armed the ship with an array of formidable weapons, surpassing even the technology found on marine warships. 20 days later, a new layer of defense was added, a 7-layer laser barrier. Once activated, the entire ship would be shielded by the glowing protective domes, keeping out anyone without the necessary clearance. 30 days later, Ron completed the construction of both a single-person flying device and a compact submarine, powered by jet propulsion. Beyond these major creations, Ron spent time building various smaller contraptions and gadgets. Before he knew it, a month and a half had passed. Time flew by, and soon a month and a half had passed. During this period, Ron's ship encountered pirate ships 3 times. One of them attacked him, while the other 2 did not. Ron used the attacking pirate ship and its crew to test his newly acquired black blade, Shusui Ryuma's blade. Unlike Rikiri's explosive sharpness, the slashes from Shusui were heavier, more concentrated, and overwhelmingly powerful. A few dark slashes decimated the captain, who had consumed the turtle fruitozoan-type devil fruit along with the rest of the crew. Ron then used the pirate ship as a target to test the power of his new weaponry, homing missiles, laser beams, and a barrage of machine gun bullets. In under 10 seconds, the pirate ship was obliterated, and that wasn't even at full firepower. Ron had calculated that the current firepower on his ship could surpass the combined arsenal of a marine warship fleet. However, the use of mechanical components and gunpowder was substantial, so he preferred to conserve it. 2 more days passed. An island appeared ahead on the horizon. According to the sea charts, Ron had reached the Grand Line's first half, nearing Jaya Island. Above Jaya Island was Sky Island. Ron ceased his mechanical tinkering, stepped out of the workshop, and walked onto the deck. So that's Sky Island. Dressed in a work uniform, gloves, and safety goggles, with his black hair tousled, Ron stood on the grass-covered deck and looked skyward above the island. Timing-wise, the knock-up stream should appear soon. The sea breeze ruffled Ron's hair, and his long bangs swayed slightly as he pondered. Between him and the current Goro no Mi Rumble fruit user, Enel, who would be stronger? Ron chuckled lightly. The answer to that question could only be determined by a direct confrontation. He turned and headed back into the ship. Ding, the system's notification rang in his mind. Detected the host's location at Jaya Island. Sign-in condition met. Sign in now, sign in. With Raikiri at his waist and dressed in black trousers and a white short-sleeved hoodie, Ron strolled the cobbled streets of Jaya Island. It was on this very street that Luffy would meet Blackbeard in the future. Sign in successful. Reward, plus 10 vitality points. Ron felt a surge of warmth and the familiar tearing sensation as his muscles strengthened. He'd experienced this sensation many times and was thoroughly used to it. The human body has its limits, but since breaking the 100-point vitality mark, he had surpassed countless barriers. Every breakthrough brought him closer to the pinnacle of strength. A bell chimed as Ron pushed open the door of a tavern and stepped inside. After sitting for a while and overhearing tales about the legendary Sky Island and the timing of the next knock-up stream, he left the tavern, walking through Jaya's streets. Over a month until the next knock-up stream. He didn't intend to wait that long. It's better to use the flying device, but Ron wasn't in a hurry. Having floated on the sea for nearly 2 months, he wanted to take a moment to enjoy the firm ground beneath his feet and spent 2 leisurely days on Jaya Island to rest and recalibrate. Once ready, he returned to his ship, activated the protective barrier, and took off in his flying device. What is that? The people of Jaya Island gazed in shock as the unidentified craft soared skyward. Every household turned out onto the streets to watch. Among them was Bellamy, who would later mock Luffy's dream. Under the watchful eyes of Jaya's residents, the dark flying craft angled upward and disappeared into the clouds. Sky Island. Ron's flying device hovered above the sea clouds. Angel Island and Upper Yard lay ahead. Ron, hearing no system notifications, casually piloted his way upward. Through the thick clouds, an island emerged before him. It was Upper Yard, part of Jaya Island propelled skyward by the knock-up stream 4 centuries ago. Next to it floated a smaller island, likely Angel Island, where Sky Island residents lived. Ron made no attempt to hide his arrival as he flew over Angel Island and headed further in. The Sky Islanders on Angel Island noticed the strange flying machine. What is that? A flying metal bird. How incredible and fast. Some Sky Islanders even flapped their wings, attempting to fly up for a better look, but they couldn't keep pace with the black metal craft. On Lovely Street in Angel Island, a girl about 10 years old with small angel wings and light yellow pigtails stood holding a harp, staring in amazement at the flying object. Beside her, a cloud fox named Sue was equally stunned. Cone Eyes gazed up at the mysterious black vehicle, saying, "What is that? It seems to be heading toward the sanctuary." Sue tilted its head, looking adorable. Please take a moment to leave a review for this fanfic. When Ron piloted the flying device into the skies above Upper Yard, Enel, the wielder of the Logia-type Rumble fruit and the self-proclaimed god ruling Sky Island, opened his eyes within the upper levels of the Shandora ruins. An intruder in an unidentified flying device. Enel's eyes narrowed. Daring to trespass upon the divine island, HMPH, it seems a trial is in order. He immediately summoned his 4 chief priests, informing them of the specific location and ordering them to apprehend the trespasser who dared to intrude upon this sacred territory. The flying device descended into a forest clearing within Upper Yard, and Ron stepped out. With a thought, he activated the power of the king's treasury. The entire flying device sank slowly, disappearing into the void. Ding! A system notification sounded in Ron's mind. Detected host location, Sky Island. Sign-in available. Rewards can be claimed upon sign-in. Sign in now. Sign in, Ron confirmed. At that moment, he sensed the probing presence emanating from a great distance. It was unmistakably Enel using the power of the rumble fruit to extend his mantra across the island. He should now be aware of Ron's position. Sign in successful. Reward obtained, vitality plus 10. Additional reward, supreme mantra. The system's voice had barely faded when Ron's mind felt as if something had exploded within it. His eyes glazed over momentarily, a profound gleam emerging from deep within his pupils. His level 3 observation haki fully unfolded, rapidly expanding its range from hundreds to thousands of meters, encompassing the entire upper yard and beyond. 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, up to 10,000 meters. In that moment, like Enel's mantra amplified by the power of his devil fruit, Ron's observation haki enveloped the entirety of Upper Yard. He could even see Enel reclining on a bed in the palace and the priests and guards rushing toward him. Observation haki level 3 to level 4. So this is the ultimate extent of mantra, the pinnacle of observation haki's range. Ron closed his eyes, immersing himself in the newfound power. At the same time, within the upper levels of the ruins, Enel, who had been swept over by Ron's observation haki, felt a sudden shock. That sensation just now. Mantra. Is it that outsider? With his long earlobes and white turban, Enel narrowed his eyes. Bare-chested, he rose from the bed, picked up his golden staff, and with a dark expression, walked barefoot out of the room. Such an intruder would face divine retribution. The contest between Ron's observation haki and Enel's mantra covered the entirety of Sky Island. The range was identical, meaning the battle now depended on the depth of perception and foreknowledge. Enel mainly relied on the electric waves of his rumble fruit to amplify his coverage, detecting enemies' muscle movements to predict their next moves. Yet in terms of true precognitive ability, he hadn't progressed far. Ron could vaguely sense this difference. The first to reach Ron in the forest clearing was Ohm, one of the 4 chief priests known as the Sky Shepherd. Holding a long sword and accompanied by a giant dog and several divine soldiers, he advanced toward the black-haired young man standing with closed eyes. An intruder on the divine land, you have violated the god's decree. Ohm raised his long sword, pointing it at Ron. Now I shall grant you divine punishment by death. With these words, the giant dog and the divine soldiers charged toward Ron. As they approached within 3 meters of him, the other 3 priests arrived with their men. Did Ohm get here first? Sky Guard Commander Jidatsu remarked with a sly grin. As the attacks closed in on Ron with closed eyes, Shura, the Heavenly Knight, felt a pang of unease. Before another word could be said, Ron lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. A long teal wind blade enveloped in fierce gales swept through the divine soldiers, cutting them down silently like a scythe through wheat. Seeing the wind blade continuing toward him, Ohm raised his sword in a defensive stance, hastily attaching a dial to enhance it. The wind blade pushed him back over 10 meters before dissipating. Even after blocking the attack, Ohm's hands trembled, nearly losing their grip on his sword. The other priests looked on, stunned. He deflected Ohm with a single move. How? This guy's strong. Attacked together. Heavenly Knight Shura shouted as he charged with his spear, followed closely by the others who activated their mantra to predict their opponent's moves. Among the 3, Satori, who was most proficient with mantra, turned pale, a look of shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. Why can't I sense anything? Take this. Shura leaped into the air, his spear engulfed in flames, striking like a fiery serpent towards Ron, who stood with his back to them. In an instant, Ron's figure flickered, vanishing from sight. Shura's eyes widened. What? His powerful strike hit the ground heavily, creating a deep crater. Where did he go? Jidatsu glanced around anxiously. A sheen of sweat glistened on Satori's forehead as he stammered that just now was mantra, and on the same level as the god's own. How is this possible? There. A soldier pointed in the direction where Ron was standing, about 20 meters away in the clearing, his back still facing the 4 priests and the soldiers, under their astonished gazes. Ron extended his right hand into the void, pulling out a blade entwined with crackling lightning from the space that rippled like the surface of water. Jidatsu gulped audibly. Satori's eyes widened. Ohm's face was drenched in sweat, his expression twisted with fear. In the next moment, a colossal lightning-imbued slash descended toward them, erupting with explosive force. In an instant, all 4 priests and their soldiers, now covered in deep wounds, fell. Lowering his rikiri after the strike, Ron looked towards the distant Enel with a smirk. So how do you like that, self-proclaimed god? Perched high atop his palace, Enel laughed coldly, his staff in hand. Do you think such feeble tricks can challenge a god? Foolish delusion. He raised his hand toward Ron. Now witness the power of a god. At his command, lightning manifested above Ron, gathering in a furious cloud. Judgment of thunder. The bolts of lightning streaked down toward Ron with immense speed, but he sensed them in advance, dodging each strike with shave. The lightning hit the ground, creating a charred crater and igniting nearby trees. Challenging a god's speed, are you? Sensing Ron's rapid movement through the forest, Enel's eyes narrowed with a menacing grin. In the next instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from his perch. Ron sprinted through the forest when suddenly, a burst of lightning appeared ahead. Without hesitation, he summoned his Raikiri, channeling both golden lightning and invisible armament haki. Thunder-breathing technique, fifth form heat lightning. Enel initially didn't bother dodging, confident his Logia abilities would protect him. But as Ron's blade approached, a severe sense of danger surged within him. In a split second, he realized his mistake. Without delay, he transformed into lightning, barely evading the deadly strike. After barely dodging Ron's attack, Enel suddenly disappeared. Ron didn't pursue him, instead chose to explore the land further. When Ron arrived near the ruins of Shandara, he was suddenly met by the attack of a giant long-tusked serpent. However, as soon as Ron drew Raikiri and delivered a slashing strike, creating a deep wound on the serpent's back, the creature recoiled in terror and fled. Ron chose not to pursue it further. Before long, he climbed up the colossal beanstalk, reaching the ruins of Shandara with ease. There, he quickly found the golden bell and the historical poneglyph beneath it. The first one, he said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he drew Raikiri. In one swift motion, he unleashed multiple slashes before sheathing his sword. The massive golden pillars supporting the bell were severed, collapsing with a thunderous crash that sent tremors through the ground. System, scan and store in system space, Ron instructed mentally. Understood. With the system's prompt response, the two enormous golden pillars and the poneglyph were scanned and stored in the system space. Just as he was about to leave, the sky darkened abruptly. A massive lightning bolt descended from the heavens. Ron activated Shave to dodge, narrowly avoiding the strike that shattered the ground, leaving a pit 5 or 6 meters deep. He turned his gaze to a nearby ancient structure. Enel, bearing a long scar across his chest and holding his golden staff, stood with lightning coursing around him, emanating a cold and lethal aura. This time, I won't underestimate you again, Enel declared, raising his hand as lightning crackled in his palm. 30 million volts discharge. The searing electric energy erupted from his palm, racing toward Ron in a ferocious surge. Ron, employing Shave, rapidly evaded and moved closer to Enel. Seeing Ron's hand already moving to grasp his sword, Enel narrowed his eyes and turned into a flash of lightning, reappearing farther away. You think I'll let you get close again? Enel called out, wary of the power surrounding Ron's blade that could harm even him. So cautious, Ron chuckled. Is this the so-called god of this sky island? Enel's eyes glinted, ignoring the taunt as he tapped his left shoulder drum. 30 million volts thunder beast. A fierce, lightning-formed wolf lunged toward Ron. A cold gleam sliced through the air, Raikiri unsheathed. Slash! A powerful horizontal slash severed the lightning wolf in two, scattering it into harmless arcs. 30 million volts thunderbird. Enel struck his right shoulder drum. A massive thunderbird coalesced from electric energy and hurtled down toward Ron, sparking as it cut through the air and leaving a burnt scent in its wake. Ron sidestepped the bird's assault, reappearing closer to Enel. He unleashed a slash, but Enel once again turned into lightning, shifting away to maintain his distance. It was clear now Enel had no intention of engaging in close combat. Seems like you lack long-range attacks, Enel taunted from afar, a smug grin forming. Let's see how long you last. With both hands, Enel struck the drums on his shoulders. The intensity of the lightning coursing through him multiplied manifold. 60 million volts thunder dragon. A colossal lightning dragon surged from Enel's form, drying the air around them. Sparks crackled and stray bolts shattered rocks and scorched the earth. A stray arc struck Ron's left arm, causing a momentary numbness. But to his astonishment, he felt the energy being absorbed by his right leg. Could this be the ultimate kick? Could absorbing this lightning power enhance it? As the formidable thunder dragon advanced on him, Ron's eyes lit up. Perfect. It was the ideal test. Armament haki hardening. Ron's right leg instantly turned pitch black, glistening like steel. With his leg hardened by armament haki, Ron unleashed a level 7 Tempest kick. A sharp, green-tinged wind blade charged with haki met the oncoming dragon. Boom! The collision sent shockwaves of wind and lightning tearing through the landscape. The ground crumbled, dirt and stones scattered, many reduced to ash by the raw energy. Though the green wind blade was ultimately overpowered, splitting apart, the remnants of the thunder dragon hurtled toward Ron. Ron swung Raikiri in a cross slash, cleaving the remnants of the lightning beast. As residual sparks struck him, he raised his hardened right leg to absorb the impact. While the armament haki deflected most of the damage, the remaining electricity coursed through him, numbing his body. Yet, to his delight, he felt the energy being absorbed into his leg, empowering it further. Realizing this, Ron's eyes shone with newfound understanding. Could these lightning attacks enhance his ultimate kick's level? The first level kick already doubled his destructive power. What would higher levels bring? When Ron glanced back at Enel, his eyes held a predatory gleam as if eyeing a delicious prize. Through his mantra, Enel sensed this change and felt a chill of inexplicable dread. What was this man planning? Each subsequent lightning attack from Enel. Ron would cut down just enough to blunt its force, allowing the remainder to strike him directly. He endured, absorbing the energy willingly. His clothes soon became tattered, revealing finely honed, battle-sculpted muscles beneath. Enel grew increasingly unsettled. Despite appearing to dominate the fight, he couldn't shake the feeling that his attacks failed to truly harm this opponent. Instead, the man seemed to revel in the battle. Enel's expression darkened as he watched yet another lightning dragon be cut apart, with stray bolts crashing down. Boom! The ground split under the impact, debris and dust clouding the air. Moments later, from within the smoke, Ron emerged, Rikiri in hand, unfazed. Beneath tousled hair, his dark eyes gleamed, his aura undiminished. Where had this monster come from? A bead of sweat rolled down Enel's temple as he gripped his golden staff tighter. The self-proclaimed god of Skypia felt a tremor of unease in his core. I must deliver a fatal blow. Enel decided not to delay any further. He immediately executed the most powerful move he could unleash at the moment. Terrifying electrical currents crackled wildly around his body, as thick arcs of lightning, like serpentine bolts, surged outward and then coiled around him, gradually forming a colossal lightning giant. As soon as the lightning deity took shape, the ground instantly became parched. Thunderclouds converged rapidly in the sky above. The clouds rumbled with the deafening roar of thunder. 200 million volts. The lightning giant formed by Enel lifted its massive lightning arm and brought it crashing down toward Ron. Before it even struck, dozens of massive lightning serpents had already burst forth from its palm, striking the ground below. Thunder roared around Ron, lightning exploding and scattering in all directions, as if he stood within a domain of storms. Ron narrowed his eyes. Though Enel heavily relied on his devil fruit power, it was undeniable that he was skilled enough to develop such an overwhelming technique. Could his current level of armament haki and the power of his newly mastered sword-slashing techniques cut through something this formidable? He wasn't sure, but he had to try. Ron reached into the void and drew forth the black blade, Shusui. With Shusui in his left hand and Rikiri in his right, he released the full force of his sword mastery and sword intent. Crimson sword auras spiraled up both blades from the hilt. Sun breathing, moon breathing, total concentration. Armament haki hardening. Both swords were instantly clad in armament haki, taking on a deep purple-black hue. As the enormous lightning hand descended from above, Ron's jet-black eyes flashed with a hint of red, his expression turning deathly serious as he took a powerful step forward with his right foot. The ground beneath him quaked and then sank sharply underfoot. Moon-breathing 14th form, catastrophe. Ron swung both blades upward with immense force and speed. In that instant, countless crimson crescent slashes stormed upward like torrential rain to meet the descending lightning hand. Lightning exploded across the landscape. Ancient ruins were pierced through, the ground cracked and pitted from countless lightning strikes. The winds from the sword strikes roared outward, sending debris flying and sharp sword energy slicing through the earth, making it resemble tofu cut by a wild blade. Ron, wielding 2 of the 21 great grade swords, slashed continuously, countless shadows of blades appearing. Under his tousled bangs, red gleams in his black pupils grew increasingly intense, split, apart. At his command, the hundreds of massive crescent-shaped slashes enveloped in armament haki tore through the giant lightning hand that could have obliterated the entire ruin. Countless tiny bolts of lightning rained down like a storm. The Shandora ruins atop the giant stalk seemed transformed into a realm of lightning. Ron, gripping both blades, flashed into the air, looking down at the giant lightning bolt that Enel had become. He raised his twin swords, the dense crimson sword energy glowing fiercely on the purple-black blades. Enel, still in the form of the giant bolt, had no time to counterattack. Ron had already slashed forward. Moon-breathing, 16th form moonbow half-moon. Giant crescent-shaped slashes wrapped in armament haki, accompanied by wind blades like the arc of a full moon, surged down upon Enel's giant. Under the relentless onslaught of slashes that resembled a cascading waterfall, the massive giant began to fracture and collapse, violent lightning dispersing into the air, unable to maintain its form. No, not yet. Enel, refusing to concede defeat, directed all remaining lightning into the sole remaining arm of the Ragin, shaping it into a colossal lightning fist that he aimed at the airborne Ron. If Ron dodged, Enel's Ragin form would have no energy left for another strike. Good. Ron released both of his blades, letting the 2 great grade swords sink tip first into the space beside him. He grinned at the incoming lightning fist, red madness sparking in his eyes. Ron decided to respond with his own ultimate move. He stomped hard on the air, causing a shockwave. His form disappeared in an instant, reappearing over 100 meters above. Total concentration, sun breathing. Ron took a deep breath, gathering all his power into his right leg, now hardened with level 5 armament haki. He extended his right leg, kicking fiercely at the giant lightning fist below. His body descended rapidly in a blazing line from the sky. With armament haki hardening, golden lightning entwined his right leg. Friction with the air added a layer of intense flames, making Ron's figure streaking down appear as a golden comet. The golden comet met the giant lightning fist in a cataclysmic clash. Boom! With a resounding shockwave rippling outward, the thunderclouds overhead split apart, revealing a massive void. The entire Chandra ruin began to shudder and collapse. Thud! The golden comet pierced through the lightning fist, slicing through the giant's body, and hurtled down to the ground below. Bam! The ground at the impact site sank over a radius of 1,000 meters, layers breaking outward in waves, with gale force winds sweeping away remnants of ancient structures and greenery alike. The Chandra ruins began to crumble on a massive scale. Huff, huff! Ron, who had taken the brunt of the lightning, half knelt on the ground, gasping for air. His face was pale, and the skin on one side of his neck and part of his face had been burned. Even though a significant amount of the lightning had been absorbed by his right leg, he was still badly scorched, with patches of skin charred by the electricity. The pain was excruciating, almost enough to blur consciousness. But in that moment his eyes shone with a bright, elated gleam. Crackle, crackle. The clothing and shoe on his right leg had been obliterated, and the limb, blackened like steel, crackled with golden electricity. Ultimate Kick, a finisher kick that channels all power into the right leg for an unparalleled destructive force. Current level, LV2, Destruction Power Amplification 200. Having absorbed vast amounts of lightning energy, this finishing move had advanced to level 2, capable of unleashing threefold destructive power. Reverting to his original form, Enel, blood at the corner of his mouth, slowly turned to look at Ron, who was still in the crater. Tell me, what is your name? Ron, swaying but steady, stood up and glanced back at Enel with a slight smirk. Just an ordinary traveler from the Blue Sea, remember that. Damn it, I actually, lost to a Blue Sea dweller. Enel's voice trailed off as he uttered his final words. Unable to hold on any longer, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed face down, unconscious. Ron spared not even a glance at him. After regaining some energy using the sun-breathing technique, he accessed the system's inventory to retrieve his flying machine from the king's treasury. He boarded the craft and swiftly departed from the site. Ron had no intention of killing Enel or recruiting him as an ally. This kind of person was best left for Luffy to handle as part of his journey. Near the Sky Island, on Angel Beach, a young girl named Konai sat playing the harp, accompanied by her pet Cloud Fox. The girl, with her small angelic wings, looked pure and beautiful like a celestial being. The Cloud Fox beside her was endearing, adding to the charm. The sound of the harp was serene and captivating. Above the sea of clouds, the scenery was breathtakingly picturesque, a moment so tranquil that it seemed to belong in a painting. However, the peace was soon shattered by a piercing noise cutting through the sky. Konai's harp playing faltered as the sound grew louder, approaching from afar. Her pet Cloud Fox, Sue, let out an alarmed squeal, prompting Konai's to stop playing and turn her head. A sleek black flying machine descended from the sky, heading straight for the Angel Beach before landing not far from Konai's. It's that thing from before. Konai's eyes widened slightly with curiosity. Is it made of steel? How can it fly? Where did it come from, Sue? The Cloud Fox darted toward the aircraft. Alarmed, Konai's hurried after it. Sue, stop, come back. She managed to catch the Cloud Fox about 10 meters from the dark flying machine. Sue, don't run off like that. At that moment, a faint sound signaled the opening of the mysterious aircraft. Konai's, holding Sue in her arms, couldn't help but look over. A young man with disheveled black hair, shirtless and covered in burns and soot, emerged from the craft. Seeing the severe burns and charred patches on his body, Konai's eyes widened in shock. What terrible injuries. But what surprised Konai's even more was the calm, indifferent expression on the young man's face despite his severe condition. An ordinary person would likely have passed out from the pain long ago. Could it be that he didn't feel pain? Konai's couldn't help but wonder. Ron stepped out of the flying machine, his feet sinking slightly into the soft sand of Angel Beach. He closed his eyes, savoring the cool breeze and the gentle light of the morning sun, letting his dark hair dance in the wind and the fringe on his forehead sway lightly. Heal. Ron silently chanted the command in his mind. Wisps of emerald green life-infused light coalesced around him, and Konai's eyes widened in awe as she watched the miraculous sight of the light enveloping his battered form. The horrific burns and scorched patches on his skin began to heal rapidly under the glow. The charred outer layer peeled away, revealing smooth, unblemished skin beneath. In a matter of moments, his severe injuries had completely vanished without a trace. Standing shirtless on the sandy beach, with the dawn's light casting a glow on him, Ron clenched his fist, a slight smile forming on his lips. The healing was complete, and he was in perfect condition. First time using the healing spell, it worked well, though it could only be used once a day. He turned his gaze toward the girl holding the Cloud Fox nearby. What's your name? The girl, Konai's, stared in stunned silence at the mysterious, powerful young man before her, who now looked unscathed, his well-defined muscles and handsome features catching the morning light. She seemed momentarily lost in thought. Sue, the fox's call jolted her back to reality. My name is Konai's. Before she could finish her introduction, a sudden movement caught Ron's attention as he turned to face the White Sea. Whoosh! A massive, grotesque beast burst from the White Sea, its gaping, fang-filled maw descending toward Konai's. A shadow fell over her as she looked up, seeing nothing but the cavernous mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. There was no time to react. In that instant, a powerful kick from Ron struck the side of the beast with enough force to stop time for a moment. Bam! The monstrous creature, poised to devour Konai's, was launched into the air. A second later, a massive, wind-infused blade cleaved it in half mid-air, splattering strange blue blood everywhere. Ron lowered his leg after the swift strike. It wasn't until she saw the beast's lifeless body fall that Konai's realized what had just transpired. Her face turned pale, and her legs gave way as she sank to the sand, clutching Sue with wide, terrified eyes. After a while, she managed to regain her composure. Looking at the black-haired youth standing protectively in front of her, she whispered with gratitude, "No need to thank me," Ron replied, smiling as he faced her, the sea behind him. "Your music was beautiful. Would you be interested in joining my crew as a musician?" Konai's looked at him in surprise. Seeing her hesitation, Ron chuckled and continued, "Maybe that was a bit sudden. Let's start with introductions." He held out his hand, smiling warmly. "My name is Ron. I'm from the Blue Sea." Still a bit nervous, Konai's reached out to shake his hand. At that moment, Ron thought to himself, when I saw her playing the harp from the sky, I wondered if she could be Konai's from the original story. Looks like I was right. Releasing her hand, he said, "Konai's, would you like to see the world?" Hearing his words, a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes as she replied softly, "People from Sky Island aren't allowed to leave. It's forbidden by God more than her curiosity. She feared the punishment from Godinal." Ron chuckled, "Don't worry. There's nothing Enel can do to stop me." The mention of Enel's name made her gasp. "And no, you can't just speak his name or else divine punishment will." "Else what?" Ron asked, smiling confidently. Konai's was at a loss for words. No punishment," she murmured, confused. Reading her puzzlement, Ron grinned. "Enel is probably still unconscious. There's no need to worry about him. Just tell Mido you want to join my crew and explore the world." Clutching her cloud fox, Konai's nodded lightly. Ron beamed. Good. For the next few days, Ron stayed on Angel Island, sometimes shopping in Lovely Street for island specialties or fishing on the White Sea. His presence as a Blue Sea visitor sparked curiosity and interest among the Sky Island residents. 4 days later, after Konai's had convinced her father and packed her belongings, they set off together in the black flying vessel Filled, leaving the Sky Island. On Jaya Island, the townsfolk murmured once more when the black flying vessel reappeared from the sky. Meanwhile, Ron had already set sail with Konai's on board. Under a clear sky, their ship, the Traveler, sailed the Blue Sea like a leaf drifting with the current. "So this is the Blue Sea. It's so different from Sky Island," Konai said, marveling as she held Sue on the deck. Ron emerged from his room on the second floor, leaning against the railing as he watched her with a smile. "How does it feel?" She turned back to him, smiling brightly. "It's wonderful. Oh, by the way, Ron, anything I can help with?" "Do you know how to cook?" "Of course. I've been the cook back home." "Great, then starting today, you're in charge of meals." "Understood, Captain." That day, Ron explained to Konai's the differences between the vast ocean and her home on Sky Island, including the marines, pirates, and devil fruits. Konai's listened intently. When she learned that beings as powerful as Enel existed in abundance on the Blue Sea, with many even stronger, she was astonished. The boundless, unpredictable nature of the Blue Sea was unlike anything on Sky Island. Since then, Konai spent her time cooking, playing the harp, and caring for Sue and buried herself in the ship's library, eager to learn as much as she could about the world. As the days passed, her understanding of the Blue Sea grew. She learned about the world government, the celestial dragons, the marines, the revolutionary army, pirates, the Grand Line, the New World, and the 3 types of devil fruit users across the 4 seas. She even discovered details that Ron himself hadn't noted, such as the world has 173 countries, and islands are classified into small, medium, and large. Small islands have a self-sustaining ecosystem, food, water, and a town's population. These are where the Marines typically sets up small bases. Medium islands are larger, often with multiple towns, and might have Marines branches led by captains, responsible for the island and surrounding waters. Large islands are big enough to house an entire country, and the Marines avoid setting up branches there to prevent conflicts of authority. One day, Konai's was deep in a book in the library. A sudden explosion echoed from the far side of the sea. "What happened?" She hurried outside. "Probably a pirate clash," Ron said, lifting a massive steel dumbbell. Clad in white shorts, her long legs bare, Konai's looked out over the railing, following the noise. In the distance, two pirate fleets battled fiercely on ships, mast bearing the symbol of a whale, the other, a black bird. Adjusting the weights, Ron paused and smiled. Looks like we've reached the pirate territories of the Grand Line. Before long, a few warships emerged on the horizon, opening fire simultaneously on the two pirate crews engaged in battle. The sea in that direction erupted into chaos, resembling a fiery inferno. Konai's turned her head and looked at Ron, asking, "Will we become pirates one day?" "I'm not sure. Are you afraid? If you want to go back, I can take you." Hearing this, Ron paused, the large dumbbell he was lifting halting mid-air. He opened his eyes and turned to Konai's with a smile. "So that's what it's about. Well, that's easy to fix. You just need to get stronger, right? But..." She glanced at the massive dumbbell in Ron's hand. "No matter how much I train, I could never be as strong as you, could I? There's more than one path to getting stronger." Ron hoisted the large dumbbell onto his shoulder and looked at her with a grin. "For instance, how about finding you a devil fruit?" Konai's was taken aback. "A devil fruit? But aren't those rare and precious treasures?" Logia types like Enels or Zoan mythical types and ancient Zoans might be hard to find, but Paramecia types and regular Zoan fruits shouldn't be too difficult, Ron said, bending over to place the giant dumbbell on the deck. "From what I can tell, a Paramecia type would suit you better. I'll keep an eye out during our travels." Despite his words, by the time they reached the inland areas of Arabasta, Ron and Konai's hadn't come across any devil fruits on the pirate ships or islands they encountered along the way. Information on devil fruits was scarce and often monopolized by powerful factions or consumed as soon as they appeared. Finding reliable sources of information might require delving into underground channels. Searching aimlessly across the vast seas proved to be quite difficult. However, Konai's wasn't worried. After familiarizing herself with the world's common knowledge, she began learning navigation and ship handling skills from Ron. By the time they reached Arabasta, she was adept at steering the ship. The traveler anchored at the shore. Ron, clad in a black cloak, and Konai's, draped in a white robe that concealed her wings, disembarked together. "So this is Arabasta, the great superpower of the first half of the Grand Line." Holding the Cloud Fox, Konai's gazed ahead with excitement. According to books, this nation was established by the descendants of one of the 20 kings who formed the world government 800 years ago. Known as the Sand Kingdom, its standing army exceeded 600,000, and its territory was likely more than 10 times the size of Sky Island. The moment Ron stepped onto Arabasta's soil, a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, location detected Arabasta. Sign in available. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Reward obtained plus 10 vitality points. Additional reward, special item endless wine jug. With great anticipation, Ron examined the effects of the special item, only to find a brief description contains an endless supply of alcohol. Refreshes daily, never depletes. Wait, that's it. Looking at the heavy endless wine jug in his hand, Ron's face darkened. "It really has no other effects, it just produces alcohol," he muttered. "Do I look like I need help buying drinks?" The wine he had purchased at Sabyati Archipelago still hadn't been finished, and there was plenty more in his system's inventory. Shaking his head, Ron placed the jug back into the system space via the king's treasury. Just as he completed this, a commotion sounded from the water near the ship. Both Ron and Konai's turned to look. Several creatures, appearing cute but with shells resembling tortoises on their backs, emerged from the water and made their way onto the shore, blocking their path. "What are these?" Konai's asked curiously. Ron chuckled and explained, "These are Arabasta's native kung fu dugongs." He focused on the lead dugong, which waved its fins at them and made a series of grunts. Understanding the animal's speech, Ron, with his talent for languages, translated, it says, "If you want to come ashore, prove yourself by defeating me. If you can't, it means you're a weakling and should crawl back the way you came." As he translated, Ron's gaze narrowed at the bold creature. "Bold of you to say that." Konai's rubbed her forehead, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Ron, normal people in the blue sea shouldn't be able to understand animals, right?" Before she could finish, there was a loud thud. The boastful dugong lay sprawled out before Ron, eyes swirling, with a large bump on its head. Ron retracted his fist and looked at the downed creature, chuckling. "Care to be bold again, huh?" The defeated kung fu dugong slowly regained consciousness. Its gaze toward Ron lost all arrogance and was instead full of admiration. Its small eyes sparkled as it gazed at Ron, its tail wagging happily. You want to be my apprentice." Ron was surprised, then remembered the dugong's tradition of acknowledging a stronger opponent as their master. The dugong clung to Ron's leg, pleading with bright, hopeful eyes. Ron pondered for a moment before replying, "You really want to become my student?" The dugong paused, then nodded enthusiastically, its small tail wagging at high speed. "All right, I'll give you a task. Watch over this ship. If you're still here when we return, I'll accept you as my apprentice and take you out to sea," Ron said. The dugong nodded with joy, beaming up at him. As Ron and Konais walked away, the dugong remained by the ship, waving energetically. What an interesting creature. Konais glanced back and remarked. She then looked at Ron. Ron, are you really going to take it out to sea as your apprentice? Ron chuckled and nodded. Why not? It'll be fun, don't you think? True, but won't the sea be dangerous for it? Konais asked with a hint of worry. Don't worry. Right now, it's stronger than you are. With more training, it can become even more formidable, Ron said, smiling. In the original story, there was even a dugong that mastered armament haki, proving the potential of this species in combat. If trained properly, perhaps even observation haki could be awakened. Ron was quite intrigued by the idea. Arabasta truly lived up to its name as the land of sand. Everywhere they looked, it was a sea of yellow sand under the scorching sun, the heat intense. Ron and Konais walked along a sandy path until they reached the city of Irumalo. A bustling city in the middle of the desert. Who would have thought? Konais looked around, marveling at the sights that were so different from her home in the sky. Irumalo was vibrant and full of life, bustling with activity. It hadn't yet been marred by the chaos caused by crocodile and baroque works. This was 6 years before the events that would lead to Arabasta's crisis. Ron learned from certain underground sources that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had indeed already arrived in Arabasta. Currently, Crocodile, as a warlord, was hunting down pirates, often appearing in newspapers as a hero. He had gained quite a reputation in the kingdom. Yet nobody in Arabasta knew that this hero was the true mastermind behind Baroque Works, the largest underground crime syndicate in the country, under the alias Mr. Zero. Besides learning about Crocodile's presence, Ron discovered an unexpected piece of news. Baroque Works was set to host an underground auction in Rainbase in 4 days. The highlight of the auction, a devil fruit, underground factions across Arabasta were scrambling to gather funds for this rare item. This is quite the opportunity, Ron thought. Even if it's a trap set by Crocodile, it's worth checking out. That very day, Ron and Konais set off for Rainbase. 4 days later, Arabasta, Rainbase. Rainbase was effectively the stronghold of Baroque Works. It boasted the largest casino in Arabasta, Rain Dinners, which stood as a grand centerpiece of the city. Compared to Rumalu, Rainbase was far more bustling, with crowds, merchants shouting their wares, and a continuous flow of carriages and people. Inside a tavern, Ron and Konais sat at the bar. Ah, this feels amazing, Konais sighed happily after drinking a large glass of cold water. Miss, another glass, please, she called out. Coming right up, the bartender replied. Ron sipped a cold beer, savoring it. The chilled drink was a stark contrast to the harsh heat of the desert and made him feel alive again. So he called out to the cloud fox perched beside him, which eyed his beer curiously. Want a taste? Ron asked, grinning. Sue's eyes shone with excitement, and it nodded eagerly. Miss, can you get one more cold beer for my little friend here? Of course, the bartender replied cheerfully. A few moments later, a smaller mug of cold beer was placed before Sue. It sniffed it, then lapped at the drink with its tiny tongue. Sue, it seemed to enjoy the taste, its eyes lighting up. With both front paws, it hugged the mug, which was about the same size as itself, and began drinking earnestly. Before long, Sue had finished the entire mug. Its small belly was rounded, and its eyes were glazed over as it lay on the bar, hiccuping and twitching in a drunken stupor. Hic, hic. Ron couldn't help but laugh at the scene. At the top of the largest building in Rainbase, the Rain Dinners Casino, a man with slicked back hair, a long scar slashing across his face, and clad in a black fur coat stood by the glass window, a cigar clamped between his teeth. Crocodile, the man renowned as the Desert King, surveyed the city below, a glittering facade filled with wealth and splendor but shrouded in darkness and crime. Footsteps echoed from behind. Without turning, Crocodile spoke. Is everything set? Yes. Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 have everything ready, a female voice responded from the shadowed part of the room. Over 90% of the underground organizations in Arabasta have gathered in this city. We're monitoring their movements closely. Well done, Crocodile said, eyes narrowing slightly. After tonight, the entire underground network of Arabasta will be under my control. Since we already have everything planned, should we really reveal the devil fruit? The voice questioned. An effective lure requires authenticity, Crocodile remarked coolly. We have to make them believe it's genuine or they won't bite. Of course, we'll make sure they don't get away with it. Understood. I'll handle tonight's auction as planned, boss, said the woman, stepping into a shaft of light. She was tall, with tan skin, long dark hair, and a sharp, commanding presence. She was clad in a white fur coat, a cowboy hat shadowing her calculating eyes. At night, Rainbase glittered brightly, a pearl in the desert, alive with lights and bustling activity. The shadowy forces that moved unseen during the day now emerged, converging toward Rain Dinners. Ron, after ensuring Konais was safe, set off alone toward the Grand Casino. Tonight would be far from peaceful. Rain Dinners Casino, Ron, dressed in black capris and a white short-sleeve hoodie, walked calmly through the crowd, his dark hair catching glances from those who were surprised to see a seemingly carefree youth heading toward the casino doors. Stepping into the main hall of rain dinners, Ron felt multiple eyes on him. Many attendees, sizing him up, soon dismissed him as an unarmed young man likely there to gamble, not compete for the devil fruit. "It's my first time in a place like this," Ron murmured, a hint of amusement in his tone. Hands in the pockets of his hoodie, he chewed on some bubble gum bought in Rainbase, occasionally blowing bubbles. His relaxed demeanor made him stand out in the sea of tense, battle-ready attendees. "What's that kid doing here?" Someone muttered, irritated. "Did Baroque Works lose its touch, letting kids in now?" Another scoffed. "Get him out of here. He's an eyesore. Leave it." "Baroque Works will handle it," said a man, shaking his head. Just as Ron wandered around, a hulking figure over 2 meters tall, shirtless with scars crisscrossing his chest and a massive axe on his back, blocked his path. Smack, Ron stopped mid-step, a bubble from his gum bursting softly. "That's Coyard," someone whispered. "SHH, I heard he despises weaklings. That kid is done for. Do you think he'll crush the kid's head with one slap?" A voice speculated darkly. Coyard glared down at Ron, eyes filled with murderous intent. "Get lost, runt," he snarled, raising a hand the size of a shovel to strike. Ron's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, Coyard froze, his raised hand trembling mid-air. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, eyes wide with terror as he stared at the calm youth in front of him. The room seemed to hold its breath as a cold, invisible pressure emanated from Ron. "What's happening?" someone asked, puzzled. "Why did he stop? Did he get scared?" Before anyone could make sense of the scene, the side doors of the hall opened, and Mr. 3, the wax-wielding agent of Baroque Works, stepped forward. "Apologies for the wait. The auction will begin shortly. Please proceed inside," he announced. The seriousness of the announcement redirected everyone's attention. Conversations hushed as the attendees moved toward the inner hall, excitement simmering at the prospect of the devil fruit. Ron, without sparing Coyard another glance, followed the crowd, chewing his bubblegum. Coyard waited until Ron was out of sight before he swallowed hard, eyes still wide with lingering dread. That was killing intent," he whispered shakily, a hand wiping sweat from his scarred face. The intensity he felt reminded him of Arabasta's infamous hero, the warlord of the sea crocodile. Who in the world was that boy? After passing through the doorway and navigating several rooms and flights of stairs, they finally arrived at the auction hall. The lighting was dim, akin to that of a movie theater, casting a mysterious ambience over the room. Participants began to find their seats. Ron chose a random spot toward the back and settled in, patiently waiting for the auction to commence. It didn't take long before a bright spotlight illuminated the stage. A striking woman with long dark hair, tan skin, and a poised elegance stepped onto the platform. She wore a white fur coat draped over her shoulders and a signature cowboy hat that set her apart. Her figure was tall and graceful, exuding an aura of cold confidence. "Oh," Ron's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise as he recognized her. "Nico Robin, so she's the one hosting this auction." Standing in the center of the well-lit stage, Nico Robin surveyed the audience, a soft, knowing smile playing on her lips. "It looks like all the esteemed guests are present, so let's begin the auction. First item up for bid." As the auction commenced, at the top of the Rain Dinners casino, Crocodile stood, draped in a black fur coat with a cigar between his lips. His sharp eyes gleamed with ambition as he overlooked the vibrant, sleepless city set in the middle of the desert. Let the revelry commence. Simultaneously, across Arabasta, Baroque Works agents were set into motion. Mr. 1, Daz Bones, wielding his Supa no Mi Dice fruit powers, led the assault on the underground forces of the royal capital, while Miss Doublefinger, with her spiked abilities, assisted. Mr. 4, Mr. 5, and Mr. 7 unleashed sudden strikes on the underground networks in Yuba, Irumalu, and Katoria. Elsewhere, Mr. 2, Bon Cure, with his main no Mi clone fruit abilities, led a group of Baroque Works agents hidden within Rainbase, surrounding the various underground gangs and waiting for the perfect moment to strike and trap them all. By dawn, the underground forces of Arabasta would be under the control of a single power. This, for Crocodile, the mastermind, was just the first phase of his grand plan to usurp the throne. Back at Rain Dinners casino, after the auctioning of 9 items, the atmosphere in the room reached a fever pitch. None of the attendees were aware of the chaos erupting outside. Finally, it was time for the main event. Up next is the final item of the night. Nico Robin's voice rang out, causing everyone in the room to lean forward with anticipation, their eyes fixated on the platform and the cloth-draped display case. Robin, now known as Baroque Works vice president, deftly removed the cover, revealing a glass case containing a fruit with a spiraled, textured skin. "The Tetsu no Mi metal fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit," Robin declared. "The starting bid is 400 million berries." A collective gasp swept through the audience. "I bid 450 million berries, 470 million, 500 million, out of my way, 550 million, the Lesai family claims it." In an instant, the room became a frenzy of shouts and raised hands. A Paramecia-type Tetsu no Mi. Ron's eyes assessed the fruit, comparing it to the image he recalled from a devil fruit compendium. There was no doubt it was genuine. The Tetsu no Mi, with its ability to manipulate metal, could become a formidable power if developed properly. Even without direct combat, the potential for producing and weaponizing steel was staggering. It was no surprise these underground figures were losing themselves in a bidding war, but Crocodile offering up such a potent devil fruit for auction. Ron's eyes flickered as he scanned the room and extended his senses with observation haki, gauging the crowd's reactions and identifying concealed threats. As he suspected this was bait, a lure meant to draw these underground leaders into madness. Crocodile had no real intention of letting the fruit go. Robin's role as host, the devil fruit user hidden in the shadows, and the design of the retractable stage platform were all signs pointing to this conclusion. So that's how it is. Ron's lips curled up slightly. The bidding had reached its climax, with the price now at 700 million berries. Only two factions remained vying for control. 760 million, 800 million, 800 million berries once, 800 million berries twice. Damn it, 900 million berries. The one-eyed leader of the Magi syndicate, known as One-Eyed Machi, snarled at the prince of Alubarna's largest black market family. If you Lesse punks have more to offer, do it. Otherwise, back off. Try to cross me and I swear we'll fight to the death. Robin raised her gavel. 900 million berries going once, 900 million going twice. The eldest Lesse son glared with clenched fists but didn't raise the bid. 900 million berries, th. Just as Robin was about to bring down the gavel, a figure appeared on the stage without a sound, as if materializing from thin air. I'll be taking this fruit. The calm, assured voice of a young man echoed through the hall, catching everyone off guard. Before anyone could react, the black-haired boy in black capri pants and a white hooded shirt broke through the steel-grade glass and took the Tetsu no Mi in his grasp. One-eyed Machi's eyes bulged as he recognized the figure from earlier in the hall. It's that kid. Nico. Robin finally reacted. Her eyes narrowed instantly, and she crossed her arms to activate the power of her flower fruit. Open flower. Before her stood the mysterious black-haired boy who had just sprouted 2 extra arms. Before she could strangle him, his figure suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of her. In her widened eyes, he slapped his palm onto her neck. Robin's vision went dark, and she collapsed forward. Ron reached out and caught her, lifting her onto his shoulder. Guillotine, a blade thrown from above, was subjected to intense gravity, cutting through the air at an astonishing speed toward Ron below. Ron used shave, disappearing from the spot to avoid the strike. The entire arena was nearly destroyed in the process. Where is he? Where? Everyone turned their heads in all directions. The one-eyed Machi was also shocked by the sudden turn of events. Machi drew his gun from his waist and yelled angrily, "Where's my devil fruit?" Others beside him stood frozen, gazing in shock at the black-haired boy holding the Baroque Works vice president's badge and the devil fruit. Over there, someone saw it. Immediately, the entire crowd pulled out their weapons and began shooting toward that direction, not caring if they hit anyone else. For these underground leaders who had committed countless crimes, killing was nothing. The only important thing now was to seize that damn devil fruit from the boy. Ron lifted his foot and swept it backward. A massive cyan wind blade instantly sliced through all the bullets shot at him, then horizontally slashed through the group of underground leaders, whose greed and madness had overtaken them. Some didn't even realize what had happened, and only after several seconds did their upper bodies separate from their lower ones, spraying blood everywhere. The cyan wind blade continued unyieldingly, embedding itself in one of the pillars in the auction hall, which then collapsed, crushing more people. The scene became utter chaos. Don't think you can escape. Baroque Works senior agent, the ability user of the Kilo no Mi Makita, floated toward Ron with her umbrella. Ron didn't even glance at her, once again performing Tempest Kick. An even larger cyan wind blade broke through several walls, blasting out of the Rain Banquet Casino. Ron stomped once more, and his figure disappeared again. Seeing the situation unfold, the rest of the group couldn't sit still any longer. That guy escaped, quick, chase him. Whoever catches him, the devil fruit is theirs. Don't try to steal it from me or I'll kill you all. Heh, come on, let's see who kills who. The remaining people charged toward the exit, weapons in hand. Makita saw this and panicked. She quickly pulled out a transponder snail to contact Mr. Zero Crocodile. What's going on? President, we're in big trouble. Crocodile, on the highest floor of the Rain Banquet Casino, was silent for a few seconds after hearing Makita's report. Then he exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in a cold voice. Makita, notify Mr. 2 to act immediately. I'll go get the fruit back. Understood. After closing the transponder snail, Crocodile clenched it tightly in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead, his face dark with rage. How dare you ruin my plans? Who the hell is looking to die? As soon as he spoke, his body turned into a mass of sand and crashed through the glass in front of him, heading toward the distance. Rainbase at the edge near the outer city. Ron, carrying the unconscious Nico Robin, landed here from the roof of a nearby building. After setting Robin down and letting her lean against the wall, a gust of sand swirled from the distance and converged into a humanoid shape. So it's you took my fruit. Crocodile's cigar in his mouth narrowed his eyes as he locked onto the black-haired boy standing in front of him. Upon seeing the devil fruit in the boy's hand, Crocodile secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it hasn't been eaten yet. In that case, I can just take it back. His right arm immediately turned into sand, transforming into a sand rope that shot toward the boy at lightning speed. But it missed. What? Crocodile's eyes narrowed. So fast. The boy in the white hoodie and mysterious black hair stood about 10 meters in front of him. One hand was in his pocket, while the other held the devil fruit, smiling as he looked at Crocodile. Turns out you're the big boss behind Baroque Works. Crocodile's eyes narrowed further as he felt the murderous intent coming from Ron. Ron remained calm, smiling at him. To make you show your killing intent so quickly, this news must be worth quite a lot, at least to you. It seems if this news gets out, it might ruin your plans in the future, right? Shut up. Crocodile, who had been chewing on his cigar, couldn't take it anymore. He swung his hand with killing intent, activating his sand fruit to attack Ron. Sandstorm. A small sandstorm erupted from Crocodile's palm, surging toward Ron, obliterating the brick and stone ground in its wake. Tempest kick, Ron swung his leg. A massive cyan wind blade collided with the sandstorm, sending gusts of wind scattering in all directions. Without a sound, Crocodile, who had seemingly transformed into sand, suddenly appeared beside Ron, both hands reaching toward the devil fruit in Ron's possession. But he grabbed nothing. In the blink of an eye, Ron disappeared from his position and reappeared where Crocodile had been standing just moments ago. The two had swapped positions in an instant. Crocodile's expression grew serious. 6 powers shave. He fixed his gaze on Ron. Who are you, kid? My name's Ron, just an ordinary traveler, Ron replied with a smile, then let go of the devil fruit in his hand. The metal fruit began to sink slowly into the air beside him, like water settling into an empty void. Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly. So you're a devil fruit user too. Ron gave a slight smile but didn't respond. The ability of the king's treasure seemed to resemble a devil fruit power in this world. After witnessing Ron's shave and devil fruit ability, Crocodile became fully alert, taking the seemingly 10-year-old black-haired boy seriously as a true opponent. I'll admit, you're strong but challenging me, HMPH. Crocodile's cold gaze never left Ron, his hands releasing waves of fine sand, as if they were alive. His black fur coat billowed in the wind as his gold hook glinted coldly with deadly intent. The full force of the warlord of the sea, the Desert King, was on display. Crocodile slammed his palm into the ground. The earth around him cracked, spreading in a visible pattern for dozens of meters. Even rocks crumbled into fine sand, and the sand that touched anything began to drain the water out of it, expanding outward with a deadly, parching effect. The ground appeared lifeless, cracked, and barren. Destruction cycle. 12 sand serpents made of yellow sand, formed from rocks that had turned to dust, shot from the cracked earth, closing in on Ron from all directions. Anyone or anything touched by the yellow sand would have its water drained instantly. Ron knew this danger well. He had intended to use shave to dodge, but suddenly the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and yellow sand wrapped around his legs. With a burst of power, Ron shattered the sand that was trying to drain his moisture with a powerful gust of wind, but the sand was already coming at him from all sides. Even with shave, he couldn't completely avoid it. Moreover, with the ground collapsing beneath his feet, shave, which relied on rapid foot movement to speed up, became impossible to use. Ron's eyes narrowed slightly, and he reached out into the void. To Crocodile's surprise, Ron grabbed a long sword that shimmered with light from thin air. Water-breathing, total concentration, 6-form whirlpool. With a swift motion, Ron swung the sword. A massive water-blue whirlpool erupted from around him, the whirlpool transforming into an enormous razor-sharp blade that instantly blocked the yellow sand, while a series of spiral slashes like flowing water cut toward Crocodile. He's also a swordsman. Crocodile's eyes widened slightly, a sense of unease rising in his heart. When did such a young swordsman appear on the seas? He didn't have time to dwell on it. He immediately activated his power. Yellow sand wall. A massive surge of yellow sand erupted from the cracked ground before him, transforming into a thick, sturdy wall of sand that blocked the spiraling slashes. As the yellow sand wall disintegrated into fine sand, the black-haired boy had already disappeared from his position. A flash of danger crossed Crocodile's mind. Without hesitation, he transformed into sand and scattered into flowing sand, spreading out in all directions. The next moment, a flash of sharp blue blade light appeared in midair. Under the dim moonlight, it swiftly cut through the air, leaving behind 10 beautiful blue arcs of light. Water-breathing, 5th form, blessed rain after the drought. Crocodile's sand form was slashed by the soft and gentle blue light, splitting apart into yellow sand that scattered across the ground. Ron, holding Rikiri, glanced sideways in a certain direction. Yellow sand began to gather there, coalescing into Crocodile's towering figure. He glanced down at his left arm, which had been cut open, blood dripping from the wound. Crocodile glared darkly at Ron. "How did you do that?" Ron looked down at the pristine blade of Raikiri in his hand and then glanced at Crocodile, smiling. "Even if you're a Logia-type devil fruit user, if your elemental transformation speed is slow enough, you'll certainly be slashed by an armed Haki-infused strike." As Ron turned to face Crocodile, who was scowling in fury, he added, "Compared to the rumble fruit user I faced before, your elemental transformation speed is really slow, huh?" "Shut up." Crocodile was furious. Desert Sunflower. He touched the ground with his right hand, and the earth beneath Ron instantly transformed into sand. Just as the ground began to collapse and form a sinking, life-devouring sand dune, Ron, sensing the imminent danger, leaped into the air in advance. Sand pattern. The yellow sand below transformed into massive sand dragons, charging toward Ron in the air, trying to bite and devour him. Ron raised his sword and swung it through the air. Several slashes infused with Haki instantly severed the sand dragons into multiple pieces, scattering them into fine sand that could no longer hold its shape, falling to the ground. Arc Crescent Sand Dune. Crocodile's sand-formed right arm swung toward Ron in midair. The sand-formed arm enlarged, taking on the shape of a crescent moon as it slashed toward Ron from above. If touched by his sand blade, Ron would instantly have his internal moisture drained, but Ron had no intention of dodging. Descending from the air, Ron took a light breath, and the sharp, clear blade of Raikiri began to glow with flowing blue water. In a vertical stance from high to low, he slashed down toward the ground. Water-breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. The powerful Haki-infused and water-charged slash shattered the massive sand blade, and the scattered yellow sand, now absorbing water, fell to the ground. Immediately after, Ron, holding the Raikiri wrapped in flowing blue water, rushed toward Crocodile at high speed, his body spinning, slashing repeatedly as his strikes gathered power. Like a blue water dragon, it swirled and moved with fluid grace. Water-breathing's 10th form, constant flux. Crocodile clenched his teeth, extending his palm to the front and forcing it down. Sand burial. The earth suddenly trembled. The land on both sides of the water dragon cracked and turned to sand, rising like a sea toward the center to bury the water dragon. However, as the yellow sand approached, it suddenly grew heavier and fell to the ground, absorbing the water vapor surrounding the water dragon. Damn it, Crocodile never expected that his abilities would be countered by a sword technique. Looking at the powerful blue water dragon charging toward him, his eyes grew dark and intense. If he wanted to fight, then let's test it out. Desert Sword. Crocodile's intact left arm instantly transformed into a sand blade, slashing downward from top to bottom. The ground before him split open, and the huge, sharp sand blade collided head-on with the powerful blue water dragon formed by the sword's force. Clang. The yellow sand and flowing water collided sharply, clearly defining the difference between them. The violent shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering nearby houses or eroding them with sand. On the cracked earth, Crocodile's half of the ground had completely turned to sand, while the area Ron occupied was rapidly regaining life. When Nico Robin slowly regained consciousness, what she saw was this scene. Her boss, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had transformed his hand into a sand blade. With a cigar clenched between his teeth and a grim expression on his face, he clashed fiercely against the mysterious black-haired boy who had knocked her out earlier, now wielding a long sword. The overwhelming and violent forces of both parties collided, rapidly increasing, with shockwaves spreading in waves, the winds howling and yellow sand swirling. Even Nico Robin, who had seen many battles, was left stunned. What in the world is happening here? Is this really the strength of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile? Ron looked up at Crocodile, who was much taller than him, and chuckled, his expression casual. When compared to the other warlords I've fought, it seems like you're only slightly stronger than Gecko Moria. Don't talk big. Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, streams of flowing sand began to wind around Ron from the ground. At the same time, a golden hook mounted on Crocodile's other arm glinted coldly, slicing through the air as it dropped mercilessly toward him. The hook's tip had a purple tint, clearly coated with a deadly poison. Yeo yeo. Ron stepped on the ground that had once again solidified, evading the strike in the nick of time and disappearing from Crocodile's sight. The next moment, with a sharp gust of wind, an incredibly fast and powerful whip kick struck Crocodile heavily from his left side. Crocodile's towering body flew like a cannonball, and in the astonished gaze of Nico Robin, he was sent flying far away. After smashing through several buildings on the eastern edge of Rainbase, he landed in the desert outside the city and slid dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Nico Robin looked in the direction Crocodile had been sent flying, her disbelief evident. That was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the king of the desert, a user of the Logia sand fruit. How could he be sent flying like that? She turned her gaze toward the mysterious youth who stood holding a gleaming long sword, the one who had just sent Crocodile flying. Who is he? As she watched, the black-haired boy reached out with his left hand, his palm seemingly disappearing into the air. When he pulled it back, he was holding a large wine gourd. He held the sword in one hand and the wine gourd in the other, pouring the drink into his mouth. A devil fruit user, huh? Robin thought to herself, unable to stop wondering. Is he a new pirate or someone trained by a secret organization? What kind of devil fruit power does he have? Is it related to space? Just as she was lost in thought, a young, somewhat naive voice suddenly spoke in her ear. Nico Robin. Robin snapped out of her thoughts, only to find that the black-haired boy was no longer in front of her. She quickly turned around, scanning the area. As she turned, she immediately saw the mysterious young man who had somehow appeared beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, facing the opposite direction. A cold sweat dripped down from Robin's forehead. When did this happen? Wait, he knows my identity. He came to capture me. As these thoughts rushed through Nico Robin's mind, a chilling sense of dread suddenly rose from her chest. Don't be nervous, Nico Robin. I mean you no harm. The black-haired young man, who seemed so mysterious and inscrutable in her anxious state, turned to look at her. Under the moonlight, the youthful face of the black-haired boy carried a smile as he gazed at her. My name is Ron. I'm just a traveler who has recently entered the Grand Line. I'm not interested in your bounty. I just happen to know a few things about you. You don't need to worry about me handing you over to the Marines. Robin was momentarily stunned at his words. You're not here to capture me? Of course not. Then are you here to threaten Crocodile? That would be impossible. Our captain would never compromise over the lives of his subordinates. Nico Robin slowly regained her composure. No. Then why are you trying to capture me? If it's neither to hand me over to the Marines nor to threaten Crocodile, what's in it for you to capture me? Robin was genuinely confused. Standing beside her, Ron held his Reikiri sword in one hand and a large, endless wine gourd in the other. After taking a large gulp of alcohol, he smiled at Robin. What if I captured you because I want you to be my partner? Nico Robin froze at his words. Huh, she was about to say something when suddenly the ground trembled. The disturbance came from the desert outside the city. Yeo, what a persistent guy. Let me take care of that first, then I'll talk to you later. Ron spoke casually, releasing his hold on the wine gourd, letting it sink into the void. With a stomp of his foot, the ground collapsed beneath him, and a violent gust of wind blew Robin's hair wildly. In an instant, Ron's figure shot toward the desert outside the city like an arrow from a bow, moving at an incredibly terrifying speed. What immense strength, Robin murmured, her gaze following him eastward. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could he really defeat Crocodile? With that thought stirring her emotions, she quickly stretched her long legs and ran toward the desert. When Robin exited Rainbase, she immediately spotted Ron in a white short-sleeve hoodie, holding his sword with one hand, standing alone in the desert. On the opposite side of him, Crocodile, who had been struck by Ron's powerful attack and was now slightly crazed, unleashed the full extent of his devil fruit powers, summoning a massive sandstorm. The dry, desolate yellow sand rapidly swirled, forming an insanely violent tornado, heading straight for Ron. It was like a giant crocodile, eager to devour everything in its path. Even though Robin was far away, the exposed skin on her body was still stung by the fierce winds carrying the sand particles. The destructive power up close or even a direct hit from this wind would be unimaginable. This is the power of the Logia-type devil fruit. When its abilities are pushed to their limit, it's truly a natural disaster. Robin's voice trembled slightly. The enormous sandstorm in front of her seemed capable of destroying half of Rainbase. Can anyone really withstand such destructive power? She turned her gaze toward Ron, holding the sword. Compared to the terrifying tornado, he appeared so small, standing alone in the desert. Yet when he faced the massive sandstorm, his expression was calm. Slowly, he raised his sword, which shimmered with blue light. The moonlight, yellow sand, and fierce wind all seemed to calm down in that moment. Robin, lost in a daze, seemed to see beneath the small figure of Ron, the ground beneath him turning into a tranquil blue sea. A lake of swirling, expanding blue water quickly spread outward, enveloping an area of hundreds of meters, turning it into a turbulent lake. Behind the sandstorm, both Crocodile and Robin stood on top of this massive, rolling lake. The sky was filled with clouds, and the lake's surface churned and flipped. There was no wind in the air, and all that could be heard was the sound of the water swirling. What is this? Crocodile frowned as he looked down at the roiling water beneath him. Hadn't he just been in the desert? Why was he here now? Was it an illusion? Or was this the power of his devil fruit? Drip. A single drop of water fell from the sky, splashing onto the churning lake below. The center of the lake instantly became still, ripples spreading outward in a perfect circle, and the entire surface became as calm as a mirror, heart as still as water. This is water-breathing, 11th form, dead calm. A calm, youthful voice echoed in Robin and Crocodile's ears. Wind. With those words, everything changed. The world became still, the wind and clouds lightened. When Robin snapped back to reality, she saw the massive sandstorm, resembling a natural disaster, hanging in midair before it began to collapse, crumbling into nothing. Ron, holding his long sword, was now standing behind Crocodile, though she didn't know when he had appeared there. Swish. Massive wounds suddenly appeared on Crocodile, stretching from his left shoulder to his right waist, as if cut open by an invisible blade with blood gushing out in torrents. Cough, Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes trembling violently in disbelief. He actually defeated me. I Crocodile, the sand crocodile, lost to this kid. This is a joke. You're just like the thunder fruit user I fought before, too reliant on your devil fruit powers. Ron glanced at him casually. If all you do is depend solely on your devil fruit abilities, no matter how strong they are, you'll never become a true top-tier powerhouse. Shut up. I haven't lost, Crocodile gasped weakly. No, you already have, Ron replied, letting go of the hilt of his Reikiri sword. The tip of the sword slowly sank into the void beneath him. He glanced at Crocodile. The devil fruit is mine now. With that, he turned and walked past Crocodile, stepping through the sand rain that drifted from the sky, heading toward Rainbase. Wait, stand still. Crocodile struggled to speak, his consciousness fading from the severe blood loss. His large frame wavered before collapsing sideways, falling into the yellow sand. The last image in his mind, as he lost consciousness, was Ron's figure disappearing into the sand, his back turned, and the name, Traveler Ron. When Ron reached Nico Robin, who had still not fully recovered from the shock, she snapped back to reality. Looking at Ron now, there was a mixture of shock and reverence in her eyes. Ron smiled at her. How about we find an inn and talk? Robin glanced back at the figure in the desert, who was still unknown if alive or dead. Don't worry about him. His subordinates are already on their way here. Ron, with his hands in the pockets of his hoodie, stepped past her. His next words were light and carefree, but they made Nico Robin's eyes widen in astonishment. If your wish is to uncover the true history, then come with me. In the chaotic night of Rainbase, one place stood out for its tranquility, a small tavern tucked away in an alley that only opened at night. Give me a cold beer, Ron said as he sat at the bar. Here you go, the bartender replied, setting down a large, frosty mug of beer brimming with bubbles. Ron had just picked up the mug when the tavern door creaked open. Nico Robin, wearing her signature cowboy hat and a white fur-lined coat, stepped inside. She walked up to Ron and, without preamble, asked, "How much do you really know about the Poneglyphs?" "Definitely more than you do," Ron replied, glancing at her with a smirk. He raised the mug and gulped down the beer in one go, the bubbles fizzing as he drank. He set down the now empty mug with a satisfied expression. "Bartender, another one. Haha, you've got a great tolerance for alcohol, sir." Coming right up, the bartender laughed, placing another full mug before him. As Ron waited, he turned to Robin, who was still standing beside him, eyes fixed intently on him. Resting his arm on the counter and his chin in his hand, Ron grinned and asked, "Do you know who forged the Poneglyphs?" Robin's eyes widened slightly. It wasn't a question she had considered before. "Who?" Ron patted the seat next to him. "Sit, and I'll tell you." Robin stared at him for a moment before finally taking the seat. Just then the bartender set down another cold mug of beer in front of Ron. Noticing Robin, he asked, "Would the lady like anything to drink? Our selection may be small, but the quality rivals any big establishment out there. All right, just let me know if you need anything." The bartender moved to the other end of the counter, busying himself with cleaning glasses and giving the two their space. "Can you talk now?" Robin's gaze was fixed on the black-haired young man beside her. Ron took a sip of his beer, glancing sideways at her with a smile. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, there's a country called Wano. In that country, there's a clan known as the Kazuki. The unbreakable stone tablets that record the Poneglyphs were forged by the ancestors of the Kazuki clan during the Void Century that lost history from 800 years ago. Robin's heart stirred as she listened to his words. Wano, the Kazuki clan. Is that truly the origin of those stone tablets? Robin muttered as she processed the information. Just as she absorbed this revelation, Ron added another surprising statement. The head of the Kazuki clan passed down the method of interpreting the ancient script through generations. But unfortunately, the last clan head perished before he could teach this method to his son. Ron took another sip of his beer, his gaze shifting to Robin at his side. Now it seemed only this woman, branded by the Marines as the Devil of Ohara and the inheritor of Ohara's legacy in will, could decipher the Poneglyphs. "So you think that I, the so-called Devil of Ohara, am the only person who can read the Poneglyphs?" Robin, now calmer, asked as she looked at Ron. "Is that why you want me as your comrade?" "That's one of the main reasons." Ron propped his head on his hand and turned to her with a grin. "Like you, I'm very curious about what really happened during that Void Century." Robin studied him intently, lowering her head in contemplation. After a few moments of thought, she looked up at the black-haired young man beside her. "What you just told me is that everything you know about the Poneglyphs? Of course not." Ron took a sip from his drink. "But I'll only share the rest after you agree to join me. That's my condition." Robin's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes locked onto this mysterious youth, Ron. She spoke softly. You should understand, knowing everything about me, how dangerous it is to be involved with me, the Marines. Ron, meeting her serious gaze, suddenly broke into a smile. I'm not joking with you, Robin said, clenching her fists in frustration. I know, Ron replied, looking at his glass, which now held only ice. A faint smile crossed his lips. But for a true traveler, danger can sometimes be an exciting part of the journey, don't you think? And besides, I believe in my strength to protect a historian who only wishes to uncover the truth and pursue her dreams. So what do you say? He raised his glass, now only holding ice, toward Robin with a grin. Will you join me in uncovering the truth of that lost century? Robin stared at the smiling young man, feeling a rare, subtle tremor in her heart. The words Saul had told her before his death echoed in her mind. The sea is vast, and someday you will find companions who will protect you. If it was this person, could he really understand me? As silence settled over Robin and Ron, the tavern, bathed in dim light, felt peaceful and serene. Just as Ron was about to raise his glass for a refill, Robin, seated beside him, lowered her head and spoke softly. If your ship doesn't mind taking on an O'Hara's devil who brings danger, then please let me join your journey. Outside, the streets of Rainbase were filled with the sound of gunfire as various underground factions clashed fiercely with Baroque Works agents. In a dark alleyway, Robin and Ron walked side by side. I came to Alabasta and joined Baroque Works, becoming Crocodile's subordinate, all for the sake of finding the legendary poneglyph said to be hidden in this country. But even now I haven't found a trace of it, Robin said as they walked. The legend says that the stone records the location of an ancient weapon, Pluton. That's what Crocodile wants to know, which is why I cooperated with him. Robin's voice was calm as she explained. The royal family of Alabasta must have hidden it somewhere. I know where it is. Robin stopped abruptly, turning to look at him in astonishment. Ron met her gaze with a smile. I told you, I know more than you might think. As dawn broke, the fierce battle within Rainbase came to an end, marking Baroque Works' victory. After tonight, Baroque Works would command the entire underground world of the Alabasta Kingdom. Of course, all of this hinged on whether Crocodile, Mr. Zero of Baroque Works, could claw his way back from the brink of death. Inside a small inn, Ron introduced Nico Robin to Konais. This is the historian Nico Robin, our new crewmate. Hello, Robin. I'm Konais from Sky Island, Konais said with a smile, her cloud fox perched on her shoulder as she extended her hand to Robin. Hello. Robin took her hand in a firm handshake. With the introductions complete, Ron retrieved a paramecia-type devil fruit from his system space and handed it to Konais. Konais accepted the fruit, its skin marked with intricate spiral patterns, and stared at it with wide eyes. So this is a devil fruit. This is the paramecia iron fruit. Eating it will grant you the ability to control iron, but the cost is that you'll lose the ability to swim. Ron's voice echoed in her ear. The choice of whether to eat it is yours alone. Robin, wearing her signature cowboy hat, stood aside without interfering. Konais gazed at the devil fruit for a long moment, determination sparking in her eyes. This rare fruit had been procured by Ron specifically for her. She wanted to meet those expectations. She wanted to grow stronger, to be someone who could aid him, rather than just a decorative figure aboard the ship, always under his protection. Being a true comrade meant more than that. It was what their adventure demanded. With unwavering resolve, Konais opened her mouth and bit into the fruit. The taste was indescribably vile, spreading through her mouth like a bitter poison. Konais fought the urge to retch and forced herself to swallow. One bite was all that was needed for the devil fruit to take effect. As the remainder of the fruit in her hand dissolved into nothingness, Konais closed her eyes. Her blonde braid loosened, golden hair flowing freely and dancing around her like tendrils of light. The cloud fox on her shoulder scrambled away in alarm, hiding behind Ron's legs with a series of nervous yips. Under the watchful eyes of Ron and Nico Robin, strands of silvery liquid steel began to emerge from the air around Konais, weaving and writhing as if alive. The metallic tools and objects within the room resonated, almost as if they were celebrating the arrival of their queen. When Konais' golden hair settled, falling gracefully down to her waist, she opened her eyes, a fleeting black glint within them as she took in her newfound power. She stretched her right hand forward. Instantly, every iron item in the room liquefied. Even the air seemed to shimmer with traces of liquid iron, converging above her palm, twisting and expanding as it gathered into a solid mass. Ron stood nearby, arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. Robin's eyes reflected a hint of shock. This was the power to control iron. While the true potential of a devil fruit was largely dependent on the skill and creativity of its user, there were still distinctions in the inherent strength of paramecia fruits. Some, like the gravity fruit, tremor fruit, and float fruit, were among the most powerful, with abilities that defied natural laws. These were considered top tier, even rivaling logia types in sheer power. Others, like the gold fruit or magnet fruit, which manipulated materials or energy, were classified as second tier. Abilities like the rubber fruit, dice fruit, or string fruit, which had unique properties and combat capabilities, fell into the third tier. The iron fruit that Konai's had just consumed was considered second tier. In terms of raw power, it far surpassed the flower fruit. After Konai's consumed the devil fruit and familiarized herself with its powers, the three set out from Rainbase and began their journey to the capital of Alabasta Alubarna. After leaving Rainbase, Ron instructed the two women to head to the capital, Alubarna, while he stayed behind to search the nearby desert. He intended to find the ruins where, in the original story, Luffy and Zoro had fallen. Besides the poneglyph that recorded the history of Pluton in the Tomb of Kings of Alabasta, another one lay hidden in that mysterious underground chasm. Ron sped across the desert sands, and by noon, he finally found the large stone buried amidst the shifting sands. Standing beneath the stone, Ron activated his transparent world ability and easily located the hidden entrance to the underground quicksand tunnel. He stepped into the entrance without hesitation. After descending dozens of meters, he landed heavily on solid ground. The impact shattered the stones beneath his feet, causing a tremor that sent sand cascading from above. "It's here just as I thought." A smile spread across Ron's face as he looked at the poneglyph in front of him, half submerged in the ground. System scan. Once the system absorbed the poneglyph into its space, Ron used Moonwalk to propel himself out of the mysterious chasm and sped toward Alubarna. By the time the sun began to set, Ron met up with Robin and Konai's at their prearranged spot outside the city. Together, the three of them entered the capital of Alabasta. Inside a tavern, the trio sat around a table, eating and resting while discussing their next steps. "I'm going to infiltrate the palace to retrieve the poneglyph," Ron said as he bit into a steak. Konai's Robin, "You two will wait outside for me." Konai's nodded. Robin, sitting with a glass of juice in front of her, looked surprised. "You're planning to steal the poneglyph. How do you intend to move such a massive stone out of the palace?" she asked. Ron didn't lift his head from his meal as he replied, "Have you forgotten my abilities?" Robin's eyes widened in realization. If it was that particular power, it would indeed be possible. Ron thought for a moment, then reached into the air and pulled out a large sack, placing it on the table. He said to the two women sitting across from him, "There are tens of millions of berries in here. Use it to buy clothing, supplies, and anything else you need. Robin, if you can find a supplier, pick up some extra gunpowder as well." "Understood." Robin nodded in agreement. Night had fallen. The three split up to carry out their individual tasks. The 12th king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, was still a beloved ruler among his people. The capital, Alubarna, was flourishing and lively, even at night, with the city illuminated by countless lights. Armored guards patrolled the streets, ensuring peace and order. Inside the palace, Cobra was occupied with state affairs. The large doors creaked open, and a young girl with blue hair tied up in a bun, fair skin, and an adorably delicate face stepped in, wearing a light yellow princess dress. "Father," Cobra looked up and smiled as he saw the little girl running toward him. "Vivi, what brings you here?" The 10-year-old princess of Alabasta, still a bright-eyed and innocent child, gazed up at him and said, "It's already very late. Shouldn't you rest, father?" "Haha, a true king can't rest until he finishes his daily work," Cobra said, chuckling before resuming his work. "Vivi, if there's nothing else, you should head back to your room and rest." Vivi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "All right, I understand. But father, you should rest soon, too." After leaving the room, Vivi lifted the hem of her dress and dashed through the corridors. She hurried to a courtyard in the palace where a companion waited. "Karoo, let's continue our palace adventure from last night." "Quack, all right, let's go to the west side of the palace," Vivi exclaimed, pointing westward as she climbed onto the back of Karoo, the spot-billed duck. Quack, quack. Karoo carried Princess Vivi, speeding off toward the western side of the palace. In front of the royal mausoleum on the west side of the palace, a shadow appeared before the guards stationed there. Before they could react, the guards were silently taken down. "Who's there?" The captain of the guards managed to whisper before collapsing, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure in the dark before losing consciousness. Ron, clad in a black, long-sleeved coat, activated the hidden mechanism of the mausoleum's entrance and stepped inside. A short while after he entered, Princess Vivi and Karoo arrived at the scene. Seeing the guards sprawled on the ground, Vivi's eyes widened slightly. An intruder in the palace. Her gaze shifted to the open entrance, a mix of fear and excitement in her expression. "Karoo, should we sneak in for a peek?" Quack. "Hey, don't be scared. I'm Princess Vivi, the vice captain of the Suna Suna squad. Protecting the palace from intruders is my duty," Vivi said, patting the head of the trembling Karoo. "You're my loyal steed, and I won't allow you to be so timid. Come on, let's just take a look and then leave. You can run fast, so there's nothing to worry about." With her encouragement, Karoo mustered his courage and cautiously moved toward the entrance. The pair swallowed nervously and tiptoed down the stairs into the mausoleum, holding their breath. In the hall, Vivi saw from afar a dark figure standing before a massive stone monument, back turned to them. "So that's the intruder." Vivi thought to herself. Then her eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed the enormous stone monument vanish right before the figure. Huh, did that massive stone really just disappear? What's going on? Did he do that? Is this magic? As Vivi's mind raced with confusion, the figure in the black coat turned around. To her surprise, the person was a black-haired boy who didn't look much older than her. His features were gentle and refined, and his demeanor was composed and calm. His eyes landed on Vivi and Karoo. Sensing danger, Karoo's instincts kicked in. Cold sweat broke out on his feathers as he began trembling uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted, racing away with Vivi on his back. "Hey, Karoo, what's gotten into you?" Vivi exclaimed, clinging tightly to him. "Quack, quack, huh, scary." But that boy didn't look scary at all, Vivi said, turning her head for another look, only to realize with shock that the boy had already disappeared. Before they could catch their breath after fleeing the mausoleum, a voice with a hint of amusement reached Vivi and Karoo's ears. "Good evening, Princess Nefertari Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom." Karoo shuddered so violently that Vivi nearly slipped off his back. She turned in the direction of the voice, eyes wide. The black-haired boy from the mausoleum was now standing atop the courtyard wall, hands casually in the pockets of his coat, gazing down at them with a smile. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, the boy stood on the high wall, his black coat and hair rustling slightly in the breeze, exuding an air of mystery. "Do you know me?" Princess Vivi looked at him and asked. "No, this is our first meeting. Are you the one who knocked out the guards outside and took the stone from the funeral hall? Are you a bad person?" Vivi looked up at Ron standing on the wall. "Whether I'm a bad person, that's for you to decide." Ron smiled and looked down at Vivi, who was riding the Karoo. "As for the stone, yes, I did take it. Then you're a thief, a bad person." Vivi puffed up her cheeks and shouted at him. "That stone belongs to our family. Why did you take it? Hurry up and give it back, or I'll have my father send troops to capture you." The Karoo beneath her trembled in fear. If it could speak, it would tell Vivi to stop talking. Why not just run away quickly? Although it wasn't sure they could escape. Hearing Vivi's innocent words, Ron chuckled. "Your father won't be able to do anything to me. That's nonsense. The king is very powerful." Vivi was about to argue when Ron, dressed in a black windbreaker, interrupted her. "Since you've seen me tonight, let me give you a few pieces of advice, considering that I took the stone. First, don't trust Crocodile." "Why?" Vivi asked, confused. "He's a hero of our country." "Don't ask me why, you'll find out later." Vivi was about to say something else, but Ron turned away. "Second, if this country is ever in danger, you can tell Crocodile that I took the stone. Third, if you ever meet a person named Luffy, tell him I'll be waiting for him in the new world." After saying these words, he stepped forward, and his figure vanished instantly from Vivi and the Karoo's sight. Vivi was left confused and full of questions. Crocodile is a bad person. The country is going to be in danger. And who is Luffy? Her biggest question was, who was that mysterious person? Ron returned to the agreed-upon location, where Konai's had already bought all the food, alcohol, and clothing. However, Robin, who was responsible for buying the gunpowder, hadn't returned yet. After a short while, several carriages from the Baroque works arrived. People started unloading boxes of gunpowder from the carts. "Vice President, is this enough?" "Yes, this is good. You all can go back now." "Understood." After the group left, Robin, wearing a white fur coat and a cowboy hat, approached the two. "It looks like my cover hasn't been blown yet. This is all the gunpowder Baroque works has collected from the underground forces in the capital, 13 boxes in total. Good work." Ron nodded, then took a few steps forward and stretched his hand out to the boxes of gunpowder. "System, scan, and store." "Confirmed." Though it was the system that stored the items in the system's space, from Robin and Konai's perspective, the gunpowder slowly sank into thin air as Ron activated his ability. After he used the same method to store the mountain of food, clothing, and alcohol, Robin couldn't help but marvel. "Your ability is so convenient. What kind of devil fruit power is this? Is it related to space?" Konai's was also curious. Looking at the curious gazes of the two women, Ron thought for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. "Actually, this is not a devil fruit ability. I haven't eaten a devil fruit." Robin and Konai's were taken aback. "Not a devil fruit ability? Then does that mean you can touch sea water?" Robin was astonished. Ron nodded. Robin was stunned. Having never eaten a devil fruit, yet possessing a unique ability that ordinary people didn't, she had never heard of such a thing. "Captain, was this ability something you were born with?" Konai's asked curiously. Ron shook his head. "No, this ability. It's related to a special object I call a treasured artifact." "Treasured artifact?" Robin murmured, her curiosity piqued. Ron took a step forward, and the surrounding air seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone, forming a void that looked like a portal to another space. "This treasured artifact is called the Gate of Babylon. It can open a passage to a void space that holds inanimate objects." Ron raised his hand, and from the watery surface of the void, the hilt of the Rikiri sword slowly emerged. With Robin and Konai's watching, he grasped it and strapped it to his waist, the strange aura around him gradually dissipating. "That's my secret," Ron said calmly. Both Robin and Konai slowly came to their senses, and at those words both felt a subtle shift within. Is he finally starting to trust us as real allies? But before either of them could contemplate further, Ron's next words shattered the momentary emotion that had stirred in their hearts. Of course, my secrets aren't limited to just this one. Wait, what? Robin and Konai stared at Ron, momentarily stunned. There's more than one secret. Does he have an even bigger one? Who, exactly, is our captain? Under the attentive gaze of Nico, Robin, and Konai's, Ron crossed his arms and spoke in a serious tone. The reason I'm telling you this now is so that, no matter what I do in the future, you won't be too shocked. Now, with everything said, let's go. We'll rest for the night and set off early tomorrow. Ron, wait, about the poneglyph. Robin called out as Ron was about to enter the house. Ron waved a hand without turning around. Don't worry, I've already got it. We'll look at it when we're on the ship. Get some rest tonight. Robin let out a quiet sigh of relief. The next morning at dawn, the three of them left the capital of Arabasta and made their way toward Green City, the place they had originally come from. On the road, Nico, Robin, and Konai's relationship gradually deepened. Robin, just like Ron, offered her advice on Konai's devil fruit powers and their development. Over the course of the next several days in the desert, Konai successfully developed two new techniques: iron wings and blade dance. Iron wings, while Konai's had wings on her back, they were purely decorative, unable to move or allow her to fly. However, by controlling metal, she could form a pair of iron wings on her back. By manipulating the iron, she could fly and even use the wings to shoot sharp iron fragments downward, as if unleashing a torrential storm of blades with considerable power. Blade dance. This technique allowed Konai's to control steel to form several shifting blades that surrounded her. She could control these blades with her thoughts, combining offense and defense. It could be used for close combat, or even for mid to short-range attacks. Right now, she could only control 3 blades, each about the size of a palm, akin to small daggers. The speed of these blades was about the same as that of a lead bullet, but as she continued to develop her devil fruit powers, the number, size, and speed of the blades would undoubtedly improve. After passing through Green City, it didn't take long before they spotted the traveler anchored along the inland coast. That's our ship, Ron pointed to the vessel, smiling at Robin. Not a bad ship, Robin said as she gazed at the ship with admiration. Konai's, who had completely changed her appearance, now with her golden hair flowing to her waist and wrapped in a white robe, looked at the traveler and felt a deep sense of relief. During their time in the desert, her biggest worry had been the condition of the ship. Thank goodness it's still intact. As the three of them approached the ship, ripples spread across the water and several small figures shot out from the surface, blocking their path. It was the Kung Fu Dugongs they had encountered earlier. The leader of the Kung Fu Dugongs, upon spotting Ron, immediately recognized him. Its small eyes gleamed with excitement and joy, and it wagged its tail furiously, rushing to Ron's feet, rubbing its face against his leg with all its might. Master, you're finally back. Robin looked at the Kung Fu Dugong clinging to Ron's leg and turned to Konai's for an explanation. Konai smiled and quickly explained the whole story. After hearing it, Robin couldn't help but chuckle softly as she looked at Ron's back. He really took in a Kung Fu Dugong as his disciple and is going to take it out to sea with him. What an unpredictable guy. Ron patted the Kung Fu Dugong on the head. Not bad. You completed the task I gave you when I was away. All right, from today on, you're my disciple. If you're willing, you can come aboard my ship and sail with me. Great, I'm willing. The Kung Fu Dugong was so excited, its tail was wagging so fast it was like a blur. Don't get too happy. If you slack off in your martial training, I'll expel you from my school. I won't slack off. Good. From today on, your name will be Enzo. Wow. The Kung Fu Dugong looked up at Ron with shining eyes full of admiration, clearly pleased with its new name. Let's go. Watching as Ron and the Kung Fu Dugong communicated fluently in their respective languages, heading toward the ship, Robin and Konai's exchanged a look and smiled before following after them. The sails of the traveler were raised, and the ship slowly turned, departing the island. The traveler's ship, with its sails raised, cut through the waves, sailing across the vast and endless blue sea. The sea breeze blew gently, and the sunlight was warm and pleasant. Konai's, with her golden hair flowing and small wings taken off her back, stood on the deck, covered in sweat. She focused intently on controlling 3 pieces of steel blades hovering around her body, using them for both offense and defense training. Not far from her, the Kung Fu Dugong, now named Enzo, wore a steel vest and was practicing its martial arts. Despite being exhausted and drenched in sweat, its small eyes shone with excitement. Under the shade of a few small fruit trees at the corner of the deck, Sue happily played with a ball of yarn, clearly enjoying herself. Inside the relatively spacious library, Robin gazed at the 3 massive stone tablets in front of her. Her expression was a mixture of shock, joy, and most of all, excitement. What is this? The first one was found in the funeral hall of Arabasta, the second one in a mysterious deep pit in the Arabasta desert, and the third I found in Sky Island. Ron, lounging in a nearby chair, smiled at her as he spoke. Would you like to try interpreting them? Without waiting for his suggestion, the excited Nico Robin had already moved forward, reaching out to touch the first stone tablet. She stared at the ancient script for a long while, her pupils slightly shifting. Noticing the change in her emotions, Ron spoke from behind her. It's recording information about the ancient weapon, the king of the underworld, right? Robin nodded softly. She then turned to face Ron and explained further. This records that the king of the underworld is a super battleship designed and constructed by the shipbuilders of Water 7. Its destructive power is terrifying with a single shot. It could obliterate an entire island. It is an ultimate weapon capable of destroying the world. Ron, if possible, I hope you'll allow me to keep its location hidden. Such a weapon, it really shouldn't be out in the world. Listening to her words, Ron looked at her serious expression and smiled. Sure, no problem. I'm not someone like Crocodile who has ambitions of ruling the seas. This ultimate weapon is pretty much irrelevant to me. Robin let out a sigh of relief at his response, a smile appearing on her face. She then turned back to the second stone tablet, the one found in the mysterious pit in the desert. This stone was much more fragmented, with some words Robin had never seen before, leaving her confused as she tried to make sense of it. But there were a few terms in the text that stood out to her. The giant kingdom, destroyed 800 years ago, enemy of the gods. She turned to look at Ron, preparing to tell him all the information recorded on this stone tablet. Ron listened intently, his eyes narrowing slightly. The information recorded here aligned with what had been revealed in the original story. Indeed, 800 years ago, there was a giant kingdom that was destroyed, and the current world government was established on the ruins of that kingdom. In order to rule, the world government had erased all traces of that kingdom from history. As for the enemy of the gods, it likely referred to the D-clan's mysterious group, with the initial D. Did the D-clan really have some connection with that giant kingdom? Unfortunately, the stone tablet provided so little information that it was impossible to figure out how the giant kingdom was destroyed, or what connection the D-clan had to it. It didn't explain why the world government went to such lengths to erase all traces of that kingdom, even going so far as to create a gap of 100 years in history. Robin began deciphering the third stone tablet, the one from Sky Island. This one contained records about the three ancient weapons and the location of Poseidon. Ron, to her surprise, was actually more knowledgeable about this than she was. Poseidon is located at Fishman Island, 10,000 meters beneath the sea, and it is associated with the mermaid princess who has the ability to communicate with sea kings. During the Void Century blank 100 years, 800 years ago, there was a mermaid princess who carried the title of Poseidon. In the current generation, it is the princess of Ryugu Kingdom, Shirahoshi, who has awakened this ability. After reading all three stone tablets, Ron waved his hand and stored them into his system space. Robin, with her black hair flowing over her shoulders, stood by the window in the library, thoughtfully rubbing her chin. The sunlight poured through the window and illuminated her, revealing her scholarly demeanor. Robin, do you know how many stone tablets recording historical truths there are in total? Ron, sitting in a nearby chair, asked, gazing at her. Robin, snapping out of her thoughts, shook her head. I don't know. Ron held up 3 fingers with a smile and explained, there are about 30 stone tablets in this sea that record historical truths. These indestructible tablets are divided into 2 types. One type consists of 4 red marker tablets that record the location of Raftel. The other type includes 26 tablets that record the blank 100 years of history, including 9 important tablets that contain critical information. When these 26 historical stone tablets are pieced together, they will reveal the truth about the blank 100 years and answer all the mysteries. Robin's eyes widened in shock. Before she could ask any questions, Ron's next words stunned her even further. Ron, reclining in his chair, stared up at the chandelier above him and said, and that pirate king, Gall D. Roger, probably already delivered this assembled article to its final destination, Raftel. Is all of this true? So the real history I'm searching for, it's on that island. It seems so. Robin felt a profound sense of shock. Raftel, The end of the Grand Line, the hidden place of One Piece, the dream island that every pirate aspires to reach. Could it also hold her dreams? This is all I know about the historical tablets. I hope it helps you. Ron stood up from the chair and walked past her. I'll be spending some time in the gravity chamber. Keep an eye on things, and if anything happens, come get me. I understand. Inside the gravity chamber, under 15 times gravity. Wearing a weighted steel vest, Ron performed push-ups, sweat dripping like rain, with the blood in his body pumping like a forge. System, show me my status panel. Understood. Host Ron, age 14, vitality 1689. Mastery of sun breathing technique 100. Transparent world LV3. Swordsmanship, iron cutting level minor achievement. Weapons, one of the 21 great grade swords Raikiri. One of the 21 great grade swords Black Blade Shusui. Permanent buff, true intent of temperings. Armament Haki LV5. Observation Haki LV4, Conqueror's Haki LV0, Shave LV7, Moonwalk LV6, Tempest Kick LV7, Special Skills, Mechanical Mastery, Navigation Expertise, Language Proficiency, Healing Technique, Special Treasures, King's Treasury, Endless Wine Flask. After the battles in Skypia and Arabasta, Ron's swordsmanship had advanced further, progressing from the entry level of iron cutting to a minor achievement in the same realm of significant improvement. In terms of vitality, each step of progress was becoming more difficult. Over the past 3 months, even with the 2 intense battles, Ron's vitality had only increased by just over 100 points. Now under 15 times gravity, it took him 2 full days of training to gain a single point of vitality. Both armament and observation Haki were currently at a standstill. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki still seemed far off. Ron appeared to have hit a bottleneck in his power development. Until he could break through this barrier, he wouldn't be able to achieve the same leaps in strength as before. Under the 15 times gravity, with sweat pouring down like rain, Ron held himself up with only 2 fingers supporting his entire body. He exhaled a long breath as if trying to expel every last bit of air from his lungs. He closed his eyes, focusing on the flow of Haki within him. He pondered how to make his Haki flow smoothly at will. If he could reach the 3rd stage of Armament Haki Ryu, as described by Rayleigh, then perhaps he could shatter his current bottleneck and raise his overall strength by an entire level. But achieving that was difficult. Especially without anyone to guide him, Ron couldn't even grasp the first hints of Ryu. The traveler continued its journey through the Grand Line for another half-month. During this time, Robin became accustomed to life on the ship and grew increasingly at ease with Konais and Ron. After Kung Fu Dugong and Zhou got used to wearing a 10-kilogram weighted steel vest, Ron upgraded it to a 20-kilogram one and even began blindfolding Zhou while having Konais control a steel ball to attack it. This dual-purpose training aimed to enhance Zhou's sensory perception and improve Konai's control skills. It was a win-win situation. Robin, too, remained active on the ship. She began collecting various news from across the seas through newspaper-delivering gulls. If her dream lay at Raftel, at the end of the Grand Line, she would inevitably encounter many powerful forces along the way. Gathering intelligence on them in advance was essential preparation. One day after weathering a fierce storm, the sky cleared to a bright blue. Wearing sunglasses, white denim shorts, a hooded short-sleeved jacket, and her hair tied in a ponytail, Robin sat on a deck chair with a newspaper in her hands, looking like she was on a beach vacation. Time to eat. Konais, followed by Zhou the Kung Fu Dugong, who was always wearing his weighted steel vest, came out of the cabin carrying several plates of food, setting them on the table in front of Robin. It smells delicious. Robin looked up. What is this? With her waist-length blonde hair tied back with a red ribbon and wearing an apron, Konai smiled and replied, Sky Island's specialty tropical set baked seashell pasta, mixed rice with marinated meat, jam-filled toast and vegetable soup. Zhou at Konai's feet echoed with enthusiasm. It's no trouble. Konai's returned the smile. Robin set her newspaper aside, pushed her sunglasses up onto her forehead and sat down at the table, ready to enjoy the meal. Sue the Cloud Fox had already leapt onto a chair, eager for the food. After setting down the cutlery, Konais glanced toward the cabin. Where's our captain? He's probably still in the mechanic's room. I think he mentioned building something today, Robin guessed. Zhou raised his flipper. I'll go get Master. With that, Zhou hopped toward the mechanic's room. Before he could reach the iron door, Ron emerged, wearing a work uniform with messy hair and smudges of oil on his face. Master, it's time to eat. Zhou hurried to his feet, looking up and calling out eagerly. I know. Ron stretched lazily under the warm sunlight and called down to Robin and Konais on the deck. You two go ahead and eat. I'm going to take a shower. Just as he was about to head toward the bath, he paused. Oh, right. Robin and Konais looked at him curiously. Ron reached into his pocket, pulled out a black bow tie, and fastened it around Zhou's neck. Zhou tilted his head, puzzled. After adjusting the tie, Ron flicked Zhou's forehead with his finger. Snap. Ow, that hurts, Master. What was that for? Zhou rubbed his forehead with a short flipper, confused. But instead of the usual sounds, what came from his mouth was clear, fluent human speech. Realizing what had just happened, Zhou was momentarily stunned. Clatter. Konai's fork slipped from her hand and fell to the deck. Did I hear that right? Did Zhou just talk? She looked at Robin, and as their eyes met, they could both see the shock mirrored in each other's expression. What is going on here? Robin couldn't help but direct her question to Ron. Scratching his head and stifling a yawn, Ron replied, I made a translation tool for him. See that black bow tie? It automatically converts whatever Zhou says into a language humans can understand, and then transmits it using an artificial voice. This way, it's more convenient. Anyway, I'm off to take a bath now. After Ron left, Zhou scratched his head, looking a bit bewildered as he glanced at Konais and Robin on the deck. Does this mean Apart from Master Ron, Big Sis Konai's and Big Sis Robin can understand me now too. Konai's and Robin stared at him and nodded slowly. They could hear him loud and clear. A few days later, an island appeared on the horizon. As the traveler approached the island, it encountered an unexpected threat: a massive sea king, nearly the size of a warship and 100 meters long. Normally, sea kings of this size were more common in the calm belt, so encountering one here was an unusual sight. The moment the sea king lifted its enormous tail, poised to strike down on the ship, Ron's figure flashed from the deck and appeared midair. With one powerful kick, the gust of force seemed to freeze the air itself before exploding outward. The terrifying pressure, condensed and then released, surged in visible shockwaves, driving the Sea King's gigantic tail backward and slamming it into the sea's surface with a resounding crash. Water erupted skyward. Suspended in midair, Ron reached into the void and drew out the black sword, Shusui. With a single motion, he swung the blade down toward the ocean. A massive crescent-shaped slash streaked over the deck, disappearing in a blink before slicing into the sea with the elegance of a falling black moon, all witnessed in awe by Konai's, Robin, and Enzo. Swoosh! The 100-meter stretch of ocean split open as seawater surged to both sides. A deep, straight line of blood appeared on the body of the Sea King beneath the waves. Splash! A torrent of dark, odd-colored blood gushed out, dyeing the surface of the sea in a strange hue. After a moment of violent churning, the sea grew still once more. Master Ron, that was incredible. Enzo's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Ron, who still hovered in the sky, gripping the black blade, Shusui. His little tail wagged rapidly in excitement. Konai's, recovering from her initial shock, looked at the black-haired young man with a newfound admiration and longing. Would she ever become that powerful one day? Robin, however, wasn't as surprised. She had already witnessed Ron's strength back in Alabasta. What puzzled her was why a sea king of such size, considered mid-sized at around 100 meters long and typically seen only in the calm belt, had shown up in this part of the ocean. Could it be connected to the island ahead known as the Primeval Isle? Sea kings were generally classified as follows. Small sea kings were under 100 meters long, mid-sized ones ranged from 100 to 500 meters, and large sea kings measured between 500 and 1,000 meters. Super-sized sea kings, on the other hand, only existed in the deep sea and could exceed 1,000 meters, with some reaching an astonishing 5,000 meters in length. Compared to humans, these sea kings were the true rulers of the sea. After dealing with the sudden Sea King attack, the travelers smoothly reached the island known as the Primeval Isle, also nicknamed the Little Garden. As Ron set foot on the island, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding, host detected on the Primeval Isle qualifies for sign-in. Sign-in successful, system rewards available. Proceed with sign-in, sign-in. Sign-in complete. Rewards granted, vitality points plus 10. Awarded skill, blood energy technique essence of strength, level 1. Essence of Strength LV1, a blood energy skill, when activated, consumes vitality and increases strength by 10 with no side effects. Activation enhances strength by an additional 10 through blood energy consumption. Ron was pleasantly surprised by the reward. His current strength was already formidable, an additional boost of 10 would be significant. He clenched his fist lightly, eager to feel the surge of power firsthand. As he channeled his energy and activated the skill, an intense, searing wave of blood-red steam erupted from his body. Robin and Konai's were forced to take a few steps back, pushed by the sudden rush of heated energy radiating from him. Holding onto her hat to keep it from being blown away, Robin looked at Ron in surprise. "What's happening, Captain?" Ahead of them, Enzo, clad in his weighted iron vest and carrying a large bundle on his back, turned to look at Ron. Could it be is there danger? Hearing this, Konai's and Robin tensed, their gazes sharpening as they scanned the surroundings for any signs of threats. "No," Ron said, suppressing the sudden surge of overwhelming power and resisting the urge to unleash it. "I just suddenly felt like sparring." Hearing this, Konai's and Robin exhaled slightly, their tension easing. Enzo's eyes, however, lit up with excitement. Is this the loneliness of a martial artist who has reached the pinnacle, with no worthy opponent in sight, truly worthy of master? No, stop overthinking things. And Robin, stop letting him read those books. Understood, Robin replied with a faint smile. The group continued their journey deeper into the island. Before long, an enormous tiger appeared in front of them. So big, Robin couldn't help but marvel. The tiger was easily 3 times the size of a normal one. As the tiger opened its massive jaws and charged toward them with heavy steps, Sue, terrified, quickly scurried into Konai's hat for shelter. Just as Ron was about to step in, Konai's took a step forward, her expression brimming with eagerness. "Let me handle this." As she raised her right hand, 3 globules of molten metal floated around her, morphing into gleaming steel spikes radiating a cold light. "Go." The 3 spikes shot forward as streaks of black light, slicing through the air and piercing the tiger. The sound of sharp steel tearing through flesh, bone, and muscle echoed sharply. The tiger stopped dead in its tracks, pierced straight through from head to tail. With a heavy thud, its massive body collapsed to the side. The steel spikes, still glinting menacingly, returned to Konai's, rotating in orbit around her. "Konai's, you're amazing," Enzo exclaimed enthusiastically, quick to show his admiration. "You've gotten much more skilled," Robin said with a smile, patting her shoulder. "Nicely done," Ron added, his rare praise catching Konai's off guard. She blushed, scratching her head awkwardly before letting out a sheepish chuckle. They continued deeper into the island, encountering either oversized animals or creatures thought to have gone extinct dinosaurs. It seemed likely that the unique climate of the Grand Line and the island's distinctive environment had preserved these ancient creatures from extinction. The island's gigantic fauna, as well as the massive marine creatures and sea kings in the surrounding waters, probably owed their size and survival to the same factors. Boom, a towering Tyrannosaurus over 10 meters tall, fell heavily to the ground. Ron descended from a high tree branch, landing before Konai's, Robin, and Enzo, who were sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted after combining their efforts to barely bring down the massive beast. "Is this all you've got?" Ron said, folding his arms as he glanced down at the two women and the kung fu dugong. Huff huff. Konai's lay flat on the ground, gasping for air. Robin, sitting on the grass, was drenched in sweat, her chest rising and falling as she tried to catch her breath. Enzo, trembling, managed to stand, his determined gaze fixed on Ron. I can still." Before he could finish his sentence, the steel vest he was wearing threw off his balance, causing him to topple face first to the ground. "I've decided." Ron crossed his arms and coldly declared, "From today onward, we'll begin intense training on this island." After locating a spot with a reliable water source, Ron cleared a large area in the forest with nothing but his bare fists, creating an open space to establish a base. The group then began constructing wooden cabins. As they worked on the cabins, Konai's and Robin couldn't help but glance at the distant, steaming volcanoes. They watched massive, monstrous birds soaring across the skies and listened nervously to the heavy footsteps of enormous creatures occasionally passing nearby. The distant roars of wild beasts only heightened their unease. "Are we seriously going to live here and train?" Robin asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Unlike the two women, Enzo was overjoyed. He excitedly dashed in circles around Ron. Master Ron, what's the training plan? How are we going to train?" "First," Ron replied without looking at him, "go hunt us some food. This must be part of the training, right?" "Got it." With a determined shout, Enzo dashed into the forest. "Is it really okay?" Robin asked, glancing at Ron, who was casually lifting a massive tree trunk with one hand. "What's wrong?" Ron replied, his back to her as he gently set the enormous log down, letting him go hunting alone. "This island seems pretty dangerous," she said, her tone filled with concern. "It's fine. If there's any danger, I'll step in immediately," Ron reassured her in a relaxed tone. Unbeknownst to the others, Ron had already activated his observation haki, covering the entire island. Everything happening within its bounds was under his complete awareness. This included the two giant warriors, Dory and Brogy, who had been dueling on this island for over 100 years. At the moment, however, they were in a ceasefire, each resting in their respective areas, preparing for their next battle. Soon, a two-story wooden cabin was completed, reinforced by Konai's using her metal fruit ability to fortify the structure. "Master, how's this for a catch?" Enzo returned, carrying a wild boar that was several times his size slung over his shoulder. "Not bad, just leave it there." "I'll take care of it later," Ron said, glancing over his shoulder as he and Robin were busy kindling a fire. "All right." Enzo obediently placed the unconscious wild boar to the side and sat cross-legged on the grassy ground, catching his breath. "Tired, aren't you?" Konai's asked with a smile, approaching him. "Here, have some water." She handed him a cup of water, but just as he was about to grab the cup, the ground suddenly shook and the water spilled onto the grass. "What's going on?" he asked, looking up in confusion. Konai stood frozen, staring at the sky above the forest with a look of sheer terror. Enzo followed her gaze. The sky was suddenly shrouded in shadows, and a massive human-like face loomed over the forest canopy. Enzo gasped sharply, his legs giving out beneath him as he nearly fainted from fright. Robin's composure faltered as well. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she stared at the mountain-sized giant before them. "That's a giant," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. The giant, upon spotting them, seemed pleasantly surprised. He leaned down, grinning widely as he spoke in a booming voice. "Ah, so we've got visitors from the outside. I was wondering what the smoke was all about." Ron recognized him instantly. It was Brogy, the Red Ogre, a warrior from Elbaf, the giant kingdom in the New World. "Are you having a party? Can I join?" Brogy asked, his massive eyes gleaming as he looked down at them with a cheerful grin. Both Enzo and Sue were so terrified they couldn't even make a sound. Konai's too was completely shaken, her face pale and her body trembling. Robin, her forehead still glistening with sweat, turned to Ron with a questioning look. Ron met her gaze calmly before addressing Brogy. "You can join the party, but I don't have enough meat here. Go get some more meat first." "Hey, you're actually letting him join?" Konais and Enzo exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Got it. How about dinosaur meat? Brogy asked, his expression serious, as though he feared Ron might reject the idea. Dinosaur meat is delicious. It's plentiful and filling, he added enthusiastically. That works, Ron replied with a nod. With that, Brogy broke into a broad grin. Haha, I'll be right back. He turned and strode off into the forest, hunting the dinosaurs that to him were no more challenging than geese or chickens. Robin turned to Ron again, her voice tinged with worry. Are you sure this is okay? Don't worry, he means no harm, Ron assured her with a faint smile. Hearing this, Robin's nerves eased slightly. Before long, Brogy returned, carrying an enormous piece of dinosaur meat. Konais, still a bit shaken, used her devil fruit ability to craft a massive barbecue grill. After arranging a large pile of wood and charcoal underneath, she began roasting the meat. As they waited for the meat to cook, Brogy sat nearby, striking up a conversation with Ron through their exchange. Robin and Konais learned the giant's name, the reason he was here, and the fact that there was another giant on this island as well. For the honor and dignity of warriors, they've been locked in a duel for over a century. Why go to such lengths? Robin and Konais couldn't wrap their heads around it. But Enzo, the Kung Fu Dugong, was moved to tears, his heart swelling with fervor. This is what it means to be a warrior. This is the strength of a true warrior of the sea. Master, I Enzo, the Kung Fu Dugong, vow to one day become a warrior as mighty and unyielding as this. Wahaha, Brogy bent down, his colossal face looming over the much smaller Enzo, whose entire body wasn't even as large as one of his eyes. The giant grinned and said, Little one, so you too understand the dignity of a warrior. Wahaha, as expected, Elbaf's will reaches everywhere. Ron took a deep swig from the endless flask he had retrieved from the king's treasury. Wiping his mouth, he looked up at Brogy. Brogy, you and that other giant, Dory, what started your duel in the first place? What started it? Brogy scratched his head, his giant features twisting in thought. I've long forgot. It doesn't matter anymore. As he spoke, his enormous nostrils flared, catching a scent that made his eyes light up. He turned to Ron, his excitement palpable. Is that alcohol you're drinking? It is, Ron replied with a nod. Why, well, could I have some too? It's been so many years since I last had a drink. I'd be willing to trade you some dinosaur meat for it. Brogy's voice carried a hint of longing as he made his request. Oh, sure, but no need for the dinosaur meat. Consider it my treat, it's just alcohol after all, Ron said, standing up with a faint smile. Really? Brogy was overjoyed. You're such a good person. Robin, however, glanced at Ron with a curious expression. But how are you going to let him drink it? There doesn't seem to be anything here he can use as a cup. That's simple. Ron smirked and in a flash appeared on top of Brogy's head, holding the endless flask. All right, big guy, tilt your head back and open your mouth. I'll pour it in for you, Ron called down to the giant. Huh, when did you get up there? What incredible speed. Brogy blinked in astonishment at how quickly Ron had moved. However, he didn't think much of it and obediently tilted his head back, opening his enormous mouth wide. There wasn't the slightest hint of wariness or doubt in his demeanor. Standing on Brogy's head, Ron began pouring the contents of the endless flask into the giant's gaping maw. The seemingly infinite alcohol flowed freely, gushing into Brogy's mouth as though it were a bottomless spring. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes, then 10 minutes. At long last, for the first time in over a century, the warrior of Elbaf, Brogy the Red Ogre, was completely drunk. From that day forward, Brogy became fully acquainted with Ron and his group. When he learned that they would be staying on the island for a while, his joy was evident. Each day, he would bring the best cuts of meat from the dinosaurs he hunted as gifts for them. Meanwhile, Ron officially began training Konais, Robin, and Enzo, the Kung Fu Dugong, as part of their special regimen. Konais and Robin were undergoing intense training to enhance their devil fruit abilities and combat skills. Enzo, the Kung Fu Dugong, however, had a far more rigorous training regimen. His special training included foundational strength, speed, stamina, endurance, perception, and vitality. The so-called vitality training was perhaps the most brutal, was thrown into a pack of ferocious tyrannosaurs and forced to fight for survival. This method aimed to awaken his deepest potential, pushing the very limits of his vitality. While training them, Ron also devoted time to familiarizing himself with and mastering the technique powered by vital energy essence of strength. This technique seemed to work by igniting the vitality within, transforming it into raw, unadulterated power. The duration of its activation was tied to the amount of vitality available. With Ron's current vitality reserves, he could sustain the technique for about 10 minutes. However, once the vitality was depleted, he would be unable to continue fighting. As a result, the duration of his essence of strength could easily surpass 10 minutes. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, several volcanoes scattered across the island began to erupt, though only on a small scale. This eruption served as the signal for Dory and Brogy's next duel. Brogy, who was drinking with Ron, heard the rumble and immediately stood up, grabbing the massive axe resting nearby. Ron, will drink again later. For now, I must go, me duel awaits. With that, he hefted his enormous axe and strode away, each step shaking the ground beneath him. The duel between Brogy, the red ogre, and Dory, the blue ogre, had begun. The entire island quaked under the impact of their colossal battle. It's starting. Robin and Coneyes, in the midst of training their devil fruit abilities, raised their heads to watch. The duel between those two giant warriors. When the massive weapons in Dory and Brogy's hands collided with all their might, the resulting sound and shockwaves rippled outward. The sheer force of their clash spread in waves, shaking the island and rolling out to sea. Beyond the shores of this ancient island, known as Little Garden, the ocean erupted into massive waves and fierce winds. Standing atop the highest point of the island, Ron observed the epic battle between the two giants in the distance. There was no finesse in their fight, no elaborate techniquest, just raw strength clashing head-on. Their movements were vast and unrestrained, their strikes pure and primal. The fire in their eyes burned with an unyielding fighting spirit as they glared at each other. Each blow carried the weight of their honor and pride as warriors. Every ounce of their strength was dedicated to securing victory in this clash of titans. The sheer intensity of the duel was utterly exhilarating. Standing high above, his black hair whipping in the wind, Ron clenched his fists. A burning desire to fight surged within him, his battle intent roaring like a blaze. He yearned to join the giants' battle, to pit his strength against theirs and experience the thrill of such pure combat, but he didn't want to disrupt their duel. Suppressing his urges, Ron sat down at the peak of the mountain. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the endless wine jug from the void and took several hearty swigs. It helped quell the raging heat within him. Behind him, several active volcanoes roared, spewing smoke and molten rock. Ahead of him, the two giant warriors clashed with unrelenting ferocity. This kind of scene must be incredibly rare, even in the vastness of the Grand Line. Ron held the endless flask in one hand, taking deep gulps as he marveled at the magnificent spectacle before him. Before long, the afternoon slipped away. As dusk descended, the sun sank low on the horizon, painting the ancient island in hues of gold and amber. Enzo, battered and bruised, dragged a freshly caught prey back to their base. Robin and Coneyes finished their day's training and began preparing dinner, starting a fire to cook their meal. Under the golden glow of twilight, Dory and Brogy's duel continued. Ron lay atop the mountain's summit, eyes closed, a faint smile playing on his lips as the mountain breeze swept over his face. Peaceful, relaxed. The duel between Dory and Brogy raged on for 3 days, with neither emerging as the victor. When both giants finally returned to their camps, Ron used Moonwalk to appear mid-air before Brogy. "Brogy, if you're willing, would you spar with me as well, Ron?" Brogy stared at Ron in disbelief when he heard the challenge. "Fight you?" A burst of laughter escaped him. "Wahaha, don't joke around, kid. With your tiny frame, you couldn't even handle a single strike from me." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Ron replied with a calm smile. The next moment, an intense and fiery crimson steam erupted from Ron's body, and his jet black hair stood on end as if ignited by the sheer energy within. His blood seemed to boil. With the blood-colored aura swirling around him, Ron vanished in a flash, reappearing in front of Brogy. Gathering immense power into his fist, he delivered a punch aimed directly at Brogy's enormous shield. Bang! A deep, resounding boom echoed through the air as an overwhelming force surged through Brogy's shield, traveling up his arm and causing his massive body to stagger backward 2 steps. Brogy's eyes widened in astonishment. "Well, does this qualify me to spar with you?" Hovering in midair, Ron stood with his black hair flowing in the wind, his body radiating blood-red steam. He looked at Brogy with a confident grin. For a moment, Brogy stared at him before breaking into a grin of his own, a booming laugh escaping his lips. "Interesting. All right then, let's see what you've got. Don't blame me if you end up dead, though." Lifting his massive axe, Brogy swung it down with incredible force. The air itself seemed to shatter, the sheer power of the swing creating visible shockwaves that rippled outward. Armament hacky hardening, Ron's fists turned a pitch-black hue, gleaming like steel as he raised one to meet the descending axe. Boom! The clash sent shockwaves in all directions. The ground quaked and the air roared from the impact. Outside a wooden hut nestled in the forest, Coneyes paused her devil fruit training as the sounds of the battle reached her ears. She sighed with a hint of exasperation. "They're fighting again," Robin chuckled softly. "Giant warriors truly live up to their reputation. They're as battle-hungry as the stories say." The island echoed with the continuous sound of roaring air and clashing forces. On the other side of the island, Dory, surrounded by towering trees, furrowed his brow in curiosity. "What's going on? I thought the fight was on pause. What's Brogy up to now, causing such a ruckus again?" Intrigued, Dory began making his way toward the source of the commotion. As he approached, he caught sight of Brogy, wielding his massive shield and axe, locked in combat with a young outsider who fought barehanded. Dory's expression was filled with confusion. He then noticed the outsider, a black-haired youth enveloped in searing, blood-red steam, using pitch-black fists to clash head-on with Brogy's colossal axe. Bang! The black-haired youth was sent crashing to the ground with immense force, creating a massive crater as the earth cracked and caved beneath him. Yet even Brogy's massive frame staggered backward a step or two from the force of the collision. Seeing this, Dory's eyes narrowed sharply. He knew all too well the extent of Brogy's strength, and yet this outsider's small, young figurehead managed to force Brogy back. The ground trembled once more. A streak of blood-red light shot out of the shattered ground, hurtling skyward with incredible speed. The black-haired boy emerged unscathed, his body a blur as he surged forward, landing another devastating punch on Brogy's shield. The immense force sent Brogy stumbling backward several more steps. From Dory's perspective, the sight of the two vastly different figures, one towering and massive, the other small yet ferocious, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows, was nothing short of astonishing. Each strike landed solidly, their attacks clashing in pure displays of strength. Dory's eyes glimmered with a deep sense of awe. This young outsider could hold his own against Brogy in a contest of raw power. How incredible, what incredible physical prowess. Who exactly was this outsider? Did he possess the bloodline of the giants? Ron and Brogy clashed with full force for over 10 minutes. Ron's clothes were in tatters, and his body bore several wounds and minor fractures. Despite this, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Brogy, on the other hand, was panting heavily, his hands gripping his axe and shield feeling numb and stiff. His eyes, which initially held shock, now carried both the battle spirit of a warrior and a newfound respect for Ron's strength. Throughout their duel, Brogy had clearly felt Ron's overwhelming power. "Let's call it a day, Brogy," Ron said with a smile as he stood on the ground, looking up at the towering giant. "Next time I'll treat you to some drinks." Brogy grinned broadly. "Wahaha." "That sounds perfect to me, Brogy," a loud voice echoed nearby. Brogy turned his head and saw Dory standing not far away. His expression hardened as he asked, "Dory, what are you doing here? With such a commotion, how could I not come and see what's going on? It's none of your business." "I wasn't planning to bother you," Dory replied casually. Ignoring Brogy's irritation, his gaze shifted to Ron, who stood amidst the fractured ground below. "That was quite the impressive duel, outsider," Dory said. "I am Dory, a warrior of Elbaf and the Blue Ogre. May I know your name?" Ron raised his head and smiled back. "Ron, I'm a traveler from beyond this island." "Ron, is it? I'll remember that name," Dory said with a nod. His eyes gleamed with a spark of battle spirit as he continued. "Ron, do you have time tomorrow? Would you spar with me as well?" "Of course," Ron replied without hesitation, nodding firmly. "Dory," Brogy growled, glaring at him with clenched teeth. "It's only fair for each of us to have a turn," Dory said with a shrug. "You've already had your fight, haven't you? That should be enough to satisfy you." Dory then shifted his gaze back to Ron and added, "I've prepared some delicious roast dinosaur. Would you like to join me for a meal?" "No, that won't be necessary," Ron replied with a shake of his head. "My companions have already cooked some food." "I see. In that case, I'll head back for now. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning over there." With that, Dory turned and left, leaving Brogy grumbling to himself. Ron made his way back to the wooden house. When Konais and Robin saw him, his clothes in tatters and his body covered in injuries, their faces turned pale with shock. "What happened to you?" Konais exclaimed, staring at him in disbelief. "Did you run into some powerful monster on this island?" Ron scratched his head and gave them a quick rundown of what had transpired. "Wait, what?" Konais stared at him blankly. "You mean you were the one fighting Brogy just now, Captain? Was that really you?" Ron nodded with a smile. Robin, on the other hand, sighed in exasperation. "You really are reckless, aren't you? Picking a fight with a giant warrior, no wonder you're in such a state. Stay here, I'll go get some medicine." Before Robin could head upstairs, Ron stopped her with a gentle tug on her arm. "Don't bother," he said, smiling. "These are just minor injuries. I'll be fine by tomorrow morning." The second day. Ron returned to Dory's side, ready for another sparring session. The clash of their strength-filled blows echoed across the island as they engaged in an exhilarating and intense fight. The third day. Ron faced Brogy once again, their duel just as fierce and demanding as before. The fourth day, another match with Dory pushed Ron to his limits. Meanwhile, Enzo, Robin, and Konais immersed themselves in special training and physical conditioning, honing their abilities under Ron's guidance. Ron, however, was entirely focused on battling the two giants. These bouts of pure strength against evenly matched opponents caused his massive life energy to surge through his body, relentlessly refining and enhancing his physique. The results were astounding as his physical capabilities advanced at a breakneck pace. 4 months later. Time flew by. 4 months of relentless training transformed Ron's power significantly. His vitality value soared to an astonishing 1,800 points. His raw, one-arm strength alone now exceeded 30,000 kilograms, not to mention his speed, endurance, and defensive capabilities. His blood energy technique, Essence of Strength, progressed to level 2, granting him a 20 strength boost upon activation. The training also brought remarkable progress for Enzo, Robin, and Konais. Enzo achieved extraordinary physical improvement. His vitality surged, and under Ron's careful guidance, he successfully mastered 2 of the 6 Power Shave and Tempest Kick. Though his armament haki showed promise, observation haki remained elusive. Nevertheless, his current strength allowed him to defeat a 6-meter-tall tyrant dragon single-handedly. However, the most impressive progress came from Konai's. Her mastery over the metal fruit had reached new heights. Her blade dance technique advanced from 3 steel blades to 7, her speed doubling in the process. Her control over the blades became more fluid and precise. Moreover, she expanded her range of metal manipulation from a radius of 10 meters to a staggering 60 meters, although this extended range significantly drained her stamina. After testing their progress one day, Ron nodded in satisfaction. "It's about time we left this place. We're finally leaving." Konais and Robin both sighed with relief. The next day, after bidding farewell to Dory and Brogy, Ron and his crew boarded their ship and followed the river toward the open sea. As they reached the ocean, the waters ahead began to churn violently. "What's going on?" Robin adjusted her cowboy hat, her sharp eyes narrowing at the disturbance. Konai squinted at the sight, her expression turning to shock. What is that?" From the ocean emerged an island-eater goldfish, its colossal body as large as an island. It loomed over their ship, opening its enormous mouth wide. Konai's, Robin, and Enzo froze in terror. What is that? What do we do, Captain?" Konai's turned to Ron, desperation in her eyes. Before Ron could answer, a loud voice boomed across the sea. "That's an island-eater goldfish. It has devoured every ship that's tried to leave this island in the past." The crew turned toward the source of the voice. Standing on either side of the sea exit were the towering figures of Dory and Brogy, clad in enormous gray cloaks and holding their weapons. Dory smirked at Brogy. "For my friend Ron's sake, I'll join forces with you this time." "Don't drag me down, you old fool," Brogy snorted. "HMPH, speak for yourself." "Wahaha, that's my line." Brogy laughed heartily and turned toward Robin and the others. "Just keep sailing forward, we'll clear the way for you." Robin was about to express her gratitude when Ron's calm voice interrupted her. With a sudden swish, Ron vanished from the ship's deck, reappearing midair above the ocean, directly facing the goldfish's massive gaping mouth. His body was enveloped in fiery red steam, waves of energy rippling outward. In his right hand appeared a black blade emanating an intense crimson sword aura. Armament haki, hardening. Ron's voice was calm yet resolute. The black blade Shusui gleamed with a deep violet-black glow, its edge flickering with sinister brilliance. The air around it seemed to split apart under its force. Under the astonished gazes of Dory and Brogy, Ron raised Shusui high. A swordsman's overwhelming aura surged skyward, whipping up fierce winds. The sea below began to part even before the blade descended. Sun breathing, 13th form, raging sun. A massive pitch-black flying slash, wrapped in scorching crimson flames, tore through the ocean and the goldfish alike. The colossal creature was cleaved clean in two. Its massive halves crashed into the sea, sending towering waves surging in all directions. The traveler was propelled forward by the waves, quickly leaving the danger behind. Dory, Brogy, farewell. Standing midair with Shusui in hand, Ron exhaled softly and turned back to the two giants, still frozen in shock. He waved with a grin before stepping onto the air with moonwalk, shooting forward like an arrow to rejoin the ship. In no time, the vessel disappeared into the horizon. Only then did Dory and Brogy snap out of their daze. The two exchanged glances. "Looks like he didn't need our help at all," Dory admitted. Brogy nodded. "That Ron, I can't believe he was hiding such overwhelming power. Or maybe we just weren't strong enough to push him to go all out. That guy, he really is a monster." They shook their heads as they began walking back. "Oh, by the way, did that slash just now carry a trace of Conqueror's haki?" Dory asked. "Did it? I didn't really feel it. But if it were Ron, it wouldn't be surprising if he awakened Conqueror's haki." "True enough. After all, he's a monster capable of matching the strength of a giant warrior. What else wouldn't he be capable of?" After leaving the Island of Giants, it didn't take long before Ron and his group arrived at the Red Line. Crossing the Red Line, they entered the East Blue. The weakest of the four seas, the East Blue was infamous for having few pirate crews with bounties exceeding 30 million berries. Along the way, every pirate ship they encountered was left for Konais, Enzo, and Robin to handle. Ron didn't interfere at all. When they reached the small island near the entrance to the Grand Line, where Logatown, known as the town of beginning and end, was located, Konais and the others had already defeated 5 pirate crews attempting to enter the Grand Line. The highest bounty among them was a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a 17 million berry bounty, who had been easily taken down by Konais at Logtown. As Ron stepped onto the streets, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding, location detected, Logtown. Meeting the sign-in criteria. Successful sign-in grants a reward. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Ron answered without hesitation. Sign in successful. Reward obtained plus 10 vitality points. Reward obtained, Conqueror's haki. Current Conqueror's haki, level 1. Feeling the unfamiliar power surging within him, Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. The reward was Conqueror's haki. With this, he had finally received all 3 types of haki. What's wrong? Robin, noticing the change in his expression, looked at him curiously. It's nothing. I just thought of something amusing, Ron replied, a smile tugging at his lips that he couldn't quite suppress. Is that so? Robin didn't press further. Robin, come here. Look at this, it's so interesting. Coney's, captivated by the bustling streets and shops of Logtown, waved enthusiastically at Robin. Robin was drawn to her excitement, and Ron, in good spirits, decided to take Enzo along for a stroll as well. The sight of a seemingly harmless, handsome black-haired boy with a black sword at his waist, accompanied by a strange animal clad in a steel vest, drew curious glances and double takes from the crowd. However, among the crowd, a suspicious-looking man's gaze fell on the sword at Ron's side, and his eyes gleamed with greed. That sword, it must be worth a fortune. He whispered to his subordinates, stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll go inform the captain. Understood. Not long after, in a quiet alley with few people around, Ron and Enzo found themselves blocked by a group of pirates. At the front stood a man wearing a pirate captain's hat, holding a pistol. He sneered as he aimed it at Ron. Kid, hand over that sword at your waist, and I might just let you walk away alive. Master, can I handle this? Enzo asked excitedly, his voice startling the group of pirates. What the hell, a talking animal? One of the pirates exclaimed, recoiling in shock. Ron glanced toward the alley's exit and smiled at Enzo. Looks like you won't get the chance to fight. Before Enzo could react, a fist, wreathed in smoke like a cannonball, blasted into the alley. The pirate captain was struck directly, sent flying into a wall with a loud crash. His face was sunken, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed unconscious. See Captain. What a bunch of trash, a cold male voice came from within the smoke. With your level, you think you can survive the Grand Line. Off to prison with all of you. The group of pirates, weapons trembling in their hands, stared at the smoke as it coalesced into a human form. When the figure solidified into a man with a cigar in his mouth and a white marine coat draped over his shoulders, someone among the pirates cried out in terror, it's the White Hunter. Run. The group of pirates panicked and scattered in all directions. Trying to escape, Smoker, the White Hunter, smirked coldly. With another punch, his fist shot out like a cannonball, knocking out every last pirate. Before long, the alley was littered with unconscious bodies, and footsteps echoed as a group of Marines arrived on the scene. Lieutenant Smoker, the leading Marine, saluted. Perfect timing. Take these idiots into custody, Smoker ordered, exhaling a puff of smoke. Yes, sir. As the pirates were being taken away, Smoker turned to Ron, his gaze lingering for a moment on the black-haired boy with the black sword and his strange companion. Be more careful next time. Stay away from pirates, Smoker advised, chewing on his cigar as he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to walk away, a voice called out behind him, laced with amusement. Don't you recognize me, Smoker? Smoker's eyes widened slightly. That voice. He turned, his gaze locking onto the boy with the black sword and an easy smile. As their eyes met, Smoker's expression shifted, a mix of shock and realization spreading across his face. It's you. When Enzo returned alone, Robin and Coney's exchanged curious glances. Where's the captain? Coney's asked, her tone tinged with surprise. Master ran into someone he knows. He told me to let you know that we should head to the execution platform first. He'll catch up with us later, Enzo said, scratching his head. I see, Coney's nodded, her expression thoughtful. Inside a bustling tavern along the lively streets of Rogue Town, Smoker and Ron sat side by side at the bar counter. I didn't expect you to leave Marine headquarters, Smoker remarked, downing his glass of liquor in one go. His eyes, sharp and assessing, fixed on the harmless-looking, clean-cut young man beside him. Did the fleet admiral actually let you go? Even 3 years later, the memory remained vivid. At the age of 11, this boy had defeated Smoker, who had been regarded as the strongest new recruit in the Marine School of Justice. While Smoker had relied on his Logia-type devil fruit powers, this boy was a natural-born monster, his strength terrifyingly pure. When I showed a firm desire to leave, they didn't want to let me go. But there wasn't much they could do about it, Ron replied with a faint smile, his tone casual. After all, it was something I had agreed upon long ago. True, Smoker muttered. The Marines can't force someone to stay if their heart isn't in it unless they choose to silence them permanently. But the Marines stand on the side of justice and would never execute someone innocent of any crime. Exactly, Ron said, nodding. Smoker gave him a sidelong glance. So when you initially joined the Marines as an intern, you'd already decided to leave eventually, hadn't you? Ron didn't bother hiding it. He nodded. For him, joining the Marines had been just another step in his journey to becoming stronger. But why? Smoker's voice held a mix of curiosity and frustration. With your strength, you could have captured countless criminals as a Marine. You could have reached the highest ranks, maintained order on these seas, and protected the people. Do you really think your personal freedom is worth more than fighting against the chaos out there? Ron's gaze settled on the bubbling liquid in his glass. His tone remained calm, but it carried a weight that made Smoker pause. Do you think strength requires a grand reason? Simply striving for the freedom to live as I choose is reason enough, Ron said. Even as a fleet admiral or a marine admiral, you're still bound by the orders of the world government. If they commanded you to destroy this very town, would you defy them? The question hit Smoker like a punch. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to answer. Silence stretched between them, heavy and contemplative. Breaking the tension, Ron took a sip of his drink before his expression lightened. After our fight back then, I never saw you again at headquarters. Later, I asked Dalmatian about it and learned you had voluntarily requested a transfer. I didn't expect you to end up in the East Blue. Smoker's jaw clenched at the memory. He had transferred because he'd feared Hina discovering the truth about his humiliating defeat. He'd assumed she'd spread the story and mock him endlessly at Marine headquarters. But to his surprise, Hina had seemed completely unaware of the incident. The headquarters had remained silent, and the story had faded into obscurity. No one remembered except Smoker himself. Grumbling under his breath, Smoker took a long gulp of his drink, then shifted the conversation. So what are you planning now that you've left the Marines? Don't tell me you're going to become a pirate. I haven't decided, Ron replied, tracing the rim of his glass thoughtfully. Smoker's expression hardened. Hey kid, that's not something you should joke about. If you become a pirate, the Marines won't let you off easily. You'll have Vice Admiral Garp or one of the admirals hunting you down in no time. Ron chuckled at the warning, then turned to meet Smoker's serious gaze. Relax. For now, I'm just an ordinary adventurer. As for whether the Marines will issue a bounty on me someday, who knows? That's for the future to decide. He downed the rest of his drink with a casual air, his tone light. Finishing his drink, Ron tossed a pouch of berries onto the counter and stood. Take care, Smoker. Oh, and if you see Hina or Jin, send my regards. He turned to leave. Smoker's voice, steady and resolute, stopped him. If you ever become a pirate, know that I'll be among those coming to capture you. Ron glanced back with a teasing smile. Feel free to try, but don't expect to stand a chance. With that, he pushed open the tavern door and disappeared into the bustling streets. Sitting alone at the bar, Smoker clenched his fist tightly. His pride still burned from their past encounter, but he couldn't deny the strange respect he felt for Ron's conviction. One thing was certain: if their paths crossed as enemies, Smoker would be ready. That guy, just how strong is he now? Smoker gritted his teeth, frustration etched across his face. Even without fighting, I can already feel like I have no chance of winning. Has he grown even stronger than 3 years ago? Damn it. Ron arrived at the execution platform and reunited with Robin, Coneyes, and the others. After taking in the sight of the legendary site where pirate King Gall D. Roger had met his end, the group decided it was time to leave the small town and head toward their next destination. Before leaving, however, Ron's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a green-haired, sharp-toothed young delinquent with a nose piercing amid the bustling crowd. This was most likely the younger version of Bartolomoth, fanatical admirer of Luffy, described in the original story. At this moment, though, it seemed Bartolomeo had yet to acquire the powers of the barrier fruit. Barrier fruit. Ron's eyes flickered with interest. Obtaining that fruit could be a valuable opportunity. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. The chances were slim. After all, he had no idea when or where Bartolomeo might come across the fruit, nor could he afford to shadow the young punk constantly. With a calm demeanor, Ron shifted his gaze and continued walking, following Robin and Coneyes as they left the crowded area. Unaware, Bartolomeo glanced in their direction briefly, only to see nothing out of the ordinary. "What is it, boss?" one of his subordinates asked. "Nothing, must have been my imagination," Bartolomeo replied, shaking his head. After leaving Rogue Town, Ron and his companions continued their aimless travels across the East Blue. Ron made a habit of marking every island they passed through. Meanwhile, Coneyes and the Kung Fu Dugong and Zhou sought out sparring matches wherever possible to hone their combat skills through real battles. Robin, on the other hand, immersed herself in acquiring knowledge. At every stop, she would buy and collect books, documents, and information to add to her growing collection. Over time, their reputation as a group of self-proclaimed travelers began to spread across the East Blue. Before they knew it, the last month of the year arrived. Winter had draped the seas in a blanket of snow, and the frosty winds carried the promise of a long season ahead. On a snowy winter night, their ship, the Traveler, drifted aimlessly as always. This time it brought them to the island where Kakasi village was located. The village, under the tyrannical control of the Arlong pirates, was slowly being painted white by the falling snow. Outside the village, in a small house with a backyard filled with orange trees, a young girl sat engrossed in a book on navigation. Her short, orange hair glowed faintly in the dim light as she turned page after page, her concentration unbroken by the cold winds outside. This girl, no more than 10 years old, seemed completely lost in the world of the sea. The quiet determination in her eyes hinted at a strength far beyond her years. And so, in this peaceful yet troubled village, Ron and his companions were about to encounter a new chapter in their journey. "Have you gotten up yet, Nami?" The cheerful voice of a young girl with short blue hair and sun-kissed skin rang out from outside the room. "It's snowing heavily outside. I'm heading to the orange orchard first. You better hurry and get up." The faint reply came from a short, orange-haired girl who was still half asleep with her head resting on the desk. Her voice was muffled and dreamy, barely registering what had been said. Outside, the sound of a door closing signaled the blue-haired girl's departure. It wasn't until much later that Nami, now 12 years old, slowly woke up. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, shivering slightly as the cold air hit her. So cold. She hugged her arms around herself, trying to fend off the chill as her thin clothes offered little protection. Gazing out the window at the white landscape beyond, she muttered, "Snow. No wonder it felt so freezing." Grabbing an old, thick coat, she wrapped herself tightly in it, finally feeling some warmth return to her body. Nami stepped out of her room, her eyes landing on 2 pieces of black bread sitting on the table. After eating the cold, stale slices, she opened the door and stepped outside. Snow had stopped, leaving the world cloaked in a thick, pristine white. The sky was clear and bright, the sunlight glinting off the snowy expanse. All around, the orange trees near the little house were blanketed in heavy snow, and the distant roads and fields were also pure white. What a beautiful snowy scene. Nami's eyes softened as she gazed at the serene view. A bittersweet smile tugged at her lips. It'd be so nice if I could see this with Belmere. 2 years had passed since that day. Time flies so quickly. Clenched her fists, determination slowly hardening her expression. I need to grow up fast. I have to gather the money as soon as possible. Only then can I save the villagers in this village. But as the thought of the daunting 100 million berries resurfaced in her mind, she couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, there was a soft plop as a heap of snow fell from one of the orange trees, blending into the already thick layer of snow on the ground. The sound jolted Nami's memory. Oh no, I can't let the snow weigh down the branches and break them. Remembering Nijiko's reminder, she hurried over to the orchard and began brushing the snow off the orange trees to prevent damage to their branches. While Nami was busy with her task, Ron, Robin, Konais, and Enzo had already disembarked from the traveler and stepped onto the snowy shores of Kakasi village. The serene, snow-covered village seemed peaceful and calm, with smoke rising from scattered chimneys. What a quiet little village, Robin remarked, her tall figure clad in an elegant white fur coat. As she walked down the snowy path, her long legs left light footprints in the snow. She glanced at the small houses dotting the area and the distant smoke curling into the air. "Master, are you sure there's someone with a 20 million berry bounty here?" Enzo, bundled up in a thick red coat and wearing a woolen hat, looked up at Ron with curiosity and excitement. Ron, who had already activated his observation haki to scan the entire island, nodded slightly and gestured toward a tall building near the coast in the distance. "Over there." Excitement lit up Enzo's eyes as it turned to Konais. "Can I take this one on, Konais, please?" Konais, her blonde hair tied back and also wearing a white fur coat matching Robin's, glanced down at Enzo and smiled. "A bounty of 20 million berries. They must be pretty strong. Are you sure you can handle it, Enzo?" Enzo hesitated for a moment, then said earnestly, "I'm not sure, but I really want to fight someone strong." Its gaze shifted to Ron, who stood beside it in a sleek black hooded fur coat, a black blade strapped to his side. "Master, do you think I can challenge and defeat that guy?" "Probably not," Ron replied casually. He glanced down at Enzo with a faint smile. "You haven't learned haki yet, and your strength is not enough too. If you recklessly go up against someone like that, your chances of winning are almost zero." "Is that so?" Enzo's shoulders drooped in disappointment, his dejection plain to see. Robin, standing on Ron's left, couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight of the Enzo drooping head. Konai smiled as well. "Then, as usual, I'll take care of the strongest one. Enzo, you can handle their subordinates." "Okay," Enzo nodded with newfound resolve, already eager for the upcoming fight. The snow-covered paths in the fields stretched ahead. Ron and Enzo walked at the front, with Robin and Konais trailing behind. As they made their way through the quiet village of Kakasi, the few villagers they encountered cast suspicious and wary glances their way. They hurriedly avoided the group, choosing to pass by quickly, their footsteps fading into the stillness of the village. Robin and Konais exchanged subtle glances, both noting the guarded behavior of the locals. Robin, walking alongside Ron, observed the disappearing villagers and turned to him. "It seems like the people here aren't very welcoming to outsiders," she remarked thoughtfully. Without pausing, Ron replied evenly, "It's likely because of the Arlong pirates." His calm voice carried no judgment, yet it was enough to convey the gravity of the situation. Those outsiders imposed their cruel rule over this village. The fear and distrust they've instilled make it natural for the villagers to harbor hostility toward any newcomers. Konais frowned slightly at this revelation. Pirates ruling over a village. Shouldn't the Marines step in to stop this? A faint smirk tugged at Ron's lips as he answered, "The Marines have their share of corrupt individuals too." His response left both Robin and Konais in silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Enzo, blissfully uninterested in the complexities of politics and power, focused solely on his punches as he practiced his martial arts while walking. The group reached the outskirts of the village, where a vast orchard of orange trees lay blanketed in pristine snow. Among the trees was a tan young woman with short blue hair. Despite the chill in the air, she wore a worn and slightly thin coat. Armed with a simple tool, she diligently worked to clear the snow from the branches of the orange trees. Sweat glistened on her forehead, a testament to her efforts. However, it was clear from the untouched trees surrounding her that she still had a long way to go. Why is she removing the snow from the trees? Konai's asked curiously, her golden hair catching the light as she watched the girl at work. Robin answered before Ron could. I imagine it's to prevent the branches from breaking under the weight of the snow. Ah, that makes sense, Konai said, nodding in understanding. Ron recognized the girl. Based on her appearance and surroundings, she had to be Nijiko, the older sister of Nami, one of the Straw Hat's eventual crewmates. He recalled her as a bold, straightforward young woman with a resilient personality. Nijiko and Nami had been relying on each other for survival, and it was clear they were still struggling to keep things together. As Ron mused, he quietly rested his hand on the hilt of his black blade. With a smooth, controlled motion, he drew it slightly from its sheath. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the orange grove, stirring up the air with an almost magical intensity. The snow atop the trees scattered instantly, as though a great unseen hand had brushed it all away. It drifted down like powdered sugar, leaving the branches almost completely bare. Nijiko blinked, startled by the sudden wind. She squinted against the chill, barely able to keep her eyes open. When the wind settled and she could see clearly again, her gaze fell on the now pristine trees. The snow that had threatened to snap their branches had all vanished. She stood frozen, tools in hand, her wide eyes staring in disbelief. What just happened? Ron silently returned his blade to its sheath, the faint click as it locked into place the only indication that he had moved at all. Beside him, Robin watched his calm, impassive expression, her own lips curving into a smile. It was only then that Nijiko noticed the group standing near the edge of her orchard. Her eyes swept over their appearance as their clean, expensive coats and unfamiliar face, and she immediately realized they weren't locals. The residents of Kakkai village would never be able to afford such fine clothing. Travelers, she guessed, setting her tools down as she approached cautiously. Her tone was polite but wary. Is there something I can help you with? If you're here to buy oranges, I'm afraid we don't have any to sell during this season. We're not here to buy oranges. Ron stepped forward. His calm smile was disarming yet carried an air of authority that made Nijiko pause. We're travelers, Ron explained. We're planning to spend the winter on this island and are looking for a place to stay. Nijiko blinked in surprise. A place to stay? You'd have better luck in the village. This is just the outskirts. Before she could finish, Ron's next words stopped her cold. If you can offer us a place to stay, we'll pay 10,000 berries per day. Nijiko's breath caught. 10,000 berries per day. At the gate of a yard filled with rows of orange trees, a petite girl with short orange hair, standing barely over 4 feet tall, stared in shock. This was none other than Nami. Her gaze shifted between Nijiko and the group of 1 man, 2 women, and a kung fu dugong standing behind her. Nijiko, who are these people? Nami asked, her voice tinged with curiosity and caution. Their guests will be staying with us for a while, Nijiko replied with a cheerful smile. Staying with us. But we don't even have enough room to Nami started to protest, but Nijiko suddenly leaned forward, whispering into her ear. One night, 10,000 berries, Nijiko said softly. Nami froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. 10,000. Nijiko raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Nami quickly covered her mouth with both hands to suppress the scream threatening to escape. Lowering her voice to an excited whisper, she leaned closer to Nijiko, her tone filled with disbelief and enthusiasm. Really? Is it really 10,000 berries? Nijiko, are you sure you're not being tricked? How could I be tricked? These people are real, wealthy travelers. Look, they've already paid me for 10 nights in advance 100,000 berries. Nijiko handed a heavy bag of coins to Nami. 100,000. The moment Nami felt the weight of the bag in her hands, her eyes practically turned into berries. Her face lit up with sheer greed, and she seemed completely lost in her daydreams of wealth. Konai, standing nearby, couldn't help but find the whole scene amusing. She covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft laugh. The sound snapped Nijiko back to reality, and she realized that she had been neglecting her guests. That wouldn't do. Turning to Nami, she whispered, hurry upstairs and get the rooms cleaned and ready. I'll stay here to entertain our guests. Got it. Nami nodded enthusiastically and was about to dash off when Nijiko grabbed her arm. On second thought, I'll handle the cleaning, Nijiko said with a quick change of plans. I can't trust you to clean properly. Instead, you stay here and keep the guests company. Before Nami could protest, Nijiko had already turned her around by the shoulders and addressed the group with a warm smile. This is my younger sister, Nami. She'll chat with you while I go get the rooms ready. Swallowing nervously, Nami looked at the group, her voice a little shaky as she greeted them. Hello. Konai stepped forward with a bright smile, her golden hair shimmering in the light. Hi, I'm Konai. You're Nami, right? You're so adorable. May I pat your head? I'm sure, Nami stammered. Then I won't hold back. Konai said cheerfully, gently placing her hand on Nami's head and stroking her hair. While your hair is so soft and smooth, it's beautiful, Konai complimented. Robin approached next, her serene presence drawing Nami's attention. I'm Robin, Nico Robin. We'll be staying here for a while, so we'll be in your care. She's so beautiful, Nami thought to herself, mesmerized by Robin's elegance and poise. Just then, a rumbling noise broke the moment. It came from Enzo, who was standing next to Ron. Looking up at Ron with an imploring expression, it asked, Master, when are we going to eat? I'm starving. Hearing the Kung Fu Dugong speak, Nami's jaw dropped. A Kung Fu Dugong talking, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. His name is Enzo, a celebrated Kung Fu Dugong from Arabasta, Konai's introduced with a warm smile. He's our captain's apprentice. Captain. Nami's gaze shifted from the talking dugong dressed in a red cotton jacket and woolen hat to the black-haired boy standing beside it. The boy wore a black hooded fur coat and had a black sword hanging at his waist. He looked younger than the serene Konais and the elegant Robin, yet he was the captain. Wait, captain. Are you saying you're pirates? Nami blurted out, unable to contain her curiosity. No, we're not, Konais replied with a reassuring smile. We're just travelers of the sea. What's the difference? Well, Konais paused to think for a moment before answering. I suppose the difference is that pirates would steal from you, while we wouldn't. As Nijiko busied herself cleaning and preparing the rooms upstairs, Nami invited Ron and his companions into the house. She brought out food from the kitchen to serve them, although the offerings were sparsely hard black bread and some dried meat, neither of which had much flavor. If you don't mind, please help yourselves, Nami said softly, barely above a whisper, as she placed the food on the table. Robin picked up a piece of the hard bread and frowned slightly. Is this what you usually eat? She asked gently. Konais took a bite of the bread and chewed slowly. It was dry, tasteless, and as tough as chewing on wood. Enzo, on the other hand, seemed entirely unbothered. He grabbed the food and stuffed it into his mouth, satisfied as long as his stomach was full. It seems this food isn't quite to your liking, Nami said nervously. Please wait for a moment. I'll head to the village to buy something better for you. Now that she had the 10,000 berries they'd paid in advance, she could finally afford to buy some decent food. Nami was about to rush to the door when a calm voice from behind stopped her in her tracks. There's no need, Ron said softly. Nami froze. Her grip tightened around the bag of money in her hand as she lowered her head. Of course, how could these wealthy people from the outside world really stay in a place as poor as theirs? The talk of renting a room for 10,000 berries a night, it must have been a joke, just a way to tease poor folks like them. She smiled bitterly. We brought our own food, Ron's calm voice continued behind her. I see, Nami whispered, her heart sinking. I'll return your money then. Still caught up in her thoughts, she turned around, biting her lip as tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. She held out the bag of berries, her voice trembling. Konais and Robin exchanged confused glances. Nami, what are you doing? Konais asked, her face full of puzzlement. Only then did Nami snap out of her thoughts. Ron, seated at the table, took a sip of water before turning to her with a gentle smile. Don't worry. We're not the kind of wealthy people who toy with others for amusement. The rent we've paid isn't coming back. His words, along with the knowing smile on his face and the warm expressions of Konais and Robin, made Nami's cheeks flush a deep red. For a moment, as she looked at these strangers, an unfamiliar warmth filled her heart, a feeling she hadn't experienced since Belmir's death. Didn't seem so cold this winter after all. Guests, the rooms are ready. Now do you, Nami, what are you doing? Nijiko's voice rang out as she descended the stairs, only to find Nami seated at the table, eagerly eating the food meant for their guests. She looked utterly horrified. How could you eat the guests' food? It's all right, Konai said with a laugh, sitting beside Nami. We invited her to eat with us. Would you like to join us too? Nijiko hesitated, her gaze shifting to the unfamiliar, fragrant dishes spread across the table. She couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Robin approached her with a kind smile, holding a delicate dessert. This is coconut cream pie from Logtown. Try it. The tantalizing aroma was impossible to resist. As Nijiko took a bite, the rich flavor burst across her palate, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had never tasted anything so delicious in her entire life. So this was what happiness tasted like. Robin and Konais continued to serve Nijiko and Nami, each offering them bites of the mouthwatering food. Meanwhile, Enzo was utterly absorbed, shoving food into his mouth with reckless abandon. Seated beside him, Ron sipped a glass of bubbling sherry, watching with amusement as Nami across the table devoured a large steak. She's so small now, but to think she'll become such a remarkable figure in the future. It's truly fascinating, he mused to himself. After finishing their meal, more than half of the food on the table was gone. Nijiko, feeling both full and embarrassed, gently pressed down on Nami's head as she bowed apologetically to Ron and his group. I am so sorry. Even though it was the guests' food, we accidentally ate so much of it. This is really inappropriate. Don't worry about it. We have plenty of food, Robin said with a kind smile, her gentle demeanor easing their guilt. She had developed a genuine fondness for these two girls, seeing in them reflections of her own younger self. Standing up from his seat, Ron asked, the rooms upstairs are ready, correct? Nijiko quickly nodded. Then I'll head up first, Ron said as he made his way upstairs to rest. Enzo bid farewell to Robin and Konais before heading outside to the snowy orange grove to practice his martial arts. Inside the house, only Konais, Robin, Najiko, and Nami remained. The four women began chatting, finding common ground and comfort in each other's company. Meanwhile, in the simple yet clean room upstairs, Ron took off his black coat and hung it on the nearby rack. He then returned the black blade Shusui to his system storage space. Sitting on the bed, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. The screen displayed his attributes panel and the list of items he had obtained through sign-ins. At the very top of the list was a brand new entry, gleaming with a unique allure, special item Devil Fruit duplication card. This was the reward Ron had received after signing in upon reaching this island. Devil Fruit duplication card grants the ability to duplicate the Devil Fruit powers of any user. Usage condition: the target must be unconscious, and the user must maintain physical contact for over 30 seconds. Note 1, this is a single-use item. Note 2, the duplicated Devil Fruit ability does not carry the weakness of being vulnerable to seawater. Note 3, the duplicated ability is compatible with other Devil Fruits. After obtaining a duplicated ability, the user can still consume an additional Devil Fruit. Ron's eyes lit up instantly as he read through the second note. The main reason he had refrained from considering Devil Fruits in the past was twofold. First, he hadn't encountered an ability that truly satisfied him, and second, the inherent weakness to seawater posed a potentially fatal vulnerability. At certain times, that weakness could become a critical flaw, but now, with this Devil Fruit duplication card in hand, the risk of vulnerability to seawater was completely removed from the equation. If he could find a powerful Devil Fruit in the future, his overall strength would undoubtedly climb to an even higher level. By evening, Konais had learned the tragic backstory of Nami and Najik, orphans of war, adopted by a kind foster mother who later lost her life at the hands of the Arlong pirates. Now, the two sisters lived on their own, relying on their orange grove to make a living. However, a large portion of their income was regularly extorted by the very same pirate crew. Knowing all this, Konais couldn't help but feel deep pity and sympathy for the two sisters. Her heart also burned with anger at the ruthless Arlong pirates. When Nami and Najiko left to heat some water, Konais turned to Robin, who sat calmly at the table sipping tea. With a rare display of frustration on her face, Konais said, "I can't believe the Arlong pirates are this despicable. Robin, we have to help them drive those pirates away." "Calm down," Robin replied, her tone steady as always. Having endured the tragedy of Ohara, where she lost both her family and her homeland, Robin had seen more suffering than most could imagine. This gave her a profound understanding of the harsh realities of the world. "We'll discuss it with Ron first," she said decisively. "Discuss what with me?" The two women looked up and saw Ron standing on the stairs. He wore simple black pants and a white long-sleeved shirt, his casual appearance resembling that of an ordinary young man next door. Konais quickly recounted the situation to Ron in just a few sentences. After listening, Ron nodded lightly. "I see. Captain, you agree that the Arlong pirates are horrible, don't you? Let's get rid of them as soon as possible," Konais said eagerly, her enthusiasm palpable. Ron pulled out a chair and sat down next to Robin. His expression remained calm as he spoke. "If the three of you are confident you can take on a pirate captain with a 20 million berry bounty and his crew, then by all means go ahead. But if things go wrong, don't expect me to step in this time." Konais was stunned, her earlier excitement fading into hesitation. Robin turned to Ron and asked, "What's your take on this? Do you think we should help them?" Ron picked up a cup of water and took a sip. "We can help," he said. Konais' eyes lit up with hope, but Ron's next words quickly extinguished her enthusiasm. "But I won't get involved." Konais' face froze in disbelief. "These guys don't interest me," Ron continued, placing the cup back on the table. He looked directly at Konais and said, "If you decide to take on the Arlong pirates, consider it my way of testing your current abilities. If you truly believe in your strength, go ahead and drive them off or eliminate them." Robin, understanding his intent, smiled slightly and added, "Alternatively, we could focus on gathering intelligence and building our strength. We can wait until we're absolutely certain we can win without relying on you." "Is that what you mean?" Ron smiled back at her. "Exactly." Over the next few days, Nami, Konais, and Robin grew much closer. Nami started affectionately calling them Sister Konais and Sister Robin. Her attitude toward Ron, however, remained the same-ish, addressed him simply by name. This period turned out to be one of the happiest times for Nami since the loss of her foster mother, Belmir. One day, Ron was soaking in a wooden tub in the bathroom, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Suddenly, Nami's voice came from outside the door. "Hey, can you talk with me for a bit?" Ron opened his eyes, activating his haki to perceive the situation outside. Instantly, he visualized young Nami leaning against the bathroom door, her figure vividly clear in his mind. Go ahead, he said. When are you planning to leave this place? Nami asked softly, still leaning against the door. When spring arrives next year. Spring, hun, Nami murmured, her tone faint. Inside the bathroom, Ron tilted his head slightly, catching a hint of reluctance in her voice. Does she want us to stay a bit longer? Is life on the sea fun? Nami asked after a moment. It's a lot of fun. Are you thinking of going out to sea too? Ron replied. Nami lowered her voice, saying, I'd rather earn money than go to sea. I want to be as wealthy as you all. Ron noticed the shift in her emotions and quickly deduced what might be on her mind. Closing his eyes again, he asked calmly, Why are you so desperate to earn money? Nami didn't respond right away. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and finally spoke. If you're the captain, does that mean Sister Konai's and Sister Robin will always listen to you? Yes, Ron replied simply. Then I think you all should leave by the end of this month. Ron's eyes flashed with surprise. Why? Leaning her head back against the door, Nami said softly, next month, when the snow melts and it gets warmer, those Arlong pirates will come again. They'll take your money and your ship, so it's better if you leave this month. After saying this, Nami quickly bowed her head and walked away, her steps hurried. Under an orange tree, Nijiko found Nami sitting there, hugging her knees to her chest. So you're hiding here, Nijiko said gently. Looking up at her sister, Nami couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They streamed down her face uncontrollably. Nijiko, I'm sorry, I just can't do it. I don't want Sister Konai's and Sister Robin to hate me, Nami cried, her voice filled with guilt and anguish. I know that saving the village and everyone's lives is more important, but I'm so selfish, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. On the day Ron and his crew had arrived, Nami had discussed her plans with Nijiko that night. She had proposed deceiving Ron and his companions to steal their money, or even secretly contacting the Arlong pirates to rob them of their wealth and ship. But Nijiko had persuaded her otherwise. After spending more time with Ron, Konai's, and Robin, Nami's resolve had wavered. Since Belmir's death, she hadn't met anyone who treated her and Nijiko so well. Now, the thought of betraying Konai's and Robin, two kind and warm-hearted women who had shown her so much kindness, was unbearable for Nami. After all, this young Nami hadn't yet experienced the harsh realities of the sea. She hadn't grown into the infamous witch of Kakasi village who could betray friends for the sake of money. Looking at her sister, who was crying uncontrollably, Nijiko couldn't help but feel her own tears welling up. She knelt down and gently hugged Nami. It's okay. It's okay, Nami. You've done enough, Nijiko whispered, her voice trembling. We can always earn more money later. Let's just pretend none of this ever happened this winter, all right? In Nijiko's arms, Nami nodded vigorously, still sobbing. Next spring, when spring comes, I'll go out to sea and earn money. I'll bring back 100 million berries next time, I swear. Inside the house, Ron sat silently in the bathtub. Having overheard everything with his observation hacky, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression unreadable. In the following days, the winter snow gradually melted, and some villagers went out to fish. They spotted the traveler's ship, and soon, news about the outsiders reached the village. A pirate from the Arlong pirates rushed to Arlong. Outsiders have arrived at the village. Arlong, the fishman with a long, sharp saw-like nose, narrowed his eyes. Tell me everything in detail. After the human pirate explained everything's ship, and the villagers' report about seeing one man, 2 women, and a dugong, Arlong ordered his subordinates, Kurubai, Hachin, you 2 go aboard that ship and see if there's anything valuable. Understood. Soon Hachin and Kurubai returned to Arlong Park. Captain, we can't get in. Hachna scratched his head. Arlong frowned. Kurubai explained, there's a kind of light shield, like a bubble, protecting the ship. We couldn't break through. Nonsense. How could something like that exist? Arlong was having a hard time believing it. This kind of weapon was completely unknown to him. If you don't believe it, boss, you can see for yourself. Hachin looked at him. Arlong decided to go check it out himself. When he arrived, he saw that the ship was indeed surrounded by a light shield, completely impervious to cannonballs and blades. How is this possible? Arlong's face darkened. Kurubai reminded him, Captain, could it be the power of a devil fruit? You mean someone inside that ship is using a devil fruit power? Arlong squinted at the unbreakable ship, considering the possibility. It's not impossible. Chu, you stay here and keep an eye on the ship. Hachin, Kurubai, take some men with me and go capture those outsiders. I don't believe we can't get into that ship. Arlong's eyes gleamed with malice as he spoke. That day he led the Arlong pirates in a search for the outsiders through Kakasi village. As the village's resident guard, Aiken, heard the news, he suddenly remembered something Nijiko had said to him during a previous training session. She had mentioned guests. A cold sweat broke out on Aiken's body as he immediately jumped on his bicycle and rushed toward the village outskirts, toward the orange grove. When Aiken arrived at the orange grove, he saw Nijiko trimming the branches, and standing next to her, a tall and slender woman in a white fur coat. Clearly an outsider was Robin. Nijiko, Aiken shouted, pushing his bicycle toward them. Nijiko looked up and smiled when she saw him. Ah, Aiken, long time no see. What's the matter? Aiken, looking panicked, quickly spoke to her. This is bad. Arlong is searching for those outsiders in the village. Nijiko was momentarily stunned by the news, and Robin narrowed her eyes. Anyway, Aiken glanced at Robin standing beside Nijiko. You should quickly hide your guests. Before he could finish speaking, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted him from behind. Ah, we found them. Aiken and Nijiko froze at the sound of that voice, their bodies trembling. They turned their heads to see Hatchin and Kirubai of the Arlong pirates walking slowly toward them along the path behind Aiken. That must be one of the outsiders. Hatchin raised a tentacle to his forehead, shading his eyes as he gazed at Robin, who stood calmly in the orange grove. Sweat dripped from Aiken and Nijiko's foreheads, and their hands and feet felt ice cold. Robin, you should go back inside," Nijiko stammered, standing up and turning her back to Robin in an attempt to shield her. Robin glanced at Nijiko's trembling figure. In this situation, there's no hiding it, is there? Kirubai approached the edge of the orange grove and pulled out a den mushi. Captain, we've found them. The outsiders are at the orange grove. The den mushi's receiver projected Arlong's distinctive jagged nose, and his cold voice echoed the orange grove. So our little navigator already knew about this, didn't she? Nijiko's eyes widened slightly in shock. Kirubai cast a glance at her. It seems that's the case. A few chilling chuckles came from the den mushi before Arlong's voice resumed. Wait there. I'll be right over. The call ended abruptly. Hatchin raised the blade in his hand and pressed it against Aiken's neck, the sharp edge glinting in the light. Kirubai, meanwhile, directed his attention toward Robin and Nijiko in the grove. I'm sure you have more companions. Why don't you call them out? Oh, and of course, our little navigator from the Arlong pirates. Nijiko's face was drenched with cold sweat, her hands trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, she felt a hand rest gently on her shoulder. Startled, she turned to see Robin standing beside her. Towering over her by half a head, Robin wore a calm and reassuring smile. It's fine. Relax, Robin said softly. Something about her unshakable composure and gentle smile soothed Nijiko's frazzled nerves, easing her overwhelming fear. Just then, the door to the house creaked open. Konais and Nami, drawn by the noise, stepped out into the doorway. As soon as Nami caught sight of Hatchin and Kirubai, her pupils shrank to pinpricks and she froze on the spot, her entire body going stiff. Well, Nami. Long time no see, Hatchin greeted her with a casual smile. Konai's sharp gaze shifted to the blade Hatchin held against Aiken's neck. Nami, these people, they're not your friends, are they? Nami's body remained rigid, her hands and feet like ice. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Winter hadn't yet passed, so why were they here already? As Nami's mind reeled, unable to process the situation, another figure emerged. A towering fishman with blue skin, standing over 2 meters tall, strode into the orange grove with a group of armed subordinates in tow. He carried an enormous serrated blade over his shoulder. Arlong. His sharp, icy gaze landed on Nami standing in front of the house. Nami, Arlong began, a chilling grin stretching across his face to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. You didn't even bother to tell us you had visitors. That's a bit rude, don't you think? After all, you're one of the most capable members of the Arlong pirates. As Arlong's cold, predatory eyes locked onto her, memories of Belmir's death flashed through Nami's mind. The scene replayed vividly, searing into her thoughts. A wave of overwhelming fear surged through her, causing her pupils to dilate and her body to tremble uncontrollably. Member of the Arlong pirates, Konais turned to Nami, a look of confusion and disbelief crossing her face. What's going on here? I'm sorry, Nami lowered her head, clenching her fists tightly. She struck a deal with this guy. A calm, youthful voice suddenly rang out from above. Nami's head snapped up in shock. Nijiko, Aiken, Hatchin, Kirubai, and even Arlong all instinctively looked up. There atop the roof of the house sat a black-haired boy wrapped in a black, hooded fur coat. His expression was carefree and relaxed as he lounged casually, holding a giant wine flask. Beside him stood a sea cow dressed in a bright red cotton vest, looking equally at ease. Who are you, kid? Arlong's icy gaze locked onto the mysterious boy who had appeared out of nowhere and perched on the rooftop. Without sparing Arlong so much as a glance, Ron took a swig from his seemingly endless wine flask, then stretched out lazily on the roof to bask in the warm sunlight. His indifference wasn't simply arrogance, it was as though Arlong wasn't worth acknowledging at all. The blatant disregard sent veins bulging on Arlong's forehead, his eyes flashing with fury. A lowly human, how dare you act so arrogant? Arlong snarled. Take them. Capture all these outsiders for me. He roared, his voice laced with venom. I'll personally cut off that brat's limbs. Nami and Nijiko's faces turned pale at Arlong's chilling words, their eyes widening in fear. Wait, Nijiko stammered, barely able to form words before Kirubai lunged at Robin with an outstretched hand. What happened next, however, left Nijiko utterly speechless. Robin calmly crossed her arms as petals swirled in the air around her. 6 flowers clutch. In an instant, 6 pristine white arms sprouted from Kirubai's body, seizing his neck, arms, and legs. His body twisted backward unnaturally, the cracking of his bones echoing through the grove. Arg, the pain, what is this? A devil fruit ability. Kirubai gasped in agony, his face contorted in shock and fear. Arlong's eyes narrowed as he observed the scene. A devil fruit user, this woman. Kirubai's face turned red as he struggled to breathe, his eyes rolling back. Kirubai, Hatchin wielding his 6 blades, couldn't stand idly by as his comrades suffered. He charged at the arms growing from Kirubai's body, slashing at them with his swords. But just before his blades made contact, the arms dissolved into a flurry of petals, scattering into the air. Cursed woman. Arlong, unable to contain his fury, dashed forward. In a single swift movement, he raised his massive serrated blade and swung it down toward Robin. Before the strike could land, a red blur shot through the air and collided heavily with Arlong's left side, sending him flying across the grove with a thunderous crash. Nijiko and Nami stood frozen, their jaws slack, as they stared at the unexpected savior standing protectively in front of Rabina Kung Fu Dugong. "Isn't that just a pet?" Nijiko stammered, her voice shaky. It had actually sent Arlong flying. Nami's disbelief was palpable, her mind struggling to process what she'd just seen. "Am I dreaming? Turns out you've been carrying the weight of this entire village on your shoulders all this time. That must have been exhausting." Konai's gentle voice broke the tension. She placed a comforting hand on Nami's head, her tone soft and kind. Nami's body trembled at the kindness in Konai's words, her nose stinging as tears threatened to spill, but she swallowed her emotions, blinking them back. "Konai's, who are you people, really?" Nami asked, her voice quivering. "I already told you," Konai's replied with a warm smile, patting Nami's head. "We're just travelers seeking freedom on the seas." With that, Konai's turned and began walking toward the orange grove, her white fur coat and black boots striking against the backdrop. Nami's eyes widened as she watched Konai's golden hair, tied low at the back of her head, gradually loosen and flow freely in the wind. The sight was mesmerizing, like watching an angel descend from the heavens. Streams of liquid as dark as molten silver swirled around Konai's body, glinting ominously under the sunlight. Before Nami's wide, astonished eyes, the liquid condensed into over a dozen slender iron spikes, each one hovering menacingly around Konai's like a protective barrier. "Go." With a casual flick of her finger, the iron spikes shot forth, transforming into streaks of black light that darted toward the Arlong pirates outside the orange grove with blinding speed. "Watch out." Hatchin bellowed, his octopus tentacles gripping his blades as he intercepted the oncoming spikes. However, the sheer number of projectiles made it impossible to block them all. The spikes twisted and danced in midair, moving as if guided by Konai's will. Like scythes through a field of wheat, the spikes tore through the bodies of the Arlong pirates. In mere moments, over a dozen ruthless crew members were skewered, their screams filling the air as they collapsed into pools of blood. Hatcha and Kirubai found themselves completely entangled, unable to fend off the relentless attacks. Nijiko and Aiken stood rooted in place, their faces pale with shock. This is the Arlong pirates. And there's another devil fruit user among them. Arlong's furious voice thundered through the grove, dripping with rage. "Damn it." With a powerful stomp, Arlong propelled himself toward Robin and the Kung Fu Dugong Enzo like a bullet. Perfect timing. Enzo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he crouched low, his powerful tail striking the ground like a piston. Just as Arlong's massive blade was about to descend, Enzo vanished, his speed leaving an afterimage behind. He disappeared. Nijiko's gasp echoed in the tense air. In the blink of an eye, Enzo reappeared directly in front of Arlong, delivering a thunderous punch to his chest. Boom! Arlong's body shuddered as the force of the blow pierced through his iron-hard skin and muscles, wreaking havoc inside him. Blood vessels burst in his eyes as he gritted his teeth against the pain, veins bulging across his forehead. "Damn beast." Snarling in frustration, Arlong lowered his head, intending to impale the pesky dugong with his sharp, saw-like nose. But before he could follow through, Robin calmly activated her ability. 12 flower blossoms, twist. 12 slender arms sprouted from Arlong's body, wrapping tightly around his neck and limbs. The sheer strength of the grip immobilized him, cutting off his movements and forcing his head back at an unnatural angle. Enzo inhaled deeply, his powerful fists glowing faintly with energy. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a devastating double punch straight into Arlong's chest. Kung Fu Fist, Twin Cannon Blast. Bang! The sheer force of the punches blasted through Arlong's chest, creating a shockwave that erupted from his back. Blood spurted from his mouth as his expression twisted in agony. Robin's arms tightened their grip, the bones in Arlong's body groaning under the strain. His limbs contorted grotesquely, and his head lolled to the side as his vision blurred. Under the relentless chokehold, his consciousness began to slip away. Damn it. As Arlong crumpled to the ground, his body twisted and broken, Konai stepped forward, her golden hair flowing like a halo in the breeze. With a simple wave of her hand, the iron spikes surrounding her accelerated once more. They swirled through the air like black comets, slicing through Kirubai and Hachai with precision. Blood sprayed from the dew as Kirubai's limbs were pierced and pinned to the ground, while Hatchin's tentacles were severed one by one. The once dominant Arlong pirates lay decimated, their ranks reduced to bloodied heaps by the onslaught of Konai's spikes. It was a massacre. Nijiko and Nami stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. Their gaze shifted from the lifeless bodies of Hatchin and Kirubai to Arlong, who lay unconscious, blood dribbling from his mouth. The invincible force that had ruled their village with Firth Arlong pirates was utterly annihilated, just like that. Konai's turned to the two shell-shocked women, her calm demeanor unshaken by the bloodshed. Her lips curved into a gentle smile as she asked, almost casually, "These vile pirates, should I finish them off?" Her question lingered in the air as Nami and Nijiko exchanged a bewildered glance, their minds struggling to comprehend the whirlwind of events that had unfolded before their eyes. Not far away, Aiken stood motionless, his face reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, hoping the sight before him wasn't an illusion. But as reality sunk in, a wave of joy and gratitude surged through him. Tears began streaming down his cheeks as he murmured, his voice trembling with emotion, "Belmir, you must be watching this, right?" Hearing that name, Nami and Nijiko froze in place, their bodies shuddering uncontrollably. Tears welled up in their eyes, spilling over before they could hold them back. Memories of their adoptive mother, Belmir, flooded their minds, her warm, resolute smile, the sound of her laughter, and the sacrifices she made. She had died at Arlong's hands. The thought alone reignited a deep, searing pain. Nami clenched her fists tightly, her face etched with grief and unyielding hatred as she glared at Arlong's unconscious, broken form lying in a pool of his own blood. For Belmir, she choked out, her voice trembling with raw emotion, "I must avenge her." Without hesitation, Nami stormed toward Arlong, her footsteps heavy with determination. She spotted one of Konai's blood-stained iron spikes lying nearby, its sharp tip glinting ominously. Bending down, she seized it with both hands, her grip firm despite the trembling. Nami Nijiko called out weakly, her voice tinged with worry. But before she could intervene, Nami raised the spike high and plunged it down with all her might. The sharp tip pierced through Arlong's tough skin, driving straight into his neck. A spurt of crimson sprayed into the air, splattering across Nami's face and clothes. She gasped for breath, her body quivering as though the act had drained all her strength. The iron spike clattered to the ground as she stumbled backward, collapsing into the sticky pool of blood. Nijiko. Without a second thought, Nijiko rushed to her side, kneeling beside her and wrapping her arms around her trembling frame. It was then that Nami finally broke down, burying her face in Nijiko's shoulder as a torrent of anguished sobs escaped her. Years of pain, sorrow, and hatred poured out in an uncontrollable flood, shaking her small frame. Standing off to the side, Konais and Robin exchanged glances and shared a faint, knowing smile. With Arlong dead, the remaining fragments of his pirate crew crumbled. The remaining members, disoriented and demoralized, were quickly driven off the island by the overjoyed and enraged villagers of Kakasi. That evening, Nijiko and Nami prepared a lavish feast in honor of Ron's crew. Though it was far from adequate repayment for the tremendous debt they owed, it was the most heartfelt gesture they could muster. During the feast, Nami couldn't help but bow her head, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I'm sorry for doubting you, and for even thinking about betraying you earlier." Robin and Konais dismissed her apology with a wave, assuring her they held no grudges. In truth, they admired Nami's strength and her ability to shoulder the burdens of an entire village with such resilience. After the feast, Nijiko attempted to return the rental payment, insisting on doing her part. However, Ron firmly declined. Later that night, as Ron soaked in a wooden barrel filled with hot water, Nami's voice drifted in from the doorway. "But you're their captain," Nami pointed out, her tone almost accusatory. "If you hadn't allowed it, they wouldn't have stepped in, right? Don't overthink it. I don't care what they do, as long as it doesn't trouble me," Ron replied dismissively. A flicker of amusement crossed Nami's face. Robin was right beneath that detached and indifferent exterior. Ron was far more caring than he let on. If he truly didn't want to get involved, he wouldn't have defended her earlier. "By the way," Nami asked after a pause, "since you're the captain, does that mean you're stronger than Konais and Robin? What do you think?" "I don't know," Nami admitted, leaning against the doorframe. "I used to think Arlong was unbeatable, but now Konais and Robin seem far stronger than him, and if you're stronger than them, I can't even imagine it. Are there many people like you out there?" "There are plenty," Ron said nonchalantly, "and some who are even stronger." Stronger? Nami's eyes gleamed with a mix of awe and longing. "I wonder when I finally set sail as a navigator, will I find companions as strong and kind as you all?" Ron didn't answer. A quiet stillness fell over them until Nami finally broke it. "I overheard you and Robin talking earlier. Are you leaving soon?" Ron nodded. "Yeah, how soon?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow, that's soon." Nami's voice wavered, a hint of disappointment creeping in. Ron opened his eyes, his gaze steady as he looked at her. "If you want to set sail, you can come with us." Nami's eyes widened, her expression shifting to one of stunned disbelief. Hope and excitement lit up her features, mingling with hesitation as her lips parted slightly. She hadn't expected an offer like this, but could she accept it? A nearly instinctive "I'm willing" was about to escape Nami's lips. However, after a moment of calm reflection, she shook her head instead. Even though I really want to become one of your crewmates and set sail with you, I think I'll pass for now. Why? Ron asked, his voice calm yet curious. Hearing her response, Ron chuckled softly from the bath. That kind of determination isn't bad. With a mindset like that, you're sure to find the perfect crew in the future. Nami's small face lit up with a smile. Her bright eyes sparkled with understanding and hope. If that's the case, then that would be amazing, she replied. One day I'll be able to sail the seas with my crewmates, and when that happens, I hope we can meet again on the vast, free ocean. By then I'll have grown into a navigator who will even make you, Robin and Konai's, look at me with admiration. Perhaps it was because she knew they'd be leaving tomorrow. In these final moments, Nami found herself saying things she'd never shared with Nijiko or anyone else. She didn't know why, but with this mysterious boy, only 2 years older than her yet as composed as an adult, she felt she could be completely open. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ron, Robin, Konai's, and Enzo left the small house without disturbing Nijiko. By the time they emerged from the orange grove, they found Nami already waiting for them. She cradled a young orange tree, about 50 centimeters tall, in her hands. Dewdrops glistened on her clothes, showing that she'd been standing there for quite a while. Nami, Robin, and Konai's were surprised to see her. Nami greeted them with a cheerful smile. Let me see you off to the shore. She carried the young orange tree all the way to the coast. Once there, she gently handed it to Konai's. I can't repay the debt I owe you for everything you've done for Kakasi village, not now anyway. But this orange tree is my most precious treasure. I planted it with Belmir. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Konai's looked at the earnest expression on Nami's face, then turned toward Ron. Ron gave a small nod. Take it. Only then did Konai's accept the orange tree from Nami, who immediately broke into a brilliant, radiant smile. After Konai's, Robin, and Enzo had all boarded the ship, Ron, clad in a black hooded coat with his black sword sheathed at his waist, stood on the shore. His eyes drifted toward the tall structure of Arlong Park in the distance. Resting his left hand casually on the hilt of his blade, he turned to Nami and asked, Didn't you say before that you couldn't imagine someone stronger than Konai's and Robin? Nami nodded, looking at him in confusion. Why, what's this about? Since you waited so long this morning, let me broaden your horizons a bit, Ron said casually. As Nami watched, puzzled, Ron slowly drew his black sword. With an almost lazy motion, he swung it toward Arlong Park, then sheathed it in one fluid movement. As the sword clicked back into its scabbard, a resonant clang echoed. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged across the coastline, sending seawater rippling outward in waves. Nami's orange hair fluttered wildly in the gale as her eyes widened in shock. A dark, slicing wave of energy surged forward like an unstoppable force, cutting a straight path through the terrain. Trees and hills along the way split cleanly in half, and the ground fractured into a perfectly straight line as though measured and sliced by a craftsman's tool. The black slash collided with the tall structure of Arlong Park, slicing through it like a hot knife through butter. The building, once standing proudly, cracked and began to collapse, its debris scattering in all directions. This. Nami could hardly believe what she'd just witnessed. Swallowing hard, her heart raced as she tried to comprehend the magnitude of the power she had just seen. This was his strength. This was the power of the one who led Konai's and Robin. It was terrifyingly overwhelming. Was such power even possible for a human to wield? Compared to this, what was Arlong even worth? The thought of this gentle, laid-back boy, who wasn't much older than her, possessing such terrifying power was utterly mind-boggling. As she turned to speak, she realized Ron was no longer beside her. She looked around, only to see the ship already about 100 meters from the shore. On the deck, Konai's and Robin leaned against the railing, smiling as they waved back at her. Goodbye, Nami. Nami stood silently on the shore, clutching the memory of their parting. The orange tree in their hands was her most cherished gift, and with it, she silently prayed for their safe journey ahead. 1 month later, early spring. It was the year 1515 of the sea calendar, 5 years before the original storyline began. Ron was now 15 years old, Konai 16, and Nico Robin 23. After leaving Kakasi village, the crew continued their journey across the East Blue for a while. During this time, the traveler returned near the island where Ron had first arrived in this world. Without alerting anyone, Ron secretly visited the island again. Everything on the small island was peaceful. Harris and Aunt Mary had a baby, and Mars had started a family of his own. The pirate crew that had falsely claimed to be subordinates of the Arlong pirates hadn't shown up again since. This brought Ron some comfort. He left behind a significant sum of money for both Old Man Harris and Mars before silently departing once more. In the following months, after signing in at more than 20 islands in the East Blue, the traveler left the sea behind. By this time, their reputation had quietly spread throughout the East Blue. They weren't a pirate crew, bounty hunters, marines, or even part of the Revolutionary Army. Wandering without a fixed destination, they roamed the vast sea freely. Mysterious, unpredictable, powerful, and independent. Among the islands, tales of their enigmatic captain began to spread. Ron the Wanderer. This name was gaining legendary status throughout the East Blue. As for Ron himself, he remained entirely unaware of his growing fame, even if he knew he would likely find it baffling. After all, he was simply signing in at islands, dealing with a few clueless pirates and bounty hunters here and there. How had he suddenly become a legend, arriving in the South Blue? The island's climate, customs, and food in the South Blue were noticeably different from those in the East Blue, bringing a sense of novelty to Ron, Konais, and Robin. Naturally, this led to a massive shopping spree, filling the travelers' food stores to capacity. They continued to explore the islands, one after another. During their journey, they encountered pirates who thought too highly of themselves. While the pirates of the South Blue were generally stronger than those in the East Blue, they were still no match for the crew. These minor encounters only served as training opportunities for Konais and Enzo. Ron, on the other hand, didn't even feel like drawing his sword, while Ron and his crew were making waves in the South Blue elsewhere, at Marineford. In the Grand Office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku handed 3 reports to Vice Admiral Garp. "What's this?" Curious, Garp opened the reports. The name Ron caught his attention, and his expression sharpened slightly. Sengoku, seated behind his desk with his hands clasped together, spoke gravely. "One report is from one of the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria. Another is from Crocodile, also a warlord. The last one is a recent submission from the East Blue, detailing his actions there." Garp quickly scanned the contents, then grinned broadly, baring his teeth. "Wahahaha, that brat managed to teach both Crocodile and Moria a lesson and even forced them to complain to the Marines. Not bad, not bad. Attacking the 7 warlords without causing any fatalities shouldn't count as a serious offense, right?" He casually tossed the reports onto the desk and looked at Sengoku. "The East Blue report doesn't seem to have any problems either. All he's doing is teaching some arrogant pirates a lesson and leisurely wandering around. What's wrong with that? There's no issue with those actions," Sengoku replied sternly. "But there is one concern." "What's that?" Garp pulled out a bag of rice crackers from who knows where and began munching on them. "One of his crewmates is suspected to be a survivor from O'Hara, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries." Garp's hand paused mid-bite on his rice cracker. "Nico Robin." "That's right," Sengoku said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Regarding this, Garp, do you have anything to say?" "That brat sure knows how to stir up trouble," Garp muttered, scratching his head in frustration. "Are you certain it's Nico Robin, Sengoku? I've received reports that they were last spotted in the South Blue." "Kyuzen is already on his way there," Sengoku said, his fingers interlocked on the desk, his sharp gaze fixed on Garp. "If it's confirmed that she's really Nico Robin." "And what if she is?" Garp interrupted, crunching down on a rice cracker as he cast a sidelong glance at Sengoku. "At worst, we bring her in. Or are you saying you intend to brand him as a criminal just for this?" "Garp, you must understand," Sengoku said gravely. "If he's knowingly harboring Nico Robin, that's undoubtedly a criminal act." Garp said nothing in response. He simply continued to munch loudly on his rice crackers, scattering crumbs all over the floor. South Blue. In a bustling restaurant on one of the islands, Ron and his companions were enjoying a meal. Beside them sat a young woman with heart-shaped lipstick, an enormous appetite, and a growing mountain of empty plates surrounding her. "You're eating more than I do," Enzo stared at her in shock. "Bonnie, you really can eat a lot," Konai said, unable to hide her astonishment. "No choice, really. This stupid devil fruit of mine comes with the side effect of making me feel hungry all the time," Bonnie replied, her tone casual as she stabbed another piece of food with her fork. Sitting next to her, Robin gracefully sipped her coffee, her refined demeanor a sharp contrast to Bonnie's voracious eating. Ron propped his head on one hand, looking at Bonnie with mild disinterest. "Finish your food and leave. Stop following us." Jewelry Bonnie froze mid-bite, raising her head to look at Ron. "You don't want me as a crewmate?" "Sure, I eat a lot, but I'm pretty strong, you know." She spoke with her mouth still full, the words muffled as she continued chewing. "We can't afford to feed you," Ron said, taking a sip of his drink. Bonnie swallowed her food in one big gulp and, still clutching her knife and fork, glared at Ron. "Liar, you're all so strong. If you need money, just raid a few pirate crews, right?" Konais opened her mouth to retort, but paused, reconsidering. She had a point. After all, most of their expenses lately had indeed come from robbing pirates. "Aren't you planning to go to sea as a pirate yourself? Why are you so insistent on joining our crew?" Ron asked, a bit exasperated. "Because you're strong, of course," Bonnie replied matter-of-factly. She had personally witnessed Ron and his crew taking down a pirate ship. Konai's ability to manipulate steel, the dugong's martial prowess, everything had amazed her. It was Ron's casual swing of his blade, slicing through the pirate ship as if it were paper, that had left a deep impression on the newly debuted pirate. If she could join their crew, she thought, she'd be able to travel anywhere on the seas and indulge in endless delicacies. Driven by this dream, Bonnie had followed them to the island, clinging to the strong "huh." "It's not a bad survival strategy for a pirate," Ron mused, setting down his glass and meeting her gaze. Bonnie's eyes lit up. "So you'll let me join?" "No." "Sorry, but it's still a no." Why not? My abilities should be useful to you, right? Bonnie looked confused and protested. It's not because I eat too much, is it? Bonnie, Robin glanced at her calmly. Do you think we're pirates? Bonnie froze for a moment at the question. Aren't you? We're not, Konai's replied with a smile. If you're looking for strong companions to sail as pirates, then I'm afraid we can't let you aboard. Not pirates, but you're so strong. Bonnie stared blankly at Ron, Konai's, and Robin, her mind struggling to process this revelation. The life of a traveler is different from that of a pirate. It's not full of grand battles, but mostly calm and peaceful moments. We'll be wandering the South Blue for quite some time. You can join us for a while to experience it. If you can adapt to this kind of life, then I'll welcome you aboard as the 5th member of our crew. Ron's tone was steady as he looked at Bonnie. Bonnie considered this seriously for a moment before nodding to him. All right, the 5th member, but aren't there only 3 of us? Konai's asked curiously. Who's the 4th? Ron took a sip of his drink and replied, we also have a vice captain, though they're not with us at the moment. Vice captain. Hearing this for the first time, both Robin and Konai's exchanged surprised and curious glances. Meanwhile, on the white soil island of Baltigo, in the open training grounds within the city, Dragon Claw, young Sabo's hands, coated with armament haki, formed into dragon-like claws as he grabbed at a sharp, incoming slash. The force of the slash pushed him back more than 10 meters, his feet skidding across the ground. With a powerful grip, he crushed the fine yet resilient sword energy. Fishman Karate, Grass-Tile True Fist. With a crisp shout, a young girl leaped into the air. She raised her fist and delivered a powerful strike aimed at the slender figure in the center of the training ground. A shockwave blasted through the air, rippling outward as it targeted the figure. Wielding a blade, Kuina, her long blue ponytail flowing behind her, did not even glance at the attack. She swung the Wado Ikemanji in her right hand in a horizontal arc. The surging sword energy coalesced into a blue dragon that instantly shattered the shockwave before continuing its charge toward Koala. Koala quickly dodged out of the way. At the same time, Sabo stepped forward, his figure flashing with incredible speed as he lunged toward Kuina. His fierce dragon claw technique, enhanced by whirling air currents and armament haki, aimed straight for her face. Kuina's calm and sharp gaze swept over him. With a slight shift of her body, she elegantly dodged the ferocious attack. In the same instant, she used the still-sheathed long blade in her left hand to deliver an upward strike, landing squarely on Sabo's chin. The blow to his chin momentarily disoriented Sabo, causing him to stagger and fall to the side. Sabo, Koala ran over immediately. After checking on Sabo's condition, she puffed up her cheeks and glared at Kuina. Kuina, you knocked him out again. Kuina, exuding an even sharper and purer aura, calmly sheathed the Wado Ikemanji and glanced at Koala. In battle, you must show no mercy, regardless of your opponent. That is the greatest respect you can offer them. It's something someone once told me. That someone. Is it the guy you keep mentioning? The one named Ron? Koala couldn't help but ask. Kuina nodded. An impressive fight, a voice remarked, its tone difficult to distinguish as male or female. Kuina and Koala turned their heads to see Ivankov approaching from where he had been watching the battle from a distance. Sabo has gotten even stronger since the last time I was here. He's even mastered armament haki now. Koala, you'll need to work harder to catch up. Ivankov walked over to Kuina, his gaze filled with admiration. Kuina, you've already reached the level of a true swordmaster. That's truly remarkable. Next, you'll need to focus on mastering haki. Kuina nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Oh, by the way, Kuina, Ivankov began. While I was out, I came across some news about that boy, Ron. The moment Ivankov mentioned Ron, Kuina's usually calm and composed eyes widened in an instant. Her face lit up with a rare expression of joy and excitement, something Koala had almost never seen before. Ron, where is he now? Kuina asked intently, fixing her gaze on Ivankov. Koala also looked at Ivankov, curious about the boy Kuina often mentioned. What kind of person was this Ron who could make Kuina care so much about him? Kuina had once said that she had never won a single match against Ron. That had to be a joke, right? After all, Kuina was so strong. According to our investigation, Ron left the Marines about a year ago. Since then, he's passed through the Florian Triangle and the Kingdom of Arabasta. Both Gecko Moria and Crocodile, 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea, suffered major losses at his hands. As Ivankov recounted the story, his tone was filled with undisguised shock and amazement. It's truly incredible. That boy, who once seemed even younger than you, has grown to such a level. 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea suffered major defeats at his hands. Koala's jaw dropped, her face full of disbelief. So this Ron that Kuina often spoke of was actually that powerful. It's been 4 years. Ron has already grown so much stronger. Kuina murmured softly to herself. I need to work even harder. She looked up at Ivankov. Ivankov, do you know where he is now? Ivankov shook his head. Some say he's been seen in the Grand Line, others in the East Blue. Recently, there have been rumors about him in the South Blue. It's hard to pinpoint his exact location, and his movements remain a mystery. Hearing this, Kuina's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Always so unpredictable. That really is just like him. Are you planning to go look for him? Ivankov asked. Kuna shook her head. Not yet. The time isn't right. With that, Kuna expressed her gratitude and left. After she was gone, Koala couldn't help but turn to Ivankov. Is that Ron really that strong? Ivankov nodded seriously. He's incredibly strong. He managed to severely injure Crocodile, the sand crocodile. If it came down to a fight, I might not even be able to beat him. Even you, Ivankov. Koala was utterly shocked. According to Kuna, Ron was apparently a year younger than her. This was just insane. Was that guy some kind of monster? South Blue, after recruiting Jewelry Bonnie, who possessed the ability to manipulate age-making people, including herself, older or younger, with a touch-ron, and his crew spent about half a month traveling aimlessly through the South Blue. They explored one island after another, taking in the sights. Ron's vitality had now approached an astonishing 2,000 points. When activating Essence of Strength LV2, his strength reached a truly terrifying level. Enzo, who was now carrying a weight of 70 kilograms, had finally begun to grasp the basics of armament hacking. Konai's, on the other hand, had increased her range of control over iron to 100 meters, manipulating up to 15 blades at supersonic speed. On this day, the crew arrived at a deserted island, planning to rest for a while. Ron, wearing only black swim trunks and sunglasses, reclined leisurely on a beach chair. Meanwhile, Robin and Konai's, dressed in swimsuits, were playing beach volleyball, while Enzo frolicked happily in the shallow waters along the shore. Bonnie, clad in a red swimsuit that accentuated her striking figure, held a coconut in one hand as she approached. Ron, want a drink? She asked. Ron extended his hand to take it. Bonnie reluctantly handed over the coconut, clearly hesitant to part with it. How does it taste? Ron asked casually, sipping through the straw. Bonnie sat down on the sandy ground beside him, gazing out at the vast, azure sea. The breeze gently tousled her pink hair as she spoke. To be honest, it's a bit dull and boring. It's nothing like the thrilling life on the Grand Line, she said, hugging her knees as she stared at the ocean before her. This kind of peaceful life is fine for a while, but if it goes on too long, I don't think I could stand it, she admitted, turning to Ron with a look of confusion. For someone as strong as you, don't you ever feel the urge to challenge the powerful figures of the sea, to dominate and become the ruler of these waters? What's wrong with this kind of peaceful, free life? Ron said with a smile, enjoying the sweet coconut juice. Becoming the ruler of these seas would only bring endless trouble. And for what? Well, Bonnie began, but before she could continue, Ron's expression suddenly sharpened, his eyes narrowing beneath his sunglasses as an overwhelming aura emanated from him. What is it? Both Robin and Konai's turned toward him, their expressions serious. Even Enzo paused his play and looked back. Just as we were talking about trouble, it seems to have found us, Ron said, sitting up and looking out at the vast expanse of ocean before him. A faint smile played on his lips. Bonnie followed his gaze but saw nothing. The sea stretched out endlessly, serene and empty. What trouble? There's nothing there, she said, glancing at Ron in confusion. Ron gave her a sidelong look. You'll see soon enough. The excitement you were craving is on its way. Don't get too scared, he replied, his voice calm but laced with a hint of warning. His gaze shifted to Robin and Konai's. Get to the ship immediately and prepare to set sail. Noticing the rare seriousness in his tone, both women nodded and ran toward the ship without hesitation. Ron then turned to Bonnie. You too, he said. Though puzzled, Bonnie followed Robin and Konai's toward the Voyager. As the three women and Enzo boarded the ship and began preparations, a wave of blue frost rapidly spread across the distant ocean, radiating outward with astonishing speed. In an instant, the waters surrounding the deserted island froze solid. The ship was trapped in the frozen sea, completely immobilized. On the deck, Konai's, Bonnie, and Enzo stared wide-eyed in shock. What is this? The sea. It's frozen solid. Robin's gaze locked on the icy expanse before them. Her eyes widened as if recalling something dreadful. Her face turned deathly pale. Could it be? Don't panic, Ron's voice rang out from the shore, calm and steady. Konai's, activate the alternate mode of the ship I told you about earlier. His reassuring tone brought an immediate sense of calm to the group. Understood, Konai's replied, hurrying below deck with Enzo. Only Bonnie and Robin remained on the deck. Half a minute later, the source of the disturbance finally appeared. They're here, Ron said, his gaze fixed on the distant sea, his eyes narrowing once more. Robin and Bonnie turned their eyes to the horizon, where a figure could now be seen approaching slowly, riding a bicycle across the frozen sea. That person is. Bonnie, unfamiliar with the figure, tilted her head in confusion. Beside her, Robin's face went pale and a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Her voice trembled as she spoke. That's Admiral Cusin, also known as Aokiji of the Marines. An Admiral of the Marines. Bonnie's jaw dropped as she stared at the man closing in on them. Why would a Marine Admiral show up here? She whipped around to face Robin. You're not pirates, right? He's not here to capture you, is he? Robin's lips pressed into a tight line, her hands gripping the railing so hard that her knuckles turned white. The only possible reason for Aokiji's appearance was Hearth, infamous demon of Ohara, with a bounty of 79 million berries. When Kyuzin finally stopped his bike on the ice just off the beach, he raised a hand in greeting to Ron. "Yo, long time no see. Congrats on the promotion to Admiral," Ron replied with a smile. Over the past year, in an effort to counter the growing threat of pirates in the Grand Line and New World, the Marines had promoted Akinu, Kizaru, and Kyuzin to admirals. "Not much to celebrate," Kyuzin said, scratching his head. "More responsibilities just mean less freedom." Garp was right, her ranks are a hassle. "I suppose you're here as part of your lazy justice philosophy," Ron teased. "Something like that," Kyuzin replied before turning his attention to the ship's deck. His gaze settled on Robin. "It's you, Nico Robin." Robin's body trembled under his piercing gaze, her grip tightening further. Bonnie stared at Robin in shock. "She's Nico Robin." "Hey, Kyuzin," Ron interjected, stepping onto the ice in his swim trunks and bare feet. "Could you not terrify my crew?" Kyuzin shifted his focus back to Ron, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I've read the reports about what you've been up to over the past year," he said. "Nothing too alarming, but why is Nico Robin aboard your ship? Don't tell me you don't know her identity." Ron met his gaze calmly. "I don't answer to the Marines anymore. Even if you're an admiral, you have no right to interfere with my decisions. Harboring a criminal with a bounty of 79 million berries is enough to get you labeled a criminal yourself," Kyuzin said coldly. Ron smirked. "Ah yes, the same justice that placed such a bounty on an 8-year-old girl simply because of her existence. Is that the Marine way?" Kyuzin's expression darkened as his admiral's aura surged, chilling the air around them. "Robin is my crewmate," Ron declared, drawing his crackling blade Raikiri from the void. "If protecting her makes me a criminal, so be it." As the sword fully emerged, Ron's powerful sword aura spiraled skyward, colliding fiercely with Kyuzin's overwhelming presence. The once clear sky darkened ominously as a storm began to brew. Bonnie, watching from the deck, broke into a cold sweat. "That's a Marine admiral, and he's drawing his sword against him." Her voice trembled as she muttered, "Is he insane? No matter how strong he is, there's no way he could be a match for a Marine admiral." "You've grown significantly stronger since leaving Marineford." Wearing his signature sunglasses, Aokiji stared at Ron, who stood 100 meters away with his sword in hand. "Among the Shichibukai, perhaps only the top few could surpass you. However, you're still not a match for me. If you insist on protecting Nico Robin, I'll have no choice but to consider you an enemy of justice and eliminate you." Hearing this, Robin's pupils contracted sharply. Suddenly, a flash of golden lightning streaked across the sea, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder as it pierced through the air, traversing the 100-meter gap in an instant. A ferocious slash imbued with golden lightning erupted violent lithas was Ron's response to the Marine admiral. Bonnie instinctively closed her eyes, temporarily blinded by the dazzling golden lightning. When she reopened them, Ron, gripping his sword with one hand, had already appeared behind Aokiji. Between them, the ice-covered sea split open with a sharp, straight crack. Bonnie's gaze was locked on Aokiji, whose body now bore a massive diagonal gash as if it were split in two, yet no blood spilled from his wound. His expression remained eerily calm. Ron noticed a layer of white frost accumulating on his sword, Raikiri, and frowned slightly. Behind him, Aokiji's body began to fragment into ice, his calm voice breaking the tension. "Even though you defeated Crocodile, who's also a Logia user, I'm not the same as him. Right now you can't beat me." As his words faded, jagged ice spikes erupted from the frozen surface, shooting straight toward Ron. Ron stomped heavily on the ground, his foot encased in armament haki. The spikes instantly shattered, and the ice beneath him collapsed into a massive crater. In response, enormous ice formations rose around him, transforming into towering, feral beasts of frost that lunged at Ron, radiating an overwhelming chill. Ron's Raikiri, coated in the deep purple-black hue of armament haki, shimmered ominously. Sun-breathing variant flame-breathing. Total concentration. Raikiri, now bathed in crimson flames, slashed ferociously in a sweeping motion. Flame-breathing fourth form, blazing whirlwind. A massive vortex of fiery slashes erupted, spiraling skyward in a dragon-like blaze of fire. Waves of searing heat rippled outward, forcing Bonnie and Robin on the deck to shield themselves from the scorching air. Even just the aftershock of this, what terrifying power, Bonnie muttered, trembling with shock. She had initially believed the slash that had severed a pirate ship earlier to be the peak of Ron's strength. Now, she realized it was far from his full potential. The enigmatic, unfathomably powerful Ron and Aokiji, a Marine admiral representing the pinnacle of Marine combat strength. What kind of battle would this turn out to be? Under the fiery vortex unleashed by Ron's slash, the colossal ice beasts charging toward him were instantly obliterated and vaporized. Waves of scorching heat rippled outward, spreading across the frozen sea. Within a 100-meter radius, a layer of ice was evaporated into a dense white mist. Not far away, Aokiji, his body half in an icy state and exuding an intense chill, appeared and gazed at Ron. "Oh, a high-temperature slash imbued with flames. Let's see how much strength you're still hiding." He raised his hand, a terrifying cold radiating from his palm. "Ice ball." With a single swing of his palm, 5 massive ice pillars shot out rapidly toward Ron. Ron's figure blurred as he disappeared from his spot, Rikiri still in hand. The 5 enormous ice pillars slammed into the ice-covered sea, shaking it violently. Massive cracks extended outward in all directions. Using Shave, Ron appeared near Aokiji's side and swung his sword down. A vicious slash, imbued with the deep purple hue of Haki, tore through Aokiji's ice-formed body, yet it caused no damage. Under normal circumstances, even an elementalized body should be injured if attacked with Haki-infused strikes. Aokiji, too, should not have been an exception. Ron's Haki-laced attack should have wounded him, but it didn't. Through this probing strike, Ron, utilizing both the transparent world and advanced observation Haki, discovered something peculiar. Preemptively using observation Haki to detect the range of the attack and manipulating your elemental body to evade, is that it? Ron asked calmly, his gaze steady. Aokiji glanced at him, somewhat surprised by his keen perception and combat sense. Correct, he didn't bother to hide the truth. With narrow-range attacks like slashes, I can manipulate my elementalized body to avoid damage, even if your attack is imbued with Haki. His entire body was now encased in ice, cold vapor continuously emitting from it as he spoke. White mist even escaped from his mouth as he exhaled. The surrounding temperature dropped further, growing colder with every passing second. Manipulating elementalization Thiz must be a deeper mastery of the Logia Devil Fruit's abilities. Ron's eyes narrowed slightly. So Haki-infused, narrow-range attacks are ineffective. In that case, Ron squinted, then stomped heavily on the ground. The surface shattered as his figure shot toward Aokiji like a cannonball. As he surged forward, fiery red flames, fierce and dragon-like, began to coil around Rikiri, his sword. This slash carried a momentum and dominance that even made Aokiji's expression turn serious. Aokiji raised his fully ice-formed right arm, white vapor condensing around it. Flame-breathing, fifth form, ice block, pheasant beak. A massive ice bird, radiating intense cold and devastating force, shot from Aokiji's arm. Leaping into the air, Ron instantly activated Essence of Strength, his body emanating a steaming, blood-red heat. Gripping Rikiri with both hands, now fully imbued with armament Haki, he swung the flame-wrapped blade toward the ice bird. Flame Tiger. A gigantic slash of flames transformed into a ferocious, blazing tiger that lunged toward the ice bird with unrelenting ferocity. The moment the two collided, the world seemed to freeze. Even the air felt as though it had been locked in place. In the next instant, the still air exploded violently. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward in all directions. The frozen sea shattered layer by layer, with massive cracks spreading far and wide. The traveler was swept up by the shockwave and thrown back. Robin quickly activated her powers, forming a pair of enormous hands from countless arms to stabilize the ship. It slid across the ice but managed to land steadily. Phew. After the traveler skidded to a halt over 100 meters away, Robin let out a sigh of relief. What was that? Bonnie's voice trembled with awe, barely above a whisper, as if caught in a dream. Turning her head to look, Robin was similarly stunned. In the distance, the icy sea within 100 meters had been divided into 2 stark region zones engulfed in blazing flames, the other shrouded in frigid cold. The two forces clashed violently, neither giving way, their collision sending waves of heat and cold into the surroundings with devastating shockwaves. The frozen sea beneath them continued to crumble, cracks spreading incessantly. Snow fell from the overcast sky, only to melt into steam mid-air from the heat, rising in white plumes. The scene was overwhelming, making one question if such destruction could truly be wrought by humans. Beneath the massive clash of flames and cold, Ron, wielding Rikiri and Aokiji, holding his ice blade, engaged in close combat. Even though Ron's strength was slightly superior, his slashes were ineffective against Aokiji. The flames wrapped around his blade were instantly extinguished by the icy aura emanating from his opponent. As a result, Ron found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Frost began creeping up Ron's limbs, slowing his movements and reducing his speed. Even with his essence of strength at LV2, which enveloped him in a searing crimson mist, the overwhelming cold from Aokiji's body was unrelenting. While Transparent World and his observation Haki provided Ron some advantage in evading attacks, they fell short in allowing him to launch effective counterstrikes. Direct physical attacks, even when enhanced with armament Haki, could land on Aokiji, but often lost their impact as he manipulated his Logia powers to avoid critical damage. At the same time, Ron faced the ever-looming danger of being frozen solid in a single misstep. Techniques like Shave, Tempest Kick, or Moonwalk were utterly useless against an opponent of this caliber. After forcing Ron to retreat with another icy attack, Aokiji, still radiating his usual lazy and indifferent demeanor, remarked casually, "So this is the limit of your strength." Cold, bone-chilling breath escaped Aokiji's mouth as he raised his hand. The flames that had been fiercely opposing his icy aura were finally extinguished. The freezing energy surged into the sky, forming colossal icebergs that rapidly converged around Ron. Swinging his blade, Ron unleashed a massive slash that shattered countless layers of ice. But the frozen shards seemed alive, reforming instantly and continuing their relentless advance. Under this onslaught, Ron resembled a small insect trapped in an icy lake, surrounded on all sides with no escape. So you're finally serious. Is this the power of an admiral? Ron muttered, his gaze fixed on Aokiji's half-ice form in the distance. His grip on Rikiri tightened. As expected, he couldn't reach that level yet, but a flash of red glinted in Ron's eyes. You think this is my full power? With a resounding stomp, Ron's foot slammed onto the frozen ground. The ice beneath him sank deeply, fracturing into a web of cracks before exploding upward. Massive chunks of ice were hurled into the air, forming a jagged barrier between him and Aokiji. Raising his empty left hand, Ron reached into the void and pulled out Shusui, the legendary black blade. Armament haki surged, coating the sword in a spiraling, almost tangible aura of destructive energy. LV2 Essence of Strength, full activation. LV5 Armament haki, full activation. Breath of the Sun, total concentration. LV3 Transparent World plus LV4 Observation haki, fully unleashed. In an instant, the world around Ron transformed. The fine details of the environment, every crack in the ice, every shift in Aokiji's stance, every vibration in the air became crystal clear. Time seemed to slow, and even the flow of Aokiji's blood and the rhythm of his heartbeat were laid bare to Ron's perception. Aokiji's eyes narrowed slightly behind his signature sunglasses as he observed Ron's overwhelming aura. Still have strength left, huh, he muttered. That body of yours is truly terrifying. Ron stood tall, both Shusui and Raikiri in hand, his figure exuding a fiery red mist of vitality and raw power. His black hair flowed wildly, and his eyes glowed with a menacing crimson hue. He wasn't wasting time on words. This was his peak state, and Ron knew he could only maintain it for a single minute. A single, decisive minute to settle this fight. Let's end this quickly. With a subtle shift of his weight, Ron's figure vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a faint blur in the frozen battlefield. The icy surface beneath him shattered violently as if unable to withstand his explosive force. The surrounding massive ice blocks, which loomed threateningly in his direction, were instantly sliced into countless fragments by invisible slashes that echoed through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Boom. A deafening sonic boom ripped through the icy expanse as Ron surged forward. A fleeting streak of crimson energy streaked across the frozen battlefield, its intensity making the very air tremble. The massive ice chunks that had been suspended mid-air between Ron and Aokiji were bisected with precision, crumbling into countless shards that scattered like glass in a storm. Wielding both blades, their edges alight with monstrous energy, Ron closed in on Aokiji with a ferocity that made the frozen landscape itself seem fragile. His twin swords, wrapped in raging haki, and the terrifying aura of a master swordsman, clashed against the Admiral's frosty hand. The collision was cataclysmic. A sharp hiss echoed as the ice and energy clashed, the sheer force causing cracks to splinter through the frozen ground. Tendrils of crackling energy, like serpents of lightning, slithered outward, cutting and scorching everything in their path. The ice surface cracked further beneath the titanic energy clash, collapsing layer by layer under the strain. A violent shockwave radiated from the collision point, sending broken ice shards flying in all directions and whipping up a roaring gale. The traveler, sitting hundreds of meters away, groaned under the force of the shockwave, sliding back tens of meters across the icy surface. As the initial clash ended, Ron's movements became a blur of raw power and deadly precision. He struck with an unrelenting fury, his arms moving faster than the eye could follow, his swords a whirlwind of devastating energy. Each strike carried monumental force, with arcs of razor-sharp sword energy carving through the battlefield like divine judgment. The combination of his overwhelming physical strength, unparalleled swordsmanship, and exceptional armament haki made each swing capable of cleaving through a pirate ship with ease. And now, Dezensno, hundreds of such slashes rained down upon Aokiji. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Aokiji, an admiral of the Marines and one of the most formidable warriors of the sea, finally shifted into high gear. His eyes, cold and calculating beneath his sunglasses, narrowed slightly. Ice Age, he murmured, raising his right hand, now entirely transformed into shimmering frost. The air itself froze in response. As Aokiji activated his haki, the aura around him grew even more oppressive. His mastery of armament haki surpassed Ron's, giving the icy energy he wielded a lethal edge. The frost emanating from his hand surged forward, crashing against Ron's strikes with terrifying intensity. The ice didn't just block Ron's slashes, it consumed them. The frost seemed alive, regenerating and growing at a speed faster than Ron could cut through it. Every devastating blow that shattered the ice was immediately met with an even larger surge of frozen growth, overwhelming the swordsman like an unending tidal wave. Ron's surroundings transformed into a labyrinth of relentless frost. From all sides, massive icy spires sprang forth, converging on him like ravenous beasts. The ground, his surroundings, even the very air seemed to turn against him. No matter how many slashes he unleashed, the frost surged back stronger, thicker, and colder. Robin and Bonnie, watching from the distant deck of the Traveler, were frozen in fear. "Stop it, stop," Robin whispered, her voice trembling as tears welled in her eyes. The ice spiraled upward, and in moments it encased Ron entirely. A massive crystalline sphere of pure ice rose from the battlefield, trapping him within. "Stop it," Robin screamed, clutching the railing of the ship as her body shook uncontrollably. Aokiji exhaled softly, his breath visible as a plume of frost. Slowly, he lowered his hand. The icy blue of his half-transformed body began to fade as he returned to his usual lazy demeanor. "The fight's over," he declared coolly, turning away. The battlefield grew silent save for the creaking of the frozen expanse. As the white mist of cold air dissipated, it revealed a single, immense, and flawless ice sphere standing in the desolation. Robin collapsed to her knees, her face pale as her trembling hands reached out toward the battlefield. Bonnie stood frozen, her widened eyes fixed on the icy prison. A single word escaped her lips, filled with disbelief. Robin stood frozen, her face devoid of color, her wide eyes fixed on the enormous ice sphere that now dominated the battlefield. Inside, like a fragile insect trapped in amber, was the black-haired youth, his twin blades still gripped tightly in his hands, his figure sealed in frost. Her strength drained away completely, leaving her trembling and weak-kneed. The world around her seemed to fade into silence, broken only by the frantic pounding of her own heart. This can't be real," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Above, the clouds began to part, allowing a single beam of sunlight to pierce through the heavens. It illuminated the ice sphere, making its crystalline surface sparkle with an almost ethereal brilliance. Inside the sphere, the figure of Ron, frozen in combat, became even more vivid, a tragic monument to his defiance. Aokiji, dressed casually in his sleeveless shirt, removed his sunglasses and looked toward the frozen youth. His expression was calm, but his voice carried a rare note of solemnity as he muttered to himself, "It's been a while since I've had to take a fight this seriously. You really are full of surprises, Traveler Ron." His gaze lingered on the frozen figure. 15 years old and already capable of this much, as Garp said, "You're undoubtedly a monster in the making." The Admiral let out a slow breath, the icy mist curling around him as his thoughts wandered. "If you were given just a little more time to grow, it wouldn't take long before you stood as my equal, staring me down as an opponent on equal footing." Aokiji's eyes flickered with a hint of complexity, the icy exterior momentarily thawing as he glanced toward the ship in the distance, where Robin watched in helpless despair. "And yet, for someone you've only known for less than a year, for Nico Robin, you fought with everything you had." The Admiral's usually impassive face betrayed a rare moment of introspection, his gaze dimming as old memories surfaced. To declare an innocent 8-year-old girl a criminal with a bounty of 79 million berries, was that truly justice? Ever since the death of his close friend Saul, Aokiji had begun to question the absolute justice that the Marines so fervently upheld. That doubt, buried deep within him, remained unanswered to this day. But today, this battle had provided him with some clarity. His eyes drifted back to the ship, where Robin stood clutching the railing, her body trembling with raw emotion. "Nico Robin," he murmured softly, "you've finally found a place to belong, haven't you?" A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Congratulations." His gaze returned to the frozen Ron, his expression sharpening. "If it's him, he might just be able to carry the weight of your past and your future." Just as Aokiji raised his hand, preparing to dispel the massive ice sphere. Crackle, a sudden streak of golden light flashed from within the frozen structure. The smooth and solid surface of the ice sphere began to fracture, a faint crack appearing on its flawless exterior. Aokiji froze momentarily, his sharp eyes narrowing as he focused on the scene before him. Within the massive ice prison, the black-haired youth clutching his twin blades remained still except for his right foot, which was now sparking with arcs of golden lightning. The destructive energy radiating from his foot surged with a rhythmic pulse, slamming against the ice with relentless ferocity. The cracks on the colossal ice sphere multiplied rapidly, spreading wider and deeper with each passing second. And then, before Aokiji's astonished gaze, boom, the massive ice sphere shattered into a dazzling explosion of ice shards. Countless fragments of ice, glimmering like precious gems under the sunlight, scattered into the air. It was as if a divine being had broken free of a chrysalis, emerging anew. Amidst the shimmering rain of crystal-like debris, the black-haired youth grinned confidently at Aokiji. "I knew you didn't have any killing intent," Ron said, his voice calm yet brimming with defiance. "You're not such a bad guy, Kuzan." With that, Ron stomped his lightning-clad foot on the frozen surface of the sea. In an instant, his figure disappeared from Aokiji's sight. Crack! The impact of his departure sent a terrifying shockwave rippling downward. The thick 100-meter-deep ice layer covering the sea cracked open, creating a massive void. Seawater erupted violently from the exposed gap, shooting high into the air. Aokiji waved a hand casually, freezing the geyser of seawater back into place with practiced ease. He turned to watch the traveler, the ship's track skimming the icy surface as it rapidly fled into the horizon. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. As expected, what an interesting guy. Aokiji placed his sunglasses back on, mounted his bicycle, and began pedaling in the opposite direction. Nico Robin is in your hands now, he murmured to himself. Let's see where your resolve will ultimately lead. On board the traveler. Ron lay sprawled across the deck, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. It's finally over, he muttered, his voice weary but tinged with relief. The strength of a Marine admiral is no joke. Robin, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, sat slumped on the floor, staring blankly at Ron as if she hadn't fully processed what had just happened. Bonnie, on the other hand, was staring at Ron with wide-eyed shock and disbelief. He actually escaped from a Marine admiral. Her back was drenched in cold sweat, and though she felt a lingering fear, her heart was pounding with an unfamiliar excitement. Just a moment ago, she had grumbled about the dullness of traveling with Ron and his crew. Now they had faced off against a Marine admiral and lived to tell the tale. This was beyond thrilling. Her body trembled with adrenaline as she fixed her gaze on Ron, who was lying exhausted on the deck. One thing was clear to Bonnie: no matter what, she was sticking with this guy. This ship, the Traveler, was now her home. 1 week later, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. What? You're telling me you didn't find them? Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed his hands on the desk, his voice thunderous as he glared at Aokiji. The Admiral, ever lazy in his demeanor, scratched his head and shrugged. My apologies. Sengoku's frustration boiled over, but before he could erupt further, Garp, seated nearby and munching on a donut, interrupted. Well, the South Blue is pretty big, isn't it? If that brat Ron is running all over the place, it's only natural Kyuzen couldn't find him. Lighten up, Sengoku. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he shot his subordinate a furious glare. If it weren't for your ridiculous suggestion back then, none of this would have happened in the first place. Biwahaha. And now it's my fault again, is it? Garp let out a hearty laugh, his booming voice reverberating through the office. Sengoku, visibly irritated, sank back into his chair with a heavy sigh. If you didn't find them, then I'll just send someone else. Send someone else. Do we even have anyone to spare right now, with the chaos in the New World and the Grand Line? Garp chimed in again. This time, Sengoku didn't bother to argue, instead falling into a contemplative silence. He had to admit Garp wasn't wrong. The New World was already in a state of upheaval. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido were all vying for the throne, their powers shaking the seas. And to make matters worse, the rapidly rising red-haired pirates had added yet another force to the fray. The New World was a battlefield of titanic proportions, where chaos reigned supreme and the Marines' top forces were already stretched thin trying to maintain order. Even the Grand Line was far from quiet. The so-called supernovas had been appearing one after another, each one more troublesome than the last. Sengoku's frown deepened, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him like a storm cloud. Aokiji, still clad in his justice coat, stood with his hands tucked lazily into his pockets. He glanced at Sengoku, his gaze steady. Actually, I have a suggestion. Both Sengoku and Garp turned their eyes to him, the latter even pausing his snack mid-bite. I think we should let this matter rest for now. Sengoku's brows furrowed further. You're suggesting we ignore Nico Robin, the Ohara survivor with a 79 million berry bounty. Aokiji's tone was as relaxed as ever, but there was a sharp edge to his reasoning. Her threat to the Marines lies in her ability to decipher the poneglyphs. In terms of combat strength, she's not a significant concern. And now that she's traveling with Ron, running around the East and South Blues, how exactly is she supposed to read poneglyphs out there? He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. Honestly, it's better this way. If Nico Robin were to enter the Grand Line or New World, she'd undoubtedly become a target for the major pirate forces vying for dominance. That would only escalate the chaos in those waters, something we don't need right now. Aokiji glanced meaningfully at Sengoku. Moreover, we should avoid forcing a confrontation with Ron. If we push him to the point of outright opposition, it'll only make things harder for us down the line. Sengoku lowered his head in thought. What Aokiji said made sense. It was far less risky to leave Nico Robin in Ron's company, far removed from the power struggles of the New World. Letting her stay in the relatively quiet Four Seas would, without a doubt, keep the situation more manageable. But can you guarantee they won't eventually enter the Grand Line or New World? Sengoku asked, his voice heavy with concern. There's no guarantee, Aokiji admitted without hesitation. But by the time that happens, the chaos in the New World might have settled a bit. At the very least, we'd have the manpower to handle it more effectively. Sengoku fell silent again, his mind racing through countless scenarios. Finally, he turned his gaze to Garp, who was busy chomping on another donut, his expression one of complete indifference. Garp, what do you think? Dunno. Sengoku's patience was wearing thin, and weren't you the one who told me to shut up just now? Garp added casually, picking his nose as he spoke. A vein popped on Sengoku's temple. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Ignoring Garp's antics, Sengoku intertwined his fingers and rested his hands on the desk, looking straight at Aokiji with a resolute expression. Fine. For now, we'll proceed with your suggestion. Ensure that news of Nico Robin's whereabouts is kept strictly confidential. Under no circumstances should it reach the ears of those troublesome forces in the New World. South Blue, after much insistence from Bonnie, who expressed an unwavering desire to join the crew and even volunteered to take on all cleaning duties aboard, Ron finally relented and allowed her to come aboard. Thus, Jewelry Bonnie, who had consumed an unnamed paramecia-type devil fruit granting her the ability to alter her own or others' age by touch, officially became the sixth crew member of the Traveler, counting the Kung Fu Dugong and Zoe. After spending a year traveling through the South Blue, the crew set sail for the West Blue, the birthplace of the Mafia. By the year 1516 of the sea calendar, Ron had turned 16. This year marked several significant events, the most notable of which was the meteoric rise of the red-haired pirates in the New World. They established themselves as the fourth Emperor-level force, joining the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and Kaido's Beasts pirates. The New World thus entered a new era, with the balance of power shared among the four emperors. The seas appeared stable on the surface, as the forces of the four emperors, the Marines, and the seven warlords of the sea counterbalanced each other. However, under this facade of order, numerous secret skirmishes and power plays were still unfolding. None of this concerned Ron, however. At present, he was exploring the islands of the West Blue with Robin, Konais, Enzo, and Bonnie, who had been aboard for a year. Together, they embarked on a series of adventures, navigating through the dark underbelly of the Mafia world. The West Blue's pirates and criminal underworld, forged in constant gunfire and conflict, were markedly stronger than their counterparts in the relatively peaceful East and South Blues. It was 4 months into their journey through the West Blue when Ron's crew crossed paths with the Fire Tank Pirates. This crew was led by Capone Bijet, a future member of the 11 Supernovas and a Castle fruit user. At the time, he had a bounty of 88 million berries. When Ron's ship happened upon the scene, Bijet was in the midst of a violent marine battle. His Fire Tank Pirates were raining relentless cannon fire upon the rival Iron Axe Pirates, who had conspired with an enemy mafia faction to destroy them. The battlefield was ablaze, with the fiery wreckage of more than a dozen pirate ships lighting up the sea. Spotting Ron's Traveler observing from a distance, Bijet's arrogance flared. Without hesitation, he ordered his crew to fire on the unidentified vessel, and then it was over. There was no need for Ron to intervene. Konais, Robin, Enzo, and Bonnie, whose abilities had grown significantly over the past year of travel, decimated the Fire Tank Pirates. The abrupt shift from victory to utter defeat left Bijet utterly dumbfounded. As he knelt in terror under the combined assault of Konais and Robin, the once proud Mafia Don frantically offered a devil fruit and all his wealth in exchange for his life. Relenting, Ron accepted the terms. Bonnie used her powers to reduce Bijet to the form of a child, after which he escorted the crew to his fortress on a nearby island. There, Ron's crew seized all of Bijet's amassed fortune, worth approximately 500 million berries, along with the promised devil fruit. The fruit, an ordinary Zoan-type bird fruit, wasn't particularly noteworthy. However, in a twist, Ron decided to feed the fruit to Sue, the cloud fox perched on Konai's shoulder. Upon consuming the Zoan fruit, Sue's transformation was astounding. Her body grew several times larger, her snow-white wings spread wide, and her fluffy tail became enormous and luxurious, capable of comfortably supporting a reclining adult. Her newfound ability to carry passengers in flight made her an extraordinary hybrid creature. She was no longer merely a cloud fox. Heavenly Fox seemed a far more fitting title. Konais, Robin, and Bonnie were enchanted by the change, cuddling Sue and burying their faces in her soft fur. Even Enzo was smitten, often curling up to sleep on her plush tail. True to his word, Ron spared Bijet's life after taking his wealth and the fruit. This encounter, however, spread the fame of Ron's mysterious crew across the West Blue. Stories began to circulate, piecing together accounts from travelers who had seen the crew in the East and South Blues. In no time, the mysterious and powerful wandering ship, which seemed to lack any specific purpose, was quickly linked to the rumors surrounding the enigmatic vessel that had been spoken of in the East Blue and South Blue. Stories and legends of this mysterious ship began to spread across the West Blue. The name of the ship's captain, the Traveler Ron, also became a well-known tale on the islands of the West Blue. After learning about the sudden defeat of the once flourishing Fire Tank Pirates and how their captain, Bijet, remained tight-lipped about the encounter, the major mafia families and pirate crews of the West Blue grew increasingly wary and reverent of the mysterious ship. They issued strict orders to their subordinates: be cautious and avoid provoking unknown, solitary vessels. As a result, Ron and his crew found their subsequent travels across the West Blue to be unusually calm and uneventful. During the final months of that year, Ron and his crew reached the eastern part of the West Blue, where the Land of Flowers was located. Stepping onto the massive island that housed the Land of Flowers, Ron's vitality points officially reached 3,000. His armament Haki advanced to level 6, and his swordsmanship, progressing from the realm of iron cutting to mastery, placed him among the elite swordsmen. Though he could not yet claim the title of Great Swordsman, he stood among the top echelon of skilled swordsmen. One day, as Ron led Konais, Robin, and the others through an icy expanse, they spotted a tall and burly figure in the distance. This figure was repeatedly slamming his head into the smooth, greenish ice surface. A group of onlookers had gathered around him. The frozen land trembled with each impact of the man's head against the ice. Curious, Konais gazed at the scene and asked, "Why is that man banging his head against the ice?" Robin recognized the group and identified the man who was striking the ice. Smiling, she explained that is Chinjo, the leader of the Chinjo family from the Land of Flowers. He is the 12th pillar of the Hapo Marinsa figurehead of their pirate organization. In his prime, he was a formidable pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. However, he has since retired. 500 million. That hunched old man with a dent in his head, Bonnie, now in the form of a pink-haired little girl, exclaimed in shock. Robin chuckled softly at Bonnie's reaction. In the past, his head wasn't flat but shaped like a sharp drill. That pointed head was his greatest weapon. He could even use it to crack open the indestructible jewel ice sheet, which is said to contain unimaginable wealth. That impressive? Bonnie asked, clicking her tongue in amazement. So how did his head end up flat? According to the stories, it was punched flat by Vice Admiral Garp, the Marine hero, over 20 years ago. Robin replied with a grin. Oh, I see. If it was Vice Admiral Garp, that makes sense, Bonnie said with a nod. Garp. As Chinjo continued to strike the jewel ice sheet with his iron-like skull, the hunched elder suddenly stopped. His long, snow-white beard swayed as he turned his menacing, ghost-like face toward Ron and the others. Robin, Konais, and Bonnie froze in place. Standing beside them, clad in a black fur coat with his ever-broadening shoulders, Ron smiled calmly. The black blade at his waist gleamed faintly as he remarked, "It seems he heard your conversation quite clearly." No way. Could he really hear us from that far away? Bonnie asked, visibly startled. Is that old man's hearing really that sharp? The frozen ground trembled again. With a burst of speed, Chinjo's massive frame hurtled toward them like a cannonball. It seems he really did hear us, Konai said with a wry smile. Robin watched the charging figure and nodded knowingly. Indeed, it's best not to gossip about others behind their backs. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in just 3 seconds. With a resounding thud, Chinjo's imposing figure landed heavily before them. His long beard and hair fluttered wildly, and his intimidating gaze bore down on the group. The sheer force of his presence was overwhelming. You mentioned Garp, didn't you? Speak. What is your relationship with Garp? The powerful aura from Chinjo sent Konai's, Robin, and Bonnie's hair flying backward in disarray. However, the 3 women remained composed, their expressions relaxed and unconcerned, showing not the slightest trace of fear. Standing nearby, the Kung Fu dugong Enzo appeared eager to test his skills, his stance brimming with anticipation. Garp, well, I'd say I'm somewhat of an acquaintance of his, Ron replied with a casual smile. An acquaintance of Garp, Chinjo repeated, his eyes flashing with deep-seated hatred. If you're connected to Garp in any way, I won't let you go. His voice, laced with anger and vengeance, resonated across the icy expanse. He reached out with his massive hand, intending to seize the black-clad, black-haired youth before him. At the same time, the other members of the Hapo Marines who had accompanied Chinjo to the icy continent began to close in. Leading them was Sai, the vice pillar of the Hapo Marines, known for his mastery of the 8-impact fist. Sai, carrying a blade on his back, scrutinized the poised black-clad youth, the striking women beside him, and the Kung Fu dugong wearing a steel vest. Suspicion flickered in his eyes. Who are these people? Before he could delve further into his thoughts, Chinjo, consumed by rage, swung his massive hand through the air, aiming to grab the youth with the black blade at his waist. Swish, just as Chinjo's hand was about to close around him, the black-clad youth vanished from sight as though he had teleported. Sai's eyes narrowed in shock. What astonishing speed! Where did he go? His gaze darted around, his observation haki spreading out to locate the young man. Spotting the black-clad youth abruptly reappearing midair, Sai urgently shouted, "Pillar, I don't need you to tell me." Chinjo roared, spinning to launch a powerful punch skyward. In midair, the black-haired youth, clad in his black coat, also threw a punch. A disproportionately small fist collided with Chinjo's massive one. For a moment, the air froze. Then a deafening explosion erupted. The shockwave surged outward with incredible force, spreading across the icy landscape. Sai instinctively raised an arm to shield himself, while the Hapo Marines members behind him were blasted several meters back by the sheer power of the impact. Under Sai's astonished gaze, Qinzhao's massive fist was forced back by Ron's punch. His enormous body staggered from the impact, retreating 2 full steps. How is this possible? The leader was actually pushed back. The leader must have been careless. Yeah, that has to be it. But that guy, he seems really strong. The members of the Hapo Marines whispered among themselves, their disbelief mixing with growing unease. Qinzhao, feeling the terrifying power contained in that punch, steadied himself and fixed his sharp gaze on Ron, who had landed gracefully on the emerald-green icy surface. The strength of that punch, it feels so much like that accursed garp, Qinzhao muttered, his eyes narrowing. Boy, state your name. Ron raised his right hand and lightly clenched his fist. Instantly, his armament haki hardened, transforming his entire arm into a deep obsidian hue. With a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, he replied to Qinzhao, beat me and I'll tell you. Interesting. Excitement flickered across Qinzhao's face. He raised his massive, muscular right arm, which immediately hardened with armament haki, and swung it down toward Ron with crushing force. Ron met the attack head-on. His right arm, also encased in hardened armament haki, pierced through the air, carrying a fiery wave of pressure as it shot upward to collide with Qinzhao's. When the two darkened fists, own massive, one relatively small, clashed, the world seemed to hold its breath. Boom! The frozen atmosphere between them shattered like glass struck by a hammer, splintering into countless silver-white cracks. As their fists collided, the clash awakened Qinzhao's Conqueror's haki. The moment Ron sensed it, his own Conqueror's haki at level 2 surged forth like an enraged tiger that had been provoked. The two opposing waves of Conqueror's haki collided fiercely. Buzz. A tangible pressure rippled outward from the collision, spreading in waves. Behind Sai, the members of the Hapo Marines, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, dropped unconscious one after another, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed in heaps. Even Sai himself wavered momentarily, snapping out of it only to feel cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This is the collision of Conqueror's haki, at this level. As their Conqueror's haki clashed, crimson lightning bolts streaked through the air around them. Visible shockwaves rippled outward from the point where their fists collided, twisting and curling as they spread across the icy landscape. Wave after wave of oppressive power burst forth, accompanied by roaring winds. The unconscious members of the Hapo Marines were sent tumbling across the ice like leaves caught in a storm. Even the sky above seemed to respond, darkened with ominous red cracks that spread across the heavens. The frozen island beneath their feet trembled violently under the force of their haki, and the surrounding ocean churned into raging waves. Robin and Konai's couldn't hide their astonishment. This was their first time witnessing the clash of Conqueror's haki, and its sheer intensity left them deeply shaken. Bonnie, now in the form of a pink-haired young girl, stared at Ron standing before them. His black coat billowed fiercely in the stormy winds, his back to her and the others. Compared to Qinzhao's massive, imposing figure, his silhouette seemed almost insignificant. Yet, at this moment, he carried the weight of an unstoppable force. In Bonnie's eyes, however, that figure seemed infinitely tall. It was as though as long as this figure stood before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. The reason she had insisted on boarding the ship in the first place was partly because of Ron's incredible strength. But more importantly, she had witnessed with her own eyes his willingness to risk his life fighting a Marine admiral for the sake of his crewmates. It was precisely this unwavering loyalty that had made Bonnie resolute in her decision to join the crew no matter what. And over the past year and a half, she had come to deeply realize how correct her choice had been. Thinking of this, Bonnie gazed at Ron's back with a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Compared to his battle with Aokiji a year and a half ago, her captain had grown far stronger. A mere pirate with a bounty of 500 million in his prime, how could someone like that possibly stand against him, at that moment? The terrifying power contained within Ron's blackened fist erupted with explosive force. In an instant, it completely overwhelmed Qinzhao's punch. In the eyes of Sai, who was practically bulging them out of his head in disbelief, the massive figure of Qinzhao was sent flying backward with a single punch. He actually sent the leader flying with one punch. Sai, gripping his sword tightly, trembled as he stared at the calm, composed boy. Cold sweat poured down his face. Where in the world did a monster like him come from? Qinzhao's massive body crashed heavily onto the unyielding surface of the ice bed. When he opened his eyes again, looking at Ron, who hadn't moved a single step, there was now a trace of shock in his gaze. What terrifying strength could this guy have, the unique bloodline of the giants? Despite recognizing the immense power of the mysterious boy before him, Qinzhao had no intention of conceding defeat. He stomped down forcefully, propelling himself like a cannonball. His figure shot forward, closing the distance in an instant. The flattened top of his head, hardened with armament haki, aimed straight for Ron, and before it even reached him, an overwhelming shockwave rushed toward Ron Hashokan weaponized head strike. As the attack approached, Ron wasn't thinking about dodging, blocking, or countering. Instead, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Would his punch this time be enough to restore Chinzhao's flattened head back to a sharp, pointed one? Probably right, he just needed to adjust the angle. While entertaining this thought, Chinzhao's head blackened and hardened by armament hack arrived right in front of him. Ron raised his obsidian black right arm, swinging it with twice the speed of his previous punch. His fist collided squarely with Chinzhao's armored head. Bang! With a resounding boom, a violent gale swept across the surroundings. Ron unleashed the full power of his 3,000 vitality points, and the result was immediate. Chinzhao's flattened head began to deform, as if molten steel was being reshaped. From its previously flattened state, it started to return to a sharp, pointed cone. While what? Sai's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. Konai's, Robin, and Bonnie were equally dumbfounded. A flat head can actually be punched back into a pointed one. Ron's punch, even more devastating than the last, not only reshaped Chinzhao's head into its original conical form, but also knocked him unconscious. The immense force hurled Chinzhao's body backward, sending him crashing heavily into an icy peak in the distance. The newly restored conical head pierced through the hard ice peak, embedding the unconscious Chinzhao diagonally into the icy mountain, creating an incredibly unique and bizarre sight. Half a day later. On this emerald, crystalline ice continent, Chinjiano with his restored conical head knelt with Sai and the entire Hapo Marines before Ron and his crew. This kindness, even 1,000 deaths would not be enough to repay it. From this day forward, Lord Ron will forever be the greatest benefactor of the Chinzhao family and the Hapo Marines. If you ever have a command, I, Chinzhao, will obey it unto death without hesitation. Kneeling on the icy ground, Chinzhao bowed his head low, his voice filled with gratitude. Robin, Konais, and Bonnie, watching this legendary pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries in his prime, humbly offer his loyalty, accompanied by the sea of his subordinates bowing in unison, couldn't help but feel deeply shaken. Unto death without hesitation. Hearing this, Ron chuckled. He lightly tapped his foot on the icy surface beneath him, its clarity resembling a frozen lake. What if I said I wanted all the treasure buried beneath this ice? Chinzhao froze for a moment, a flicker of conflict and hesitation flashing through his eyes. However, his expression quickly turned resolute. He raised his head to meet Ron's gaze and said earnestly, "If Lord Ron desires it, I will break open this jade-like ice bed and present the treasure within to you." Compared to the life-changing kindness of restoring his conical head, this treasure was insignificant. With this thought, Chinzhao immediately activated his armament haki, hardening his restored conical head. Channeling an immense amount of power to the sharp point, he slammed his blackened head into the seemingly indestructible icy ground with a resounding crash. Boom! The ground trembled violently. From the impact point of Chinzhao's head, a series of fractures spread outward like a spider's web, until the icy surface split open with an earth-shattering crack. A massive fissure, stretching hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters deep, appeared in the thick ice sheet. What lay exposed beneath the cracked ice bed was a dazzling hoard of treasures radiating a mesmerizing glow. Whoa! Bonnie, still in her small childlike form, instantly had her eyes turn into symbols of belief, shining brightly. Even Konais and Robin were taken aback, their faces showing undisguised astonishment. There's actually so much treasure buried. Just how much money is this? As far as the eye could see, within a radius of 100 meters, the ground was covered with an endless layer of gold, silver, and precious gems. Standing atop the glittering treasure, Ron looked at Chinzhao and said calmly, "There's no need for me to take all of it, but I will take a portion before I leave this island." Hearing this, Sai and the other members of the Hapo Marines had tears welling up in their eyes. They looked at Ron with immense respect and gratitude. Some of them even began to cry openly, overcome with emotion. Lord Ron truly a noble and selfless man. Chinzhao, however, appeared flustered. "How can that be? Even if I gave you all the treasure here, it wouldn't be enough to repay your kindness. How can you only take a portion?" Ron merely smiled and said, "Well then, I have one more favor to ask of you." He pointed toward Enzo, happily playing with a pile of gold coins. "That's my apprentice, a kung fu dugong from Arabasta. His name is Enzo. For the next few months, I'd like you to teach him some martial arts." Chinzhao blinked in surprise and turned to look at the tiny dugong wearing a sturdy steel vest. Hearing their conversation, Enzo looked over with sparkling eyes, his little tail wagging furiously as he stared at Chinzhao with excitement. Master, is this powerful old man really going to teach me martial arts?" Hearing Enzo's words, Chinzhao, Sai, and the rest of the Hapo Marines froze. A dugong was talking. Ron looked at Enzo and chuckled. "Show them your full strength with a punch." "Understood." Enzo's expression turned serious as he prepared to strike. What happened next nearly made Chinzhao, Sai, and the entire Hapo Marines' eyes pop out of their sockets. The dugong pulled back its right fist, and a surge of armament haki erupted, instantly coating its tiny fist in an iron-like black sheen. With a focused expression, Enzo threw a punch. Boom! the air in front of him exploded with a deafening roar. Accompanied by an overwhelming shockwave, the punch blasted forward, sending piles of gold coins flying dozens of meters away. The Hapo Marines members behind Sai stood frozen, their eyes wide and jaws nearly hitting the ground. Ron turned to the dumbfounded Chinjo and Sai, grinning. "What do you think?" Recovering from his shock, Chinjo quickly straightened up and assured him there is no issue at all. "I will teach him everything I know." With that promise, Ron took 40 of the treasure from the icy continent before departing with Robin, Konais, and Bonnie. Enzo, however, stayed behind with Chinjo to learn the Iron Head technique and the 8 Impact Fist. Time flew by, and in just a few months, Ron and his crew completed their exploration of the remaining islands in the West Blue. When they returned to the Land of Flowers, they found Enzo, now well versed in the 8 Impact Fist, the Iron Head technique, and other martial arts, ready to rejoin them. At the end of 1516 in the sea calendar, the traveler left the West Blue. At the beginning of 1517, they arrived in the North Blue. See calendar year 1517. East Blue, Fuchsia Village. Ace bid farewell to Luffy, Makino, and Daden. Alone, he set sail to embark on his adventure. White Rock Island, Baltigo, on the Grand Line. Now 18 years old, with 2 long swords hanging at her left waist, Kuna bade farewell to Dragon, Ivankov, and Sabo. Wrapped in a black cloak and carrying a bundle on her back, she walked away alone into the vast world. Having reached the realm of the iron-cutting swordsman, Kuna had mastered both armament haki and observation haki over the past 2 years. Now it was time for her to set out and find that person to fulfill the promise they had made during that snowy night. East Blue, Shimitsuki Town's dojo. 16-year-old Zoro had just achieved a breakthrough in swordsmanship. During a sparring match with his master Kushiro, he utilized his 3-sword style and successfully performed his self-created technique, Onigiri, but Zoro knew all too well. This was still far from enough. To catch up to Kuna, to catch up to that person, this level of skill was nowhere near sufficient. He had to train even harder to push himself beyond his limits. East Blue, having left Kakagasi village, Nami had already made a name for herself as the cat burglar across several islands in the East Blue. Whenever she heard people talk about the legendary tales of that nameless ship and the traveler Ron, a bright, joyful smile would inevitably appear on her face. Arabasta, because of Ron's actions, Crocodile's plans had been delayed by a year. Nonetheless, they were still set into motion. At the beginning of the year 1517, the dance powder incident erupted in Arabasta, igniting rebellion and plunging the entire kingdom into chaos under the control of its underground emperor, Crocodile. 13-year-old Princess Vivi, upon learning from her father Cobra that all of this was Crocodile's conspiracy, suddenly recalled that fateful night 3 years ago. She remembered the mysterious boy who had taken the poneglyph and prophesied the dire situation Arabasta now faced. The memory was so vivid, so deeply etched in her mind, that every detail of the boy's appearance and his words remained crystal clear, as if carved into her heart. First, do not trust Crocodile. Second, if your kingdom ever faces a grave danger, you may tell Crocodile that the stone tablet has already been taken by me. Grave danger, was this what he meant? Vivi wasn't sure. Third, if you ever meet someone named Luffy, tell him that I will be waiting for him in the new world. Luffy, who was he, and who exactly was that boy? Princess Vivi stood in the courtyard of the royal mausoleum, the place where she had first met him, gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky. Her thoughts wandered. Could he save this kingdom? North Blue, under the night sky filled with countless stars, waves surged gently across the vast, boundless sea. A radiant ship glided across the waters under the cover of darkness. On the deck, 17-year-old Ron, now taller at 1.95 meters, his features sharper and more defined like a finely chiseled sculpture, stood by the railing. The sea breeze brushed through his hair as he gazed up at the star-filled sky, lost in thought. System, show me my current stats. Understood. Host. Age 17. Vitality 3167. Transparent World LV4. Sun Breathing Technique 100 Mastery. Swordsmanship Iron Cutting Realm Mastered. Essence of Strength LV3. Ultimate Move Ultimate Kick LV2. Weapons Great Grade Sword Raikiri. Great Grade Sword Black Blade Shusui. Permanent Buff True Intent of Tempering Binding in Progress. Armament Haki LV6 Second Stage. Observation Haki LV5 Second Stage. Conqueror's Haki LV3 First Stage. Shave LV10. Moonwalk LV10. Tempest Kick LV10. Special skills: mechanical mastery, navigation mastery, linguistic mastery, healing arts, purification arts. Special treasures: king's treasury, endless wine flask. Special items: devil fruit replication card, senzu bean. Ron gazed at the stats panel in front of him and let out a soft sigh. The rewards from signing in at ordinary islands generally only provided an incremental 10-point vitality boost, with little else to gain. At this rate, reaching a level strong enough to defeat Aokiji might take several more years, Ron thought to himself as he looked up at the starry sky. And there were only 3 years left before the main story began. Most of the islands in the East Blue, South Blue, and West Blue had already been signed in at. Once he finished signing in at the islands of the North Blue, his next destination would be the Grand Line and the New World. Islands connected to the original story held a higher probability of granting special rewards during sign-ins, whereas ordinary islands generally only boosted vitality. This was a conclusion Ron had drawn from his extensive experience with sign-ins. Compared to the 4 Blues, famous islands and locations in the Grand Line and the New World were likely to yield greater rewards. Places like Amazon Lily, Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Zoo, and Wano Country. What are you thinking about, Captain? A familiar voice broke his train of thought. Robin's voice came from in front of him. Ron turned his head and saw her approaching, dressed in white denim shorts and a green and white striped t-shirt. Her long legs moved gracefully as she walked toward him. Compared to when they first met, Robin's once sun-kissed wheat-colored skin had become fairer, making her appear even more stunning. Here, standing before him, Robin handed Ron a glass of milk. Ron accepted it. Robin smiled softly, her eyes curving like crescents. She leaned back against the ship's railing, sipping her own glass of milk. Under the starlit sky, the two stood shoulder to shoulder, leaning against the railing on the deck. "It's been almost 3 years. Time really flies," Robin remarked wistfully. "Yeah," Ron replied, taking a sip of milk. "In Arabasta, I promised you that we'd travel and adventure together and search for the truth behind history. I haven't forgotten that promise. Once we finish exploring the North Blue, we'll officially set out to find the poneglyphs." "We're returning to the Grand Line then?" Robin asked softly. "Yeah, the poneglyphs are a taboo of the world government." "Marines won't sit idly by," Robin said. Ron nodded, his expression calm yet determined. Robin tilted her head back, gazing at the starry sky. "If there really are 4 red poneglyphs that serve as the road signs to Raftel, it's very likely they're controlled by the 4 emperors or other powerful factions in the New World. Trying to retrieve them from such forces will inevitably lead to conflicts with these mighty powers. Just thinking about it feels daunting." She turned her head to look at Ron and smiled. "Sometimes I wonder, what if we stopped chasing that blank period of history? What if we just kept traveling happily like this until the end of our lives? Wouldn't that be nice too?" Ron looked at her and was about to reply when his eyes suddenly sharpened. He raised his head and stared at the sky. In the night sky above the sea, a massive shadow drifted by, blocking the moonlight and starlight that had illuminated the small ship. "What is that?" Robin's voice trembled slightly as she looked up at the sky in shock. When the shadow moved on, the moonlight returned. Robin could finally see the massive outline of the shadow clearly, and her heart was filled with awe. "That's an island, a floating island suspended in the sky." "A levitating island," Ron murmured, a gleam flashing in his eyes. "The ability of the float fruit, wielded by the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki." He turned to Robin, who was still stunned by the sight, and said, "I'll go check it out. Stay here and wait for me." Ron was just about to take a step and use Moonwalk to pursue the floating island when he suddenly paused, as if remembering something. He turned back and smiled at Robin. "Oh, about what you said earlier, I don't agree. A life with regrets isn't a complete life. If you have the chance, you should try. What's there to be afraid of? That's what chasing dreams and adventure is all about." Robin stared at him, momentarily stunned. Ron then stepped down hard with his foot, causing the entire ship to shudder and dip considerably. His figure shot upward like a cannonball, streaking toward the rapidly receding floating island. Above the floating island of Strong World, the legendary wielder of the float fruit, Golden Lion Shiki, stood in his golden kimono. A steering wheel was embedded in his head, and his legs had been replaced by the famed swords Odo and Kagurashi. With a cigar clenched in his teeth, he was inspecting the results of experiments involving feral beasts enhanced by unique components derived from plants. Beside him stood his assistant, Dr. Indigo, dressed in a white lab coat. "How long until these beasts are ready for deployment?" Shiki asked. "Approximately 2 years," Indigo replied. 2 years, huh, good. When the time comes, I'll use this power to deliver a gift to the world government and the Marines." "Jahahaha." Golden Lion Shiki burst into maniacal laughter. "The East Blue, that weak and pathetic sea, will be the first to meet its end at the hands of the mighty Golden Lion." Suddenly, his arrogant laughter stopped abruptly as he turned his head sharply in a specific direction. Dr. Indigo, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" It seems we have a guest. A powerful aura radiated from Shiki, befitting a true legend. A guest. Indigo tilted his head in confusion. They were in the sky. Who could possibly show up here? You stay here. I'll go check it out. Shiki floated out of the laboratory and into the open air. Under the night sky, his sharp gaze quickly spotted a figure several kilometers away, standing calmly on the ground of the floating island. It was a young man clad in black, with a long black blade at his side. Their eyes met across the distance. Ron smiled faintly at Shiki. Then with a swift motion, he unsheathed the black blade at his waist and swung it toward the pirate. A jet black slash, over 100 meters long and imbued with the power to cleave mountains, shot through the air toward Shiki. Interesting. It had been far too long since Shiki had encountered a worthy challenger. Excitement glimmered in his eyes as he raised one of his sword legs, Odo, to intercept the strike. The two slashes collided violently, and the ground beneath them was shredded by the sheer force of the clashing sword auras, creating a web of deep cracks. After several seconds of deadlock, Ron's black slash was severed in two. Shiki's counterattack continued its forward momentum, pushing toward Ron and leveling the ground in its path. Faced with Shiki's devastating flying slash, capable of cleaving through miles of ocean, Ron's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. He made no move to dodge. Instead, he swung the black blade Shusui straight at the incoming attack, Whirlwind Dance. With a sudden whoosh, a crimson-tinged black sword aura erupted from around Ron, expanding outward in a circle and colliding with Shiki's attack. The two forces clashed fiercely, grinding against each other before dissipating into nothingness. The aftermath left a crater dozens of meters deep in the ground ahead of Ron, with massive cracks radiating outward. Oh, Shiki landed gracefully on the top of a hill 1,000 meters away, crossing his arms over his chest. His golden kimono fluttered in the night breeze as he looked at Ron on the plain below with a grin. To think you could block my slash, impressive. You dare draw your blade against me. Do you even know who I am? The legendary flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Ron held Shusui casually in one hand, looking at Shiki with a calm smile. So what, Jahahaha? Shiki burst into laughter. You've got guts, brat, I'll give you that. Is that so? I don't think I'm being arrogant at all, Ron replied with a smirk. You've been missing from the seas for over 20 years. Do you really still have the strength you once had in your prime? Shiki's expression darkened slightly and his eyes narrowed. You're welcome to find out for yourself. I intend to, Ron said with a grin. The ground beneath him caved in with a thunderous crash as his figure vanished in an instant. The shockwave from his leap sent debris flying in every direction. Ron appeared directly in front of Shiki, swinging his blade at the pirate's neck with lightning speed. Shiki, still with his arms crossed, raised his left leg in response. The blade Kagurashi, serving as his leg, clashed fiercely with Ron's black sword Shusui. The sound of steel meeting steel echoed through the night sky as the two combatants faced off, their sword auras colliding in a brilliant display of power and skill. As the sword energies and intents from their strikes clashed and intertwined, razor-sharp waves of sword energy spiraled outward, tearing through the air with terrifying sharpness. The collision of their conqueror's haki created golden and crimson lightning that crackled and illuminated the surroundings. Rings of pressure rippled outward, spreading a suffocating sense of dominance and an overwhelming aura. Everyone on the floating island, from researchers to the mutated beasts, collapsed under the immense weight of the confrontation. The floating island itself trembled violently, cracks forming across its surface. Biting down on his cigar, Shiki the Golden Lion's expression turned serious as he sensed the conqueror's haki radiating from Ron. His eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on the young, black-haired swordsman in front of him. Well, who would have thought you'd possess Conqueror's haki, boy? State your name. It doesn't matter whether you know my name, Ron said with a faint smile. Wielding the black blade, he met Shiki's wooden prosthetic leg, reinforced with the famed sword Kiku head-on. Shockwaves erupted from their collision as Ron's long black hair fluttered in the chaotic wind. But I can tell you this, you're going to die here. A smirk spread across Ron's face. The power of the float fruit. I'll be taking it for myself. April 1517 of the Sea Calendar. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Returning from a mission in the West Blue, Vice Admiral Jin heard that Hina, who had been sent to the South Blue to hunt down pirates, had returned. Taking advantage of their simultaneous downtime, the two decided to spend their break together on Sabyati Archipelago, known for its bustling entertainment and leisure industry. In a cozy cafe with a view, the two women, dressed in casual attire, sat by the window. After discussing work, their conversation shifted to lighter topics. Topics like how, during her trip to the East Blue, Hina had thoroughly ridiculed Smoker over an incident from years ago. It's been 3 years already. Resting her delicate chin on her hand, Jin gazed out the window and murmured softly. Hina, her long pink hair draped over her shoulders and sunglasses perched on her forehead, took a sip of her coffee. Turning her attention back to Hina, Jin smiled and said, during my trip to the West Blue, I heard some things about him. Want to hear it? I've heard quite a bit about him in the East Blue as well. Hina stirred her coffee absent-mindedly. That guy really is living up to his word, traveling the world on that ship of his, isn't he? Haha, isn't that a good thing? At least we won't have to face him on the battlefield. Jin's alluring smile, accentuated by her tear-shaped beauty mark, carried a mesmerizing charm that was hard to resist. Hina rested her chin on one hand, stirring her coffee with the other. How long does he plan to stay in the Four Blues? Is he never coming to the Grand Line? Who knows? If that's the case, we'll have even fewer chances to see him. Jin's tone carried a hint of regret. Hina's eyes narrowed in annoyance. That guy's off gallivanting around the seas with his ship full of beauties, living a carefree life. He's absolutely forgotten about us, his dear sisters. The next time I see him, Hina is going to teach him a lesson. Jin chuckled softly, sipping her coffee. 3 years ago, you were just nearly an even match for him. What makes you think you'll fare better now? Hina pouted, about to retort, when Jin's expression shifted, a mix of emotion flashing in her eyes. His strength has grown significantly. You've heard of Chinzhou, haven't you? The 12th leader of the Hapo Marines, part of the Chinzhou family's violent group. Hina nodded. The one whose drill-shaped head was flattened by Vice Admiral Garp. That's right, Jin said, her expression thoughtful. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but Chinzhou holds Ron in extremely high regard. In the West Blue, in the land of flowers, he won't even tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. The traveler's journey through the West Blue stirred up waves as significant as those in the South Blue. The reverence shown by the Hapo Marines in Chinzhou towards Ron, the ship's captain, had left the West Blue deeply shaken. The Chinzhou with the drill head, revering him. Hina's face was filled with disbelief at Jin's words. When he left, his strength was about the same as mine, and in just 3 years he's become that much stronger, Hina exclaimed, astonished. Jin couldn't help but laugh. When he first arrived at Marineford, he defeated Smoker. He was only 11 years old then. By the time he sparred with you, he was already 14. Do you think 3 years at Marineford wouldn't have honed his skills further? Hina froze, her expression blank for a moment. You're saying that when he fought me, he wasn't even going all out? Jin smiled and nodded. That guy even hid his true strength from Hina. Hina is furious. Annoyed, Hina downed the rest of her coffee in one gulp. Haha, seeing her reaction, Jin's smile deepened. Hina grumbled, so when that guy left Marineford, just how strong was he? Placing her coffee cup down, Jin's expression became serious. About a month before he left Marineford, I had a swordsmanship duel with him. It was through that duel that I came to understand his true capabilities. Ron's true strength. Hina's gaze locked onto Jin, her curiosity practically bursting at the seams. Jin lowered her gaze, her slender fingers gently tracing the rim of her coffee cup as she recalled that battle. Her expression carried a mix of nostalgia and admiration as she softly spoke. Back then, his strength was already comparable to a rear admiral of Marine headquarters. Hina's jaw dropped. Jin propped her chin on her hand, glancing out the window with a faint smile. Memories of their sword duel replayed in her mind, and a fleeting blush graced her cheeks as her lips curled into a wry grin. That accidental first kiss they shared during the duel. Was it truly an accident, or was it deliberate? No, it must have been an accident. After all, his mind was entirely focused on training, wasn't it? Jin chuckled softly at the thought, her sharp gaze shifting to Hina. Falling for someone like him, it must be exhausting, right? Twilight. As the duo strolled down a lively street in the Sabyeti archipelago, the golden hues of the setting sun illuminated their path. Suddenly, the sky above them filled with a swarm of news-coup. Flapping their wings furiously, the birds scattered newspapers across the city. Jin reached out gracefully and caught one mid-air. Her eyes scanned the front page, but the moment she registered its content, her pupils contracted sharply. The serene composure that always adorned her face shattered, replaced by sheer disbelief. What's wrong? Is there some major news? Hina leaned in curiously. Jin didn't respond immediately. She simply handed the paper to Hina. The moment Hina's gaze landed on the headline, her heart skipped a beat and her hands trembled involuntarily. Battle erupts in the North Blue. The return of the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Breaking news: after a 7-day duel in the North Blue, the traveler Ron defeats and kills the Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki confirmed dead. Hina turned to Jin, her expression mirroring the shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. For a brief moment, neither spoke, yet their shared silence conveyed the overwhelming magnitude of this revelation. Across the seas, this bombshell news ignited a storm of chatter. The name Traveler Ron, which had already begun to echo through the four seas, now surged like a tidal wave, sweeping into the Grand Line and even the New World. The announcement reached the ears of the most powerful figures and legendary forces, shaking them to their very core. On the deck of the massive Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, the man known as the strongest in the world, paused mid-drink upon hearing the news. Golden Lion Shiki killed in the North Blue? Who did it? Looks like it was someone called Ron, replied Vista, his eyes scanning the article in his hand. Ron, that's a name I've never heard before. Whitebeard took a deep swig from his giant sake cup. Another one of those upstart supernovas popping up recently, huh? No, Pops, said Marco the Phoenix, adjusting his glasses as he read over the same paper. He's not a pirate. Not a pirate. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly. Then what is he, a Marine? Marco shook his head. Doesn't seem like he's with the Marines either. Oh. The New World Tato land. Ma, that old golden lion must have lost his edge if some no-name punk managed to kill him. Big Mom cackled as she crammed another piece of cake into her mouth. After swallowing, she mused. Golden Lion Shiki disappeared from the seas after cutting off his own legs to escape impelled down over 20 years ago. His strength must have faded over time. Still, for this, Ron, fellow to defeat and kill him. He's not someone to be underestimated. Standing nearby, Katakuri, her eldest son, crossed his arms. You are right, he said solemnly. Cracker, another sweet commander, nodded in agreement. Who would have thought someone that strong could come from one of the four blues? Mom, Cracker added, if we could recruit someone like him into Tato land, our forces would gain a significant boost. Katakuri, however, shook his head. He's not a pirate, not even close. For someone with his strength to remain in the four blues, I doubt he'd agree to join us. Why think so far ahead? Let's wait until he enters the Grand Line before making any plans. Speaking of which, where's my pinecone cake? The New World, the red-haired pirates. So Shiki's been killed, huh? That's quite the accomplishment. Shanks grinned as he glanced at the newspaper in his hand. There seem to be more and more powerful players rising on these seas lately. Captain, said Ben Beckman, puffing on his cigar, do you remember that young recruit the Marines specially enlisted 5 or 6 years ago? Shanks paused to think, then shook his head, not really ringing any bells. Rue, tearing into a drumstick, chimed in, you mean that 11-year-old Marine recruit? His name was, what was it again? Ron, Beckman answered, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Oh right, that was his name, said Rue. Then he froze, his eyes widening. Shanks and the rest of the crew turned their eyes to Beckman, their interest piqued. Wait, you're not saying this, Traveler Ron is. The silver-haired Ben Beckman nodded. Most likely the same person. I've been following his movements. 3 years ago, that Marine recruit left the Marines. Since then, the warlords of the Sea Moria and Crocodile both suffered significant defeats at the hands of a mysterious figure calling himself Traveler Ron. Beckman blew out another smoke ring. I believe it's him. By my calculations, he should be about 17 years old now. 17. A 17-year-old with the strength to kill Golden Lion Shiki. I'd like to meet him someday, Shanks said, a flicker of excitement lighting up his gaze. The New World Wano country, the beast's pirates. Shiki, that old fool, is already this week. Kaido roared with laughter, his massive gourd sloshing with sake as he drank deeply. Disappeared for decades, only to pop up just to die at the hands of some rookie. What a joke. Slamming the gourd down, Kaido's laughter echoed across the room. He should have joined my crew back then. At least he wouldn't have gone out like this. The name lingered in his mind as he poured another drink. Ron, seems like I've heard that name somewhere before. That old relic should have been consigned to the ashes of history long ago. What traveler Ron? What mysterious figure who wanders between justice and evil in the four seas? Jack sneered, ha, he's probably just a coward too scared to step into the new world. Killing someone like Golden Lion Shiki. Who knows what underhanded tricks he used. If he dares come here, I'll crush him into dust. Jack's overconfidence and brashness were as rampant as ever. Dressrosa. On the grandiose throne, dressed in a pink feathered coat and wearing bold sunglasses, Don Quixote Doflamingo lounged lazily, one leg crossed over the other, staring at the newspaper in his hand. So even Golden Lion Shiki is dead. That brat. He's grown to this level already, huh? Images from years ago surfaced in his mind, a young black-haired boy aboard a marine warship, his sharp, focused eyes forever etched into Doflamingo's memory. A manic grin stretched across his face as his trademark crazed laughter filled the throne room. Haha, that look of yours. Was it a promise to come for me someday? Bring it on, kid. His laughter echoed wildly, filled with a twisted sense of anticipation. Deep in the shadows of the throne room, silent figures stood motionless, shrouded in secrecy. Sabdyati Archipelago. Inside Shaki's rip-off bar, the news stirred a quiet conversation. So after 7 days of battle, he managed to kill Golden Lion Shiki. I had a feeling he'd make waves soon, but I never expected it to be this way. Silver's Rayleigh, seated at the counter, glanced at the newspaper, a wistful smile tugging at his lips. 3 years, it seems that boy has changed a lot. If we were to spar again now, I might have to take him more seriously. How serious, Rayleigh? Shaki asked, puffing on her cigarette, curiosity glinting in her eyes. 7/10, 8/10. Rayleigh mused with a chuckle before taking a sip of his drink. Shaki exhaled a perfect ring of smoke, stepping over the corpses of the old legends to start a new era of his own. Not bad at all. The real question is whether he'll choose to accept the chains or break free of them. Rayleigh set down his glass, his gaze distant yet sharp. Shaki, what do you think he'll do? Shaki shook her head. Hard to say. Well, we'll find out soon enough, Rayleigh said with a sly grin. The seas are about to get interesting. Even before the Seagulls had delivered the newspapers worldwide, Marineford, the headquarters of the Marines, convened a high-level meeting in its grand conference hall. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table. His opening words immediately captured everyone's attention. The flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki is dead. Shiki. He disappeared over 20 years ago, didn't he? Tsuru asked, her surprise evident. What happened? Garp leaned forward, curiosity lighting his eyes. Who killed him? Was it one of the four emperors? Or perhaps a member of the seven warlords? Sengoku's grave expression deepened as he began to speak. Aokiji couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with disbelief. Even if Golden Lion Shiki was no longer at his peak, his status as a legendary swordsman, his mastery of all three haki types, and the overwhelming power of the float fruit made him a formidable force in the seas. A tiger without its teeth remains a tiger. Under the watchful gazes of everyone present, Sengoku, sitting in the central seat, uttered a name with deliberate gravity. That person's name is Ron. The entire meeting room fell silent. Garp froze mid-thought. Aokiji's pupils constricted. Ron, Tsuru's face showed surprise. Akinu, with his stern expression concealed under his cap, narrowed his sharp eyes ever so slightly. That brat, the intern, that's right. It's the very same former Marine recruit who left Marineford 3 years ago, Sengoku confirmed with a nod, his tone serious. When Sengoku first received this report, he was no less stunned. The boy who had grown up right under their noses, training at Marineford, had left 3 years agoned in such a short span of time. He had grown strong enough to defeat one of the ocean's most notorious legends. Sengoku, are you sure about this? Even if Shiki was no longer in his prime, his strength was undeniable. That brat Ron is strong, yes, but Garp's voice trailed off, still unable to reconcile the information. This intelligence is absolutely accurate. Sengoku fixed his gaze on Garp. Many witnesses saw the battle between the two on the floating island. They fought for 7 days and the island eventually collapsed. Shiki's body has been found and the news has already spread across the North Blue. By today's end, it will have reached every corner of the world. So you're telling me that kid really killed Golden Lion Shiki? Vice Admiral Tsuru murmured, stunned, but he's only 17 this year. Aokiji's eyes flickered, contemplating deeply. He, more than anyone, understood Ron's potential. It had been nearly 2 years since their last encounter, and if Ron's abilities had progressed to an even higher level, paired with his unpredictable combat style, it wasn't entirely impossible for him to defeat an aging Shiki through a grueling battle. That brat, always lingering at the threshold of justice, Akinu's cold, harsh voice cut through the air. I'm not interested in his story. I only want to know we here. Is this a briefing, or is there something else we need to act on? The room turned to Sengoku, awaiting his response. This meeting isn't just to inform you of this shocking news. Sengoku's sharp gaze swept over the room. There's indeed a matter that requires discussion on that also involves Ron. He adjusted his glasses, their lens glinting ominously under the light, as he continued in a serious tone. World government intelligence confirms that the Demon of Ohara, Nico Robin, is currently in the North Blue, aboard Ron's ship. The room's atmosphere turned ice cold. Both Garp and Aokiji visibly stiffened. The world government has decreed that Ron, for the crime of harboring a wanted criminal, is now a fugitive. His bounty has been set at 430 million berries. The order is explicit. Ron and Nico Robin must be captured and executed. The severity of the announcement echoed in the room. Garp gritted his teeth, his fist trembling. Aokiji remained silent, his face unreadable. Tsuru furrowed her brows, her mind clearly at work analyzing the implications. As for Akinu, his cold gaze betrayed not even a hint of hesitation. A man who stands on the edge of justice but lacks the resolve for absolute justice. No surprise, he's ended up walking the path of sin. That brat was always a waste of marine resources. Pointing fingers at this stage is meaningless. Sengoku's voice grew heavier. His piercing gaze shifted to Garp. Garp, you're directly responsible for this situation. You and Sakazuki Akinu will take command of 6 warships and head to the North Blue. Your orders are to apprehend Ron and Nico Robin without fail. This is a direct order from the world government. Failure is not an option. Garp's clenched fists shook violently, the veins on his forehead bulging as he swallowed his retort. The next day, as the world reeled from the shocking news of Golden Lion Shiki's death, another wave of bombshells dropped from the skies, delivered by a swarm of news crew. This time, the spotlight was firmly on Ron, with an exceptionally clear photograph splashed across the front pages. The image captured a tall, lean young man dressed in black, wielding a black blade, his piercing eyes gazing forward with an unyielding intensity. The backdrop appeared to be mid-combat on the now destroyed floating island. Alongside the photo was an article that delved deep into Ron's life, narrating his journey from an 11-year-old special recruit at Marineford to leaving the Marines at age 14. The piece chronicled his mysterious travels across the seas, first in the East Blue, where whispers of a miracle ship began, followed by his ventures into the South, West, and North Blues. Every tale of his exploits was detailed and, unsurprisingly, exaggerated for dramatic effect. Yet what truly sent shockwaves through the world were the bold, blood-red words at the article's conclusion and the 2 bounties that accompanied it. The The traveler Ron, for harboring the demon of O'Hara, Nico Robin, is now declared a criminal. His bounty 430 million berries. Nico Robin, the demon of O'Hara, has her bounty raised from 79 million berries to 99 million berries. The seas erupted with fervent discussion and wild speculation. The final declaration, written in bold, struck a deep chord across the world, standing at the edges of the four seas, treading the gray chaos of freedom. The captain of the ship of the unknown, the traveler Ron. Bounty, 430 million berries.